In class, he came across as the most relaxed student of them all. He avoided the spotlight completely and made sure to stay unnoticed. A lot of classmates disliked him because it looked like he brushed off anyone who approached him. Fed up with being ignored, the bully decides to slap him while he is asleep. Without even opening his eyes, he catches the attacker's wrist and casually asks whether he needs something. The bully yanks his arm away and mutters that the guy is seriously strange. The other students tell him not to waste his time on someone they consider a loser. Nobody realizes is that this protagonist secretly leads a double life. By day, he attends school, but after dark, he becomes the deadliest assassin in the city. His name is Araji Kai, and despite his deadly profession, he is only 17. Then, during an otherwise ordinary sleepy day, a giant magic circle suddenly forms beneath the classroom. Students barely have time to panic before the entire class is transported to an unknown location. As some students panic and others attempt to take charge, Araji Kai casually leans against a wall and starts farming aura for no apparent reason, until a woman in white and an elderly man suddenly arrive. The woman announces that she is the saint responsible for summoning them. Araji simply shifts to another pillar and continues collecting aura in peace. Expected from every Isekai setup, the class's model student steps forward to ask what is happening. The saint, who honestly looks like someone I would happily ask for healing, tells them they were summoned to become this world's heroes. Out of nowhere, the hot-blooded student throws a punch at the old man, apparently believing he can win. The old man responds with nothing more than a flick to his forehead. The saint sternly tells everyone to keep quiet and start behaving themselves. Though, considering her outfit, it is fair to ask why only her belly button is being shown. She launches into the usual Demon King explanation, making Araji think this story is following the cliché script a little too closely. The hot-headed student refuses to back down, so the saint casts a small healing spell and repairs his injuries instantly. Class is stunned by what they have seen, and the saint explains that this power comes from the system. She then moves through the classroom, awakening each student's individual ability. Some students manifest swords, while others end up with far less impressive objects like pens. The hot-headed student receives an explosion spell, instantly turning him into the class favorite. As the saint prepares to leave, sleepy Araji calls from the back and reminds her that one student is still waiting. His ability finally awakens. The skill he receives seems almost unbelievably useless. All he can do is inspect other people's statistics and abilities. That is how he learns that the saint, Eleonora de Garas, is 18 years old, which means the situation is perfectly legal, boys. So nobody is ending up behind bars. Still, Araji is somewhat relieved, since the ability is simple enough to use. But before he can enjoy the moment, something suddenly strikes him from the side. It is Arashi, who drives a punch straight into him and sends him crashing down. Apparently, Araji tried to attack him, so Arashi demands to know how he liked that explosion. He then mocks Araji's tiny red eye and asks what it managed to notice. The rest of the class joins in, laughing merely because Araji has a red eye. To them, Araji is nothing more than the class's designated loser. They even joke about whether anyone wants to challenge their resident aura farmer. Nagai says Araji deserves the treatment for acting special and being the final student to awaken a talent. Araji cannot understand why everyone is behaving so arrogantly. They barely know anything about their abilities, so they have no idea which powers will actually matter. Besides, their divine protection feels less like a gift and more like borrowed strength. There is no telling when that power might disappear or be taken back. Araji knows there are countless other methods of killing someone anyway. The saint silences the noise and declares that, now equipped with divine protection, they must begin learning how to defeat the Demon King. For now, she tells them to take the day off and rest. That night, the students are escorted to their assigned rooms. Araji, however, treats the night as the beginning of his second work shift. His goal is to sneak around and collect information. While guards patrol the castle, one complains about endlessly walking around, and another explains that the so-called heroes have arrived and must not be allowed to escape. Even so, the guard doubts that those students are capable of fighting at all. Cannot imagine how a bunch of weaklings like them could ever beat the Demon King. The guard assumes the saint must be hiding some kind of secret plan. Naturally, Araji hears every word of their conversation. He also notices that the saint has increased the castle's security, apparently to monitor the students more closely. Using his talent, Araji checks one guard and learns that his name is Jin, with level 1 fencing skills. He immediately dashes away like Naruto, assuming the guards cannot strike while he is using his ability. After scouting the area, he forms a rough map of the castle and realizes the place is extremely well defended. 2 soldiers are stationed in front of the enormous main gate. Araji realizes that escaping the castle will not be nearly as simple as he expected. As he moves through the grass, he unexpectedly finds 3 girls talking outside in the middle of the night. Brunette, on the right, worries that they should stop before someone gets angry with them. Girl on the left assures her that everything is fine because they are only doing a little practice. Vagas raises her flames and says everyone needs to understand the situation. Sleep is impossible anyway. She argues that some practice will help them strengthen their abilities. Before long, flames, vines, and water are flying everywhere as Araji silently observes them. They are relying on their divine protection, and Araji wants to understand exactly how it functions. Suddenly, something speeds past him, sending an unsettling feeling through his body. One of the girls looks to the side, curious about the strange sound. Before anyone can investigate, a massive beast explodes out of the bushes right in front of them. Three girls stand frozen as Raju tries to identify the enormous lizard. He has never encountered this species in his life. Araji checks it with his ability and identifies it as a 4-year-old lizard named Val. It is aggressive, although it possesses no special skills. The real issue is that its statistics massively surpass those of the three girls. The beast lifts its head, draws in a deep breath, and releases a terrifying roar. The girls immediately flee, with the beast charging after them without hesitation. Araji watches the entire chase from a safe distance. Its instincts are so violent that it attacks without thinking twice. Although it is fast, the creature can only rush forward blindly, with neither tactics nor intelligence. Araji tests the beast's hide by throwing a knife, and the blade lands but leaves only a shallow wound. The beast pauses, allowing Araji to confirm that the attack works, even if it barely penetrated the skin. During the desperate escape, Nagata catches her foot on a rock and crashes to the ground. She struggles to rise, but the lizard is already almost on top of her. Realizing how close death is, she cries out as the beast swings its claw toward her. She shields herself and screams for help, only for the beast to suddenly drop dead in front of her with a loud boom. Nagata is frozen in shock, while the other two girls hurry over and help her stand. The girls can only wonder who came to her rescue. Whoever saved them, they need to leave quickly before another monster appears. Off to the side, Araji continues farming aura and admits that he had no real reason to save them. Still, completely ignoring their deaths would have left him feeling guilty. So monsters really are roaming freely throughout this world. This world is clearly going to be more troublesome than he expected. At that moment, he detects another presence and hides behind the dead lizard to check whether someone else is nearby. Once he decides it is time to return, Araji quietly disappears toward his room. From behind a pillar, a hooded figure emerges, steps onto the lizard's corpse, and remarks that these heroes seemed destined to disappoint him. However, one of them carries the exact same scent as he does. In the next chapter, the monster's corpse is displayed on the ground, leaving the entire group deeply unsettled. Gaius informs them that the creature was discovered near the castle walls. Students fall silent and think about the danger, while one of them is already sobbing helplessly. The old knight explains that the demon king corrupts monsters, causing them to develop a hunger for human flesh. These are the very monsters the students will eventually be forced to battle. The blonde student examining the corpse points out that some form of magic appears to have killed the beast. He suspects that someone nearby became curious about the hero's powers after hearing that the candidates had arrived. He calls it sorcery, which makes Araji wonder whether sorcery and magic are actually different things. Mito interrupts and demands an explanation about the claim that the Demon King controls monsters. The blonde student explains that high-level demons possess servitude magic, letting them dominate weaker creatures. In other words, he is suggesting that the Demon King is powerful enough to control nearly everything. The old man abruptly dismisses him and tells everyone not to listen to that strange kid. Araji already has someone in mind who can provide answers, but the possibility of the monster being controlled troubles him. He recalls the information he saw in the monster's profile earlier. That profile listed the same condition, and suddenly everything clicks. Killing intent he sensed earlier must have belonged to a demon controlling the beast. From now on, Araji knows he must stay extremely cautious. He detected that presence for barely a second, and even then, only faintly. The person responsible could already be hiding among the students. A presence suddenly appears behind him, followed by a voice warning that fear will eventually get him killed. Araji is visibly disturbed, but Arashi boldly announces that their situation changes nothing. All he needs to do is eliminate the demons quickly and return home. Surprisingly, the classmates agree with him for once. They understand that becoming stronger is unavoidable, since fighting is the only path left to them. The weaker students tremble, realizing they may simply be disposable soldiers waiting for death. Araji can tell that the harsh reality is finally reaching everyone. At that moment, Leonora steps up and reassures the students that they should not be afraid. She says their only task is to master the abilities they have been given. As hero candidates, their growth speed is far greater than that of ordinary people in this world. 1 week goes by after their training starts. While turning the pages of a book, Araji realizes that he can understand every word written inside it. He finds it strange enough that they can communicate so effortlessly in the first place. Looking out the window, Araji sees the others enjoying themselves. The whole scene resembles an amusement park more than a hero training camp. Araji initially assumed that his divine protection, the Eye of Judgment, would prove valuable during combat. Instead, it has been practically worthless so far, and he has been confined to the library. The saint even brushed him off by telling him to read a book instead. Naturally, the entire class burst out laughing at his expense. Araji privately wonders whether he should have simply left those 3 girls to die that night. Yet something about the situation still feels wrong. Circumstances are far too suspicious to ignore. If monsters are such a major threat, why do their history and culture contain no mention of demons whatsoever? As he observes the training, Araji confirms Leonora was right. Everyone is progressing at an astonishing speed. At the moment, Narumi, Yurashi, Kenzaki, Hashimoto, and Nagas are leading the class in strength. However, one student is developing at a speed that completely eclipses even them. During a practice fight, an attack knocks a sword from his hand and sends it spinning into the ground, prompting the soldier to surrender instantly. Naturally, the student behind this is Midu. Midu thanks his classmates for guiding him and credits their advice for his rapid improvement. Araji checks Midu's statistics. His attack has already reached rank A, while his divine protection is at level 8. Araji can hardly believe what he is seeing. Only a week earlier, Midu's numbers had been incredibly poor. Even in a class where everyone is improving rapidly, Midu stands out as an exceptional genius. Araji begins to wonder whether divine protection influences more than raw strength alone. A group of classmates approaches Araji with mocking smiles. One of them points him out as the class loser. They order him to leave. They tell him to return to his precious books. Araji thinks that nothing has changed. They still look at him as if humiliating him is their favorite hobby. If anything, gaining these abilities has only made them more reckless. One of the boys reaches toward him and complains about being ignored. Before he can do anything, something catches against his foot. The next instant, the idiot is sent tumbling upside down. Araji calmly looks at him and asks what happened. Muta, did you just trip over absolutely nothing? Are you okay? The poor student is completely unable to understand what just happened to him. Rashi steps forward and tells everyone to settle down. He warns them that someone is approaching. Saint and Gaius arrive and observe the entire group. She compliments their progress, admitting they have improved more quickly than anticipated. That is precisely why she believes it is time to advance to the next stage of the plan. Narumi panics and asks whether the crazy saint is seriously planning to send them after the Demon King already. She quickly assures them that she is not going that far just yet. Now, she only wants them to begin practical training by battling monsters. The entire group immediately becomes hesitant. Nobody is excited about risking their life in an actual battle. Yet Araji appears more concerned than all of them. Technically, he probably will not even need to fight, so there is no reason for him to panic. In the next chapter, the instructors explain the rules for the forest combat exercise. Because the forest is packed with obstacles, moving as one large group will be impossible. They will therefore be divided into teams of 2 or 3 students. Girls immediately start choosing their preferred teammate. One girl asks Mido if she can join his team. Another girl immediately says she wants to team up with him as well. Mido happily agrees to both requests. Women are already gathering around the guy, and his harem is practically assembling on its own. Meanwhile, poor Arashi is surrounded by nothing but other boys. Narumi relies on his pretty boy charm to secure a team with a purple-haired girl. Gaius smiles proudly and declares that everyone has created fantastic teams. However, 2 students are still left standing apart from the others. Blonde girl admits that it seems nobody is interested in partnering with her. Apparently, the others are avoiding her because they are intimidated. She tells Araji that neither of them has another option, meaning they will have to work together. Araji agrees without complaint, though he finds it strange that he was paired with Kenzahi Rin of all people. She carries herself confidently, though her personality comes across as rather flat. To make matters worse, she is also extremely prideful. She is the sort of person who refuses to let anyone stand in her way. She shoots Araji an icy glare and asks why the loser is staring at her. Araji merely turns away and says that it is nothing important. She looks away as well, and somehow, this awkward duo already seems oddly compatible. The saint then announces a special objective for the exercise. The student who defeats the greatest number of creatures will earn special rewards. With the rules established, the combat test officially begins. Inside the forest, Araji hangs back as Kanzaki boasts that her ability surpasses everyone else's and orders them not to interfere. Araji simply shrugs and tells the supposedly powerful girl to go ahead. You take care of everything. His indifference clearly stings her, and she asks whether he has no pride after saying something like that. Araji, however, has no interest in arguing about pride or anything else. His real focus is on analyzing how well she performs in battle. After all, he has already detected 4 unfamiliar presences surrounding their group. A shabby-looking goblin suddenly appears, prompting Kanzaki to ask whether this is the monster assigned to them. As the goblin advances, Kanzaki raises one hand and commands it to kneel. The command takes effect instantly, smashing the goblin face first into the dirt. Araji is genuinely impressed by what he sees. The domination ability is clearly far more powerful than it first appeared. In simple terms, Whatever order she gives directly controls the target's movements. Araji then points out that more enemies are still hiding nearby. Kanzaki commands the goblin to throw away its weapon and place both hands behind its back. Before long, sweat begins forming across Kanzaki's forehead, and Araji asks what is wrong. Are you running out of energy already? Kanzaki admits that she cannot maintain her blessing for an extended period. Araji realizes that the ability must be draining a huge amount of mana. Araji warns her to finish the goblin quickly, since more creatures are already approaching. Kanzaki hesitates because, despite everything, the monster looks almost human and is trembling in fear. Araji points out how strange that concern is when the creature has just attacked them. It is obviously their enemy, so sparing it would serve no purpose. Kanzaki admits that she already understands the situation. Araji decides that, despite possessing a strong ability, Kanzaki herself is still far too weak. She has lived too peacefully, and in a deadly situation, that hesitation could cost her life. As if to prove his point, 3 more monsters emerge directly in front of them. Holding a stone with complete calm, Araji informs her that the next enemies have arrived. Kanzaki says she is aware of them, activates her word magic, and forces all 3 creatures to collapse. Araji remains exactly where he is. Instead, he calmly asks what she plans to do next. Go on, tell me. Kanzaki angrily tells him to stop watching and actually do something to help. Araji reminds her that she was the one who ordered him not to interfere. Caught contradicting her own words, Kanzaki finally gives in and says fine. She declares that she will do whatever is necessary. Kanzaki commands the monsters to break their own necks, and unbelievably, the order succeeds. Araji expected the command to fail and force her to find another solution, but it works perfectly. Even Araji cannot hide his surprise. He asks whether she can really impose such an extreme command. Kanzaki confirms that she can, although commands like that are much harder to execute and rarely succeed. After experiencing the strain herself, she understands that using the ability will not be simple. Araji reminds her that these creatures are hostile enemies who will attack them first. Monster hi hainos, hi yainos, hi isanenos, hi jainos, hi pienos, hi onkienos, hi leneanos, hi aegainos, hi oceanos, hi manainos, hi hienos, hi perhegainos, hi vadnainos, hi agerenos, hi gineanos, hi maenos, hi dilichaspienos, hi nahienos, hi hainos, hi tainos, hi batenos, hi alleganos, hi hainos, hi kanshakienos, hi pahenos, hi socorcarenos, hi puchtienos, hi hainos, hi kirenos, hi benainos, hi kisienos, hi pavadenos, hi caenos, hi pienos, hi vahenos, hi itnainos, hi shatenos, hi caseanos, hi dahenos, hi suctainos, hi hainos. He assures her there's no need to panic, because keeping a cool head is one of his strongest qualities. Then he casually asks what they should do next. Hi kiainos, hi darenos, hi caenos, hi madeanos, hi lotneanos, hi caenos, hi atadaenos, hi hainos, hi kes hakienos, hi palapadenos, hi caenos, hi litrenos, hi tokenos, hi jatienos, hi hainos, hi perenos, hi mohenos, hi pedicarenos, hi cahatienos, hi hainos, hi kirenos, hi bilcolenos, hi nahienos, hi veanos, hi ageanos, hi hienos, hi berhangaenos, hi ajaenos, hi sochdainos, hi hainos, hi kirenos, hi agerenos, hi oscaenos, hi asainos, hi hienos, hi dahainos, hi tainos, hi shiadenos, hi onkienos, hi jorhienos, hi sachenos, hi maenos, hi kamenos, hi kadenos, hi jaenos, hi abenos, hi donoenos, hi sachneanos, hi lugteanos, hi hainos, hi kirenos, hi bakienos, hi logoenos, hi caenos, hi kiaenos, hi hagaenos, hi udhedaenos, hi nadomienos, hi jungleanos, hi maenos, hi kubdacadenos, hi pagenos, hi dahaenos, hi hainos, hi adenos, hi oscaenos, hi vahienos, hi acalienos, hi lurkienos, hi hainos, hi gisneanos, hi oscienos, hi chimenos, hi maenos, hi aneanos, hi kienos, hi hamienos, hi padienos, hi tienos, hi nadomienos, hi puchtaenos, hi hainos, hi kirenos, hi abenos, hi oncaenos, hi aglaenos, hi kadamenos, hi kiaenos, hi hanaenos, hi chaheanos, hi lakenaenos, hi lurkienos, hi sapenos, hi datienos, hi hainos, hi kirenos, hi nahienos, hi pataenos, hi lagaenos, hi taenos, hi kirenos, hi yahainos, hi milneanos, hi valeanos, hi monsterenos, hi capienos, hi camjadenos, hi hogaenos, hi achanakenos, hi nadomienos, hi tuktaenos, hi hainos, hi arenos, hi alanenos, hi kataenos, hi hainos, hi kirenos, hi abenos, hi yaenos, hi taenos, hi gitegeanos, hi yaenos, hi perenos, hi sabenos, hi kutmaenos, hi vahenos, hi havaenos, hi caenos, hi tegenos, hi chakaenos, hi chortaenos, hi haenos, hi lurkienos, hi paterenos, hi kienos, hi galienos, hi dactienos, hi haenos, hi arenos, hi donoenos, hi humlaenos, hi kienos, hi tacatenos, hi milicadenos, hi ekenos, hi vishalenos, hi chatranenos, hi koinos, hi ageanos, hi pekenos, hi datienos, hi haenos, hi lakenenos, hi chatranenos, hi chakdanenos, hi caenos, hi badenos, hi pienos, hi osenos, hi givenos, hi parenos, hi kadachenos, hi takenos, he nahienos, he adienos, he nadamienos, he dadenos, he keanos, he madeanos, he picheanos, he lurker hataenos, he haenos, he kyakienos, he abenos, he oceanos, he samagenos hindi he aenos, he haenos, he keanos, he veanos, he kesenos, he musibetenos, he meanos, he pansenos, he gaenos, he haenos, he asalenos, he meanos, he onkeanos, he samneanos, he kavachenos, he pahanaenos, he huaenos, he akenos, he payanakenos, he paluenos, he karhaenos, he haenos, he sideanos, he ketektersenos, he koenos, he asienos, he apatenos, he keanos, he samneanos, he karhaenos, he kadnaenos, he taenos, he sidhaenos, he anyaenos, he haenos, he ugleanos, he chapterenos, he meanos, he keshakeanos, he ladienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he upneanos, he putaneanos, he sensarenos, he arenos, he dadagienos, he keanos, he pasenos, he lotneanos, he keanos, he lirenos, he oceanos, he upneanos, he pudienos, he tacatenos, he chocnienos, he hogienos, he puraenos, he yakinenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he estenos, he vactenos, he oskeanos, he benaenos, he dadagienos, he behedenos, he odasenos, he hogeanos, lekenenos, he agienos, he sidheanos, he mudeanos, he parenos, he ataenos, he haenos, he arenos, he puchtaenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he metamenos, he ageanos, he caenos, he planenos, he kiaenos, he haenos, he tumhaenos, he nahienos, he lugtaenos, he kirinos, he hamenos, he torhaenos, he dastaenos, he patakenos, he chokeanos, he haenos, vahenos, he oceanos, he padasaenos, he delatienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he chitaenos, he kadneanos, he kienos, he jetudatenos, he nahienos, he haenos, he onkienos, he dishaenos, he sidhienos, he haenos, he isleanos, he basenos, he isienos, he dasteanos, he parenos, he cholteanos, he dahnaenos, he haenos, he arenos, he perenos, he vapasenos, he latenos, he janaenos, he haenos, agienos, he tudantenos, he chocaenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he vahenos, he esenos, he jungleanos, he koinos, he jetudatenos, he seanos, he jadaenos, he asanenos, he samagenos, he dahienos, he haenos, he vahenos, he chupenos, he dahneanos, he koinos, he chirakenos, he datienos, he haenos, he arenos, he agienos, he samagenos, he jataenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he oskienos, he subseanos, he barhienos, he kamjadienos, he jetudatenos, he seanos, he jadaenos, he atmavishwasenos, he arenos, he enos, he haenos, he vahenos, he kunaenos, he bundenos, he kaneanos, he koinos, he kahenos, he hienos, he dahaenos, he hotaenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he labienos, he donoenos, he koinos, he akenos, he chikhenos, he sunaenos, he datienos, he haenos, he kanshakienos, he benaenos, he datenos, he kirenos, he pahachanenos, he latienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he avazenos, he hashimotoenos, he kienos, he haenos, he agienos, he keanos, he puchneanos, he parenos, he vahenos, he saphenos, he javabenos, he datienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he veanos, he oceanos, he bachaneanos, he dahaenos, he haenos, agienos, he koinos, he oskaenos, he yahenos, he davaeanos, he kochenos, he agibenos, he lugtaenos, he haenos, he akherenos, he yahenos, he achanakenos, he itnienos, he dialoenos, he cubenos, he seanos, he hoinos, he gaienos, he vahenos, he oskienos, he bahasenos, he bundenos, he cadatienos, he haenos, he arenos, he joldienos, he cholneanos, he caenos, he datienos, he haenos, he jungleanos, he keanos, he dusteanos, he hisseanos, he meanos, he hashimotoenos, he koinos, he geminaenos, he parenos, he patakakerenos, he budienos, he tatahenos, he gailenos, he karenos, he diaenos, he gaiaenos, he haenos, he nadamienos, he chilacadenos, he oskienos, he halatenos, he puchtaenos, he haenos, he vahenos, he haenos, he kahatienos, he haenos, he lekenenos, he oceanos, he tudantenos, he pagenos, he janaenos, he kienos, he vintienos, he cutienos, he haenos, he nadamienos, he otateanos, he kahataenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he vahenos, he akelaenos, he chorcarenos, he pagneanos, he valaenos, he nahienos, he haenos, bateanos, he taenos, he barhienos, he bahadudienos, he valienos, he tienos, he lekenenos, he pichenos, he pungeanos, he koinos, he decacarenos, he nadamienos, he kienos, he lugapagenos, he cadabenos, he hoinos, he jatienos, he haenos, he labhienos, he achanakenos, he akenos, he shaktienos, he osenos, he monsterenos, he koinos, he vahienos, he jucker, enos, he datienos, he haenos, yahenos, he keshakienos, he kienos, he kamarenos, he abelitienos, he kaenos, he asadenos, he haenos, he nadamienos, he puchtaenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he veanos, he yahaenos, he caseanos, he gaenos, he taenos, he kes hakienos, he chetavnienos, he datienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he oskaenos, he niantarenos, he giadaenos, he datenos, he nahienos, he chikegaenos, he adgienos, he ekenos, he najadenos, he dalteanos, he hienos, he samajhenos, he jataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he takatavarenos, he jivoenos, he parenos, he oskienos, he kshamtaenos, he kaenos, he asadenos, he kamjadenos, he partainos, he haenos, adgienos, he hashimatoenos, he kienos, he halatenos, he puchtainos, he haenos, he arenos, he nadamienos, he batataenos, he haenos, he kenos, he bohotenos, he dadenos, he haenos, he dahaenos, he haenos, he magarenos, he kamenos, he seenos, he kamenos, he oskienos, he sasenos, he chalenos, he dahienos, he haenos, he adgienos, he oseanos, he hashimatoenos, he koenos, he pitenos, he parenos, he laticadenos, he vahaenos, he seanos, he nicolneanos, he caenos, he adeshenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he nadamienos, he tocacadenos, he mudadenos, he cadneanos, he kienos, he jidenos, he catenos, he haenos, he lacanenos, he cholacadenos, he kahataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he oskeanos, he tokneanos, he seanos, he hashimatoenos, he kienos, he janenos, he arenos, he cateanos, he meanos, he parenos. He dahienos, he haenos, he basenos, he itnaenos, he sonaenos, he hienos, he capienos, he taenos, nadamienos, he canteanos, he parenos, he jaltaenos, he haenos, he arenos, he agienos, he koenos, he tanyavadenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he abenos, he meanos, he nicolenos, he dahaenos, he huenos, he badenos, he meanos, he milnaenos, he paluenos, abenos, he osenos, he paluenos, he seanos, he nipetneanos, he kienos, he gemedadienos, he pudienos, he tadahenos, he agienos, he keanos, he sirenos, he haenos, he vahenos, he apenos, he judgmetenos, he suctienos, he cateanos, he haenos, he joinos, he batatienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he janavarenos, he kienos, he depesenos, he dakenos, hindi he aenos, he haenos, he oskaenos, he padenos, he behedenos, he ganaenos, he haenos, he arenos, he upadenos, he char haenos, he kavachenos, he lugopagenos, he abhedienos, he decaenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he arenos, he padeshanienos, he burhanaenos, he keanos, he lirenos, he vahenos, he ekenos, he mutatenos, he prajatienos, he caenos, he jivenos, he pienos, he haenos, cans hakienos, he chetadienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he vahenos, he monstradenos, he koenos, he abenos, he arenos, he badacarenos, he nahienos, he duckhenos, he suctienos, adgienos, he kahataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he koienos, he batenos, he nahienos, he itnienos, he datenos, he onkeanos, he livenos, he capienos, he tienos, he abenos, he veanos, he donoenos, he pienos, he vahaenos, he seanos, he pagenos, he niclegeanos, he magadenos, he morteanos, he hienos, he keshakenos, he achanakenos, he girenos, he partienos, he haenos, he kiakienos, he upnienos, he ujaenos, he jatudatenos, he seanos, he jadaenos, he kachenos, he caneanos, he seanos, he oskeanos, he padenos, he capenos, he daheanos, he haenos, he paluenos, he padienos, he cudmainos, he seanos, he onkienos, he arenos, he burhataenos, he haenos, he arenos, he agienos, he samajhenos, he jataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he abenos, he oseanos, he kudenos, he medanenos, he meanos, he utanaenos, he perhegaenos, tubhienos, he yehenos, he lurkaenos, he achanakenos, he upnienos, he jabenos, he seanos, he smokenos, he genedenos, he nakalenos, he letaenos, he haenos, paenos, he yehenos, he chisenos, he iskeanos, he pasenos, he aenos, he kahaenos, he seanos, he lurkaenos, he pudeanos, he senekenos, he endagenos, he meanos, he uperenos, he dektaenos, he haenos, he vahenos, he genedenos, he bistenos, he kienos, he najadenos, he torenos, he seanos, he chakenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he pirenos, he oskaenos, he otacadenos, he keshakienos, he seanos, he kahataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he shatenos, he daheanos, he abenos, he vahenos, he sampalenos, he legaenos, he vahenos, he oseanos, he avazenos, he bilcolenos, hindi he naenos, he cadneanos, he kienos, he hidayatenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he keshakienos, he olachanenos, he meanos, he upnaenos, he muhenos, he chactienos, he haenos, he arenos, he puchtienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he vahenos, he casaenos, he agibenos, he smokenos, he bumenos, he taenos, he vahenos, he bilcolenos, he samanienos, he endagenos, he meanos, he batataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he bakienos, he subcaenos, he trinigenos, he cutneanos, he caenos, he doranenos, he usneanos, he vahenos, he cudenos, he benaianos, he tainos, he lakenenos, he yahenos, he purienos, he cahanienos, he trutenos, he hainos, he sachaienos, he yahenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he vahenos, he skulenos, he hienos, he purainos, he hatiaroinos, he seanos, he ladainos, he hoainos, he atainos, he tainos, he hatiarenos, he chacoenos, he trotainos, he chacoenos, he genedenos, he iscaenos, he pasenos, he harenos, he tadahenos, he caenos, he samanenos, he dahatainos, he tainos, he kanshakienos, he mapienos, he magdeanos, he oseanos, he chipicalenos, he amedicanenos, he civilianenos, he cahatienos, he hainos, he gisenos, he parenos, he vahenos, he hedanienos, he seanos, he vajahenos, he puchtaenos, he hainos, vahenos, he mantienos, he hainos, he kirinos, he subcoenos, he bachaneanos, he kienos, he barhienos. He barhienos, he bateanos, he neanos, he kienos, he tienos, he lakenenos, he akedenos, he meanos, he bachaneanos, he valaenos, he koienos, he arenos, he niklaenos, he vahenos, he oseanos, he pulenos, he janeanos, he koinos, he kahatenos, he hainos, he magarenos, he hacienos, he shadmatenos, he hoienos, he kahatienos, he hainos, he kirinos, he vahenos, he oseanos, he chikenos, he seanos, he tanyavadenos, he denaenos, he chahatienos, he hainos, he vahenos, he batenos, he chalteanos, he kahatenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he oscaenos, he dilenos, he jatudatenos, he seanos, he giadaenos, he nadamenos, he hainos, he shiadenos, he isienos, he vajahenos, he seanos, he itneanos, he logenos, he pasandenos, he cutteanos, he hainos, he vahenos, he cochenos, he arenos, he balneanos, he hienos, he valienos, he hotienos, he hainos, he magarenos, he agienos, he pirenos, he chupenos, he cadataenos, he hainos, he isseanos, he pahaleanos, he kirinos, he paluenos, he dobaraenos, he latenos, he agenos, vahenos, he pagneanos, he caenos, he sochavenos, he datienos, he hainos, he lakenenos, he agienos, he tudantenos, he manaenos, he cutaenos, he dataenos, he hainos, he paluenos, he abhienos, he pienos, he aspasenos, he hainos, he isleanos, he pageanos, he taenos, he oscienos, he najadenos, he meanos, he pirenos, hindi he aenos, he jaegaenos, he arenos, he jasaenos, he honaenos, he taenos, he covegetarianos, he bistenos, he isenos, he cahanienos, he caenos, he nucleanos, he caenos, he dasteanos, he meanos, hindi he aenos, he tamactaenos, he hainos, he uperenos, he seanos, he osenos, he bevcupenos, he neanos, he abenos, he takenos, he upnaenos, he tratasaenos, he haremenos, he pienos, he banaenos, he liaenos, he hainos, pahalaenos, he missionenos, he hainos, he arenos, he shuduatenos, he hienos, he itnienos, he cutednacenos, he hoinos, he chukienos, he hainos, he vahenos, he dushtavanashakenos, he tolvarenos, he suctienos, he cutcaenos, he agenos, he chupetneanos, he kienos, he cutaenos, he hainos, he yainos, he camenos, he seanos, he camenos, he oseanos, he suctienos, he taenos, he cutenos, he dataenos, he hainos, he akenos, he polenos, he caenos, he lirenos, he oscaenos, he shadirenos, he jamenos, he jataenos, he hainos, he pirenos, he vahenos, he himmetenos, he jutacadenos, he humlaenos, he cudneanos, he dor. Enos, he partaenos, he hainos, he paluenos, he catneanos, he caenos, he lirenos, he chapetaenos, he hainos, he vahenos, he butchacarenos, he tolvarenos, he castaenos, he hainos, he arenos, he oscienos, he bahenos, he parenos, he varenos, he cataenos, he hainos, he joinos, he covachenos, he caenos, he baharenos, he jacadenos, he lugtaenos, he hainos, magarenos, he nicheanos, he quienos, he twachaenos, he oscienos, he omidenos, he seanos, he cahienos, he jadaenos, he suctenos, he nicoltienos, he hainos, tubienos, he nagatasenos, he joltaenos, he huaenos, he piabolenos, he pectienos, he hainos, he arenos, he monsterenos, he caenos, he mudneanos, he quienos, he chicaenos, he legatienos, he hainos, he humlaenos, he jadarenos, he titicaenos, he seanos, he lugdaenos, he hainos, he arenos, he suchmochenos, he oscaenos, he shatirenos, he coinos, he chirenos, he dataenos, he hainos, he lurkienos, he neaenos, he taenos, he hienos, he agenos, he lugaenos, he dienos, he miroenos, he oscienos, he tatipenos, he cataenos, he hainos, he lakenenos, he paluenos, he quienos, he dahar. Enos, he oscienos, he agenos, he coinos, he vahienos, he datienos, he hainos, bistenos, he gutaenos, he hainos, he audenos, he vahenos, he avishvasenos, he meanos, he adicteanos, he hoienos, he puchtienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he yehenos, he mumkenenos, he caseanos, he hoaenos, he vahenos, he oseanos, he shatenos, he dahaneanos, he koinos, he kahatenos, he haenos, he audenos, he yadenos, he dilataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he oskainos, he humlaenos, he beasadenos, he nahienos, he gaiaenos, he abenos, he saphenos, he dikhenos, he dahainos, he haenos, he kirinos, he bistenos, he kienos, he deptarenos, he kamenos, he hoinos, he gaienos, he haenos, he agatenos, he legatarenos, he debavenos, he benaienos, he dakenos, he tainos, he isenos, he monsterenos, he koinos, he gitaiaenos, he suctainos, he haenos, he vahenos, he sidenos, he hilatienos, he haenos, he audenos, he musibdainos, he kienos, he yehenos, he tekarhienos, he pidenos, he seanos, he lerhienos, he meanos, he jutenos, he jatienos, he haenos, he mugadenos, he chaiawenos, he meanos, he chipaenos, he nukileanos, he datoinos, he valaenos, he koienos, he shaxenos, he unhaenos, he dekenos, he dahainos, he haenos, he audenos, he budbudataenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he abenos, he basenos, he vaktenos, he kienos, he batenos, he haenos, vahenos, he anoprienos, he hatiaraenos, he haenos, he giseanos, he demonenos, he delpasenos, he keanos, he namenos, he seanos, he janaenos, he jataenos, he haenos, dudpagienos, he seanos, he osenos, he kavachtarienos, he paluenos, he keanos, he lirenos, he abenos, he vahenos, he inenos, he tinoenos, he koinos, he haraenos, he nahienos, he paegaenos, he inkienos, he tegienos, he seanos, he barhatienos, he taketenos, he audenos, he shatenos, he demagenos, he heranenos, he caneanos, he valeanos, he haenos, he casacatenos, he osenos, he lurkeanos, he kaenos, yehenos, he missionenos, he sitpenos, he akenos, he sadhatarenos, he gustenos, he honaenos, he taenos, he lakenenos, he abenos, he pudienos, he darnitienos, he budalnienos, he per. Agienos, he abenos, he iseanos, he isienos, he vaktenos, he cutmaenos, he cudnaenos, he hogaenos, he mitidenos, he akenos, he audenos, he vadenos, he catenos, he haenos, he audenos, he vishalenos, he paluenos, he caenos, he shadidenos, he pahalenos, he hienos, he caenos, he catoenos, he seanos, he cholnienos, he hoinos, he chocaenos, he haenos, he vahenos, he iseanos, he cutmaenos, he caneanos, he kienos, he goshaenos, he catenos, he haenos, he audenos, he upnienos, he tolvarenos, he bistenos, he caenos, he shadidenos, he meanos, he gadaenos, he takenos, he gopenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he udhedenos, he delpasenos, he budbudataenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he yehenos, he lurkaenos, he abenos, he isenos, he sabakenos, he koinos, he upnienos, he kabrenos, he takenos, he sathenos, he laenos, he jaigaenos, he lurhienos, he kaenos, he subseanos, he kadanakenos, he polenos, he vahienos, he hotaenos, he haenos, he jubenos, he jitenos, he pakienos, he lugneanos, he lugaenos, vahenos, he vadenos, he cudneanos, he hienos, he valaenos, he hotaenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he achanakenos, he oskeanos, he chehadeanos, he keanos, he samneanos, he akenos, he chacoenos, hindi he aenos, he chictaenos, he haenos, he delpasenos, he vahienos, he jamenos, he jataenos, he haenos, he audenos, he capneanos, he lugtaenos, he haenos, he kyakienos, he matenos, he caenos, he darenos, he oskienos, he purienos, he chetnaenos, he parenos, he jataenos, he haenos, he ataitienos, he chamakdienos, he abhaenos, he caenos, he sathenos, he samneanos, he ataenos, he haenos, he audenos, he kahatenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he oskeanos, he matapetaenos, he neanos, he oseanos, he sikhaeanos, he taenos, he assassinenos, he kienos, he subseanos, he barhienos, he gultienos, he dushmanenos, he koinos, he maraenos, he hoaenos, he manenos, he lenaenos, he haenos, he delpasenos, he agibenos, he tungenos, he seanos, he upnaenos, he dagarenos, he geraenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he audenos, he sabakenos, he caenos, he lirenos, he ataitienos, he tanyavadenos, he cateanos, he kahatenos, he haenos, he caenos, he vahenos, he iseanos, he yadenos, he dekegaenos, he halakienos, he pitadenos, he seanos, he vahenos, he budienos, he tadahenos, he hilenos, he chocaenos, he haenos, yehenos, he bachaenos, he itnienos, he chopchapenos, he oskeanos, he pasenos, he pahuchaenos, he caseanos, he audenos, he subseanos, he carabenos, he batenos, he yehenos, he tienos, he kirinos, he isenos, he purenos, he missionanos, he kainos, he uslienos, he nishanaenos, he tainos, he koienos, he odaenos, he tainos, he vahenos, he pagnaenos, he kainos, he dastainos, he talashtaenos, he hainos, he mugadenos, he pidlienos, he maenos, he gustienos, he tolvadenos, he useanos, he pulaenos, he geminaenos, he parenos, he gidaenos, he datienos, he hainos, he udgienos, he shatienos, he seanos, he uscaenos, he pasenos, he ataenos, he hainos, he odenos, he chicnaenos, he seanos, he manaenos, he kataenos, he hainos, he agadenos, he usnaenos, he asaenos, he keaenos, he tainos, he agienos, he kienos, he ichtainos, he seanos, he pienos, he kahienos, he joldienos, he uskienos, he motenos, he hainos, he jaegienos, he udgienos, he kahatainos, he hainos, he kirinos, he vahenos, he cochenos, he savalenos, he puchegaenos, he odenos, he delpasenos, he koinos, he harenos, he javabenos, he suchasachenos, he denaenos, he hogaenos, he akenos, he pienos, he trutenos, he odenos, he vahienos, he motenos, he pahalaenos, he savalenos, he tomenos, he hoinos, he conenos, he mugadenos, he delpasenos, he oltaenos, he gordacadenos, he puchtaenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he yahenos, he bachaenos, he akedenos, he hainos, he conenos, he udgienos, he iscaenos, he javabenos, he maenos, he akenos, he crigienos, he dialogenos, he chortaenos, he hainos, he maenos, he chayauenos, he maenos, he dahneanos, he valaenos, he huenos, he duniaenos, he seanos, he ayaenos, he akenos, he admienos, he pishachenos, he jasaenos, he dicneanos, he valaenos, he daemonenos, he isenos, he javabenos, he seanos, he hilenos, he jataenos, he hainos, yoscaenos, he manenos, he maenos, he savalenos, he uttaenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he yahenos, he jatavnienos, he abhaenos, he akedenos, he casienos, he hainos, he otagienos, he puchtachenos, he agenos, he burhatenos, he janaenos, he chatenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he dinenos, he maenos, he jasenos, he admienos, he koinos, he usneanos, he maraenos, he tainos, he kiaenos, he yahienos, he pasenos, he maenos, he najadenos, he ducaenos, he dahaenos, he tainos, vahenos, he mantaenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he nigdanienos, he kainos, he asasenos, he tainos, he lecanenos, he usneanos, he nahienos, he sochaenos, he tainos, he kirinos, he pichaenos, he caneanos, he valaenos, he itnienos, he asanienos, he seanos, he kudenos, he samneanos, hindi he aenos, he jaegaenos, he asiliaenos, he usneanos, he jambuchacarenos, he miruenos, he orenos, he bakienos, he logoenos, he koinos, he chateanos, he kienos, he tudhenos, he estemalenos, he cutcaenos, he useanos, he baharenos, he kichaenos, he delpasenos, he yahenos, he janacarenos, he dungenos, he dahenos, he jataenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he esenos, he lurcaenos, he neanos, he shuduatenos, he seanos, he hienos, he puraenos, he bichaenos, he ducaenos, he tainos, he udgienos, he batataenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he esenos, he naenos, he duniaenos, he maenos, he honeanos, he caenos, he catarenos, he abenos, he subseanos, he jadaenos, he jancadienos, he chaheanos, he orenos, he vahenos, he delpasenos, he seanos, he gemansenos, he caenos, he badeanos, he maenos, he hudenos, he sumpavenos, he jancadienos, he nickelvacadenos, he dehegaenos, he delpasenos, he hunsacadenos, he catenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he balvanaenos, he itnaenos, he asanenos, he nahienos, he hogaenos, he mugadenos, he ugleanos, he hienos, he pulaenos, he uskienos, he dadanacenos, he chicaenos, he nicolaenos, he jatienos, he hainos, he udgienos, he caenos, he undadenos, he jadaenos, he pienos, he tahamenos, he nahienos, he hainos, vahenos, he pahalenos, he hienos, he uscaenos, he cutnainos, he caenos, he pichenos, he catenos, he hainos, he orenos, he abenos, he badroinos, he kienos, he pienos, he catenos, he dataenos, he hainos, he jasenos, he delpasenos, he purienos, he tudhenos, he hilnadolneanos, he seanos, he lacharenos, he hoinos, he jataenos, he hainos, he agienos, he chandeanos, he swarenos, he menos, he cahatenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he agadenos, he vahenos, he motenos, he orenos, he nacenos, he caenos, he spadenos, he nahienos, he chacnainos, he chahatenos, he tainos, he tudantenos, he balnainos, he shoduenos, he carenos, guseanos, he seanos, he chagenos, he ogultainos, he javabenos, he dataenos, he hainos, he kirinos, he yahenos, he bachaenos, he bohotenos, he camenos, he akenos, he dahainos, he hainos, he thabienos, he uscaenos, he muhenos, he akoenos, he arenos, he nakenos, he seanos, he akenos, he agibenos, he begnienos, he tutelenos, he disneanos, he lugtaenos, he haenos, he agienos, he tudantenos, he sumajhenos, he jataenos, he haenos, he kenos, he esenos, he neanos, he dagenos, he bataneanos, he seanos, he pahaleanos, he atmahatiaenos, he kadneanos, he keanos, he lirenos, he jahedenos, he tearenos, he dukaenos, he taenos, he lugtaenos, he haenos, he daemonenos, he kigenos, he kienos, he senaenos, he uskienos, he culpanaenos, he seanos, he kahienos, he jadaenos, he kutednakenos, he arenos, he pareshanenos, he kudneanos, he valienos, he haenos, tubhienos, he achanakenos, he sistermenos, he kienos, he akenos, he genitalenos, he vahaenos, hindi he aenos, he pahuchenos, he haenos, he uskeanos, he satenos, he kanshakienos, he bienos, he haenos, he samneanos, he kaenos, he nasharenos, he dekakarenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he jaminenos, he parenos, he parhienos, he cheese, enos, he kiaenos, he kisienos, he kienos, he lashenos, he haenos, he agienos, he bilcolenos, he nahienos, he chahataenos, he taenos, he kirenos, he kisienos, he koenos, he uskienos, he kshamtaenos, he kaenos, he pataenos, he chaleanos, he vahenos, he tudantenos, he puchenos, he bachtaenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he vahenos, he kabenos, he seanos, he yahenos, he sabenos, he dekenos, he dahienos, he tienos, he vahenos, he manenos, he ladienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he daemonenos, he keanos, he jaminenos, he parenos, he gidneanos, he kenos, he vaktenos, he seanos, he hienos, he vahenos, he vahaenos, he majudenos, he tienos, tabenos, he agienos, he sachagenos, he batatenos, he haenos, he kenos, he yahenos, he admienos, he daemonenos, he kigenos, he kienos, he senaenos, he kaenos, he assassinenos, he taenos, he arenos, he paluenos, he seanos, he nicolenos, he dahienos, he agibenos, he sambuntenos, he pienos, he osienos, he seanos, he taenos, he kanshakienos, he pushtienos, he kanaenos, he chatienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he kiaenos, he vahenos, he kahenos, he dahaenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he yahienos, he admienos, he unhaenos, he maneanos, he taenos, he agienos, he kahataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he ismeanos, he shakenos, he kienos, he koienos, he gujaishenos, he hienos, he nahienos, he haenos, he unkaenos, he nishanaenos, he bunnaenos, he taenos, he swabhavikenos, he taenos, he akherenos, he veanos, he hiroenos, he karadatsenos, he haenos, he kiaenos, he sachenos, he meanos, he lagaenos, he taenos, he kirenos, he veanos, he yahaenos, he atamenos, he kienos, he jidgenos, he betaegenos, he vahenos, he manteanos, he haenos, he kirenos, he vahenos, he polienos, he bunenos, he daenos, he tienos, he perenos, he puchtienos, he haenos, he kenos, he agienos, he neanos, he kudenos, he pakarheanos, he benaenos, he assassinenos, he koenos, he pahachanenos, he caseanos, he liaenos, he agibenos, he tadahenos, he seanos, he adajuenos, he esenos, he barenos, he batenos, he chapanenos, he kienos, he jatudatenos, he nahienos, he samachtaenos, he arenos, he bataenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he oskaenos, he parivarenos, he assassinaenos, he kaenos, he taenos, he isienos, he vajahenos, he seanos, he vahenos, he osienos, he pesheanos, he seanos, he jorheanos, he lagoenos, he koenos, he asanienos, he seanos, he pahachanenos, he saktaenos, he haenos, he yahenos, he davaenos, he itnaenos, he agibenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he kanshakienos, he kochenos, he polenos, he keanos, he lirenos, he avakenos, he dahenos, he jadienos, he haenos, he vahenos, he benaenos, he sachenos, he balenos, he partienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he agienos, he jaturenos, he pagalenos, he hogaenos, he utkienos, he shatenos, he swarenos, he meanos, he javabenos, he dataenos, he haenos, he kenos, he vahenos, he maneanos, he yaenos, hindi he naenos, he maneanos, he isseanos, he koienos, he patkenos, he nahienos, he partaenos, he mehetvaporaenos, he batenos, he yahenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he onkeanos, he padaenos, he keanos, he pasenos, he parhienos, he lashenos, he keanos, he bateanos, he meanos, he oseanos, he puraenos, he yakinenos, he haenos, he iskeanos, he alavaenos, he vahenos, he oseanos, he chetavnienos, he dataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he abhienos, he joinos, he kochenos, he osneanos, he decaenos, he haenos, he vahenos, he kisienos, he koenos, hindi he naenos, he bataenos, he hashematoenos, he kienos, He caenos, he catarenos, he purienos, he clasenos, he pahalenos, he hienos, he capienos, he dudienos, he huienos, he haenos. He caes hykienos, he sahametenos, he hoinos, he jatienos, he haenos, he arenos, he cahatienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he haenos, he kiakienos, he agienos, he usalenos, he maenos, he sanenos, he nahienos, he lugtienos, he osneanos, he cubienos, he nahienos, he sachaenos, he taenos, he kirenos, he agienos, he koinos, he upneanos, he sapatioinos, he kienos, he itnienos, he padbahenos, he hogienos, he vahenos, he upnaenos, he hodenos, he pichenos, he catenos, he haenos, he arenos, he cahatenos, he haenos, he kenos, he vahenos, he samachtaenos, he haenos, he vahenos, he majudenos, he harenos, he koienos, he oskienos, he tatahenos, he lurkaienos, he kaenos, he adienos, he nahienos, he haenos, he abenos, he vajahenos, he saphenos, he haenos. He vahenos, he kes hakienos, he koinos, he upnienos, he kochenos, he kshamtaenos, he islaenos, he dikhaenos, he dahainos, he haenos, he kiakienos, he agenos, he chalakarenos, he vahenos, he oskeanos, he kamenos, he suktienos, he haenos, he kochenos, he dadenos, he badenos, he puraenos, he samuhenos, he jungleanos, he keanos, he dusteanos, he hisseanos, he maenos, he pitenos, he seanos, he akataenos, he hoinos, he jataenos, he haenos, he hiligenos, he kshamtaenos, he jugaenos, he chukienos, he honoenos, he shiarienos, he upnienos, he shaktienos, he kaenos, he estemalenos, he shoduenos, he cutienos, he haenos, vahenos, he upnienos, he dostenos, he seanos, he himmetenos, he benaenos, he duckneanos, he koinos, he cahatienos, he haenos, he jubkeanos, he sonahadienos, he toshnienos, he oskeanos, he pureanos, he shatidenos, he parenos, he pelneanos, he lugtienos, he haenos, he subenos, he logenos, he decteanos, he dahateanos, he haenos, he arenos, he nadomienos, he tudantenos, he puchtaenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he kiaenos, he hashamatoenos, he abenos, he chikenos, he hoenos, he jaegienos, shiarienos, he patasaenos, he datienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he haenos, he magarenos, he purienos, he tadahenos, he honeanos, he maenos, he kamenos, he seanos, he kamenos, he ekenos, he guntaenos, he legegaenos, he nadomienos, he oskaenos, he tanyavadenos, he kataenos, he haenos, he arenos, he pirenos, he kahatenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he miroenos, he vakienos, he kamalenos, he kienos, he haenos, miroenos, he tatipenos, he koenos, he chalteanos, he hoenos, he kahatienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he ismeanos, he oskienos, he koienos, he kasenos, he batenos, he nahienos, he busenos, he oskeanos, he satenos, he majbutenos, he logenos, he haenos, he silienos, he alagenos, he sapolenos, he hoinos, he paiaenos, he pasenos, he kurhaenos, he agienos, he subenos, he dekenos, he dahaenos, he haenos, he arenos, he sachenos, he dahaenos, he haenos, he kenos, he kanshakienos, he akirenos, he oseanos, he gurnaenos, he bundenos, he kiaenos, he nahienos, he karenos, he dahienos, tubienos, he santenos, he upneanos, he bujugenos, he satienos, he keanos, he sathenos, he pohutienos, he haenos, he arenos, he kahatienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he lugtienos, he haenos, he subhienos, he logenos, he buchenos, he gaenos, subenos, he logenos, he leonadaenos, he caenos, he uphavadanenos, he cateanos, he haenos, he magarenos, he nadomienos, he puchtaenos, he haenos, he keanos, he kiaenos, he veanos, he purienos, he lurhaenos, he keanos, he dodanenos, he onenos, he patenos, he najadenos, he duckhenos, he dahenos, he teanos, he gaiasenos, he javabenos, he detaenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he jaherenos, he haenos, he veanos, he asaenos, he hienos, he katenos, he dahenos, he teanos, he kiaenos, he onhaenos, he sachenos, he maenos, he lagaenos, he taenos, he kirenos, he onhaenos, he akelaenos, he chor. Enos, he diaenos, he gaiaenos, he haenos. Veanos, he shoduenos, he seanos, he harenos, he chisenos, he parenos, he dakeanos, he hoenos, he teanos, he gadaenos, he lurkaenos, he guseanos, he maenos, he puchtaenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he pirenos, he onhaneanos, he pahaleanos, he mudadenos, he kiaenos, he nahienos, he kienos, yoskienos, he dostenos, he lugapagenos, he marenos, he hienos, he gaienos, he tienos, he borhaenos, he naitenos, he javabenos, he detaenos, he haenos, he kenos, he vahenos, yonkeanos, he libenos, he adershenos, he tenigenos, he kaenos, he makaenos, he taenos. He agit enos, he halatenos, he hud enos, he seanos, he baharenos, he jateanos, he taenos, he vahenos, he sahienos, he vaktenos, he parenos, he dakolenos, he deanos, he detaenos. Midoenos, he isenos, he tutkenos, he koinos, he agibenos, he batatienos, he haenos, he vahenos, he taenos, he mudneanos, he kianos, he kagarenos, he parenos, he chukienos, he tienos. He aseanos, he meanos, he veanos, he yahenos, he davaenos, he caseanos, he carenos, he sucteanos, he haenos, he kirinos, he veanos, he oseanos, he bachaenos, he leteanos, he gaiasenos, he kahataenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he onhaenos, he esenos, he titikeanos, he kienos, he adatenos, he jalnienos, he hogienos, he sanyaenos, he prashekshangienos, he meanos, he onkienos, he janenos, he sachmochenos, he meanos, he parnienos, he hienos, he chahienos, he kiakienos, he ageanos, he onkaenos, he samnaenos, he isseanos, he kahienos, he jadaenos, he katakenos, healer hioenos, he seanos, he hogaenos, he midoenos, he pirenos, he ageanos, he atienos, he haenos, he arenos, he sapenos, he katienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he oskaenos, he matalabenos, he yahenos, he nahienos, he taenos, he onhaenos, he taenos, he batayaenos, he gaiaenos, he taenos, he kirinos, he esenos, he alakenos, he meanos, he sidpenos, he comjarenos, he monsterenos, he majudenos, he haenos, leonataenos, he ageanos, he acadenos, he samchatienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he yahenos, he subenos, he akenos, he demonicanos, he assassinenos, he kienos, he kadtutenos, he tienos, jahidenos, he haenos, he kisienos, he koinos, he samachenos, he nahienos, he ataenos, he kirinos, he eskaenos, he matalabenos, he kiaenos, he haenos, he vahenos, he spashtenos, he katienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he kavachtatienos, he beastsenos, he amtarenos, he parenos, he yahaenos, he nahienos, he datenos, he esleanos, he sampavenos, he haenos, he kenos, he assassinenos, he hidoenos, he catadatsenos, he kienos, he takatenos, he jatneanos, he ayaenos, he taenos, he borhaenos, he naitenos, he jortaenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he agarenos, he asaenos, he haenos, he taenos, he assassinenos, he abhienos, he pienos, he kahienos, he chepaenos, he hoaenos, he haenos, he leonataenos, he sahametenos, he hodienos, he haenos, he arenos, he kahatienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he onhaenos, he apnienos, he sutakshaenos, he vivastaenos, he madbutenos, he canienos, he hienos, he hogienos, vahenos, he onhaenos, he samchatienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he yahenos, he katnaenos, he chetavnienos, he kenos, he satsathenos, he akenos, he pienos, he haenos, he agarenos, he veanos, he joldenos, he madbutenos, he nahienos, he hoenos, he taenos, he akekenos, he katkenos, he subenos, he marenos, he jaegenos, he chataenos, he asamanjasenos, he meanos, he ekdusteanos, he kaenos, he cheharaenos, he dekneanos, he lugteanos, he haenos, he onhaenos, he samajhenos, he nahienos, he ataenos, he kirinos, he isseanos, he jadaenos, he takatavarenos, he akerenos, he caseanos, he benegeanos, he veanos, he pahaleanos, he hienos, he dagenos, he kathenenos, he abhiasenos, he karenos, he daheanos, he teanos, he arenos, he upnienos, he janenos, he davenos, he parenos, he lagaenos, he daheanos, he teanos, he midoenos, he oseanos, he ageanos, he balneanos, he seanos, he dakenos, he dadienos, he haenos, yahenos, he subenos, he abenos, he hudenos, he seanos, he ageanos, he barhenos, he dahaenos, he haenos, he osenos, he lurkaenos, he keanos, he badenos, he harenos, he koienos, he budienos, he tadahenos, he dadaenos, he arenos, he vichletenos, he haenos, he leonataenos, he manteanos, he haenos, he kirinos, he debavenos, he bohotenos, he jadaenos, he haenos, he lekenenos, he dahadatienos, he haenos, he kirinos, he takatenos, he nahienos, he burhaenos, he taenos, he subkienos, he janenos, he jaegienos, he kathitenos, he hiroenos, he koinos, he yahenos, he javabenos, he bilkolenos, he pasandenos, he nahienos, he ataenos, he oskeanos, he hisabenos, he seanos, he yahenos, he auditenos, he onkienos, he janenos, he kienos, he jadaenos, he pienos, he padbahenos, he nahienos, he katienos, he tubhienos, he lumbeanos, he sameanos, he badenos, he atasienos, he atienos, he haenos, he arenos, he chalacadenos, he atopenos, he legatienos, he haenos, he kenos, he onhaenos, he yahaenos, he sitpenos, he maneanos, he kenos, he livenos, he bulayaenos, he gaiaenos, he haenos, palakenos, he chapacteanos, he hienos, he gaiasenos, he leonataenos, he kenos, he samneanos, hindi he aenos, he jataenos, he haenos, he arenos, he adasienos, he koinos, he ladienos, he leonadaenos, he seanos, he batenos, he kaneanos, he tadikaenos, he sudhaneanos, he kienos, he chetavnienos, he dataenos, he haenos, he abenos, he subkoinos, he batenos, he sumajhenos, hindi he aenos, he jatienos, he haenos, yagarenos, he veanos, he isienos, he tatahenos, he jubanenos, he chalateanos, he daheanos, he taenos, he borhaenos, he naitenos, he unhaenos, he pitakarenos, he chupenos, he kataenos, he degaenos, midoenos, he mahalenos, he shatenos, he kataneanos, he kienos, he cautiasenos, he katienos, he haenos, he lakenenos, he atasienos, he ductienos, he nahienos. He vahenos, he leonataenos, he koinos, he matenos, he kienos, he talashenos, he maenos, he batakadenos, he midoenos, he padenos, he pienos, he benavtienos, he shatenos, he dahaneanos, he keanos, he lirenos, he chalatienos, he haenos, he atasienos, he jidenos, he kataenos, he haenos, he kirinos, he veanos, he sabenos, he kevalenos, he estemalenos, he kirenos, he jainos, he dahenos, he haenos, he lakenenos, he hiroenos, he akidkarenos, he sidienos, he arenos, he viabhadakenos, he batenos, he kahataenos, he haenos, agadenos, he veanos, he adeshenos, he torakarenos, he inenos, he lagoenos, he koenos, he dushmanenos, he banaenos, he leenos, he taenos, he purenos, he deshenos, he keanos, he kalapenos, he chikenos, he panaenos, he onkeanos, he lidenos, he namumkenenos, he hagaenos, he borhaenos, he naitenos, he onhaenos, he uskienos, he tarhenos, he shatenos, he dakarenos, he upnienos, he stidienos, he samajneanos, he koinos, he kahataenos, he haenos, he haenos, he veanos, he mahadeanos, he haenos, he lakenenos, he behadenos, he mahatvaporaenos, he mahadeanos, he jabenos, he takenos, he veanos, he koienos, he bevkupienos, he nahienos, he kadegeanos, he onkeanos, he sathenos, he achhaenos, he viabhadenos, he keaenos, he jaigaenos, he magadenos, he adasienos, he koinos, he iskienos, he koienos, he padbahenos, he nahienos, he vahenos, he oltaenos, he kahataenos, he haenos, he keanos, he kushienos, he hagienos, he agadenos, he puraenos, he deshenos, he oskaenos, he dushmanenos, he banenos, he jaenos, he vahenos, he upnienos, he shaktienos, he saktienos, he karenos, he haenos, he arenos, he borhaenos, he naitenos, he parenos, he vispatakenos, he humlaenos, he dagneanos, he keanos, he lirenos, he tearenos, he karhaenos, he haenos, he havaenos, he toienos, he seanos, he parenos, he jatienos, he haenos, he arenos, he atasienos, he hunsateanos, he borhaenos, he admienos, he koinos, he bekarenos, he kahataenos, he haenos, he lekenenos, he swabhavakenos, he dupenos, he seanos, he naitenos, he toienos, he keanos, he bichenos, he seanos, he achanakenos, he nicolenos, he haenos, he arenos, he ekenos, he secundenos, he seanos, he pienos, he kamenos, he sameanos, he maenos, he atasienos, he keanos, he chereanos, he parenos, he jadarenos, he tupperenos, he jar. He dataenos, he haenos, he ekenos, he sechikenos, he mokaenos, he oskeanos, he mohenos, he parenos, he lugdaenos, he haenos, he arenos, he vahenos, he pitenos, he keanos, he bolenos, he durenos, he jaenos, he gitaenos, he haenos, he borhaenos, he naitenos, he onkienos, he majudaenos, he takatenos, he koinos, he shermanakenos, he batataenos, he haenos, he arenos, he chetavnienos, he dataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he kolenos, he kienos, he trenigenos, he kahienos, he jadaenos, he kathinenos, he hagienos, he isleanos, he veanos, he tearenos, he daheanos, atasienos, he muscodateanos, he utneanos, he lugdaenos, he haenos, he arenos, he casamenos, he kataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he ekenos, he dinenos, he vahenos, he osenos, he camineanos, he koinos, he marenos, he delegaenos, he ugleanos, he dinenos, he onenos, he bedhamenos, he malitienos, he chastenos, he keanos, he badenos, he trinigenos, he samchaneanos, he kienos, he jimmedadienos, he desacharenos, he upneanos, he hatenos, he meanos, he letaenos, he haenos, he vahenos, he batataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he osneanos, he haenos, he kolenos, he cochenos, he lagenos, he gailenos, he hoenos, he teanos, he arenos, he puchtaenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he abenos, he onkienos, he halatenos, he casienos, he haenos, hashematoenos, he kahatienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he abenos, he vahenos, he chikenos, he haenos, he kolenos, he oskienos, he halatenos, he burienos, he tienos, he magadenos, he alagenos, he keanos, he badenos, he vahenos, he sumpolenos, he gaienos, he haenos, he garaenos, he lurcaenos, he osenos, he admienos, he caenos, he bareanos, he meanos, he puchtaenos, he haenos, he gisaenos, he colenos, he cheherenos, he parenos, he gusaenos, he parhaenos, he taenos, he vahenos, he coienos, he javabenos, he nahienos, he dataenos, he lakenenos, he sapenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he giadaenos, he chotenos, he nahienos, he aienos, he garaenos, he lurcaenos, he chiprienos, he kataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he veanos, he bhagyashalienos, he haenos, he kyakienos, he onkeanos, he pasenos, he divienos, he sudakshaenos, he valaenos, he koienos, he vyaktienos, he majudenos, he haenos, he abenos, he vahenos, he agenos, he kienos, he trenigenos, he kaenos, he uslienos, he titikaenos, he samchanenos, he lugtaenos, he haenos, he veanos, he oskeanos, he desad, enos, he adienos, he meanos, he karhaenos, he haenos, he jahaenos, he vahenos, he abhasenos, he caenos, he lienos, he onkeanos, he samneanos, he uligoligenos, he monsterenos, he lanaenos, he valaenos, he haenos, he miroenos, he haenos, he caenos, he caenos, he ianos, he monsterenos, he osienos, he amatadenos, he caenos, he undadenos, he ducaenos, he gudaenos, he haenos, he godaenos, he desuchadenos, he acaenos, he caenos, he pasenos, he hatenos, he laenos, he jacadenos, he cahatenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he upnienos, he acoenos, he seanos, he decageanos, he toenos, he sumachnaenos, he asanenos, he hogaenos, dedvageanos, he colteanos, he haenos, he arenos, he pidroinos, he caenos, he undadenos, he takehadeanos, he goblinenos, he decaenos, he dateanos, he haenos, he bhagwanenos, he koienos, he toenos, he inenos, he becharenos, he jivoenos, he koinos, he ubenos, he atamenos, he deenos, he doenos, yonkienos, he halatenos, he decacarenos, he lugtaenos, he haenos, he jaseanos, he unhaenos, he gineanos, he caenos, he adhecarenos, he takenos, he nahienos, he diaenos, he gaiaenos, vahaenos, he akenos, he bhukipiasienos, he chipiclienos, he jasienos, he ptanienos, he bienos, he bundenos, he haenos, he adenos, he vahenos, he comenos, he seanos, he comenos, he akenos, he agadenos, he bienos, he majudenos, he haenos, he matalabenos, he yahenos, he jagahenos, he asalenos, he meanos, he jivoenos, he seanos, he padienos, he akenos, he pudienos, he gelenos, he haenos, he arenos, he chatenos, he gumcumacarenos, he oncaenos, he natixarenos, he cutenos, he dahaenos, he haenos, he godaenos, he desuchadenos, he batataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he enenos, he subhienos, he monstersenos, he koinos, he usneanos, he upneanos, he priagoenos, he caenos, he lerenos, he cudenos, he benaiaenos, he haenos, he arenos, he suchenos, he caheanos, he toenos, he uskienos, he bilcolenos, he bienos, he parasemundenos, he nahienos, he lugdienos, he santenos, he batatienos, he haenos, he kirenos, he yahenos, he stidienos, he kienos, he prayoxalaenos, he haenos, he cahaenos, he jataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he koinos, he prashexadenos, he caneanos, he caenos, he lirenos, he vahenos, he subseanos, he opyoctenos, he vyactienos, he haenos, he stidienos, he cushicusienos, he cahatenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he oseanos, he monstersenos, he parenos, he dataenos, he acutaenos, he caneanos, he meanos, he mutadenos, he cutcaenos, he uchhaenos, he lugenos, he dahaenos, he haenos. He magadenos, he miroenos, he koinos, he pahalenos, he hienos, he masusenos, he hoinos, he jataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he yahaenos, he kuchenos, he haenos, he kuchenos, he hienos, he datenos, he subhienos, he akenos, he atinaenos, he caenos, he bichenos, he carhaenos, he hoteanos, he haenos, he arenos, he monsterenos, he chastenos, he shudoenos, he hoinos, he jateanos, he haenos, upadenos, he seanos, he atajuenos, he subenos, he parenos, he najarenos, he ductaenos, he haenos, he arenos, he dectaenos, he haenos, he caenos, he hetanienos, he kienos, he batenos, he haenos, he harenos, he koienos, he capienos, he shatenos, he haenos, he unhaenos, he jubadenenos, he lurchaenos, he jainos, he dahaenos, he haenos, he magadenos, he lugtaenos, he haenos, he kivenos, he colenos, he junglenos, he meanos, he unopavenos, he unhaenos, he torhaenos, he majbutenos, he banaenos, he gaiaenos, he haenos, he perenos, he pienos, he nagaenos, he koinos, he gemenenos, he parenos, he getaenos, he deccarenos, he atajuenos, he samachenos, he jataenos, he haenos, he kirenos, he pitadenos, he seanos, he oncaenos, he darenos, he abhienos, he gaiaenos, he nahienos, he haenos, he nagaenos, he takacarenos, he Uttienos, he Hainos, he Jubkienos, he Uskeanos, he Samneanos, he Kurhainos, he Agarenos, he Kissienos, he Vishalenos, he Janlevaenos, he Jessainos, he Dictaenos, he Hainos, he Joinos, he Mushkalenos, he Seanos, he Hilenos, he Dahainos, he Hainos, Midoenos, he Stidienos, he Seanos, he Shakayatenos, he Cutienos, he Hainos, he Kirinos, he Yahenos, he Monsterenos, he Uskienos, he Kshamtaenos, he Seanos, he Bohotenos, he Jadaenos, he Takatavedenos, he Haenos, he Stidienos, he Busenos, he Muskodataenos, he Hainos, he Arenos, he Kahataenos, he Hainos, he Kirinos, he Asaenos, he Bilkolenos, he Nahienos, he Lugdaenos, Akhedenos, he Leonadaenos, he Neanos, he Oseanos, he Trinigenos, he Maenos, he Koyenos, he Tilenos, Hindi, he Nainos, he Danaenos, he Kaenos, he Diaenos, he Haenos, he Arenos, he Stidienos, he Kaenos, he Hesabenos, he Seanos, he Midoenos, he Kaenos, he Endajaenos, he Gulatenos, he Haenos, he Divienos, he Sudakshaenos, he Milneanos, he Kaenos, he Badenos, he Esenos, he Stadenos, he Kaenos, he Monsterenos, he Seanos, he Hanaenos, he Onkeanos, he Leanos, he Sambhavenos, he Hienos, he Nahienos, he Honaenos, he Chaheanos, he Tubhienos, he Nagasenos, he Upnaenos, he Apaenos, he Cocadenos, he Chalatianos, he Haenos, he Kirinos, he Vahenos, he Esenos, he Subaenos, he Seanos, he Tungaenos, Hindi, he Aenos, he Chukianos, he Haenos, he Vahenos, he Akenos, he Vishalenos, he Piebalenos, he Dutchtianos, he Haenos, he Arenos, he Alanenos, he Catianos, he Haenos, he Kirinos, he Yudhenos, he Maenos, he Subseanos, he Jaturianos, he Chisenos, he Ichtashaktianos, he Hotienos, he Haenos, he Dudasalenos, he Yahenos, he Stidianos, he Kianos, he Hienos, he Batenos, he Tianos, he Vahenos, he Kahataenos, he Haenos, he Kirinos, he Isianos, he Onhaenos, he Jadaenos, he Pienos, he Hichaknaenos, he Nahienos, he Chaheanos, he Kyakianos, he Jungaenos, he Maenos, he Akenos, he Pulaenos, he Kianos, he Chichakaenos, he Pienos, he Motenos, he Kaenos, he Katarenos, he Bunaenos, he Saktianos, he Haenos, he Minoenos, he Puchtianos, he Haenos, he Kirinos, he Kiaenos, he Onkeanos, he Jitnaenos, he Kianos, he Sachenos, he Maenos, he Koyenos, he Omidenos, he Haenos, Godaenos, he Desachadenos, he Kahataenos, he Haenos, he Kirinos, he Bilkolenos, he Haenos, he Kyakianos, he Onkeanos, he Pasenos, he Divienos, he Sutukshaenos, he Majudenos, he Haenos, Iskienos, he Mudadenos, he Seanos, he Vaenos, he Naenos, he Shakaenos, he Arenos, he Pienos, he Unlockenos, he Cutenos, he Sakteanos, he Haenos, he Osienos, he Vaktenos, he Agienos, he Vahaenos, he Seanos, he Gujataenos, he Haenos, he Arenos, he Miroenos, he Puchtianos, he Haenos, he Kirinos, he Kiaenos, he Oskeanos, he Kuchhenos, he Haenos. Erigi explains that the Eye of Judgment reveals a new ability in the boy. Divine Attack of the Kamikaze Monster Protection, Level 1. Can't help thinking that this has to be one of the worst ability names ever. Mido, on the other hand, is practically itching to try it out. Inus promises to arrange a proper target for the experiment. A short while later, Mido finds himself standing across from an orc in the arena. He activates his sword power along with the new skill, and the battle has barely begun before gigantic, building-sized swords start appearing around him. Even the poor orc, who has spent its whole life locked inside a cage, starts shaking at the thought of fighting him. Mido advances without the slightest pause, declaring that mercy is not an option. Honestly, I almost started feeling sorry for the poor orc. Creature struggles to rise, only for Mido to cut straight into its arm. As the monster twists in pain, Mido follows up with another strike and sends its head tumbling across the floor. Watching from afar, Erigi realizes that this level of power would have demolished the armored bear they fought earlier. That makes him wonder whether the Eye of Judgment might eventually unlock powers for him as well. But after checking the others, he discovers Mido is not the only one who received an upgrade. Arashi, for example, has awakened a divine protection called Landmine. Arati is hardly enthusiastic about assisting him, but this still proves that divine protections can evolve. Everyone will continue growing stronger, which means Erigi cannot keep depending on knowledge from his old world forever. By nightfall, the entire group has assembled inside Arashi's room. Arumi asks whether he truly means it, and Arashi confirms that Gaius is their first target. Once Gaius is dealt with, they plan to restrain Leonora and make her explain how they can get back home. Their odds are practically non-existent, but considering how badly this world has treated them, the idea is not completely unreasonable. The idiots immediately get fired up, yelling that the plan will work and they should wipe everyone out. Arashi also turns to Narumi for support, assuming she must be fed up with those people by now. Narumi wants to know whether Arashi genuinely believes they have any chance at all. Arashi admits he cannot guarantee success, yet believes teamwork could at least improve their odds. Narumi fears death, though she knows the missions they are forced into are already extremely dangerous. After thinking it over, Narumi finally agrees to take part. In the next chapter, their training carries on. Muru proudly displays his enormous sword, while the rest of the group focuses on proper training. Araji finds himself unable to look away. He is amazed by how relentlessly the guy keeps pushing himself through training. Muru simply says he is still too weak, which is why he must continue growing stronger. Araji reminds him that he could likely defeat half the nation's knights already. Muru refuses to settle for that level of strength. To bring down Gaia, he wants devastating power strong enough to protect everyone under any circumstances. Araji then asks Muru for his opinion on Leonora and Gaius. Muru says it is obvious that the two of them are treating the group like disposable pieces in their war. Even so, he believes their promise not to hurt them while they obey was genuine. Araji presses him. Is he really prepared to gamble his life by killing the Demon King on their behalf? Mido does not hesitate. He has made up his mind, but intends to face the enemy alone. Plans to become the kingdom's greatest hero and defeat the Demon King by himself. Afterward, he will negotiate for the others to be allowed to live peacefully. Araji admits the plan is bold and almost noble, but he seriously doubts Leonora would accept it. Mido's answer is simple. He will keep swinging his sword until she has no choice but to agree. At that exact moment, Leonora appears alongside Gaius and interrupts the discussion. Steady welcomes her, and Leonora instructs him to look after everyone during their absence. Nagais immediately blurts out, asking where they are headed. Asing says they are off to an interesting place and will be away for several days. Until they return, Steady will be in charge. She offers no additional details, simply turns around and starts walking away. Someone is smiling, yet the mood in the room feels dangerously tense. Everything about the moment screams that trouble is on its way. Inside the carriage, Gaius questions whether leaving things this way is truly wise. Leonora takes another calm sip of tea and asks what exactly he is referring to. Gaius says the answer should be obvious. He is convinced that boy Arashi is secretly preparing some kind of scheme. Leonora calmly drinks again and confirms that yes, rebellion is exactly what they are planning. Gaius asks what she intends to do. Leonora casually replies that she has no plan. She only wants to watch how they attempt to carry out their little rebellion. Leonora adds that her absence gives them the perfect chance to continue training and scheming freely. Gaius points out that the group is still getting stronger. The possibility is tiny, but it still exists. Leonora interrupts him and dismisses the concern outright. According to her, they are nowhere near strong enough to confront her head-on. Gaius suspects that some contract is shielding her, St. Sleaze. Gaius agrees, and Leonora tells him to view the situation as a useful opportunity. He compares them to an unfinished drawing and looks forward to adding the final details by watching their pecking order emerge. If they actually rebel, that would make the experiment even more entertaining. She intends to break them utterly and destroy whatever fighting spirit they have left. She has also noticed several other suspicious details, so for now she would rather let them reveal themselves. Meanwhile, back in the forest, Araji races through the trees while avoiding one monster after another. He whips out a knife and buries it in a beast's skull, taking it down on the spot. Araji activates the Eye of Judgment and inspects his current talents. Several of his skills have already evolved. Taking down that unsuspecting demon earlier clearly gave his growth a major boost. At that moment, he detects something rushing toward him and swinging wildly. Araji slips to the side as the monster lunges, saliva spraying from its jaws. He launches 3 blades at the creature, but its heavy armor shrugs off every hit. Remaining composed, Araji uses his eye to locate the weak spot, circles behind the beast, and plunges his blade into its neck. The creature crumples immediately. Right then, a system message appears. Araji has unlocked another skill. He can now identify the vulnerable spot at the back of a creature's neck. That explains why strikes there cause such devastating damage. It is useful, but still nowhere near as impressive as Mitter's abilities. Araji knows survival here will require more tools and a much higher level of strength. A swarm of goblins rushes him, and the eye reveals that their hearts and heads are vulnerable. It is obvious information, but still incredibly useful. Araji sends his knives flying with perfect accuracy, and every goblin falls immediately. He figures that these are simply the standard weak points shared by humanoid monsters. Against certain monsters, however, the skill may not be nearly as useful. He needs to find a more suitable kind of target, something whose unusual weak point can make this power truly valuable. That is when movement catches his attention. A lantern suddenly slices through the darkness. Wonderful, Kenzaki has shown up again. You clearly want something, but have no idea how to ask for it, do you? You actually came searching for me in this forest at midnight. Ereji demands to know what she is doing out here. I came here looking for you. You were missing from the dorms, so I assumed you had come here to hunt. That guess was surprisingly accurate. Now turn around and leave. This forest is not safe. Kanzaki fires back that she should be the one warning him about that. Ereji reminds her that nighttime is familiar territory for him and tells her to return. He loses patience and demands that he stop talking nonsense and explain his real reason for being here. Ereji explains that he came to test the divine protection he recently awakened. She is surprised, though she remembers Steady mentioning that divine protections could appear. Her curiosity takes over, and she asks which protection he received. Ereji teases her by revealing just enough of the secret to make things even more frustrating. He still refuses to reveal the full answer. She objects, saying he cannot behave so casually when she came all the way here because she was worried about him. Ereji then mischievously asks whether she is actually that concerned about him. Blushing furiously, she stumbles over her words and insists she did not mean it that way. Ereji turns his back and orders her to return to the dorms. He assures her that he is fine and plans to continue the experiment. She insists on staying, but her face suddenly shifts when she notices something. She spots flames climbing into the night sky through the forest. Beyond the trees, a house is engulfed in flames while goblins attack the people nearby. Or perhaps those victims are not townspeople at all. Could they be the other students? Is this about to become their first casualty? Is someone about to be crushed right in front of them? Not if Murashanji has anything to say about it. Murashanji storms into the chaos, with his enormous sword already swinging. The girl finally lets out a relieved breath. She quietly thanks him. The goblins swarm him at once, but a burst of fire burns them to ashes. Nagais, annoyed at being dragged out of bed, grumbles that she had been enjoying a perfectly good night's sleep. She then asks what exactly is happening. Arashi tells her that the details do not matter right now. There is no time for complaints. They need to handle the crisis immediately. As the fire spreads, Ereji and Kanzaki hurry through the chaos, trying to discover why the dorms are burning. Monsters fill the area, and Narumi relaxes slightly after confirming that the two of them are safe. Ereji urgently demands an explanation. It was away for 10 seconds, and somehow the entire place is already on fire. What in the world happened here? Unfortunately, nobody can tell him what happened. Ereji already suspects that a human is responsible for the attack. They have to find that person before he gets away. Voice suddenly praises Ereji for seeing through the situation so quickly. The voice belongs to Steady. Ereji immediately realizes he was right. He knew that blonde-haired man was never trustworthy. Anyone operating a laboratory to breed monsters for experiments is clearly not normal. Ereji asks whether these are the same creatures Steady had been cultivating. Steady proudly admits that these are his precious little creations. He even administered medicine to make them stronger. Without that enhancement, they would have been completely worthless. Ereji demands to know what could possibly justify such an attack. Steady deliberately trying to eliminate the hero candidates. Steady explains that, regrettably, he was only following orders from someone higher up. His instructions were to exterminate the candidates, even at the cost of losing his current post. Steady claims he holds no personal grudge, but a mission is a mission, and he intends to finish it. Confused, Kanzaki asks whether Leonora was the one who issued the command. Steady scoffs at the idea, saying the order did not come from a snake like Leonora. The command came straight from the Demon King himself. That revelation leaves everyone seriously rattled. They cannot understand what connection Steady could possibly have with the Demon King. Steady says the explanation is actually quite simple. The Demon King offered him a researcher's position, and Steady considers that a much better arrangement. Ereji condemns him for betraying everyone and embracing darkness, merely to continue his grotesque experiments. Steady throws his arms open and declares that humans could never appreciate the beauty of his creations. He claims his entire existence is devoted to studying the magnificent nature of monsters. Around him, flames roar and chaos erupts, while he stands there dramatically with his arms spread wide. He finally commands his monsters to move in. The goblins rush toward them. Ereji calls out to Kanzaki, and she instantly uses her power to freeze the monsters where they stand. She orders the creatures to recognize Steady as their true enemy. Steady only laughs and tells her that her attempt is pointless. One command from him is enough to erase her control completely. Naturally, a monster researcher would know exactly how to counter creatures that refuse to obey. Discount-looking goblins charge once again. Ereji pulls out his sword and orders Kanzaki to stay behind him. One cut to the neck, then 2 more, and 3 goblins hit the ground. Steady applauds the performance and proudly announces that many more monsters are waiting. Another group storms toward Ereji, but he remains completely composed. He slices one across the stomach, drives his blade into another's head, and finishes them off. Golem creeps up from behind, only for Ereji to smash it with a savage kick. The beast freezes up and drops dead immediately. Kid is practically carrying the entire team, leaving even the monsters stunned. But where has their so-called hero, Mido, disappeared to? Supposedly mighty warrior. He is nowhere to be seen. Nobody understands Ereji's real strength, and even Steady is baffled by how his monsters keep losing to a boy with no visible divine protection. Eraji activates the Eye of Judgment and examines Steady's status. Every offensive stat is rated F, meaning his combat ability is embarrassingly poor. Then Eraji notices two crucial details. Steady is a half-demon and possesses domination. That explains why Kanzaki's control failed against the monsters. Steady suddenly claims he hoped not to use his final option, but circumstances have forced his hand. He gives a piercing whistle. Eraji narrows his eyes and demands to know what Steady is planning. Steady only smiles and tells him that the answer will reveal itself soon. Fireball crashes at Eraji's feet, forcing him to leap aside at the last second. And then, as if things were not already bad enough, Steady summons a dragon. Beast draws in a deep breath for another attack, as Steady proudly reveals that this red dragon is his trump card. This is the ace he was saving for last. Dragon rushes ahead, tearing through houses and blasting chunks of stone in every direction. Kanzaki freezes, convinced the attack cannot be dodged, but Eraji moves before she can finish panicking. Timing is so absurdly quick that it almost looks unfair. One small step backward is all it takes to escape the attack. After checking on Kanzaki, Eraji tells Narumi to protect her while he deals with the dragon. Seriously though, where's that legendary hero everyone keeps talking about? Did the guy already get himself killed? Or has he disappeared too? As the dragon closes in for the kill, Eraji finally notices something important. A vulnerable spot hidden just beneath its neck. At last, this ability has found the perfect target. When the dragon rushes past, Eraji ducks beneath it and strikes the weak point, but his cheap dagger breaks instantly. The dragon crashes onward, and Eraji understands that his current strength is not enough to finish this battle by himself. Before Eraji can decide on his next move, Mido finally makes a dramatic entrance. Mido jumps from a rooftop, punches the dragon in the face, lands by its knee, and smugly asks the lizard how it liked that. Dragon responds by blasting him point-blank with fire. Surprisingly, Mido is not roasted alive. He is merely scorched and smoky, yet still standing. Eraji has to admit that the bastard really did gain impressive strength and durability. Arashi smirks and casually admits that the attack actually hurt. Before Arashi can celebrate, Eraji interrupts and tells him to pay attention. The only way to defeat this beast is for both of them to cooperate. Arashi scoffs at the suggestion and asks why he would ever need assistance from someone he considers trash. Eraji remains composed and explains that he can locate the dragon's weak spots, but lacks the power to damage them effectively. Arashi mocks him, saying this sounds less like advice and more like a rookie begging for backup. Eraji simply warns him of the incoming attack, and seconds later they both jump aside as the Drinin's huge tail tears through the space between them. While they are still airborne, the beast prepares another fire breath, and Arashi receives the attack head-on. Arashi is badly burned and left barely standing. Eraji bluntly asks whether Arashi still believes he can handle the dragon alone. To Eraji's surprise, Arashi answers without hesitation. He admits that he cannot. Then he asks Eraji to point out the weak spot. Eraji tells him that the vulnerable area lies among the scales beneath the neck. A direct hit there will deal significantly more damage. Combined with Arashi's destructive explosion, that strike should be enough to bring the beast down. Arashi nods and agrees to trust Eraji for this one attack. From afar, Steady shouts in confusion, unable to understand why the dragon has suddenly stopped. He raises his voice theatrically, as if announcing a duel, and orders the red dragon to kill Eraji. Dragon roars so violently that the wind throws them off balance, while sparks fill the air and the ground trembles. Eraji races to the side and throws knives at the dragon, distracting it so Arashi can find an opening. The dragon repeatedly lunges at him, but Eraji stays barely beyond its reach and keeps it chasing him. Meanwhile, Arashi circles around to the dragon's neck, takes position with a grin, and says he knows exactly what to do. He drops low, activates destructive explosion, and drives the attack directly into the vulnerable spot. Dragon screams in pain and collapses, finally defeated. Steady stares in disbelief as his prized monster goes down. Arashi grins and boasts that the fight was ridiculously easy. Eraji is not impressed and points out that someone who was just burned nearly to death is talking rather boldly. He turns to Steady and asks whether he still plans to fight now that his ace has been destroyed. Steady insists that he has countless monsters left, then notices that every single one has already been killed. Naturally, the missing hero Mido finally appears, not after battling the dragon, but while surrounded by 4 girls. With a smug grin, he remarks that Steady seems to be the only enemy still standing. Steady considers escaping, but Narumi suddenly appears beside him and makes it clear that he is not getting away. The startled fool trips over himself and nearly faceplants, only to be caught by a water spell. The moment he looks up, a blade is already resting against his face. Eraji glares at Steady and complains that this idiot has wasted their entire night of rest on a pointless battle. Steady panics and begs them to calm down, promising to reveal everything if they spare his life. And without warning, his eyes begin glowing red. Everyone stands confused, unable to explain the change. Purple tears run down his cheeks, and moments later, Steady drops dead. Araji concludes that some sort of curse must have been placed on him. Mido suspects the curse activated because Steady was about to reveal sensitive information. Araji cannot stop thinking about the Demon King. Her enemy never gives them a moment's peace and keeps dispatching new threats against them. The next day, someone calls the entire incident unbelievable. It is Saint Leonora, who puts on a troubled expression and claims to be deeply worried that this happened during her absence. Narumi immediately fires back that Leonora should accept the blame, since she was the one who placed Steady in charge. Leonora gives a soft laugh, apologizes, and dismisses the whole matter as a misunderstanding. She explains that she simply never expected such a weak demon tamer to create this much trouble. That, she insists, was the only point she was making. The message behind it is pretty clear. Nagase demands to know whether she knew he was a spy, and let everything happen anyway. Leonora simply reminds them that she had promised their training would become brutal, and this was one of those lessons. One student loses his temper, calls her a witch, and asks whether she understands that most of them almost died while sleeping. Genghis shuts him down, orders the kid to calm himself, and says the real blame lies with him for sleeping carelessly. Araja knows the whole situation is absurd, yet he has to admit their complaint is not completely wrong. He was slow to respond to the monsters, and acted only after the danger had become serious. The saint moves on, saying they need to discuss a far more important matter. Their next destination is the royal capital. When Muru asks why, she explains that a parade is being held to welcome the hero candidates. Naturally, the candidates themselves will be at the front of the procession. Once darkness arrives, Gaius orders the soldiers to turn in for the night. They are obviously still traveling and have stopped only to make camp. Quick count reveals that there are 30 soldiers in all. Arashi is the one keeping track of their numbers. More importantly, he notices that most of these soldiers look painfully average. One of his allies even boasts that a single punch would be enough to take one of them down. That leaves them wondering what their next move should be. Arashi says the answer is staring them right in the face. Last, they have the perfect opening to put their plan into motion. His companion immediately agrees. There are just 30 soldiers, and the entire camp is sitting exposed in an open field. Everyone here is severely underestimating them. Nobody realizes that tonight is supposed to be the beginning of their rebellion. Their only remaining tasks are to notify Narumi's group and get ready to strike. However, Araji has already figured it out while quietly observing them from the side. Leonora's side is completely prepared for exactly this kind of attack. Leonora and Gaius remain completely composed, behaving as though no trouble could possibly overwhelm them. Right then, Araji quietly takes Muru aside to speak with him alone. Beyond the trees, hidden in the darkness, Arashi's group gets ready to launch their attack. He assumes anyone who has not noticed them is already sleeping, which makes the timing ideal. Narumi agrees and gives the signal to move. The moment they start advancing, Muru and the others suddenly appear in front of them. Muru steps forward and announces that he knows about their plan to murder Leonora and Gaius. Arashi immediately wants to know which traitor exposed them. Muru casually explains that he heard them while walking past. Nagas asks whether they are genuinely planning something this reckless. Leonora and Gaius may be unbearable, but trying to kill them is taking things too far. Arashi fires back that the truly crazy people are the ones standing in front of him. They are the ones deluded enough to believe everyone should keep obeying those two like obedient pets. Muru agrees that their position is terrible, but argues that they still need a different way forward. Arashi challenges him to suggest a better plan if he has one. Muru reveals that he intends to grow powerful enough to defeat the Demon King by himself. In return, he plans to negotiate protection for everyone else. Arashi bursts out laughing and tells him to come back to reality, because Leonora would never entertain such a ridiculous deal. Mido insists that reaching that level of power would also give him enough leverage to negotiate. Arashi refuses to accept that idea under any circumstances. He has no interest in being sheltered by some so-called hero. Mido should move out of the way, because Arashi has no intention of backing down. Just like that, the argument turns into a full-blown fight. Muru warns Arashi that reaching him means getting through the entire group first. Yet not one of Arashi's teammates appears intimidated. Arashi rushes forward, promises Muru he will regret this, and drives his knee into Muru's stomach. Blow launches Muru backward, leaving him stunned by Arashi's sheer speed and strength. Arashi is surprised as well, since Muru somehow managed to absorb part of the attack. A handful of soldiers hurry over and demand to know what the commotion is about. Muru quickly covers for them, claiming it is only an argument mixed with some practice sparring. Soldiers order everyone to settle down, saying it is far too late for this foolishness. Seeing that continuing will only create more trouble, Arashi declares that he is finished with the whole thing. He storms away, dismissing them as a useless pack of weaklings. In his eyes, none of them are even worth another conversation. In the next chapter, the group finally reaches Daguerre's capital. The city is alive with celebrations and vendors, while Narumi is foolishly amazed by everything. Hashimoto complains about the crowd, but Nagata casually says it is nothing compared with her concerts, so she is perfectly comfortable. The citizens keep staring and whispering, unsure whether these really are the people they suspect. Gaius orders the crowd to make room and proudly announces the arrival of the hero candidates. The crowd throws their hands into the air and shouts that these are God's chosen people. He praised them as absolutely amazing. The heroes of Team 1 can only stand there in confusion as the crowd erupts around them. Everyone is confused except Midwit, who is busy putting on his usual tough guy act. At this stage, his attitude is getting so irritating that he practically looks like he is begging for a beating. He keeps swaggering around with one arm raised, as though the entire city belongs to him. Arashi is obviously unimpressed, while the protagonist notices just how much trust the citizens have placed in these supposed heroes. Zaki feels uneasy knowing that so many people's lives now depend on them. Meanwhile, Oragi spots the enormous castle overlooking the entire city. The castle, King Reigns welcomes them and advises everyone to recover after the lengthy trip. The group follows his advice without hesitation. Some immediately fall asleep, while others find their own ways to blow off steam. Later that evening, they are treated to a huge feast, and by morning Maido is already back outside training. As usual, the protagonist skips the excitement and goes off farming aura while studying the surrounding area. Spots a gate under heavy guard and realizes that moving freely through the castle will be more difficult than expected. By the way, I need to correct something I said earlier about Reigns being the kingdom's king. He is actually a holy knight. Enuraji quickly realizes that this man holds considerable authority throughout the city. He watches Reigns question the soldiers about the whereabouts of the hero candidates. Reigns calmly answers that the youngsters are resting inside their rooms. The soldiers ask whether these are genuinely the candidates selected by the creator and God. Reigns says he has already sensed that their strength is far beyond what ordinary children should possess. The knight acknowledges their power, but says the Demon King's followers are what truly concern him. Bringing the heroes into the capital so publicly is certain to provoke those enemies into making a move. The mustached man agrees, pointing out that suspicious incidents have increased lately and demanding greater caution. The more Araji hears, the more suspicious the entire situation becomes. Ryans, however, insists that they have nothing to fear. After all, the candidates should be able to defend the capital. He claims the problem will be resolved quickly, and with that, the meeting comes to an end. Still unconvinced, Araji decides to gather more information directly from the citizens. That night, he visits a pub filled with noisy laughter and drunken chatter. A customer walks up to the elderly bartender and orders a bucket along with the finest food on the menu. Old man takes one look at him and nods, as if it is no trouble at all. At the bar, some drunk customers start yelling about those idiots pretending to be heroes. According to them, the heroes are nothing more than a pack of clueless kids. A blonde man tells them to stop insulting the candidates. He insists that they should place their faith in the saint, unless, of course, they want the church complaining at them endlessly. That tells Araji everything he needs to know. The church is the true power in this city. Citizens appear to fear the church more deeply than they fear the king or the aristocracy. The old bartender drops a mug onto the counter and hands over the order. Using the opportunity, the boy claims he is new to the country and would like to ask a few questions. He says he has been hearing rumors about the Demon King's followers. He asks who these people really are. The old man scratches his ear and reminds him that the country is already at war with the Demon King's army. Everything people say, their ruler is an absolute monster. His powers can easily lure selfish humans, which is why so many people have fallen under his influence. Apparently, some members of the nobility may even be secretly serving the Demon King. Araji calls it horrifying, privately comparing the situation to a terrorist network operating inside the country. As he walks through the streets, Araji sees that the citizens truly expect the heroes to defeat the Demon King. The existence of those followers is precisely what makes the hero's arrival so unsettling to the city. Suddenly, Kanzaki appears and announces that she has tracked him down once again. Seriously, this girl must have the tracking instincts of a bloodhound, because nothing else explains it. When she asks what he is up to, he says he is collecting information. Since they are in a completely unfamiliar country, he considers that the obvious thing to do. She reluctantly says she understands, but warns him that roaming around alone is dangerous. She also tells him that he only needs to call if he ever requires assistance. It is obvious that he is manipulating her by hiding behind his aura farming excuse. He dismisses her concern once more and insists that he is perfectly fine. He tells her to go back and stay with the other students. Instead of leaving, she orders him to stay exactly where he is. Apparently, she has no intention of walking away. She keeps pressing him until he agrees to accept her assistance. Araji finally gives in and says he will accept her help. He admits that he may have been investigating the royal capital too aggressively, so letting her help is not a bad idea. He decides to let her question the townspeople instead. Poor girl walks straight into his scheme and leaves humming happily, while a nearby hooded figure quietly laughs to himself. Once back, Araji admits that his investigation produced little useful information, although it did reveal a new enemy. Sudden uproar erupts, leaving him to wonder what could possibly be happening at this hour. He follows the noise to a hall where every candidate has assembled. When he asks for an explanation, they tell him that Kanzaki has disappeared. Ronia noticed first because she shares a room with Kanzaki, and now everyone is searching for the missing girl. Araji notices that nobody even realized he had disappeared, apart from Kanzaki. Honestly, the boy might as well be invisible to everyone else. Still, he does not let that bother him. Muru then turns to him and asks whether he knows anything about the incident. Araji denies knowing anything. Unfortunately, he claims to have no information at all. He says he had been asleep in his room. Muru looks troubled and concludes that Kanzaki must no longer be inside the castle. Since sunrise is approaching, they decide to begin the search at first light. Although realistically, they should already be searching right now in the darkness. Kanzaki could be facing unimaginable danger, and these idiots still want to wait until morning. Naives agrees with the plan, but the protagonist suspects that waiting will make them too late. He understands that most people are asleep at this hour, yet he also knows postponing the search is the worst possible choice. That is why he slips outside and begins looking for her himself. He returns to the place where he met her earlier and discovers her student ID lying on the ground. The moment he reaches for the card, 4 men emerge and surround him from every direction. He evades the first attacker, freezes him with a threatening stare, then yanks him into a second man and sends both of them crashing together. He spins and plants a clean kick into another attacker's face, dropping him instantly. The fight erupts, but only seconds later, the final man is left shaking in fear. Araji mocks them for being terrible spies and even worse soldiers. They appear to be completely ordinary humans, which makes Araji wonder what they are doing in this place. The man hesitates, but Araji makes it clear that he is about to reveal every detail. Elsewhere in the city, Kanzaki is bound with her arms spread wide, while her captors mock her defiant attitude. Even tied up, she clearly has no intention of giving up. Kanzaki tells them that her response will not change. She refuses to reveal even the smallest piece of information. One captor pleads with her not to make things so difficult. He claims they only want some additional information about the candidates, because that is obviously what villains in stories always say, right? And since this is a Japanese story with villains involved, what happens next? So naturally, what is their next move? They instantly threaten to cut her and ask how long she thinks she can keep refusing to talk. While they plan their next move, the king of the pillar observes them and once again confirms that they are merely ordinary humans. He can barely believe that Kanzaki was captured by people this ordinary. And the attack arrives without warning. 2 knives shoot through the air and bury themselves in the heads of 2 captors. Their lifeless bodies hit the floor, leaving Kanzaki frozen in shock. A tough-looking man steps out and asks whether she is all right. Still shaken, Kanzaki apologizes, but he tells her to stay quiet and leave before anyone notices them. She thanks him again, just as Araji senses that unsettling feeling returning. He rises and looks between the pillars, sensing something coming toward them. A knight suddenly appears and smashes his weapon into the ground. And strangely enough, he looks exactly like Rain's. Man gets back up and praises Araji for successfully avoiding the attack. It is the same bastard, now declaring that Aradia must die because he is far too dangerous to remain alive as a candidate. Protagonist remembers the connection and realizes that this man truly belongs to the Night Order. But what is someone like him doing in the capital? Rains confirms that identity, then suggests that calling himself a general of the Demon King's army would be more accurate. The protagonist braces himself, realizing that this cursed capital is packed with hidden enemies. At this rate, the entire country seems dangerously close to falling apart. Rains orders him to surrender, claims the outcome is already decided, since every candidate is going to die. As Rains prepares to attack, Araji activates his special eye. The scan identifies him as Rains Walter, 28 years old. As usual, the information immediately raises a red flag. Nothing in his abilities indicates that he is possessed by a demon. On top of that, every one of his stats is rated B, so this is definitely not an opponent Araji can afford to dismiss. Rains locks onto him once more and rushes in with his sword swinging. Araji evades the blade, but while he is airborne, Rains catches his gaze, summons a magic circle, and launches 3 fireballs at once. The protagonist never expected this bastard to be capable of magic as well. Araji jumps away from the flames, but while he is stranded in midair, Rains closes the distance and announces that his time is over. Araji throws another knife, only for Rains to mock the attempt as completely pointless. Rains ignites the eternal flame coating his sword and declares that the candidate is finished. He lifts the flaming blade for the killing blow, until a sudden gunshot tears through the moment. The silver one draws his Glock and puts a bullet directly through Rains' forehead. Rains attempts to summon another magic circle, But the protagonist counters with the deadliest American circle of all: a gun. Poor man dies on the spot. I had nearly forgotten that this guy was still carrying a Glock. He quietly admits that Ryan genuinely caught him off guard. He did not want to spend ammunition, but being trapped in the air left him with no other option. If he hopes to survive in this world, he will need to develop more reliable ways of fighting. After 20 chapters, the kid finally remembers that the Second Amendment exists. Kanzaki is left absolutely terrified by what she has witnessed. She asks whether he actually shot the man. He confirms it and calls the gun standard assassin equipment. She says it is frightening to learn that one of her classmates had been carrying a gun this entire time. Her face suddenly turns bright red. She asks whether he came all the way there to rescue her. He brushes her off, calling the rescue a coincidence and her an idiot, then asks what happened to her domination ability. She explains that the strange problem began the moment her captors put those shackles on her. After that, her ability stopped working completely. The whole thing was incredibly strange. Araji has already figured out that the shackles possess some unusual special effect. He drapes his coat over her and tells her to move, but Kanzaki refuses to simply follow along. Hani Shinjo worries that those men will target the rest of their class next. He agrees, saying that a large portion of the city is probably hunting them, especially since their attacker was the knight's captain. The story then cuts back to Araji, interrogating the men who attacked him earlier. One man begs for his life, but Araji tells him survival depends entirely on what information he provides. Terrified man drops to his knees and insists that he was only obeying orders. He explains that they were told the candidates were enemies of the Demon King, so they were ordered to eliminate them. Aragi presses for an answer and asks whether they killed Kanzaki. The man quickly says no, Kanzaki is still alive. Her plan was to hold her prisoner, use her as bait for the other heroes, and extract more information from them. This confirms to the protagonist that the enemy network is widespread and has plenty of members. Dawn was already beginning to break. That would have been the exact moment when the others began looking for Kanzaki. Thankfully, Araji searched during the night and rescued her before it was too late. Araji also notices that this informant did not die from a curse, unlike Steady in the past. Kanzaki realizes that the enemy can worship the Demon King without possessing any demonic abilities themselves. She had assumed everyone in this world was friendly, but Araki warns her that she must stop lowering her guard and avoid being deceived again. Captors could restrain her only because she had carelessly dropped her guard. Embarrassed, she admits that the men kept answering every question she asked, which distracted her. She became so focused on gathering information that she stopped paying attention to the danger. She then gets irritated and tells him to quit lecturing her. She insists that she only lost focus for a moment, but before the argument can continue, someone calls out to them. It is Maido, arriving late as usual, though he is clearly relieved to find them both unharmed. He suddenly perks up and asks whether Shinjo was the one who discovered her. The protagonist says they have something to discuss, and Maido instantly knows that trouble has already started. Araji fills them in on the Demon King's cult, a human faction that appears to worship the very demon they were summoned to defeat. Naturally, that puts the entire group on their hit list. Muro concedes that the situation has become seriously complicated because these enemies are ordinary humans with no magical signature. Telling them apart from everyone else will be far tougher than identifying monsters. Araji agrees with him, and that is exactly why the next part is going to be even harder. Muro says he needs to inform Leonora so the city's defenses can be reinforced. Kanzaki interrupts, convinced that Leonora will simply tell them to handle the problem themselves, just as she always does. Muro stops to consider it, then admits that she is probably right. Leonora clearly has no intention of helping them. Their best option is to work together and choose their own course of action. Elsewhere, the whole class continues searching the city for Kanzaki. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted when a massive explosion booms across the city. Smoke begins billowing in the distance, and they sprint straight toward the source. Before they can get far, they realize enemies have surrounded them. Hooded figures close in from every direction, laughing under their breath. Miu recognizes them immediately as the very cultists they have been tracking. Arati says there is no avoiding this fight, then orders everyone to prepare. Honestly, these attackers are doomed. The three strongest fighters are standing right in front of them. Meanwhile, Arashi's team and Nagasa's team are being trapped by enemies as well. The so-called totally spies are having a rough day. At this rate, the entire lot of them is probably getting erased. Arashi, of course, must be delighted. Fighting is basically his favorite hobby. While everyone prepares, the protagonist checks the attacker's stats. They are flagged as hostile, as expected, but none of them displays any demonic characteristics. Strangely, most of their rankings sit around D and F, leading Araju to mutter that these people are going to be troublesome. They may only be trained combatants, which should not matter much, but the fight will tell them the truth. Command comes down, and everyone rushes into battle. The protagonist calls to Kanzaki, and she triggers her ability, locking 5 enemies in place for one crucial second. 5 knives leave his hand with perfect precision, ending the fight before it can even begin. What an intimidating bunch of warriors. Mido cheers from the side, yelling that they are incredible. Then he suddenly remembers the obvious problem. They are still human beings. You cannot simply butcher humans as if they were monsters. Erjiu, however, has absolutely no sympathy for them. In his eyes, an enemy's only proper destination is death. Muro keeps clinging to his noble knight hero routine. He insists that a hero's duty is to protect people from evil. Without warning, another attacker strikes from behind, forcing Arati to block the blow. Still determined to act like the good guy, Muro demands to know why the attacker is doing this. We are all human here, so why would you choose to serve the Demon King? The attacker simply replies that he would do anything for his master. Kenzaki moves to intervene, but the protagonist stops her. He wants Muro to deal with the situation himself. Midu strikes first and snaps the man's sword in half. The man stares at his broken weapon and curses in disbelief. Midu tells him to throw down the pathetic little sword and surrender before things get much uglier for him. The man laughs wildly and declares that he will never bow to a disgusting hero like Midu. And he charges in for one more attack. The slash sends blood flying, and unbelievably, Midu lets himself be wounded instead of killing the idiot. The attacker savors the moment, cackling like a complete psychopath. Muro finally snaps, charges forward, and drives a brutal strike into the man's center. That settles it. Muro has had enough of this nonsense. He demands to know whether this was what the bastard wanted. The attacker collapses onto the ground, his body torn open. Yet the fanatic watching nearby demands more, insisting that it still is not enough. Araji orders Muro to finish the job, questioning whether he really plans to leave the wounded man there to die slowly. Protagonist rejects that idea, saying the real world does not work that way. Any genuine threat has to be removed completely. The wounded attacker is horrified by how calmly they discuss his death. He cannot understand how a fellow classmate can talk about killing someone so casually. After all, the protagonist is human as well. The protagonist says the difference comes down to a person's choice. Right now, their classmates could be fighting for their lives somewhere else in the city. Would leaving this man alive mean gambling with everyone else's lives? It forces Medivh to choose between the dying man before him and the lives of all their classmates. Looks like this kid has completely cornered the so-called hero mentally. Midu finally accepts the logic and drives his blade into the man. He vows to protect everyone and never allow those people to claim another life. Across the city, the other battles have turned into complete slaughter. A group picks a fight with Arashi, and he looks absolutely delighted. He beats them down one after another while extracting information with a huge grin. Once he has learned everything, Arashi thanks the informant, casually orders him to die, and blasts him through the chest. The informant drops as a burned corpse, while the heroes celebrate their victory. Over at the Totally Spies battlefield, Nagaki spins through the crowd, hurling fireballs and roasting attackers left and right. This fight is almost insultingly easy. Surely, a stronger enemy has to show up sooner or later. Nagaki cannot understand why the cult has so many members here. She orders her friends to help instead of spectating, but they only groan awkwardly. They keep reminding her that these enemies are human. They cannot bring themselves to kill another person. They repeat that they are only fighting humans. Nagaki loses patience and asks whether they would rather die, just as one attacker is kicked down and another is cut apart. She is baffled that the two girls still cannot bring themselves to act. All the while, the saint watches from behind the scenes, wondering whether the girls will pass her test. That is not a comforting thought. The small group of 5 girls soon finds itself completely surrounded. The saint finally appears, suggesting that perhaps they have all passed. At first, it seems those attackers are part of her scheme, but they are actually furious that the Dan Saint has appeared. He condemns them for attacking the very people she has sworn to protect. At this point, she has no choice but to intervene. The attackers see the situation as the perfect opportunity to take the saint down. After all, she has arrived without her usual guards. The saint laughs at them, amused that fools intoxicated by the Demon King's power actually believe they can challenge her. Enraged, they tell her to shut up and charge from every direction. Just as the blades are about to reach her, the saint remains perfectly calm and breaks into a smile. She activates her prostratus power, a mere stance, and every attacker is instantly forced to the floor. As she calmly walks among them, she mocks the idea that her ability could be shut down so easily. Her overwhelming aura blankets the entire area. She warns them that her domination surpasses theirs in every possible aspect. The Totally Spies are left confused and ask why the saint bothered to save them. The saint reminds them that she already declared the entire group had passed her test. They should have managed the fight themselves, but their rescue was not completely terrible. Nagaki thanks her and accepts the explanation. The saint says gratitude is unnecessary because protecting her subordinates is part of her duty. One fallen attacker grabs her clothing and begs her not to abandon them, demanding to know what she plans to do. Saint looks down at him and simply says that it is unfortunate. She had not even noticed that he was still breathing. With that, she commands every girl to execute the attackers immediately. Her domination suddenly coils around the girls' bodies. Realizing they can no longer control themselves, the girls panic and ask what is happening. Saint makes one girl lift her sword as the fallen man pleads for mercy, but the girl is powerless to resist. The sword comes crashing down and pierces him. Someone called a saint. She is showing absolutely no mercy. She believes these girls must learn how to take a life. The entire city is already trying to kill them. They are living in a world threatened by a demon king. They cannot keep pretending that staying innocent will be enough. As the girls break down in tears, Araji explains that this is what level 3 domination looks like. Kanzaki realizes that the saint's ability is not only much stronger than her own, but also covers an enormous area. Araji knows they must find a countermeasure, or they will remain completely helpless against her. At night, 12 hours after the Demon King's assault, everyone regroups inside the castle. The protagonist notices that Nagaki seems deeply disturbed. One girl asks how everyone is doing. Nagaki admits that they are in terrible shape. Nobody has recovered from what happened. Hashimoto says she understands, but Narumi demands to know why the saint controlled them and forced them to kill people. He says the whole thing is horrifying. I assumed they were upset with the disciples, but their real anger is aimed at the saint for forcing them to execute those men. Narumi agrees that such an act is completely inhuman. He then checks whether Nagaki is holding up. Nagaki says she is calm, though the experience still bothers her. Still, she knows the others will struggle far more to process what happened. Oh, you innocent little heroes. If they keep thinking this way, they will not survive for long. Luckily, Araji is around to bring a little balance to this situation. 1 headshot and 5 clean stabs. That is his idea of efficiency. The boy carries it out without even the slightest hesitation. Muru breaks down, crying that everyone is suffering and blaming himself for arriving too late. His friends immediately tell him to stop blaming himself. They remind him that none of this was his fault. Kanzaki adds that arriving sooner might have allowed her to restrain the attackers. Araji dismisses them as fools. Not one of them possessed the power needed to resist Leonora's orders. They had divided themselves while accompanying Muru to support the others, but there was no way they could protect everyone. Also knows this encounter will not be their final clash with the Demon King's cult. Still, with the cult's general dead, they should enjoy a brief period of peace. Araji has something else on his mind. He calls Kanzaki over and announces that they need to have a serious conversation. Kanzaki follows him, her entire face turning red. Her reaction makes you wonder what exactly she expects him to ask. Araji looks her straight in the eye and tells her to dominate him. Kanzaki freezes, completely confused by what he means. Wait, was he actually challenging her to a duel? Obviously, that is not what he meant. Well, there goes the fun interpretation. I was hoping to see that awkward situation unfold. But instead, the next chapter opens with everyone celebrating after taking down part of the Demon King's army. Heroes receive a grand welcome, with the crowd amazed that they survived the previous battle and impressed by their strength. The capital embraces them as the crowd cheers and gawks, but Araji senses that something about the welcome is suspicious. He suspects the entire incident was arranged as part of Leonora's plan to win public acceptance for them. If his suspicion was correct, Leonora was much more dangerous and far more strategic than he had ever imagined. Later on, the entire group assembles outside the castle gates. Leonora orders them to go back to the temple in Alpha City. Kanzaki does not understand, so Arajit explains that Alpha City is where they were originally summoned. Muru asks whether Leonora intends to accompany them. Leonora says she still has yesterday's problems to settle, so Gia will look after them for the time being. Najas reminds them that they are overlooking something obvious. Everyone already forgot that the dormitories in Alpha City had been completely burned down. She notices that the other girls are still shaking from the trauma. She asks Naomi if she is all right. The girl only stares blankly, one eye bruised and her whole body visibly shaken. The saint asks whether something is wrong. Naomi flinches, loses her balance, and collapses until her friend catches her. Nagis tries to calm Naomi, while the saint turns away and declares that the matter is finished before walking off. Traumatized girl suddenly demands that the saint stop. Her friend immediately urges her to stay silent. After all, the saint had only split a man's skull with her sword, so in her mind, they should stop dwelling on it. This is a magic-filled world, and their mission is to defeat the Demon King. They need to face reality. Honestly, I was beginning to understand why people might side with the midriff-bearing saint. She was clearly the genuine article. Ido, however, was nowhere near that understanding and continued glaring at her. Araju notices that Arashi, meanwhile, is practically begging for another fight. Gaius eventually announces that it is time for them to leave. Once night arrives, the group sets up camp in the forest. Before long, that suspicious little group gathers behind the trees once more. Azaragi already has a strong feeling that they are plotting something. Kanzaki reaches the same conclusion, and the protagonist confirms their suspicion. Naturally, that is exactly what they were doing. Leonora was absent, and barely 30 soldiers remained, with most of them far weaker than the heroes. It made it the ideal moment to assassinate Gaius. Given the circumstances, the protagonist had no intention of interfering. He would simply stand back and observe the outcome. Inside the forest, Gaius asks whether the dragon-like monster is truly somewhere nearby. Narumi says yes and tells him to follow. He claims to have spotted something unusual nearby. Was Gaius actually being lured into a trap? Or was he merely pretending not to understand what was happening? Gaius warns that the path leads toward the royal capital, so a real dragon in the area would make the route extremely dangerous. Right then, Narumi raises the alarm and announces that the beast has shown itself. Was this supposed dragon the one they had been waiting for? Gaius turns around, only to find Arashi already standing behind him. Arashi unleashes a devastating blast that appears to hit Gaius head-on. Narumi activates his leg power and launches himself out of the blast radius. Gaius avoids the full impact, but the blast still burns his head and leaves blood running down his forehead. Arashi laughs at the result, finding the situation amusing. Even Arashi's strongest explosion had failed to finish him. The man was unbelievably durable, though his battered condition made it obvious he was far from full strength. Either way, killing people like him was exactly what Arashi enjoyed most. Gaius staggers backward onto a landmine Arashi planted earlier, and flames erupt beneath him. Arashi tells him that he walked straight into a trap, and warns that every direction he chooses will only lead to another explosion. Even his mana defenses cannot fully stop the attacks, which are clearly wearing him down. Gaius admits that he never expected them to rely on such dirty tactics for an ambush. Had seriously underestimated Arashi. Gaius spreads his arms and thanks them with surprising calm. He says that his only real objective is to kill them. That is why every one of these tactics has been carefully included in his plan. At that exact moment, the rest of the discount adventure squad appears behind him. Gaius rises and presses his sword against his forehead, while Arashi commands the others to move in. Arashi declares that the bastard will die tonight, and forbids anyone from showing mercy. Gaius replies that stopping them now seems impossible. He reaches into his pocket, retrieves a tiny blue sphere, and throws it skyward. The sphere explodes overhead like a firework. Muru and Kanzaki are completely confused, while Araji suspects Arashi has made a mistake. Soldiers at camp notice the signal and begin searching around, worried that their guide may have vanished. Assuming he is being attacked, they rush over to investigate. That is when Araji appears and cuts one soldier's throat in a single motion. Another soldier attempts to resist, but Araji closes the distance and assures him that it is not personal. Unfortunately for them, they still have to die. The attackers curse as Araji throws himself fully into the fight. He slips past another attack and smashes a savage blow beneath one man's chin. He hurls one fallen body into another soldier's arms, then drives a blade beneath the man's armpit as he moves past. The attackers cannot understand why the candidates are attacking them, but Arati says this is hardly the moment for questions. The entire sequence is vicious. Back in the forest, Veyes is boxed in as attackers strike him from both sides. He blocks one frontal strike and catches another attacker's punch. Narumi forms a spear of wind and launches it, killing one attacker instantly. At the same time, another candidate boosts his allies by channeling power into them. Gaius recognizes the growing danger and retreats just far enough to avoid the attack. Another boy immediately rushes in and attacks him from the flank. Gaius mocks the boy's speed, but the attacker laughs and says that will not save him. Boy's sword slams into Gaius's chest and almost snaps from the impact. The knight is stunned that their divine protections can truly withstand so much. A moment later, he detects an attack approaching from his left. Arashi's explosive punch connects again and sends him flying backward. He somehow defended against it, but his arm is now completely gone. Arashi laughs and calls him a stubborn old bastard. Narum realizes that the signal was definitely a request for backup, meant to stall them. Ia says that backup is no longer necessary, because someone important has just arrived. A fierce midriff-bearing saint steps into the battle and remarks that Gaius appears to be trapped. Yeah, Gaius is in serious trouble now. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers at the camp have all been restrained. Muru demands to know what is going on. Kanzaki, who helped capture their guide, explains that she is merely carrying out orders. Muru is confused, while Magya says Kanzaki's behavior is surprising. Kanzaki usually does not bother helping anyone. Arashi arrives and reveals that Kanzaki is obeying his orders, which is terrible news for Mido. Mido is left completely speechless. Kanzaki reports that she captured 7 soldiers, though a few managed to escape. She tells him that there is no reason to worry. The remaining soldiers have already been dealt with. Mido immediately steps forward and asks what exactly she means by dealt with. Arashi casually explains that he killed everyone else, leaving only the soldiers over there alive. Not a single one of the others is still on his feet. Kanzaki remarks that Arashi has once again shown zero mercy, leaving Muru to ask why he did it. Protagonist explains that Arashi's group was busy confronting Gaius and needed support, so Arashi chose to eliminate the weaker, easier targets first. Muru finally understands why Arashi had been missing earlier that night. Nagai warns that this rebellion could become far more dangerous than anyone anticipated. He wonders whether Arashi truly intends to continue with a plan this extreme. Araji tells her to observe the situation carefully, saying the answer will become obvious. Muru, however, still cannot make sense of it. Why would the protagonist choose to cooperate with Arashi? Muru believed they were supposed to be allies. The protagonist only says that he has matters he must take care of. And if Muru has a problem with that decision, he can take it up with Arashi directly. For now, he should leave the protagonist alone. The hero concedes that Maito is right. There is no time for discussion, so he orders everyone to get moving. They have to put an end to this group of maniacs. Saint, still proudly showing off her midriff, remarks that Gaius losing was quite a sight. Gaius replies that it is nothing short of disgraceful. There is nowhere left to run. His luck has finally run out. From overhead, Marumi calls down and asks what their next move is. Arashi tells her that they are out of alternatives. After making it this far, he refuses to turn around and flee like a coward. The others freeze, unsure of what to do. They are all aware that she has the power to control people. Saint explains that even her control has certain restrictions. Anyone with an overwhelming amount of mana can still resist her influence. These people depend entirely on divine protection and have hardly learned to manage their own mana, which makes them pathetic failures. That is exactly why controlling everyone present is so easy for her. Arashi brands her a coward, claiming she would stand no chance in a direct fight against him. Saint laughs off their insults and calls the trash talk pathetic. In that case, she will handle him personally and snap those claws right off. Even Gaius is visibly terrified, begging her to leave that enslavement spell alone. He insists that going that far would be completely excessive. The so-called queen of the belly button tells Gaius to relax. After all, she is the saint everyone worships. God favors her far more than he favors any of them. Arashi rushes forward and challenges her to give him everything she has. Gaius panics, but the saint merely extends a hand and summons the earth, sending a violent eruption straight into his chest. He twists on the ground in agony. Next, she commands the wind, and blades of air attack from all sides as a cyclone takes shape. The others try to help, while everyone keeps shouting to find out whether Arashi is still okay. She summons fire next, and one of the fighters is instantly reduced to vapor. Then she invokes water, trapping another man inside a bubble until he can no longer breathe. When another fighter passes out, the rest lose their nerve. Saint asks whether they are done, only for someone to defiantly answer no. Arashi immediately snaps back that they are nowhere near finished. She should not get ahead of herself and assume victory already belongs to her. Midu's group finally arrives, and he orders Arashi to stand down, asking what he hopes to accomplish by carrying on like this. Arashi says anyone trying to stop him will have to throw hands, adding that he hates pacifists just as much as the rest of them. Midu turns to the others and asks if they all truly share Arashi's opinion. Narumi apologizes, explaining that the saint and her followers simply cannot be trusted. The hero falls silent in thought, while Nage sides with Narumi. With the situation already this bad, perhaps the smartest move is for everyone to join the fight. Hashimoto objects, insisting that violence is not the right answer. The saint finds it hilarious that they are still debating among themselves in the middle of all this chaos. She laughs at their belief that they can simply stop here without facing consequences. The atmosphere turns grim for everyone involved. There is no escape left for anyone. Saint spreads her arms and commands the wind to wipe out every enemy before her. Narumi refuses to allow it and summons a tornado of his own. But from the side it is obvious that the saint's storm is vastly larger. Narumi is tossed around helplessly, spinning through the air alongside the others. Muro retreats a few steps. The entire dorm room crew has been knocked flat on the ground. He checks whether everyone is still all right. Arashi tells Muru not to panic. Nobody has died. If Muru really wants to help, he needs to fight rather than stand there spectating. He lifts his sword and admits that they truly have no alternative left. Someone behind him voices their agreement. Aegis says she is done restraining herself as well. Hashimoto agrees that this seems to be their sole option, and the entire group prepares for battle. The saint accepts their challenge, promising to show them just how enormous the gap between them really is. Hidden behind a tree, Kenzaki asks Araji how they should proceed. As usual, Araji leans against a tree with folded arms and says they will intervene only when the saint actually uses her enslavement magic. Till that moment arrives, they have no choice but to place their faith in their friends. Just as the battle is about to start, someone suddenly calls Leonora's name. It is Gaius, reminding her that despite his battered state, he remains her knight. The saint tells him to relax and promises to restore him with her healing blessing. In a single moment, Gaius is restored to full strength. Even his missing arm has been restored. The saint's side prepares to confront the heroes, leaving Narumi completely stunned. They nearly killed Gaius after all that effort, only for him to become perfectly healthy again in seconds. Nagais tells Narumi not to lose hope. Everyone is together now, so they will find a way through this. For some reason, the camera is now focused entirely on the saint's exposed stomach, as she casually invites them to attack whenever they like. To her, this fight is simply the ideal test for the group. After all, they cannot call themselves real heroes unless they manage to defeat her. Mito rushes forward, calls for cover, and launches the opening attack. Gaius cuts him off, parries the blow, and the two blades collide head-on. Mito's sword slices straight through Gaius's defense. Gaius has no choice but to fall back, finally recognizing how powerful the kid truly is. At the same time, the Saint summons ice and forms it into a barrage of piercing spears. She fires the ice spears at Midu, but Naga creates a fireball that intercepts them in midair. Saint casually dismisses the defense as insufficient, and the remaining shards keep moving toward them. Midu hacks apart as many as he can, but several shards still punch through his body. Narumi shouts a warning and tells him to prepare for what is coming. Meanwhile, Hashimoto lifts a mass of stones and swears that the Saint will not touch their leader. As it turns out, this girl can move objects with her mind. Narumi uses his wind line to cut through the stones, and the two launch a coordinated attack. The belly button queen simply stands still, while the combined powers hit her directly, without causing even a scratch. The stones collapse harmlessly, as she declares that God loves her. None of the divine blessings or powers they were given can affect her. Watching from afar, the protagonist figures that this immunity must be the Saint's own divine protection. Her defense stats may not be especially high, but she has no reason to rely on them. If anyone tries a physical attack, Gaius can probably deal with it himself. Arashi attacks once more, driving a kick toward Gaius. Gaius blocks it and mocks him, asking what happened to his explosive strength. Is the boy already running out of stamina? Arashi says he has no reason to waste that power on an old man like Gaius. He orders Muru to deal with the Saint, while he keeps Gaius occupied. Midu agrees, but he cannot figure out how anyone is supposed to kill a woman who is immune to divine protection. Even his energy blade is unlikely to do any damage. Suddenly, another sword appears directly in his hand. One of the boys tells him that this weapon should suit him much better. Midu thanks him, while the Saint watches eagerly and remarks that things are finally becoming interesting. The two opponents now stand ready for a direct showdown. Midu says that is exactly what is happening, because too many people are counting on him. That is precisely why Leonora has to be brought down. Midu rushes in as Leonora smiles and throws crescent-shaped slashes straight at him. He avoids every arc, while Nagais watches from afar and wonders how they can possibly support him. Their only available option is to rely on their blessing abilities. Unfortunately, those abilities are completely useless against her. Hashimoto agrees, admitting that the situation is incredibly frustrating. Still, all they can do is stand there and watch the fight unfold. No, you absolute idiots. The Saint may be immune, but Fro hurls rocks at Gaius to create an opening for Arashi. At this point, I seem to be exposing the story's plot holes without even trying. Arashi evades another attack, gets inside Gaius's guard, and lands a punch that knocks the old knight backward. Kid keeps moving fluidly, follows with a kick that drives Gaius back, and then buries a heavy punch in his stomach. The impact sends Gaius flying across the battlefield. Arashi taunts him for being so sluggish. Arashi assumed the healing had restored him completely, but apparently Gaius still has not recovered his full strength. The old knight fires back that Arashi is also nearing his limit, and no longer has his former divine protection to depend on. Elsewhere, the Saint fires 3 blazing orbs at Mito, forcing him to dive out of their path. Mito realizes that continuing like this will never lead him to victory. Every attack he throws misses its mark. He has to find a completely different method to bring Leonora down. After dodging yet another attack and ending up directly in front of her, Mito earns her praise for living up to expectations. She says hardly anyone in the entire nation could evade that many attacks in a row. Muru knows that simply surviving is not enough, yet the battle remains overwhelmingly tilted against him. He has to get close, but Leonora gives him no opening as her attacks keep coming nonstop. His friends cannot do much in this matchup, because their attacks only work from a distance. With no alternatives left, Muru decides to go all in and force his way into close range. Leonora is caught off guard when Muru suddenly bursts forward. With spears forming behind him, Muru launches his body forward like a bolt of lightning. Leonora strikes the ground and transforms the earth under his feet into sinking quicksand. Before Muru can respond, flames erupt from her palm and burn across his head. Nagai cries out for him as Leonora realizes that Muru has been saving his energy the entire time for one decisive burst. The boy's natural talent is genuinely frightening. Even with that terrifying talent, Leonora remains on another level. The exhausted boy finally crumples to the ground. Arashi remains locked in combat with Gaius, unsure how he can win without unleashing his explosive power. Gaius gives him no breathing room, pushing forward while accusing Arashi of hesitating too much. The sword cuts across him, blood bursts out, and Arashi staggers backward. He wonders to himself how things ever became this disastrous. He defeated this old man once before, so why is the fight slipping away from him now? Gaius casually rests the blade on his shoulder and declares that Arashi is still just an amateur. According to Gaius, This is the fate of trash like Arashi once divine protection is taken away. Arashi refuses to accept that judgment. He was never dependent on divine power in the first place. He does not need explosions or divine blessings to prove how strong he is. Despite the sword buried in his shoulder, Arashi forces his body back to its feet. Gaius is left completely speechless. The blade has pierced his collarbone, but he is somehow still on his feet. Gaius is too stunned to respond, before Arashi drives another punch directly into his face. The old knight is sent flying backward, coughing up blood. That single punch actually knocked him unconscious. Apparently, it had more than enough power. Arashi grins and proudly announces that he has finally taken the bastard down. Meanwhile, Myro refuses to accept that things should end like this. He is supposed to be the one protecting everyone else. His friends are being hurt, and he will not stand by while anyone suffers like this again. The boy stands again, with lightning crackling around his body, leaving the saint amazed by his sheer determination. He tells her that this has gone far enough. Now he is ready to unleash everything he has. She tells him he will never even reach her, yet before she can blink, he is already beside her. The moment she turns, his sword connects and launches her backward. Blood runs from her wounded arm as she wonders whether she truly dropped her guard. Before she can recover, Muru appears behind her once again. She turns and raises an ice barrier, but Muru's blow smashes through it and forces her backward once more. That is when she understands the problem was never her defense slipping. Muru was genuinely crossing the distance between them in a single instant. She recognizes it as the earth-shrinking ability, a gift reserved for those personally favored by the gods. Muru had only ever wished for a power that could help him protect others. In that very instant, he thrust his sword into her neck. Saint insists that even this is not enough to defeat her. She activates Prostratus once more, slamming Muru face first into the ground. Smiling, she tells him that he has made his decision. With the trump card finally revealed, Arati declares that it is their turn to act. Muru remains face down in the dirt, while the saint blushes and admits she did not expect to use that technique this soon. Even so, Muru has clearly impressed her. The dorm crew moves forward, but the saint orders every one of them to stop. In an instant, every single person is rendered completely motionless. She congratulates them, saying they performed well and that every one of them passed her test. She admits that Gaius going down so quickly was unexpected. Apparently, replacing a fallen knight is easy, and she can keep everything under control as long as the candidates remain in her grasp. Arumi finally understands that this battle was unwinnable from the very beginning. Midu realizes that unless they find a way to neutralize that ability, victory is impossible. Saint admits that she performed the summoning herself, which is why she can control them whenever she chooses. Without that control, they would become far too dangerous for the world to handle. Suddenly, 3 daggers come flying toward her, forcing her to raise an earthen shield. The daggers bounce harmlessly to the ground, and the saint says she had been curious about the boy's whereabouts. She already knew that he was the one who killed her beloved subordinate. Araji steps into view and says that he is impressed. Someone as ordinary as him had somehow managed to capture her interest. The saint replies that he has seemed unusual ever since the day he appeared. He received such a useless divine blessing, yet remained strangely calm instead of panicking. He certainly did not look like someone who knew nothing about the situation. She is disappointed that she failed to predict he would willingly jump into a battle he had no chance of winning. Araji tells her that if this comes down to victory or defeat, then he will be the one deciding the outcome. The saint challenges him to prove it, then instantly locks his entire body in place. Araji remains calm, identifying the spell as the subordinate type ability she used earlier. The saint asks whether he finally understands how her technique functions. Boom, the attack lands. He is hit in the arm, then struck again before he can recover. Soldier knocks him down, leaving the saint utterly confused. Araji is impressed that she managed to shield all her vital points. Saint demands to know how he can still move at all. She had used the subordinate technique, but the protagonist keeps attacking at full force, landing one hit after another, including a strike to her leg beside her exposed midriff. Saint cannot believe what she is seeing. At this rate, he is completely ruining the girl's perfect appearance. The saint demands to know what kind of power has rendered her defenses meaningless. The protagonist reveals that this deadly trick came from Bjork. He would rather not use it repeatedly, so she should start cooperating immediately. Saint regains her composure and launches an attack of her own. Even if her control techniques failed, she could still hurt him with ordinary attacks. She fires a burst of flames at him, accusing him of dropping his guard. Her expression shifts when she sees that only his shirt remains lying on the ground. Araji appears behind her and warns that one wrong movement will get her killed. A classic surprise attack. From watching Muru's battle, Araji had already noticed that the saint was not physically powerful. She depended far too heavily on the subordinate technique, so Araji tells her to surrender. The saint still cannot understand how any of this is possible. Araji says she probably never imagined this plan would succeed, but it worked perfectly. The story flashes back to when Araji made Kanzaki an outrageous request, brought her into the room, and told her to dominate him. Kanzaki's entire face turns bright red. She asks what he is even talking about. She insists that she has never done anything like this before. She nervously asks if they are really starting this way. Araju is left completely baffled by her reaction. The truth is, he had been researching this world's abilities, but found no information about anything called the subordinate technique. However, he did discover one detail that caught his attention. Two domination-type abilities are used on the same person. The technique applied first continues to take priority. Kanzaki understands the implication right away. If her domination was applied first, any later technique would be unable to control him. Araji admits that it might work, though there is a chance her weaker divine protection would allow the saint's technique to override it. Kanzaki immediately points out that exact problem. The saint's domination power was on a completely higher level. Araji explains that the real difference lies in their skill levels. Kanzaki's domination skill was only level 1, whereas the saints had reached level 3. Kanzaki admits that if the gap is that large, she may never be able to evolve her skill to the same level. That is when Araju reveals the crucial detail he had discovered. During their earlier fight, he did not possess divine domination at all, only a basic ability for controlling monsters. But even with divine power, the saint was unable to seize control of him. His skill was weaker, but applying it first made it impossible for her to overwrite. If divine skills obeyed the same rule, then the saint herself might also be trapped by his domination. Araji decides that the possibility makes the gamble worthwhile. Back in the present, the saint realizes that Kanzaki must be responsible. Holding the Glock, the protagonist asks whether she has finally understood the trick. And that is precisely what happened. By then, the saint was already trapped under his control. The saint bites her lip in frustration, while Araji calmly tells her that the fight is over. The weapon locks into position. Araji raises the Glock toward her. Surely though, the gun must be out of ammunition, right? Except it is not empty at all. Instead, he placed the same restraints on the saint that had previously sealed Kanzaki's abilities. The saint is now completely powerless, and Araji reveals that he borrowed the restraints from the demon cult. The saint asks what exactly he plans to do now. The protagonist tells her she will be freed if she sends them back to their original world. However, the saint reveals that such a thing is impossible. Summoning is the only power she possesses. Sending them back to Earth would require an entirely different set of abilities. Arajit studies her words and feels that she is probably telling the truth. Her profile contained no indication that she had the ability to send anyone back. He then asks why she promised them a return to Earth once the Demon King was defeated. The saint explains that summoning humans from another world drains an enormous amount of energy. She merely used her ability to pray to God, and the summoning succeeded through the Lord's will. She believes that divine connection is also why completing their mission to kill the Demon King will trigger their return home. Araju remains doubtful and asks whether she is truly certain about that. She confirmed that she had summoned many candidates just like them before. The catch was that not one of them had ever come close to defeating the Daemon Enos, Kig Enos. Ataji Enos wondered why he had never heard anything about those previous candidates. She explained that most of them were dead, while the handful who survived had gone into hiding. That finally explained to the protagonist why everyone had kept them in the dark. To be honest, their future was looking anything but promising. The saint then questioned whether they seriously intended to remain there forever. Eventually, the Demon King would come for them, leaving them no choice but to face him. So in the end, escaping the conflict was never really an option. According to her, surviving meant supporting this country and helping it stand against the threat. She even offered to forget the whole incident if they agreed to let her go. Araji answered that sadly, her death was unavoidable, and lifted his knife. Naturally, Mira Enos seized his arm before he could do anything and ordered him to stop. Araji demanded to know what had suddenly gotten into him. As far as Araji knew, Mido had already thrown those ridiculous ideals away. Mido explained that he had gone along with the plan because he believed the saint could return them to their own world. But now he believed killing her could cost them their hero candidate status, so murdering her was too risky. The protagonist pointed out that they had already crossed the line into rebellion. At that exact moment, the saint backed him up and admitted that Muru was correct. She admitted that she had taken things too far, but insisted they still needed her to keep their powers. Araji understood the logic, but he refused to risk allowing someone that dangerous to walk free. That trick could never be repeated, and the saint only needed to kill Kanzaki before becoming untouchable once more. Midu argued that they could simply force the saint to swear she would treat them properly, then set her free. Others predictably supported him, pointing out that none of them were actually fighters, and if they became wanted criminals, defeating the Demon King would become even more impossible. Even Nagas agreed that having the saint as an ally was safer than making her an enemy. They only had to make her swear the oath. Norami, however, rejected the idea outright. He refused to place any trust in the saint. In his eyes, she was too dangerous to leave alive and needed to be eliminated. Muru acknowledged the danger, but warned that killing her, there could doom every one of them. The protagonist figured Muru was only taking this stance because he was thinking about the entire class. He was sure he could survive by himself, yet he also knew ignoring the future would be dangerously short-sighted. Then his decision to rely on himself suddenly became an immediate action. Bang! Fired straight at the saint. In an instant, the belly-button queen was dead, and her head struck the floor while everyone erupted in panic. Shido shouted, demanding an explanation for what Eret had just done. The protagonist completely lost the plot, tossed out a smoke grenade, and announced that they would meet again someday. Absolutely unbelievable. The guy was genuinely out of his mind. That shot landed with terrifying precision. He was basically the most American action hero imaginable. Hidu, naturally, was absolutely livid. Hashimoto called him a bastard for killing her after the group had already made its decision. Nagase agreed and accused him of caring about nobody but himself. Narumi demanded to know why his own friend had done it, while also cursing him as a bastard. Zaki could only stand there in disbelief, unable to accept that he had truly killed her. Ultimately, events unfolded precisely according to his prediction. Flashback shows him explaining the strategy beforehand. Their initial objective was to seize Leonora and discover a route back to their own world. If she turned out to have no way to send them back, they would execute her. She accepted the plan, and he predicted that Muru would defend her the instant they confirmed there was no path home. That would give him the opening to kill her regardless and disappear. Kanzaki asked whether he planned to shoulder the responsibility for her death by himself. He explained that he had spared the soldiers so they could reveal who was truly responsible. He would take the criminal label, keeping the rest of them out of danger. Our supposedly cold protagonist had actually designed an absurdly elaborate plan just to keep everyone else away from the fallout. Everyone was protected. Well, everyone except the belly-button queen, who received a bullet straight between the eyes. Kanzaki was not convinced that everything would unfold so perfectly. He argued that if trouble appeared, their hero candidate status could help them negotiate with the authorities. Apparently, the claim that killing the saint would erase their powers was just a translation error, because he never hesitated for even a moment. Now Kanzaki stood completely frozen, wondering whether Shinjo could deal with the disaster that had just unfolded. The story then cuts to a castle, glowing beneath a blood-red moon. Someone brings up the otherworldly candidates, blessed by the gods. The blonde man standing ahead confirms that they have arrived and are being targeted, though every attempt to eliminate them has failed. The man seated on the throne calmly tells him not to worry. Once those candidates eventually arrive, they will handle the situation themselves. That was when the real entertainment would finally begin. This man is Winberg, the Demon King's supreme general, which means the actual Demon King has not even appeared yet. Back in the forest, our lone hero wanders through the wilderness and drinks from a river. The belly-button queen is gone, along with the only waifu who actually liked him, so all he can do now is keep walking. He notices a small town waiting ahead. As night settles in, he assumes the late hour will make slipping inside relatively easy. He reaches the wall, fires up a grappling hook, climbs over, and immediately starts worrying about earning money. The money taken from the soldiers could keep him alive temporarily, but it would not last long. A nearby tavern catches his attention. It might be the perfect place to find some work. The tavern is lively until the entire room suddenly falls silent, and someone questions his presence. The protagonist approaches the counter and orders a mug of food to quiet his stomach. A man sitting nearby asks him to introduce himself. "A traveler, are you?" The man says he has never seen anyone like him in this town. Araji confirms it, claiming he had been driven from his city and was now searching for employment. The man assumes the Demon King's army expelled him and sympathizes with his tragic circumstances. For Araji, this misunderstanding could not have worked out better. He happily plays along, confirms the story, and asks whether he can find work without showing any identification. Naturally, the answer is the most predictable one possible. The bartender suggests that he register as an adventurer. Araji asks about the job, and the man explains that adventurers accept guild contracts to hunt magical beasts. A drunkard nearby immediately warns him not to take the work lightly. Pick the wrong dangerous job, and you could be dead before you know it. That is simply how this profession works. Bartender disagrees, saying the boy clearly does not look like an inexperienced rookie. The drunk accepts that point and says his ability explains why he travels alone. Protagonist says that if the job only involves magical beasts, he can manage. He then asks where he needs to go to become one. The man assures him that the process is easy. He only needs to visit the guild at the town center and sign up. Since the guild desperately needs more adventurers, it will not bother demanding identification. Araja comments on his knowledge, and the man reveals that he was once an adventurer himself, until a knee injury forced him to retire. The man serves his food, giving Araja a proper dinner, and by the next morning the boy wakes up in his room. Hold on, what is he doing now? Is he seriously exposing his stomach to charm somebody? Come on, even the belly-button saint never got a look at his stomach, and now he is displaying it like a model. At the front desk, he informs the clerk that he will extend his stay, and she thanks him. Since she showed no unusual reaction to his face, he realizes that people here probably do not know the hero's appearances. That was excellent news. At least it meant fewer people would recognize him as a target. Not long afterward, he notices the guild's crest. That sign marks the Adventurers Guild. He strides inside and finds hat-wearing girls, axe-carrying men, and adventurers studying maps. After spotting the reception counter at the back, he walks over and asks to sign up. He pays the registration fee with a silver coin, and the receptionist asks his name and birthplace. Choosing to keep his identity hidden, he introduces himself as Siren, a 17-year-old boy. He claims demons invaded his city, forcing him to escape here. The woman thanks him and starts completing his registration. Once the paperwork is stamped, she begins explaining the guild system. Naturally, the guild uses the familiar ranking ladder, starting at A and descending all the way to F. Higher ranks bring greater rewards, but they also come with tougher assignments. As a brand new recruit, he is placed at rank F and sent to browse the mission board. Most available jobs involve collecting medicinal plants, while just one asks adventurers to hunt kobolds. He had never even heard of kobolds, but that only made him more willing to take the assignment. Before he can leave, someone suddenly calls over to him. A group that looks like the discount version of a street gang mocks him, asking if he is new around there. They cannot believe he is considering a kobold mission. They tell him to forget the idea. According to them, weak trash like him has no chance of completing it. Aravi was already irritated by the clowns and wondered who they thought they were. He looks back, politely acknowledges the warning, and makes it clear he has no interest in continuing the conversation. Being dismissed enrages the group, though everyone else in the guild already knows they are habitual troublemakers. One thug declares that the newcomer needs a lesson in how things are done locally. The thug throws a heavy punch, but Aravi casually stops it with one raised arm. The man screams at him to release his fist, then senses something wrong and begins frantically calling for backup. As the first attacker staggers away, another rushes in with a massive bear-like blow. Punch comes at Muravi from the left, yet mere seconds later, the entire group is unconscious on the floor. With the mission paper in hand, he calmly leaves while realizing that this was apparently the standard of adventurers in town. Next to the hero candidates, these adventurers were laughably weak. Regardless, it was time to complete the job and begin climbing the ranks. In the forest, the map suggests that a hideout should be close if he follows the marked trail. The footprints ahead appear to have been left recently. He pushes through the bushes and senses something nearby, and there is clearly more than one presence. Apparently, these monsters were surprisingly skilled at staying concealed. These must be the kobolds he came to hunt. Just then, he senses something behind him, a huge jackal gripping a sword stained with blood. The beast swings its blade, but Araji evades it and instantly realizes the weapon was probably taken from a human. Another jackal attacks from behind, but he crouches under the blow, blinds it with sand, then catches a third one with a reverse kick. The beast crashes down in a twisted heap, and Araji grabs the sword before stabbing it through the shoulder. The jackal looks completely stunned, as if asking, "What just happened?" His expression practically screams, "My friend is dead." And now that one joins him in death. Two thrusts into the chest put another jackal down. Araji activates the Eye of Judgment and finds their statistics are incredibly poor. For him, they are no challenge at all, and an easy source of income. Back at the guild, everyone stares as he dumps a sack of kobold ears onto the counter and asks whether the proof is sufficient. The confused receptionist says it is enough, but first asks whether he truly hunted every one of them alone. He confirms that he did. He says locating them was more difficult than defeating them because they hid well and his exploration skill was still underdeveloped. Surrounding adventurers begin whispering, wondering whether kobold hunting is truly this simple. Some assume he must just be a beginner. Others cannot believe a newcomer caused such a commotion so quickly. The receptionist rises and tells him she will bring his payment. Later that night, our boy walks away with a bag full of money. Hunting magical beasts had paid him far more than he expected. At the moment, survival money mattered most, so he decided to remain in the city for some time. He also needed time to understand the situation and collect every useful piece of information he could. Suddenly, someone steps into his path. Araji immediately asks whether the man needs something from him. The blonde, bowl-cut man introduces himself as Lyle, a rank B adventurer who manages this city's guild. When asked what he wants, Lyle simply confirms whether this is Siren, the newcomer who supposedly beat up his men earlier. Araji calmly says they attacked first, but Lyle calls him a liar, claiming his men would never start a fight with a rookie only to lose so badly. The protagonist instantly realizes where this is going, and sure enough, Lyle charges in to teach him a lesson. Araji effortlessly avoids the first punch, then the next two, making Lyle angrier with every miss. Lyle declares that the warm-up is over, stomps down, and launches a spinning kick, only for Araji to duck and break his supporting foot. Lyle slams onto his back, while Araji walks away and admits he is strong, but leaves far too many openings. Lyle struggles upright and tells him not to leave, then suddenly tackles him again and pins him with an arm and leg lock. Reggie remarks that Lyle clearly has little experience fighting people, which makes sense for someone accustomed only to battling beasts. Lyle asks why someone as powerful as Erigi would bother picking a fight with his subordinates. Erigi simply calls it a misunderstanding and offers to explain what happened. It turns out Lyle is not really the villain he first appeared to be. At the bar, Lyle downs a drink and admits that the entire mess was his fault, turns on his lackeys, and accuses those bastards of lying to him. He says they deserve to be beaten for it. Bald thugs immediately begin apologizing and insist that none of it was intentional. The boss orders them to apologize to Erigi personally, and they instantly drop into deep bows. Erigi tells them he is not bothered. As far as he is concerned, the matter is closed. What he actually needs is information, so he asks a few questions. Lyle agrees and promises to answer anything. He wants his thanks for letting the matter go. Araja begins by explaining that he is, as they can see, a traveler. He says he came to the city to earn enough money to continue traveling. Lyle nods, then points out that Araja's strength is absurdly high. That makes Lyle wonder what Araja is truly trying to accomplish. Why had he come to this city in the first place? Araja says he is traveling between cities, searching for a way to reach another world. Everyone around him is stunned by the answer. For the people there, such a thing was considered impossible. The pink-haired man reminds them that the so-called hero candidates themselves came from another world. So perhaps, in theory, reaching that world might not be impossible after all. The protagonist confirms that this is precisely what he means. He wants to discover how to travel to the world the heroes originally came from. Lyle admits that this is an incredibly difficult question. The only answer he can offer is that it probably involves magic. Erigi knows the subject is obscure, but he had hoped Lyle could at least provide a useful lead. Lyle suggests that the city of Elbana has a sage who might be Erigi's best chance. Erigi has never heard of the place, so Lyle explains that the sage is an elf woman who assists that kingdom. That description reminds the protagonist that he has heard of elf sages before. His books describe them as mysterious people living deep within the forests. However, most accounts about them sounded more like myths than facts. They almost never revealed themselves to outsiders. Lyle was one of the few people known to have met this particular sage. Lyle says she has lived for more than a century, knows the kingdom extensively, and is a legendary spellcaster with profound knowledge of magic and power. To Arati, she sounded like exactly the person he needed. Someone like that might genuinely know how interworld travel worked. The orange-haired man then questions whether the sage is still alive at all. He says he has never heard even a rumor about her. Since nobody has seen her in ages, the odds of finding her are incredibly slim. Lyle laughs, admits he does not know the truth either, and apologizes to Oragi for having no further information. Oragi thanks him regardless, says the clue is enough, and leaves because it is getting late. The others call out after him, curious about what he plans to do once he reaches that other world. Arati simply tells them to use their imagination and continues walking. The next day, he is already earning several silver coins from another completed mission. A week has passed since his arrival, and his savings are steadily growing. Guild members have warmed up to him and now regularly invite him to join them for drinks. He politely turns them down, saying tonight is not a good time. The others decide he is a bit of a party pooper. Still, they say they will catch up with him later. Throughout the week, he has been digging into the identity of the legendary sage. Apparently, her name is Elbana Carrot. Around 10 years ago, she served as a royal advisor, but she has since retired to the eastern border, where the kingdom is currently fighting the Demon King's forces. There is nothing left keeping him in this place. It is finally time to track her down. At the same time, an important meeting is taking place in the Holy City. The purple-haired knight explains that he will oversee the hero's treatment for the coming month. He then asks whether they have any complaints. This man is Captain Heinrich, a knight from the 8th Order. Muro assures him that everything has gone smoothly and praises the captain for his excellent work. The captain thanks him, admitting that the compliment means a lot because the Kairos are valuable to the kingdom. Hashimoto thanks Heinrich as well, privately noting that he is nothing like Leonora, though something about him still feels suspicious. Heinrich brings everyone back to the real subject of the meeting. Yesterday's council meeting concluded that the hero candidates would be sent into action. Medu immediately asks whether that means being deployed to the front. Heinrich confirms it, explaining that numerous battles are raging along the eastern border, and the candidates will be stationed at a frontline fortress. Muru accepts the decision, but reminds Heinrich not to break his promise. Heinrich assures him that anyone unfit for fighting will not be forced into battle. Muro feels both relieved and glad to hear that. However, the captain warns that they will still have other duties to handle. Kingdom cannot continue feeding and sheltering everyone without receiving anything in return. They will have to earn their meals through work. Thinking of the frightened girl who is still traumatized, Muro admits that the arrangement is reasonable. Hashimoto asks what happens next, and Heinrich makes it clear that there is no time to waste. They are all departing tomorrow morning, so preparations must begin immediately. As they walk through the corridor, she happily remarks that it is a relief they accepted their demands. He agrees, admitting that he expected them to ask for much harsher terms. Hashimoto believes the situation will finally improve now that Leonora is out of the picture. This group is far more reasonable, which means there are fewer problems to deal with. Still, one question keeps bothering her. What is that boy doing at this very moment? Muru falls silent, sensing that their lives are about to become much more complicated. Heroes then meet the king and a high-ranking priest, informing them that Singh has been killed. The old man instantly demands to know who is responsible. Nagas wastes no time naming the culprit, that bastard Araji Kai, a hero candidate with a unique power. The old man then asks where the boy has gone. She answers that the traitor fled the scene. The knights conclude that, if the story is accurate, an inquisitor should be sent to resolve the matter immediately. The old man remains unconvinced, calling the account interesting but suspiciously convenient for every hero involved. Arashi angrily demands that the old man explain his suspicion. Bishop says he is not rejecting their account, but suggests that the entire group might have secretly planned Leonora's murder. One knight cuts in immediately, insisting that the bishop's theory is wrong. He says he witnessed the entire incident himself. The candidates were attempting to stop the battle and protect the saint, even considering how to keep her alive, when a rowdy suddenly murdered her without warning. Several nearby knights back him up, confirming that they saw the same events. With multiple knights giving identical accounts, the bishop admits that their version seems believable. However, he still wants to know whether this supposedly wild boy was truly that powerful. Muru confirms it, explaining that the boy was immensely strong and had concealed his true power all along. His strength was so overwhelming that a single finger movement was enough to kill. After thanking them for the information, the old man escorts them into a different room. Oddly enough, Kanzaki is already using her ability there, and Muru thanks her despite not fully understanding what she intended to do. She would have dominated the soldiers, but it remains unclear whether that required killing them afterward or merely wiping their memories. No one really knows the answer. Even so, Muru feels relieved, while Hashimoto is glad that they apparently have nothing else to fear. As for Araji, he can now live or waste his life however he chooses. There was no point in worrying about him anymore. Muru laughs along and agrees, though he knows the real truth deep inside. Araji had sacrificed himself by carrying all the blame, while Muru, despite promising to save everyone, had ultimately failed to help at all. Back with the students, the class president gathers everyone together. He announces that they are being deployed to the front, and anyone capable of fighting will leave tomorrow. Thought of an approaching battle leaves many students terrified. This is no longer training. The danger is finally real. Rina hears their panic and questions why they are only frightened now. According to her, it is far too late for fear, and they must accept reality. A blunt warning only makes the ordinary students even more nervous. Another student asks whether their group alone is being sent into the frontline battle. Class president explains that a night squad will escort them, led by Captain Heinrich. Just then, the popular blonde student raises a question of her own. She asks whether anyone has received news about Shinju. The class president reveals that a bounty has been issued for Shinju, and several people are already hunting him. The announcement clearly weighs on her. As Kanzaki is about to walk away, the boy tries to speak with her. Nagasarina cuts him off, declaring that traitor or not, she will burn Shinju to the bone the moment she finds him. Later, the blonde leans against the wall and stares outside, secretly wishing that criminal had taken her with him. The very next morning, the departure happens exactly as announced. A long caravan, carrying the students, begins moving toward the battlefield. As always, Arashi looks thoroughly irritated. One girl complains that the march is becoming unbearably tiring. A classmate quickly reminds her that they only stopped recently and are expected to keep walking until sunset. Soon, more students start moaning about their aching bodies after doing nothing but walk for 2 straight days. While everyone is still complaining, Brute suddenly raises a hand and orders the caravan to halt. Ordinary students immediately ask Arashi what happened. Arashi says he can sense a magical beast hiding beyond the bushes. Fear immediately spreads through the group. They are exhausted enough without adding monsters to the problem. One mounted soldier is not amused and angrily demands an explanation for stopping the procession. Class representative apologizes and confirms that he too detected magical creatures in the area. The soldier says he sees nothing and insists that, whether monsters are present or not, everyone must follow orders. That arrogant attitude pushes Arashi over the edge, and he decides to settle the argument physically. True to his usual character, Arashi immediately seizes the soldier by the throat. He lifts the man completely off the ground, making it obvious who holds the real power here. The situation grows tense, and although the class president orders Arashi to stop, the brute refuses to obey someone he considers trash. As they argue, a far more dangerous presence starts moving nearby. Arashi is forced to release the terrified soldier, who crashes back onto the ground. When Arashi looks toward the bushes, several trembloan rabbits appear, their claws looking like they trained for a Wolverine marathon. The soldiers recognize the beasts at once. Everyone braces themselves for combat. The Trembloan rabbits leap into the attack, eager to prove their claws are more than fancy accessories. The soldier standing at the front is seconds away from the most terrifying moment of his life. Brings his sword up to defend himself, but the rabbit knocks it aside with almost no effort. Clearly, this kingdom's basic soldier training leaves a lot to be desired. Trembloan rabbit prepares to shred its helpless prey into tiny pieces. The terrified soldier can only stare as a huge fireball suddenly detonates beside him. Arashi has arrived to demonstrate his lifelong passion for violence. He is already smashing monster skulls like they are nothing. First rabbit is dispatched without ceremony. The soldier, who has clearly lost control of his bladder, thanks Arashi, but the young man only orders the trash to stay out of his way. With a smug grin, Arashi returns to the only thing that truly makes him happy, causing destruction. His fire-covered fists tear a brutal route through the battlefield. Arashi laughs and roars with delight as he pulverizes every creature within reach. The students behind him finally relax. At this rate, they may not have to lift a finger themselves, but Arashi is nowhere near satisfied. Even these monsters and Arashi's current power feel insignificant beside that fool called the protagonist. His thoughts return to the grim night when that man stood before him with a gun in hand. The man shot the saint directly in the head, violently blowing her skull apart. Right from the beginning, that man showed no fear of Arashi whatsoever. He did not even flinch, and that emotionless reaction drove Arashi completely mad. And Arashi learned through brutal experience that his opponent was far stronger than expected. With explosive power in his fists now, Arashi believes this is his opportunity to surpass every rival who once stood above him. Class president notices that Arashi has gone quiet, lost in memories. Arashi returns to the present and brushes it off as nothing. As they continue onward, he declares that weaklings have no right to command him. Meanwhile, trouble is brewing along the border of the Dagrest kingdom. Fortress walls are packed with soldiers, though the previous battle proved how poorly prepared they really are. Captain Amelia of the Holy Order of Knights greets the hero candidates with a warm welcome. She commands patrols along this border, despite receiving the promotion only recently. Hirik quickly asks about the captain who held the position before her. Everyone is shocked to learn that the former captain died only a few weeks earlier. Amelia wants the newcomers to rest after their journey, but alarming news cuts her sentence short. Demon King's forces are rapidly closing in on the fortress. Amelia turns to the students and tells them their first test will begin right away. The class president is more than ready to prove himself. He turns to the others and orders them to prepare for combat immediately. Arashi, naturally, is thrilled by the announcement. He cannot wait to roast some monsters with his fire-powered fists. The fortress alarm suddenly screams across the battlefield. The enemy army is almost upon them. From the walls, the students watch a massive horde of demons advance across the horizon. Class president and his friends can only look on in terror. Heinrich wastes no time and commands the soldiers to begin firing. Plan is to destroy as many demons as possible before they reach the walls. Archers take aim while the mages start preparing their magic. Moments later, blazing arrows rain down on demons still far from the fortress. Yet the horde refuses to slow down. The injuries barely seem to matter. The class president is stunned by how much punishment they can endure. Captain Amelia warns them that these creatures are difficult to kill and should never be taken lightly. The young man wonders how they can possibly defeat opponents this powerful. Captain tells everyone to follow Heinrich's instructions. She is going to the battlefield personally, intending to disrupt the enemy formation. Amid the confusion, Henrik remembers the former captain and wonders how he would have handled this crisis. The class president, much like us, cannot understand how Henrik remains so calm. Near the wall, Naga's Rana points out that someone must already be fighting below. Before the class president can even react, a gigantic explosion tears through the area. The demons are thrown into confusion, unable to figure out what just happened. Then Arashi appears, standing proudly on top of a mountain of bodies. Several other students are fighting beside him. Demons rage at his arrogance, but another blast erupts before they can make a move. Arashi has no interest in the demons' feelings or opinions. His only goal is to erase every last one of them. As the battle continues outside, several demons break through the fortress wall. They tear through the soldiers without any difficulty. One demon is seconds away from slicing a soldier into pieces. Before it can finish the attack, someone brings the demon down. The class president is the one who rescues the helpless soldier. His heroic rescue draws the attention of even more demons. Fortunately, the sword in his hands is no ordinary weapon. Anyone who attacks him is cut down instantly, leaving a growing line of corpses in his wake. With every victory, his confidence rises, and he begins to believe that winning is possible. He encourages his classmates by insisting that victory is within reach if they can overcome their fear. His words give the frightened students a small boost of courage. As he rushes toward the front, the class president understands that hesitation is no longer an option. If he loses his nerve everyone relying on him may lose theirs as well. As their leader, he cannot afford to act carelessly or remain inexperienced. That is one lesson our protagonist has already learned the hard way. Bookish girl enters the battle with her telekinesis, and a fire-wielding classmate joins her moments later. Before long, every student is actively fighting. Within moments, demons are being sent to the afterlife, while the unlucky ones are ripped apart before they can even die. The soldiers can hardly believe the strength these students are displaying. Emmerich orders his troops to give the hero candidates proper tactical support. Soldiers obey and push deeper into the battle. Outside the walls, Arashi has already destroyed every enemy nearby, but he looks completely dissatisfied. Eventually, the defenders succeed in surviving the enemy assault. Captain Amelia raises her sword and declares victory over the Demon King's army, sending everyone's morale soaring. When evening arrives, the class president stands quietly, reflecting on everything that happened. Heinrich walks over to him. This had been the young man's first real battle, and his first victory as well. The class representative is struggling to accept what the battle has taught him. A conflict on such a massive scale can never be taken lightly. Even then, Heinrich praises him for guiding his classmates effectively. However, Heinrich warns him to stay alert, because their enemies are far more cunning than they appear. The demon army may have lost many soldiers, but its higher-ranking members are an entirely different danger. The young man promises that he will remember the warning. Far away, the surviving demons regroup at their stronghold. The survivors report their devastating defeat to their commander. The powerful demon Stone Gaia explodes with rage and swears to crush the enemy's bones in revenge. Meanwhile, our protagonist keeps moving through the dense forest. He is getting close to the end of his search for the sage. Without warning, something launches a surprise attack on him. Several long tentacles whip through the air in his direction. Boy's reflexes, however, are far too sharp. He slips past every single attack. Closer look reveals that the tentacles are actually tongues belonging to some strange creatures. He searches the trees and spots several baboon-like monkeys hiding nearby. He activates his eye ability, a low-budget express version of the Sharingan. The ability analyzes the baboons and displays every skill they possess. Their abilities are nothing impressive, so he draws his dagger and prepares to finish the fight quickly. One monkey lashes its tongue at him again. The creature fires its tongue toward him once more. This time he dodges the tongue, but the monkey follows up with a sudden claw swipe that nearly catches him. He springs backward and avoids the claws. Individually, they are weak, but their teamwork is unexpectedly effective. The monkey attacks with its tongue once more, only for the protagonist to sever it in one clean slash. Wounded beast howls, while the protagonist methodically cuts it apart. Desperate, the monkey makes one final attempt, but it goes terribly wrong. Simply cannot keep up with the boy's speed. One quick slash from his blade brings the creature's life to an end. Monkey's lifeless body drops heavily onto the forest floor. The remaining monkeys witness the scene and lose the will to attack. Protagonist casually asks whether they are frightened now. True to his habit of finishing every fight, he eliminates the remaining monkeys without breaking a sweat. Realizes that the forest becomes more dangerous the nearer he gets to demon territory. Still, creatures like these should not normally be found in this area. He decides to go farther into the forest, certain that stronger enemies are waiting deeper inside. Several kilometers later, he arrives at the enormous Gyuruganam mountain. Its summit is known as the Reaper Wolf, and according to rumor, the sage Yubana resides there. His memories tell him that a small village should be located at the foot of the mountain. After walking for hours, he notices that the sun is already coming up. Then he spots something horrifying in the distance. The village below has been swallowed by fire. Panicking, he races toward the village, convinced that the Demon King's army attacked it. His worst fear is confirmed. The village has become a slaughterhouse. Demons are brutally murdering the villagers. Since this village lies far from the battlefield, the protagonist realizes that something is seriously wrong and moves forward with extreme caution. Hidden in the darkness, he catches a conversation between several demons. What they are saying, the massacre is unfolding exactly as planned. Their commander believes they can end the operation here and enslave whoever is still alive. Still, he first asks whether his men have uncovered anything about why Hindi. Hi huo enus Hindi, hi ba enus Hindi, hi ha enus Hindi, hi na enus Hindi, hi ha enus. One demon reports that the sage lives at the very summit, on top of Reaper Wolf Peak. The demon commander, that news is extremely inconvenient. Whatever the cost, capturing the sage remains their #1 objective. They plan to rest for the night and start the climb at dawn. The demons are visibly nervous, knowing the peak is crawling with countless lethal wolves. Even when facing intelligent magical beasts, their combat skills leave plenty to be desired. Legend says the 4 divine kings once tamed a dragon, but regular demons could never pull off something like that. Even the commander is far from being a talented magic user. He tells his soldiers to stop overthinking the problem. They have just one choice. They simply have to find a way to make it happen. Those words instantly lift the morale of his entire army. The protagonist is forced to admit that the demons have an impressively organized military. His attention soon settles on Hector, a demon holding a high rank. Only a handful of demons in the whole army are comparable to him. Taking him on directly would be a serious challenge. Suddenly, Hector feels an unfamiliar gaze fixed on him. He looks toward the rooftop where the protagonist is concealed, yet sees absolutely no one. Hector still isn't convinced, so he sends his soldiers to comb through the entire area. The protagonist can't help but respect the enemy's razor-sharp instincts. Meanwhile, the demons spread through the village, hunting for whoever infiltrated their territory. By then, the boy has already slipped away, moving with his usual silent speed. Another horrifying scene comes into view. The demons have captured several villagers as hostages, even women and children. Pauses, clearly struggling with the decision, but leaving the village is unavoidable. He cannot afford to lose sight of his primary objective. His next step is clear: climb the mountain and find the sage. After a long trek, he eventually reaches the higher trail. The ascent is rough, and from here he has to follow the trails left by wild beasts. He immediately notices that the terrain beneath him is dangerously unstable. He may be rushing, but one careless step could be disastrous. Soon, he detects another presence lurking close by. Perhaps the rumors were accurate after all. This mountain really is home to deadly wolves. The deeper he goes into the forest, the more powerful their presence becomes. Killing pressure radiating from them is almost unbearable. Then a familiar enemy howl cuts through the darkness. A pack of reaper wolves immediately rushes him. He avoids the opening lunge and springs onto a nearby tree. These are the mountain's notorious reaper wolves, the beasts responsible for devouring many people who disappear here. Once again, the protagonist activates his analysis ability, studying every wolf and revealing all of its attributes. While he is analyzing them, one wolf slams into the tree and destroys it outright. As he drops through the air, the boy instantly works out his next move, pours magic into a tiny leaf, hardens it with mana, and launches it directly at a wolf. The improvised projectile lands exactly where he wants it. That beast will never move its neck again. He lands with terrifying intensity, looking completely at home in the middle of the fight. The remaining wolves attack together, but each one suffers the same fate as the first. Whatever tactic they attempt, the wolves are repeatedly crushed. Several wolves lie helpless on the ground, while the others hang back, too frightened to enter the battle. The boy discovers that coating his body in mana makes him remarkably stronger. All he has to do is activate it deliberately. Leonora taught him that people who rely on divine protection generally have weak control over mana. That weakness was exactly why they failed to resist the slavery spell she used before. The protagonist chooses to become stronger by confronting his limitations, and this fight gives him the ideal training ground. His mana reinforcement is still below divine protection, but it is more than sufficient against these beasts. He continues the assault until every savage wolf is taken down. Cutting through the pack at incredible speed, he makes a beeline for their leader. Weaker wolves are left completely unable to understand what just happened. Their leader releases one final desperate howl before the boy's blade cuts it short. Once the battle is over, he notices something rather curious. The moment their leader dies, the surviving wolves immediately withdraw. Apparently, these creatures possess at least a basic level of intelligence. Even after that entertaining fight, the boy keeps moving through the forest, soon realizing that wolves are following him and something else is going on too. A strange presence seems to be hiding inside those creatures. Somehow, he can anticipate every movement they make. Right then, another attack comes in, but the protagonist already knows it is coming. He slips past the first wolf and drives his dagger into the second, ripping the unfortunate beast apart. His enhanced eyes now allow him to glimpse roughly 1 second ahead. After witnessing that massacre, the fleeing wolves desperately try to escape, but the boy scares them into staying so he can continue his training. A few minutes later, not a single wolf is left alive around him. He then appraises himself and discovers that his divine protection is still only level 1. His appraisal ability, on the other hand, continues evolving, granting him brief visions of what is about to happen. Still, the battle and the long journey have completely drained him. He takes a seat to recover, convinced that his destination is nearby. The moment he relaxes his guard, something moves within the forest. Judging by the noise, he suspects the Demon King's army may be closing in. He immediately forces himself back onto the road. Resting will have to wait. Close to the summit, a group of demons has assembled. While searching for the sage, they encounter a young elf girl. They immediately conclude that she is probably the great sage's disciple. The moment she hears this, fear clearly spreads across the girl's face. The demon commander shows no concern whatsoever. He coldly commands his soldiers to kill her immediately. The girl is already battered, wounded, and running on empty. She can hardly accept that her life is about to end there. The demons approach her with cruel anticipation. Believing the worst is about to happen, the elf shuts her eyes. That is when the protagonist suddenly appears, carrying her safely in his arms. The girl is too stunned to understand anything, only realizing that a stranger has rescued her. To her astonishment, her rescuer turns out to be human. Calm but radiating pressure, the boy immediately begins assessing the battlefield. Demons stare in disbelief at this unexpected enemy, while the protagonist calmly calculates the situation. Besides their high-ranking leader, 10 lesser demons are prepared to attack. The elf cannot understand his reason for saving her, but he pays no attention to her questions. The only thing he cares about is confirming whether she is really Yubana's disciple. The girl answers with a confirming nod. That confirmation is enough for the protagonist, because reaching the sage is his entire purpose. He has already examined her with his appraisal skill. The appraisal reveals that she is a half-elf who can use enchantments. Angry at the interruption, the demon captain insists that the situation remains unchanged, declares that both the boy and the girl are still going to die. The protagonist intends to save her, giving the sage a reason to repay him later. That makes eliminating every one of these demons unavoidable. The demons rush him, but his red eyes activate once more, letting him see ahead and evade every attack with ease. To him, the entire exchange feels effortless. Now he is ready to teach the demons that you only get one life, and he is taking theirs. He seizes one demon by the arm and repeatedly drives in his dagger, reducing the creature to a gruesome mess, while the others freeze in terror. Demons who remain alive are too horrified to even speak. With future sight guiding him, close-range combat is no longer a problem. The commander orders his soldiers to use magic instead of fighting like fools. Surviving demons obey at once and fire a barrage of energy spheres. The protagonist is honestly surprised by how quickly the battle's difficulty level has jumped. Fortunately, the elf girl is not entirely defenseless. She activates an enchantment to shield both of them. Powerful wind barrier forms, wiping out every incoming energy projectile and leaving the protagonist stunned. The elf thanks him for intervening, explaining that the seconds he gave her were enough to reorganize the forest spirits. Demon Chief, however, is still boiling with rage. This unexpected resistance has made his mission far more difficult. The protagonist realizes that the real threat is finally preparing to join the battle. He orders the girl to deal with the weaker demons while he concentrates on their commander. Because he is the only one who can challenge such a powerful opponent, she follows his order. But she still dislikes being addressed simply as elf. She quickly corrects him and introduces herself as mare. With the roles decided, the boy attacks alongside the great sage's disciple. The only issue is that the elf is annoyed because he still has not used her name. As he exchanges attacks with the high-level demon, the protagonist must maintain absolute focus. Every blow carries tremendous force, especially the demon's sword swings, powered by his overwhelming physical strength. For long, both fighters are soaked in sweat and worn down by fatigue. At last, the boy notices a gap in his opponent's defense. Problem is that his opponent's speed is monstrous. That last exchange nearly ended the boy's life, leaving the demon stunned that the strike failed to kill him. Still, the demon is certain that the human has suffered a severe injury. For the first time, the protagonist truly understands the danger of battling a high-ranking demon. Commander remains unimpressed, though he concedes that any ordinary human would have died from that attack. The protagonist realizes that brute force will not be enough. He needs a calculated approach. He appraises the demon once more and confirms that his swordsmanship is quite respectable. Without a technical edge anymore, the boy chooses to attempt a completely different tactic. Staking his hesitation for preparation, the demon surges forward with the force of a runaway train. Luckily, the boy's red eyes reveal the attack before it happens. He avoids a lethal blow, yet the demon relentlessly continues attacking, leaving several shallow cuts across his body. The protagonist understands that future sight means little if every prediction still ends with him taking damage. Certain of victory, the demon taunts him, until a metallic 9mm weapon suddenly fires 15 rapid shots. Bullets tear through the air straight at him. Yet the demon's lightning-fast reflexes allow him to block the shots. Even the protagonist has to admit that was impressive. Despite blocking the shots, the demon has still taken serious damage. Overcome by pain and fury, the demon launches another charge, determined to finish the battle once and for all. Boy fires again, but the demon moves faster than the bullets themselves. His ammunition soon runs dry, so he creates space and switches to throwing knives. Not a single knife manages to penetrate the demon's body. That is when the demon finally notices another strange object flying toward him. A grenade is heading directly toward him. The boy calmly waits as the demon braces himself for impact. The explosive hits the ground, and seconds later, the grotesque demon disappears beneath a wave of flames. The spectators panic, worried about their captain's fate, but he orders them to stay out of the fight. The elf girl is stunned by what she has witnessed. She desperately wants to understand who this mysterious human is, someone capable of matching a high-level demon despite having no demonic blood. Both ammunition and grenades exhausted, the protagonist returns to using his knives. As predicted, the blast injured the demon but failed to kill him. Hector has no idea how these weapons function, and the uncertainty clearly rattles him. Hector's furious roar terrifies everyone, and a second later he disappears, reappearing behind the protagonist with a storm of sword attacks. Once more, the boy understands that he will need a different ability to survive. He focuses on analyzing every movement, and his ability gradually becomes more refined. That intense analysis finally unlocks weak point detection. For him, the entire world suddenly seems to move in slow motion. He identifies a flawless opening at the demon's neck and lines himself up for the kill. In an instant, the situation reverses, and this time the blade does not find him. Hector stands frozen in confusion, transformed from a demon into what looks like a very disturbing fountain. Once the fight ends, the protagonist recognizes how devastatingly effective the combination of future sight and weak point detection is. However, using them together demands an enormous toll from his body. Strain becomes too much, and his body finally gives out. The weaker demons stare at Hector, unsure whether their captain has truly fallen. One demon proposes killing the human, while he is completely exhausted. The elf tries to assist him, but her earlier spell has left the spirits confused once again. Demons rush in furiously, only to be swallowed by flames and reduced to ashes before reaching the boy. Seeing the sheer scale of that attack, the protagonist realizes it surpasses Nagasa's power by far. At that very moment, a woman steps onto the battlefield and apologizes to the elf for her late arrival. Air greets her with a bright smile, calling her master. At long last, the protagonist has finally found the person he came here to meet. The small woman standing before him is none other than the legendary sage Yubana. She sincerely thanks him for rescuing her disciple. It is obvious that the sage truly appreciates his actions. The boy brushes it off as coincidence, though he still asks her to confirm that she is really Sage Yubana. She confirms it at once, joking that her younger self is long gone and she is merely an old woman now. Sadly, the protagonist lacks enough mana to appraise her, but he can tell one thing without a doubt. This woman is incredibly powerful. In his present state, defeating her in combat is completely out of the question. The woman immediately realizes that he did not climb this mountain without a purpose. She is absolutely right. The boy openly admits that she is correct. The sage had already figured that much out. After all, nobody ventures into a place this dangerous without a very good reason. She thanks him yet again for rescuing her disciple. The elf suggests heading home before the corpses draw more wolves to the area. The sage agrees and invites the exhausted boy to their home so he can recover. Completely drained, the boy accepts the invitation. With the sage now beside him, he realizes that everything has worked out in his favor. The danger of that battle was definitely worth it. Not long afterward, they reach the women's house. The place looks completely ordinary. It is just a modest home. Once inside, the elf leaves to take a bath. The protagonist asks the sage why she chose to live so far from civilization. She explains that there are several reasons, but mainly she loves nature and has grown tired of humans trying to exploit her. The boy finally understands her choice to live in isolation. Reaching this location is practically impossible. Even then, the sage admits that hardly anyone as capable as this young man ever succeeds in locating her. Despite that, she is not cruel enough to reject unexpected visitors. They sit on the sofa. The sage asks him what he truly wants. The boy admits that his real goal is finding a path back to his original world. Those words instantly catch the sage's interest, and she realizes he was summoned from another world. Explains that he is one of the hero candidates chosen to defeat the Demon King. The sage places her teacup down and concludes that he must be part of the third generation of summoned heroes. Revelation leaves the boy completely stunned. Leonora had hinted at this before, though only briefly. Sadly, the earlier hero candidates appear to have died during their attempts to defeat the Demon King. The sage reveals that the most recent summoning occurred 4 years ago, while the first happened 10 years earlier. Every summoned hero attempted to defeat the Demon King, only to be wiped out in the process. Saint Leonora attempted another summoning despite opposition from people who were already against repeating the ritual. The sage herself had opposed the idea. While calmly drinking her tea, the protagonist tells her that Leonora is no longer a concern because she has already left the world of the living. He adds that soon, the summoning ritual will be impossible to perform again, even if anyone wants it. Sage is truly shaken when she realizes that he was the one who killed Leonora. He calmly explains that strength alone cannot prevent death, because there are many ways to kill someone even across a massive power gap. Strangely, the sage seems delighted by the irony that Leonora was ultimately killed by one of the pawns she had summoned. At last, she understands the real reason he is desperate to return home. Without softening the blow, she tells him that returning is impossible. Once the shock fades, the boy struggles to accept this reality. Still unwilling to surrender, he asks whether she knows of even a single clue he could pursue. The sage explains that the knowledge required for such a feat disappeared long ago. Leonora had already told him all of this before. That leaves him with only one task: bringing down the Demon King. The sage rises and heads toward her bookshelf, admitting that demonic arts might offer him some kind of solution. Seeing a possible lead, our protagonist decides to dig deeper into the subject. As their discussion winds down, the sage apologizes for having so little else to offer. She admits that saving her disciple has left her owing him a serious debt. Still, she is convinced that he possesses the strength needed to defeat the Demon King. Boy sighs heavily and confesses that he has no desire to shoulder such a troublesome responsibility. If every other path is closed, he will do it anyway. The icy certainty in his voice sends an unsettling shiver down the sage's spine. The first time, she feels a fear that reaches deep inside her. She understands that this young man is completely different from everyone she has known. Despite that, the boy gets to his feet and thanks her for sharing everything she knows. His only request is that she inform the he advocators enos, he gil enos, if she uncovers anything else. But privately, the sage is struggling with conflicting feelings. He still cannot decide whether he is trustworthy enough to receive the secrets he has kept hidden. Once their conversation ends, the elf girl comes out of the bath looking completely refreshed and happy. Seeing the dirt all over him from the journey, she recommends that he bathe too. Honestly, after that journey, a bath sounds pretty good to him. Before he can make it to the bathroom, the sage stops him with a proposal. Her unexpected words catch both of them off guard. She suggests sending her disciple along with him on his journey. The girl stares in shock and asks whether she is truly supposed to go. The sage reminds her that she has no other disciples nearby, and Mare needs to begin pursuing goals of her own. The request leaves the girl visibly torn. Her protagonist, on the other hand, rejects the idea without hesitation. The last thing he wants is a noisy girl constantly talking beside him. The boy's next destination is Valdora's eastern border, where a brutal battle is still underway. The weather is pleasant, and this time he seems to have company on the road. Girl explains that this land once fell under the Holy Kingdom, so its climate differs greatly from Valdora's. The protagonist quickly remembers how the Demon Kingdom's army invaded this very region. The elf girl points out that a major city named He Nota Nus lies near their mountain, surrounded by several smaller villages. Their little caravan still has several days of travel before reaching the destination. He asks what became of the people who had lived there before the attack. He tells him that half the population was slaughtered, while the survivors were forced into labor. Only a small number of people escaped by crossing the mountains. Last, the boy understands just how cruelly fate has treated certain people. He would rather travel alone, yet having a guide familiar with the region's history is undeniably useful, which is exactly why he had fought so hard against accepting her company the previous day. Her initial shock at being rejected soon turned into outright anger. While the two young travelers bicker, the sage watches them with clear amusement. She then points out that her disciple knows a great deal about many subjects, having learned it all directly from her. The protagonist asks whether that claim is actually true. He also wants to know what Mare is supposed to gain from accompanying him. The sage explains that her disciple still has an incomplete understanding of the world, and this journey would give her valuable first-hand experience. Only concern was that the girl should not have to face that journey by herself. Our protagonist quickly realizes that he is being assigned the role of her personal babysitter. The sage refuses to take responsibility, explaining that she no longer has a young person's energy and, despite her appearance, is approaching the final stage of her life. Besides, a brave and honorable hero already saved her disciple's life, making him the perfect person to travel with her. Mare truly appreciates everything he has done, but their destination is hostile territory crawling with demons. This journey is bound to be extremely dangerous. Aware of the danger, the sage asks Mare what she truly wants. The final choice is hers. Determination and hope shine brightly in the girl's eyes. In that instant, she resolves to follow him no matter where the road leads. Only a few hours into the journey, she begins whining about how exhausted she feels. The protagonist reminds her that they are still on day one. Because Mare specializes in spellcasting, she has very little stamina for physical travel. Noticing how drained she has become, he calls an early halt to their journey. Mare nervously remembers his earlier warning that he would leave her behind if she became troublesome. As they prepare the campsite, the boy tells her to stop being absurd. He has no intention of abandoning her merely because she ran out of energy. Instead, he tells her to help set up the tent and collect firewood. Soon, a vast blanket of stars covers the night sky above their camp. The girl eats silently beside the fire, while the boy studies her with quiet curiosity. At last, he addresses her in a stern voice and warns that everything ahead will be even more perilous. He openly states that he will do whatever it takes to return to his original world, and she is free to stop following him before then. He believes Yubana was right, yet he also knows Mare must have personal reasons for choosing to join him. After carefully gathering her thoughts, Mare admits that her past has been he Behid Enus, he Kuthin Enus. Tells him that the Demon King's forces destroyed the village where she was raised. Although the war is officially between humans and demons, neither side cares about the innocent lives caught in the middle. Demons slaughtered everyone who stood in their way, taking Mare's entire family from her. She lived only because her father offered himself as a decoy. She had been powerless at the time, and after the attack, she was abandoned with nothing to eat. That was when her master discovered her and brought her into her care. Our protagonist does not show much interest in the details of her past. What matters to him is understanding what she intends to accomplish. Mare then explains what drove her to become a spellcaster and serve that noble woman as a disciple. Her deepest desire is to exterminate every demon she can find. She has spent years training for revenge, determined to personally kill the demons responsible for her family's destruction. Curious about her target, the protagonist asks whether she knows who led the attack. Mare answers with a firm nod. Her target is Wimberg, one of the 4 divine kings, the Wind Ruler, and one of the demon army's strongest commanders. The protagonist now understands that getting near Wimberg is the main reason she came along. As for the boy, confronting an enemy of that level is not part of his plan. Mare explains that Yubana had always forbidden her from traveling by herself. This is the first time in her life she has received permission, and she still cannot understand why her master suddenly made an exception. That is why she chose to put complete faith in the protagonist's guidance. Her absolute trust leaves him honestly bewildered. He remembers Yubana's warning that Mare's revenge had consumed her so completely. She would likely have charged straight to her death if left on her own. When Mare notices his silence, she apologizes for dragging the conversation into such painful territory. She assures him that he need not worry, since she never planned to involve him in her private vendetta. That answer gives him exactly the reassurance he was looking for. Mare intends to settle the matter herself. With the matter cleared up, he ends the discussion so they can get some sleep. The girl rises, wishes him good night, and asks the forest spirits to guard their camp. After the fire dies down, the boy remains seated, lost in thought. He knows the 4 divine kings are terrifyingly strong, but his serious thoughts are soon ruined by the girl's loud snoring beside him. He steps outside and gazes into the star-filled sky. His previous fight with a high-level demon was already brutal, and the battles ahead promise to be far worse. He must become stronger at any cost, though that is not the only issue weighing on his mind. Fortress lies along the western frontier of the kingdom of Daedrus. Several officers have assembled there, joined by the heroes and their captain. With every hero candidate present, the bald officer pushes for a large-scale assault. Older officer understands the proposal, but he has no idea which location should be targeted first. The captain answers by pointing to a spot on the map, Fort Arliss. Since the fort once belonged to humans, reclaiming it would be a logical first step. Captain Heinrich calls the plan reckless, arguing that one victory is not enough reason to abandon their entire defensive approach. The bald man arrogantly challenges Heinrich, asking whether his platoon is scared. That single remark is enough to seriously get under Heinrich's skin. In reality, the captain agrees with Heinrich. The demons are underestimating humanity and will never see a surprise assault coming. She then asks whether Muru has completely recovered from his wounds. Class representative confirms Muru is ready and promises that his sword will join the battle. Once the meeting ends, they leave together and walk through the corridors. Heinrich informs them that the operation is scheduled for the following morning. Emilia rarely behaves with this much confidence and daring. The bespectacled girl with the tied-up hair wonders whether things will really work out, since everyone at the meeting appeared so certain. The class representative supports the decision to go on the offensive. Their best opportunity is to attack before the enemy finishes regrouping. The captain reminds them that the mission's success rests entirely on how well they carry it out. The army is putting its full faith in the hero candidates. During that, the girl understands that fighting is no longer optional. The captain promises to support them in every possible way, but makes clear that the young fighters are vital to the operation. That exact moment, the class representative develops an ominous feeling about the battle ahead. The army advances the next morning as planned, using the dawn mist as cover. Malgus questions the timing, worried that daylight will reveal their surprise assault. The captain explains that darkness gives the demons no disadvantage because they can see perfectly through it. It is the humans who are actually impaired by the darkness. Midu then asks to go over one detail again. Their small unit must kill the enemy commander, while the main army keeps the demon forces occupied. Just before the fight, he promises to lead the platoon, but warns that they must hold out long enough for the remaining troops to do their part. His classmates quickly realize that teamwork is their only option. Soldier arrives with a message for the captain. The message came from the main force. The operation had already begun. Gathering his courage, Heinrich ordered an immediate advance, and he and the hero candidates rushed forward at full speed. The assault on the fortress was finally underway. Human troops stormed the gates, while the enraged demons inside were swiftly cut down by Emilia's sword. The violent battle drew everyone's attention, but a high-ranking demon was waiting inside one of the towers. Led by the class representative, the hero squad slipped in quietly and eliminated several demons along the way. Human soldiers can hardly believe how skilled Midu is in battle. Even with that advantage, Heinrich tells him to remain alert. There's a good possibility that the enemy commander is waiting beyond the corridor. The moment he finishes speaking, several demons emerge and trap them from every direction. Panic immediately spreads among the students. Heinrich declares that his soldiers will hold the demons back, so the heroes can move forward safely. He calls on Riene to open a route through the enemy. Riene unleashes a wave of fire that scorches the demons, while the class president cuts down the ones left standing. Small unit continues deeper into the fortress and eventually arrives at a huge metal door. The students pass through, their nerves already stretched thin. On the other side, Midu finally meets the enemy they came to find. A massive demon stands in the center of the grand hall, patiently waiting for them to arrive. Students instantly sense that something about this scene is deeply wrong. Urashi asks whether the old man standing before them is the commander of every demon. Demon introduces himself as Stonegya and reveals that he is one of the 4 divine kings. Just hearing that title is enough to fill the students with fear. Leading the mission, Muru senses a presence more overwhelming than any enemy he has faced before. The demon drives his enormous shield into the floor, looking completely unshaken. If anything, he appears excited to measure the power of every hero in the room. Ida raises his sword and commands the team to get ready. He knows he cannot show fear, because losing here would erase everything they had achieved so far. While several students shake with fear, Arashi is actually excited to face such a challenge. Once all the heroes are in position, the demon kneels and draws an enormous magic circle across the floor. The floor immediately starts moving, putting every human on edge. Chunks of earth surge upward and mold themselves into human-shaped figures. The sight leaves the students frozen in horror. They are golems. Dozens rise from the floor, forming an army of living stone prepared to demolish anything in front of them. Stone Agya gives a sinister grin and orders his summoned creatures to destroy the arrogant young heroes. Anu grips his sword and tells the others to maintain their positions while protecting the perimeter. A student specializing in wind magic cuts cleanly through one of the golems. Creature's stone body breaks apart with surprising ease. Arashi charges into the fight, with flames blazing around his fists. His fiery punches smash into the golems and blow them apart into piles of stone. Arashi feels no pressure whatsoever and taunts the demon to bring out even more of them. Stonegya watches his confidence with open contempt. Then the destroyed golems start rebuilding themselves right before everyone's eyes. The students are horrified to see every defeated monster return to perfect condition. Even Arashi never saw that coming, and surprise finally appears on his face. Worse still, the golems become genuinely aggressive and begin attacking with full force. The remaining hero candidates rush into the fight. They know the only way to discover a weakness is to keep fighting and find a method to bring these enemies down. Breaking the golems apart is not especially hard, but they continue fighting no matter how badly they are damaged. Meanwhile, the poor short-haired side character comes dangerously close to getting himself reincarnated in another world. At the last moment, the barrier girl saves him by freezing the golem in place, giving the Lancer an opening to attack. The Lancer drives his weapon into the creature, expecting it to finish the job, but a brutal counterattack knocks him away. At the same time, the nerdy girl activates her ability and launches several stones at the golems. She destroys one of them, but pauses to see the result, only to watch the creature restore itself completely. Arashi becomes increasingly irritated by the endless cycle of destroying and fighting the same golems again. Then Arashi and the class representative hear one of the boys speak up, remembering a similar situation from a manga. It suggests that their smartest move is to take down the summoner controlling the golems. Using wind magic, he tells them to leave the golems to the supporting fighters. Midu and Arashi understand the plan and charge toward the true leader. Midu's incredible agility lets him weave through the golems without slowing down. Seeing them come straight for him, Stanagaya is offended by their blatant underestimation of his power. He strikes the floor once more, creating multiple new magic circles. Additional rocks erupt throughout the hall before shooting straight at Midu. Midu dodges with his usual speed, only to discover that the stones change direction and chase him through the air. The attack eventually slams into him head-on, leaving him badly rattled. His teammates immediately grow concerned. Midu has been hurled across the hall, and his injuries are obvious. Even after that hit, his resolve remains unbroken. While the demon is focused elsewhere, Arashi sneaks within range and readies a devastating blow. A huge explosion erupts, making the other students wonder whether the battle is finally over. Once the dust clears, they discover the demon safely hiding behind an enormous stone barrier. The demon then swings that barrier into Arashi's stomach, dropping him and taking him completely out of the fight. Enraged, Stone Agya mocks them and asks whether these so-called heroes truly have nothing more to show. As the class representative and his companions battle Stone Agya, our protagonist finally reaches the city of Nutred. He and Mare secretly make their way through the city's underground sewer system. Mare clearly cannot stand the stench, but the boy tells her to endure it a little longer because they will soon reach the city center. The city so heavily guarded, using the underground route proves to be the right call. After traveling through the tunnels for a while, they come across a staircase, climb up and emerge inside the city, only to find its streets eerily empty. The boy suddenly tenses when he feels someone coming closer. They immediately squeeze themselves into a huge chest. A patrol of demons passes through the area. One demon enjoys the work, but his partner grumbles that the witch only rewards personal results, leaving him with zero motivation. They keep casually discussing work as they pass the hiding place, never realizing humans are right beside them. Notices that the demons have started leaving. The protagonist instantly understands which witch they mean. She is both the demon princess and the city's ruler. Mayor confirms his suspicion. This woman is known as the Witch of Space, and she is their next target. The sage had also revealed that this witch might possess the power to fulfill the boy's wish. Now he only needs a safe way to reach her, because approaching without a proper plan could trigger one fight after another. Mayor has no useful idea either, so the boy decides they should investigate before acting. He strictly tells Mare not to make a move by herself. The girl agrees to follow his instruction. As they quietly move through the city, they discover demons are everywhere. They take shelter in a building, giving themselves a better view of the city. Mare is shocked to find the demons living surprisingly ordinary lives. Honestly, the sight is almost underwhelming. The protagonist, however, considers it completely logical. Since demons possess intelligence, building a human-like society is perfectly natural for them. Then he suddenly directs Mare's attention towards something far away. Mare looks there and discovers human slaves suffering under brutal demon masters, a sight that deeply horrifies her. The boy, meanwhile, cannot understand why her reaction is so surprising. To him, basic common sense already made such cruelty entirely predictable. Mare knew this cruelty existed, but witnessing it firsthand still fills her with rage and disgust. Protagonist notices that Mare is beginning to lose control. Before they can respond, a mysterious girl suddenly appears and asks if they are demons. Never sensed her approach and has no clue when she even arrived. Before he can react, she asks them to relax and insists that she did not come looking for a fight. Remaining suspicious, the boy asks what she wants and how she managed to locate them. Nobody should be able to sneak up on him, so this woman must be relying on demonic arts. She reveals that she began tracking them the moment they entered her magical barrier. Mare is stunned because she never noticed any barrier along their route. Mysterious girl then explains that her demonic art covers every corner of the city. Recognizing the signs of spatial magic, the protagonist instantly activates appraisal. Her stats are on another level, and he learns that she is Isabelle, the Demon Kingdom's 5th princess. Finally, the protagonist knows he has found his intended target. Losing patience, Isabelle threatens to call the soldiers if they refuse to answer. She wants an explanation for a human and an elf traveling together, especially since they do not appear to be spies. Since a battle here could put both of them in serious danger, the boy chooses negotiation instead. He warns Isabelle that the explanation is lengthy, but her boredom convinces her to hear him out. A few minutes later, Isabelle understands that he is trying to return to his own world. He sought her out after learning that demonic arts could potentially send him back. Isabelle confirms that the sage's information was correct. Hope instantly lights up the boy's face. He never expected to locate the city's witch so soon. Even more surprising is how unlike the other demons Isabelle seems. Isabelle says the technique may succeed, provided she has the coordinates of his original world. The problem is, she has no idea where that planet exists. The answer leaves the boy completely confused. Without those coordinates, returning him to his original world is practically impossible. Even so, he refuses to give up and studies Isabelle carefully. He asks whether any method could help them find his home planet's coordinates. The witch explains that endless parallel worlds exist, making the correct one incredibly hard to identify. The Eye of Truth confirms that Isabelle is being honest. His appraisal skill had evolved repeatedly, revealing some surprisingly useful effects. The witch then points out another restriction, one created by his own body. Because divine protection came with him, her demonic magic cannot break through that barrier. The boy wonders if this is that God's intention. He may be barred from going home until Cain is defeated. Isabelle admits the theory makes sense, although she cannot confirm whether it is actually true. Protagonist finally accepts that there is no alternative. He will have to complete his mission in this world first. Isabelle can clearly read the resolve in his eyes. Realizes that even demonic arts will not make the journey home simple. Mare finally speaks up, questioning why a demon princess is helping them so willingly. Isabelle explains that the kingdom is split into factions, and she has a personal goal of her own. The moment she says this, dark energy floods the room and makes both of them shake. Isabelle opens a portal and warns them that leaving the city will be extremely dangerous. She disappears through the portal, leaving the pair alone once more. Mare releases a heavy sigh and admits she was scared out of her mind. For a moment, she genuinely believed she would not survive the day. The boy now understands how terrifying the Demon King's bloodline is, and that he currently cannot challenge them. Mare can only thank God that Isabelle chose not to attack. Protagonist believes luck this good must be followed by disaster, and that thought instantly worries Mare. A few moments later, strange noises outside send them rushing to the window. The entire city had descended into chaos. The demons were running around in panic. They had already discovered that humans were inside the city gathering information. Mare panics, convinced their cover has been blown. The chaos began immediately after Isabel left. The boy assumes she warned her forces. Mare cannot understand Isabel's motive, but the boy knows the reason is irrelevant right now. There was no time to analyze her intentions. Their only priority was escaping with their lives. Minutes later, the pair races across the rooftops. Demons below fail to see them, but the protagonist notices that the entire city is alert, and its demons are individually powerful. He suddenly comes to a halt, startling Mare. Both of them immediately duck down. He orders her to stay completely still, whatever happens next. His attention is locked onto something remarkable. The mana he detects matches the witch's signature, and maybe even more powerful. Among the demons, the boy notices a distinctive figure who obviously commands respect. Mare identifies him at once. It was Wimberg. The name catches the boy off guard, while Mare cannot look away from the figure. She never expected to encounter him here, proving that joining the boy was the correct decision. The protagonist asks whether Wimberg is the one she wants revenge against. Mare confirms it with barely contained fury. Wimberg was one of the 4 divine kings. After hearing this, the boy uses appraisal and confirms that Wimberg is a terrifyingly powerful opponent. He immediately attempts to cool Mare's anger. The fight here would leave them completely helpless. Mare knows that better than anyone. As the divine king of wind, he could use the element to scout and detect enemies, so they had to move with extreme caution. The pair silently starts making their way down from the roof. Wimberg leads the demons while hunting for the intruders. He assumes they are weak and treats the search like a minor chore. Still, he is certain that once found, he will personally crush them. He knows the human hero candidates are busy on the front lines, likely working to stabilize their country during the crisis. One demon questions whether a divine king should really be searching with them, suggesting Wimberg would be more useful at the front. The king replies that staying here serves his interests, while the other units can handle the dirty work. He activates his ability and senses something being carried through the wind. Wimberg has confirmed that intruders are nearby. His companion is stunned, so the Divine King explains that the wind revealed their location. No matter how carefully they moved, they could not hide from him. The demon is amazed that tiny changes in the air are enough for Wimberg to sense someone. His ability is genuinely unbelievable. Irritated by the compliments, Wimberg orders a pursuit, secretly amused that the witch herself allowed the intruders inside. Boy and Mare race toward the exit until he suddenly tells her to freeze. Nearby, demons are methodically combing the area. The protagonist realizes the enemy has sensed them, even without knowing their precise location. The wind has been behaving strangely for some time. Mare says the spirits are acting unusually restless. The boy, this clearly points to an elemental tracking technique. Their situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. Mare could interfere with the technique, but that would expose them immediately. He decides that option is too risky. Their best choice is to keep running. Demons patrol the streets as the boy desperately races through the alleys. Unfortunately, the demons finally locate them. Mare apologizes and blames herself, but the protagonist says the surroundings can still work in their favor. To make that plan work, he needs her to serve as bait. Girl absolutely hates the suggestion. As she hesitates, the boy bounces between the walls and returns to the rooftops. Mare immediately panics. She lacks the agility to copy his movements. The boy asks whether she really wants revenge, because throwing a childish tantrum will not save her now. With that, he disappears back into the shadows. The demons quickly notice that the intruders have separated. Some pursue Mare, while the rest chase after the boy. Gripping her staff, Mare realizes one spell will be enough. She prepares to unleash an enormous fire spell. Demons lose control the moment they see it. The separated demons soon discover that their companions have been burned alive. Amid the confusion, the boy suddenly materializes in their midst. He moves with deadly precision, slicing through the demons one after another. Demons are completely unable to understand the attack. They hear nothing except blades cutting through the air. One demon turns toward the sound and finds every ally already defeated. A moment later, the boy's blade is heading straight for his neck. A desperate demon brands him a coward, but the insult changes nothing. Mare continues battling, switching to a huge wave of water to hold back the approaching demons. She does everything possible to force them backward. Spell only slows them slightly, meaning they will catch her soon. Then Mare notices something unexpected. Demon count is dropping at an incredible speed. One demon panics and turns around, only for the boy's knife to smash into his face. The boy had been quietly eliminating their pursuers from the shadows. After pulling his weapon free, the protagonist thanks Mare for helping him. Her performance had made the perfect distraction. Mare remains shaken, now aware of how narrowly she escaped death. Elsewhere, the Divine King is boiling with rage. The intruders were still nowhere to be found. Demon apologizes and offers to dispatch additional troops at once. The Divine King considers that plan completely useless. It would merely create a larger pile of casualties, so he chooses to pursue the intruders personally. Meanwhile, the boy and Mare keep searching for a way out. The wind around them intensifies, and mana begins gathering in their direction. Mare instantly calls forth the spirit of wind. The boy immediately knows their enemy has finally shown up. Floating over the city, the Divine King fixes his gaze on them. In his eyes, they are merely frightened rats trapped in a maze. Mare looks up at Wimberg, hatred blazing in her eyes. After years of waiting, her chance for revenge is finally standing right in front of her. The boy asks if she is ready. Mare says she is prepared for this moment since the day her life was destroyed. Together, they prepare themselves for the battle ahead. He quietly warns her that they cannot win by fighting from a distance. They must unleash everything immediately and end the battle before it drags on. Mare accepts the strategy. She summons the spirit of wind once more and launches several violent gusts at the enemy. The demon calmly observes the attacks, amused that they would dare challenge him with wind. The wind energy surrounds him. Every attack misses its mark. He effortlessly redirects every blast. The boy realizes that the demon's defense is also obstructing his vision. The instant he notices it, an attack forces him to leap aside. He cannot figure out how the demon attacked while concealed inside the barrier. The demon had anticipated their attempt to approach, expecting them to search for a weakness in his elemental control. But as long as he could read the wind, he believed victory was guaranteed. The boy now understands how hopeless things are. Even finding a blind spot would not help against the demon's arts. But Mare refuses to give up. She casts wind again with far greater force, and although the demon is initially unconcerned, he soon senses something unusual. Mare knows demonic arts depend on precise wind control, so she uses her own technique to disrupt that balance. Demon quickly realizes that he can no longer control the wind as smoothly as before. The boy finally sees that Mare has spent her whole life preparing this revenge. Taking advantage of the opening, he moves in, though the demon remains alert. The boy charges with his blade ready, but the enemy stays out of reach. The enemy rides the wind into the sky, leaving the boy furious and frustrated. Then someone points out that all he needs to do is jump. He follows the advice, steps onto the wind, and gets launched directly at the enemy. The demon cannot comprehend what just happened, while the protagonist pours all his strength into ending the fight immediately. Within striking range, he activates his eye ability to predict the demon's next movement. To his shock, the enemy's weaknesses begin disappearing from view. He never anticipated this, and before he can attack, a gigantic sword appears in the demon's grip. Creature never thought these intruders would push him into drawing his weapon. The boy realizes the advantage has completely shifted away from him. Now, survival depends entirely on his defense. His speed is not enough to defend against the demon's relentless assault. The demon reveals that he personally taught Hector swordsmanship, but before he can continue, a massive boulder suddenly flies toward him. The unexpected interruption brings the battle to an immediate halt. After regrouping with Mare, the protagonist knows they must rethink their plan. Above them, the demon studies the boulder and the two fighters, trying to understand the sudden attack. A boulder that large should be impossible to move easily, leading him to realize the elf can control multiple elements. He recalls that the nearby elven village was supposedly destroyed long ago, and the answer suddenly becomes obvious. These two must be Hector's killers. Mare confirms the accusation, her rage burning even hotter. With a slight smirk, the Divine King realizes that she is one of the village's surviving elves. Mare declares that she has trained for 10 years solely to destroy him. Thinking back to the massacre, the demon casually remarked that it had been quite a show. Mare was stunned by his words, but he went on to explain how much he had enjoyed watching the elves suffer at the end. Their despair and helpless expressions had only encouraged him to continue slaughtering them, because he genuinely enjoyed seeing that hopelessness in their eyes. That confession pushed Mare past her limit, and she completely snapped. The protagonist quickly warned her not to fall for the demon's bait, reminding her that they needed her abilities to win. Mare managed to calm herself down and chose to follow his advice. From there, the boy had to account for every possible factor. Winning was all that mattered to him, and he was willing to do whatever the situation demanded. The demon realized his enemies were much more difficult than anticipated, especially since the human in front of him was still alive when he should have been long defeated. Only one possibility made sense. That boy had to be one of the heroes summoned to this world. As his eyes lit up, the protagonist declared that the demon was seriously underestimating them. Divine King answered that he knew the strongest fighters from every enemy nation, and this red-eyed boy was definitely not one of them. So the conclusion was obvious. The boy did not belong to this world. Hovering overhead, the demon knew the battlefield was still tilted in his favor. He had no reason to make a reckless move. Protagonist knew he had roughly 3 minutes before his eye power wore off, and after that, beating the demon would be practically impossible. Mare suddenly said she had a plan that might swing the battle in their favor. Realizing her idea could be valuable, the boy simply told her to make it quick. Mare took offense and fired back that she was the one who should have said that to him. Meanwhile, the demon became increasingly annoyed that his opponents were chatting, as if they were taking a break. The protagonist's eyes burned with resolve as he announced their attack, while the demon eagerly waited to see what they had prepared. The girl summoned the wind and launched both boys directly at their target. At the same time, her earth magic called forth more spirits, which sent enormous rocks crashing toward the demon. Wimberg saw the attack coming and remained completely unfazed. With his wind techniques, he manipulated the air and stopped every boulder before it could reach him. But the rocks were never meant to be the real attack. The next instant, the distracted demon had to block a perfectly timed strike from the protagonist, who had already reached him. Mare remained on the ground, but her assault was still going full force. She changed the boulder's trajectory in midair, redirecting them straight into Wimberg's blind spot. That possibility had never even crossed his mind. Dodging was his only way out. Even after that, Mare kept the pressure on without giving him a moment's rest. A storm of boulders smashed apart Wimberg's magic formation, leaving him visibly stunned. At last, the protagonist spotted the gap he had been waiting for. He raised his sword, ready to plunge it into the demon's chest. If the demon wanted to live, he had to react immediately. Blood flew as Wimberg understood too late that the slash had targeted his sword's hilt rather than his heart. The boy used that opening to knock the weapon away, take it for himself, and retreat before Wimberg could respond. Wimberg shot the boy an enraged glare, but another wave of Mare's boulders slammed into him. The demon admitted that their strategy had caught him off guard, but insisted that an opponent of his rank would not fall so easily. Mare was absolutely horrified. He had executed the combo flawlessly, but the enemy still hadn't suffered any real damage. The protagonist, however, believed the battle was unfolding exactly as intended. Mare had already pointed out that Wimberg's powerful wind technique came with one major flaw. Struggled against attacks carrying the heavy force of earth magic. Even if they failed to pierce his defenses, her wind magic could interfere with the control he used to maintain them. Boy understood that Mare had devoted her whole life to reaching this exact moment. Even with both of their techniques combined, they still lacked the power to finish him. Resolutely asked her to do only one thing: make another opening so he could land the decisive blow. With Wimberg's weapon now in his possession, the boy's resolve burned brighter than ever. That sword would make every attack he launched from then on far more destructive. Mare asked what exactly he planned to do next. Wimberg tried to shake his confidence, arguing that stealing a sword would not magically turn him into a swordsman or guarantee victory. The boy didn't even flinch. He simply assured him that everything would proceed exactly as predicted. He rushed in once more, but Wimberg answered with a swarm of wind spears. Using the demon's own sword, he blocked every spear without missing a beat. His eyes read every attack's trajectory, letting him advance toward Wimberg again. Wimberg couldn't believe what he was seeing. He was struggling just to survive each exchange, and the boy had become too fast for him to track. The protagonist had completely seized control of the attack, kept striking without pause, refusing to give the demon even a second to recover. Mare saw the opening and summoned the wind spirits once again, knocking Wimberg off balance in midair. Demon was unable to understand how mere humans were coordinating their attacks with such incredible accuracy. Then the boy suddenly appeared before him, ready to bring the fight to its final end. Those words struck Wimberg's pride hard, and he took them as a serious insult. He gathered every last bit of energy and created a gigantic wind spear aimed straight at the boy. But his desperate last move accomplished absolutely nothing. Protagonist delivered one clean slash, cutting off the demon's head and ending the battle on the spot. With his mana completely exhausted, the boy was barely able to remain on his feet. Wimberg had never believed that this would be the day he finally died. Seriously, his head has been cut off, and this guy is still talking. Yep, there's no doubt about it. He's definitely a demon. Only after the battle did the protagonist explain that his eyes could replicate the abilities of whoever he fought. He had secretly been copying Wimberg's swordsmanship throughout the entire fight. Since those techniques were unfamiliar at first, he had been cautious about relying on them. Once Wimberg grasped the truth, he understood that the summoned heroes were humanity's greatest weapon. Protagonist revealed that defeating Hector was what had unlocked this power for him. Wimberg actually found that amusing and admitted that his disciple had been an idiot. By losing to his enemy, that disciple had practically trained the very person who would defeat him. With the fight finally finished, the boy needed a chance to regain his strength. He had just experienced the power of one of the demon empire's 4 divine kings up close. 3 more warriors held the same rank, and the demon king himself was undoubtedly on an entirely different level. And that was before even considering the demon king's descendants, who were rumored to match Isabel's strength. Compared to all those dangers, his current power was nowhere near sufficient. While he was lost in his thoughts, he noticed Mare approaching. She had come over to confirm that the demon was really dead. The boy then asked how she felt now that her long-awaited revenge was finally complete. Mare answered that, after everything she had been through, she felt nothing. She had risked everything to reach this moment, yet after it ended, she was left feeling hollow, even though some relief remained. At least her village had finally been avenged, and she could now begin escaping the past that had tormented her for years. The protagonist told her that her support had been more valuable than he could express. He could never have beaten Wimbird without Mare fighting beside him. Mare felt exactly the same way about him. She understood that his help was the only reason her revenge had become possible, so she sincerely thanked him for everything he had done. It helped her achieve the dream she had carried her entire life. The boy waved it away, claiming it was merely coincidence and not something deserving such enormous thanks. Mara clearly didn't see it that way. She was happy with the decision she had made to travel alongside him. She admitted that without this journey, she might have surrendered to her anger and thrown her life away recklessly. The protagonist asked her what she intended to do from this point onward. Mare admitted she had no answer and honestly felt completely directionless. He suggested that she start building new goals for herself. After all, elves had incredibly long lifespans. However, being half-human meant she would not live as long as her master. The moment, she chose to remain on the road with him. He asked whether she was certain, warning her that his journey was ultimately about defeating the Demon King. Mare, that goal was precisely the reason she needed to stay beside him. If the Demon King were defeated, fewer people would suffer the way she had, and his rule would create fewer tragedies. That purpose alone made the journey worth continuing. Even if he tried to send her away, she had already decided to remain with him. As they resumed their journey, the protagonist said they had to uncover more clues quickly, because reinforcements would soon reach the city and complicate everything. Mare understood the concern behind his words. He had accepted her as his companion, and from that moment, they were moving forward together. While they headed toward the outskirts, an unseen figure observed them from the sky. The watcher was the witch Isabel, who was impressed by how effectively this unexpected duo had performed. Their win against Wimber had made Isabel's next steps considerably simpler. Once that exhausting battle was behind them, the journey moved forward. Eventually, the protagonist made his way back to Ubana. Sage was relieved to see them return unharmed, though she confessed their arrival had come earlier than expected. Mira wanted to tell her something, but Ubana had already figured it out. Sage could see that her disciple wished to continue traveling with the boy. With that in mind, the sage sent them off with her best wishes. Ubana's sincere excitement was so obvious that Mare ended up feeling awkward. While they shared tea, the sage asked the protagonist whether he had heard the newest reports from the front. The boy instantly asked what had taken place. Apparently, the hero candidates had suffered a defeat, and Mirio was among them. The protagonist's next question was the identity of their opponent. Ubana explained that the devastating defeat had been caused by Stanagea, one of the Demon King's top commanders. Mare assumed Stanagea was probably as powerful as Wimbrick, making him an exceptionally dangerous enemy. Boy was more concerned about whether his former companions had survived. Ubana said they had somehow escaped with their lives, but the loss had destroyed their confidence. That left the protagonist wondering what their next move should be. His objective had not changed: defeat the Demon King by slowly dismantling his army and power base. Mare asked whether the other hero candidates possessed power comparable to his. The boy admitted he could not be certain, but raw power meant little if they lacked the skill to control it. Meanwhile, back at the human fortress, wounded soldiers, including the hero candidates, were receiving treatment. Muru tried to stop everyone from focusing so much on him, warning that his companion should not overuse her healing ability. She was aware of the risk, but still insisted on helping everyone to the best of her ability. With that said, she returned her attention to treating Muro's injuries. Heinrich's support troops had helped them escape safely during the battle. Even so, his team had suffered serious injuries, with the deepest wounds being psychological rather than physical. The defeat had left the hero candidates completely broken. Idu was consumed by frustration and took full responsibility for the disaster. Far above, inside Arla's fortress, Stanagea calmly inspected the surrounding defenses. Yet from a distant location, someone had already found him. That someone was the protagonist, scanning him with his absolutely bargain bin super eyes. Mare wondered how he was able to see anything from so far away. The boy explained that leveling up his appraisal skill had unlocked several additional advantages. Mare was impressed, admitting that the ability could be ridiculously useful in situations like this. Despite the distance, the boy could already see that the demon's stats were terrifyingly high. Wanting a clearer picture, he activated the upgraded appraisal function for a deeper analysis of Stanagea. The scan revealed that the demon's defense could scale up according to his basic attributes. Because his appraisal had reached level 4, he could access its enhanced form and obtain far more detailed information about enemies. He searched for an exploitable weakness, but Stone Agia did not move, and the scan revealed nothing. That proved the boy was still not strong enough to detect the demon's weak spots. If only he could unlock that data, defeating the demon would become much simpler. So far, the scan showed that Stone Agia was a sword user, wielded earth magic, and had a special defensive enhancement. Maron was not surprised by those stats, since Stone Agia was one of the 4 divine kings. She also pointed out that earth magic was vulnerable to water. That made the boy wonder whether the elements followed some kind of matchup system. Mare explained that the answer depended on the specific abilities involved. Even if Stone Gaia knew countless demonic techniques, he could not possibly have mastered every variation. If Mare could recognize the technique he was preparing, she could figure out its elemental weakness. The protagonist decided that the best way to learn more was to inspect the fortress himself. Meanwhile, nearby, Muru stood silently gazing toward the horizon. He wondered how things might change if the protagonist were present, then forced himself to stop thinking about it. He had already decided to carry the hero's responsibilities on his own shoulders. That day, his companions surrounded him, curious about what he was thinking. Riene called him out for constantly trying to handle everyone's burden alone, making the class representative even more uncomfortable. The blonde boy told him to stop looking so miserable. Short-haired nerd then reminded him that he did not have to face the battle by himself. Midu was stunned that, despite everything, his friends still placed their trust in him. Riene moved closer and suggested that they should fight as a team again, just like in the past. As she walked past him, she bluntly called him an idiot for acting this way. Blonde boy threw an arm around his shoulders and told him to rely on his friends more often. Indy was still struggling to process everything unfolding around him. The truth was that relying on those people had never even occurred to him before. Blonde boy reminded him that everyone was growing stronger, so Mindy no longer needed to bear everything alone. Those words convinced Arashi to step in too, and several other students followed him. Arashi asked why Muru looked so hopeless when they should be recovering and preparing to crush the enemy. The class representative was shocked to see Arashi appear so suddenly, and that reaction only irritated Arashi further. He was still angry that the battle had exposed how insufficient their strength really was. That was why he now wanted Midu's orders, so they could return and destroy the enemy who had defeated them. Blonde boy and Amiri were both stunned to see the usually rough Arashi actually cooperating. Encouraged by their support, Midu asked everyone to unite and take down that enemy. That renewed resolve was precisely the response Arashi had been hoping to see. As the group talked, a girl quietly observed them from a distance. Rin was relieved that her classmates were finally working together again after so long. Lost in her thoughts, Rin was startled when a familiar voice remarked that it had been a long time. The voice belonged to the protagonist, who had suddenly appeared beside her. He immediately told her to stay quiet, because he did not want anyone to notice him. Rin quickly clapped both hands over her mouth. The protagonist already knew about their defeat, and Kanzaki confirmed that the last battle had indeed been lost. He asked her to describe the enemy's powers, so she began recounting everything she had witnessed. Protagonist learned that Stanagea had the power to create and command golems. His entire arsenal revolved around building and controlling those monsters. That information confirmed that Mare's earlier theory had been correct. Kanzaki tried asking who this mysterious person was and whether the companion was a girl, but he ignored those questions and simply thanked her for the information. Kanzaki then asked whether he would finally enter the war and support the others. He had briefly thought about joining them, but seeing his former companions recover their confidence convinced him to continue working from the shadows. Fort Arliss, demons guarded the outer defenses while the hero candidates positioned themselves nearby. The short-haired girl pointed out that hundreds of soldiers had joined their force, making the pink-haired girl visibly excited. Yayami was part of that unit, and she promised to fight with everything she had. She had officially joined the combat squad. Rina asked what had changed her mind, and Yami explained that she had heard her friends were in danger. As a hero herself, she could not simply sit back and do nothing. Even then, she was not completely confident that everything would succeed. Just 5 days earlier, she had been buried in housework and ended up totally worn out. Kinoshita had not seen the protagonist for quite some time. She agreed with his point, but the moment she recognized him, shock took over and she demanded to know how he had entered the building, and whether he was truly the Shinju she remembered. The moment she came to, the protagonist let out a groan, though her anger quickly took over because he had secretly entered her room. He skipped the small talk and explained that the other heroes were being pushed back at the front, and her divine protection was essential for victory. Kinoshita couldn't believe it, especially since she wasn't even assigned to the combat squad, but he calmly told her there was nothing to fear. According to him, she already possessed everything needed for the job. Still unsure of herself, she asked why he trusted her so completely, and he pointed out that she had always wanted to fight alongside them. He reminded her that Leonora, the woman who had planted so much fear in her heart, was already dead. With nobody left to hold her back, even the scars in her mind would eventually fade. He told her to quit hiding behind the role of a waitress and finally act on the desire to protect people that she had carried for years. Those words left Kinoshita completely speechless. It finally hit her that the protagonist truly understood everything about her, and the realization stunned her. Only after that did he admit the real reason for his visit. He needed a dependable piece for his plans. Kinoshita pointed out that the kingdom was hunting him as a criminal, making his decision to join the battle seem completely unbelievable. He agreed that he couldn't enlist openly while wanted, which was why he intended to continue operating from behind the scenes. His entire visit had simply been to pass that message on to her. And that was exactly how Kinoshita ended up being sent to the front line. She had made up her mind to give the battle everything she had. Rin quietly observed the conversation, already aware of the strategy because she had spoken to the protagonist herself. Her participation was crucial if they wanted to coordinate their attacks and break through the enemy defenses. The protagonist didn't care about following a perfect script. He only wanted everyone to perform at their best when the moment demanded it. He was also curious to see how far his classmates had progressed while he was gone. He asked her to relay those words to Midu, and she agreed to deliver the message. While she was still processing everything, someone suddenly called out to her. The class representative came over to review the strategy one more time, because this battle was one they absolutely could not afford to lose. Rin knew that better than anyone. Before long, the entire class had assembled and was carefully going over every part of the plan. As he observed them, Mare wondered aloud whether the protagonist's strategy was far more polished than the one they had created. He answered that people never truly improve when they remain comfortable and simply follow someone else's instructions. His goal was to make his allies stronger. Some of them already possessed tremendous power. They just had no idea how to use it effectively. That was precisely why he intended to interfere as little as he could. He would offer only occasional clues, since the most valuable combat skill was learning to trust one's instincts. Demons continued to protect the fortress in huge numbers, yet the advancing human army was already visible in the distance. At last, the assault was ready to begin. Captain gave the command, sending the troops charging forward. The demons braced themselves for combat, fully convinced that victory was already theirs. Captain understood that the soldiers had to open a route for the hero candidates, but the demons were determined to block them at every turn. The battlefield exploded into a brutal clash, while the heroes pushed through the chaos and started forcing their way ahead. Muro spearheaded the advance and soon spotted the tower where Stone Gaya stood waiting for them. The demon gave him a taunting grin, looking as though the arrival of these children had been part of his expectations from the beginning. Stone Agya shouted across the battlefield with complete confidence, promising to defeat them just as he had before. The enormous gate had barely remained standing before Arash's ability blasted it to pieces. The other hero candidates followed Arash inside, where Stone Agya was prepared with an army of golems. Du immediately gave the signal for everyone to begin the operation. Meanwhile, the protagonist observed the entire battle from a hidden position. Every hero candidate entered the fight with victory firmly in mind. Opposing them was a seemingly endless army of summoned golems. Du unsheathed his sword and ordered the team to move into action. While the group moved forward, Rin checked whether Yumi was holding up. Visibly nervous, Yumi told Rin she was fine and instantly summoned an enormous torrent of water. Her water manipulation would be the key to bringing down the golems. Stanagaya immediately realized that this water user had been absent from their previous assault. Yumi's flood swept over the golems and left them completely overpowered. Arashi followed up immediately, preparing to burn every one of them to ash. Each punch from his burning fists carried terrifying destructive force. Edu was just as ruthless, cutting down every golem that crossed his route. The entire class fought with unbelievable intensity. Even the usually unnoticed students were contributing to the battle. Within seconds, the golem army had been smashed into piles of debris. Then, repeating the nightmare from last time, the golems started rebuilding themselves. This time, though, the golems soaked by water couldn't restore their bodies. The whole team quickly realized that their countermeasure was working exactly as planned. Stanagaya shifted all his attention toward the water wielder, who had been missing during the previous battle. Her presence alone was preventing several of his golems from regenerating. Seeing the plan succeed just as expected, the protagonist complimented Mare for her accurate prediction. Mare had theorized that moisture would interfere with the regeneration of the joints, connecting the golem's limbs. Midyu rallied everyone by declaring that the golems had lost their ability to regenerate. Those words gave Yumi a boost, and she released an even larger flood that swallowed the enemies beneath a gigantic wave. With the golems weakened, her teammates surged ahead to finish them permanently. Stone Agya, however, only seemed to enjoy the battle more. Their strategy was clearly hurting him, yet the demon refused to back down. He drew multiple magic circles beneath himself and announced that the golems were merely disposable servants. He raised several enormous boulders overhead and promised to demonstrate real power before launching them straight at the heroes. Just before impact, Mari moved ahead of everyone and froze the boulder barrage with her telekinesis. Stanagaya was stunned that someone had managed to overpower his command of stone. Before he could recover from the surprise, Rin activated her domination ability on his body and locked him in place. Rin was exceptionally skilled at restraining opponents. Arashi seized the opening and launched his flames, but a solid earth wall suddenly erupted and intercepted the attack. The attack packed serious power, but it still failed to punch through the barrier. The demon was delighted to discover that his defense could withstand the boy's fiery assault. What escaped his notice was Manhwa's sudden teleportation. The hero had already appeared behind him with his sword ready. Manhwa drove a deadly strike into Stanagai's back. The demon reacted in time and deflected the blow with the weapon in his hand. Despite that defense, the hero candidates kept attacking without giving him a moment to breathe. The bookish girl sent the boulders flying back toward their master, while Narumi strengthened their momentum with wind manipulation. Stanagaya found himself trapped in the middle of the entire group. Every direction he turned toward brought another attack straight at him. Yet his defenses continued to withstand every strike they threw at him. Ami responded by directing another enormous blast of water at the creature's barrier. Completely sealed away from the world outside, Stanagaya sensed that something had changed. Understood that moisture had weakened the barrier, leaving it far less capable of absorbing damage. Meru was ready to end the fight by any means necessary, and Arashi was just as committed to taking the demon down on the spot. Working together flawlessly, the two struck the demon directly, finally inflicting the first real injury the heroes had managed to cause. Although weakened, the demon was convinced he could endure the injuries. The bigger danger was obvious. If the humans continued with this tactic, his defense would soon collapse completely. With no other option, he converted every bit of defensive mana into pure offensive strength. That instant was all the protagonist needed. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Spotting the exposed weakness, he launched his dagger at Stanagaya's forehead and landed the killing strike. The force of the hit was absolutely devastating. Stanagaya crashed down before the students, twisting in pain as the attack tore through him. The monster had finally been brought down, and the heroes erupted in celebration. Everyone believed Midu and Arashi's relentless efforts were what had defeated the vile creature. But the two fighters closest to the demon knew the truth. Neither of them had delivered the finishing hit. Something else had hit the demon's head at the decisive moment. Arashi found the dagger on the ground and recognized it at once. Midu searched the area and noticed a tiny crack in the ceiling overhead. There could be no doubt. The final attack had come from the protagonist. Arashi's expression darkened when he realized that someone like the protagonist had saved them. Marumi ran over with a delighted smile, celebrating the success of their strategy. Muru agreed with a weak smile, but he knew their victory depended heavily on Kinoshita, and on the protagonist ending the fight before the demon could unleash its devastating final attack. Without the protagonist stepping in, the entire team would have been annihilated once more. Mary wondered why the class representative still looked so troubled when everyone else was celebrating. Midu began to explain himself, but she brushed him off and told him she would hear it later. After all, the students had just taken down one of the 4 divine kings. They had endured more than enough pressure for a single day, so now they simply wanted to celebrate their win. Naito watched his teammates celebrate and slowly allowed himself to share in their happiness. At last, the tension left him, and relief finally washed over him. Even then, the representative kept his usual composed, detached expression. His friends urged him to join the celebration, but he stayed silent and admitted that he hadn't delivered the final blow. The others quickly apologized for celebrating, without understanding the full situation. One boy who looked up to Arashi immediately understood what had ruined his friend's mood. He had been close enough to see the entire exchange, so he already knew what had really happened. Even so, he reassured Arashi that it wasn't something worth worrying about. As far as he was concerned, the protagonist had only snatched away the finishing blow from the team. Arashi and Midu were the ones who had driven the demon to the brink, and that was what they deserved to be proud of. Maito raised the creature's severed head above him and proudly announced their victory to everyone beyond the fortress. Demons who saw the scene were crushed, while the human army exploded into cheers for their massive victory. Heinrich stood among the ruins of the battlefield, battered and bruised, yet miraculously alive. The fortress had finally fallen into human hands. From a distance, the protagonist quietly observed the battle coming to an end. Stanagaya's death had changed little numerically, with both armies still possessing almost the same number of soldiers. Protagonist understood that demon armies were normally commanded by leaders with overwhelming charisma. Even after that leader falls, the remaining demons are still capable of maintaining their position. Mayer pointed out that they had witnessed the exact same pattern after defeating Wimberg. Once they won, not a single demon pursued them. As he poured a cup of tea, the protagonist explained that this dependence was the demon army's greatest weakness. Mayer looked worried and asked whether he was truly comfortable with what he had done. She believed he was the person who had actually secured the victory, and suspected that his true aim was to train his companions. He explained that the creature had released terrifying killing intent at the end, and he couldn't risk letting his allies be caught in it. After all, an assassin's first responsibility is making sure the worst possible outcome never occurs. Mayer accused him of being too protective of his comrades, and that comment mildly annoyed him. Then asked her to address him by his actual name from now on. The sudden familiarity embarrassed her, so she hesitantly suggested calling him K, using a shortened version of his full name. He accepted the nickname, then casually wondered why her face had suddenly gone bright red. Once the conversation ended, he began thinking about the victory they had just achieved. They had already eliminated 2 celestial kings. Dangerous opponents, such as Isabel, were still waiting ahead. His quest to bring down the Demon King was still in its earliest chapter. Elsewhere, a girl appeared to have lost a battle, though someone nearby claimed she had intentionally allowed it to happen. She rose in fury, while the demon who defeated her seemed surprised that her spirit had finally been crushed. Demon commanded a soldier to carry an urgent message to the support forces. The princess was now in their hands. With that capture, the Beastmen Federation had officially collapsed. 1 week had gone by since the hero candidate's previous battle. Their recent victories had lifted the entire empire's morale to new heights. Even ordinary soldiers had become more eager to perform their duties. Meanwhile, the hero candidate's fame continued spreading rapidly. To the people, they had become living symbols of hope. Their rising status brought them before the king, who had already received news that one of the demon army's 4 celestial kings had fallen. The king rewarded Midu by granting him the rank of Knight of the Realm. After the ceremony, the class representative reunited with his friends and admitted that the entire event had drained him. Mary was shocked, since she had never pictured him as someone who could become nervous or exhausted. Captain Amelia teased him, saying that feeling exhausted must mean he was getting old. Heinrich then pointed out that, unlike the others, Muru had never been trained in noble etiquette, no matter how well he handled the situation. Muru confessed that standing in that situation had made him somewhat nervous. His biggest concern had been accidentally acting disrespectfully before the king. Heinrich comforted him, assuring him that there was no reason to expect trouble. With his new knighthood came a whole set of responsibilities that he would soon have to handle. Midu was beginning to understand that noble status came with its own difficulties. Heinrich said he had no intention of complaining about his circumstances, and told Midu not to worry about his new position. Emilia added that the church possessed enormous influence throughout the kingdom as well. Following the ceremony, Midu officially joined the Royal Knight Order and took command of its 11th Division, the Hero Battalion, the kingdom's most powerful military force. When the others questioned the church's influence over the knights and the true meaning of Midu's title, Heinrich explained that the matter was far from simple. The kingdom's government was tangled in numerous political connections. Regardless, Muru now stood on equal ground with those nobles, and that authority naturally carried serious responsibility. Elsewhere, the protagonist soon learned that Muru had been promoted. Rin was the one who gave him the complete update. Mare still didn't grasp all the details, but she assumed the promotion was clearly a good thing. She figured the kingdom was trying to turn Minu into a public symbol. Granting him power and rank was the easiest way to accomplish that. Mare couldn't understand how such an arrangement could possibly hurt them. Protagonist reminded her, however, that once the Demon King was defeated, they would be sent back to their original world. As far as he was concerned, the kingdom was simply exploiting them. Ultimately, they were no different from disposable tools, being treated exactly as Leonora had once treated them. Mare promised to stay more alert from then on, though she still had one more thing to ask. She wanted an explanation about the girl traveling beside him. Introduced Mare at last, explaining that she was a half-elf who specialized in spellcasting, but Rin wasn't interested in hearing about Mare's abilities. She really wanted to know was the nature of their relationship. Mayer said Mare was merely traveling with him, but then turned the question around and asked what Rin meant to Kai. Hearing Rin use a nickname for him caught her off guard and left her confused. Rin called them friends, but the protagonist quickly corrected that claim, leaving her visibly embarrassed. He explained that Rin was nothing more than a collaborator. Mayer then asked whether the two of them had shared such a close bond in their original world. Boy revealed that they had never even talked to each other before all this. Rin already knew that his mission was to bring the Demon King completely under his control. Protagonist said he would keep operating from the shadows, while Rin would serve as the link between him and the rest of the group. Then Rin unexpectedly asked whether she could accompany him, taking him completely by surprise. He paused to consider the request, and his silence immediately made both girls nervous. In the end, he concluded that bringing her along would be a bad idea. Rin had to remain with the others and maintain communication, especially since most of them were still hostile toward him. Rin reluctantly accepted that she couldn't change his decision at the moment. She added that a few classmates still viewed him favorably, with Midu being the clearest example. Protagonist wanted Midu to learn independence, even though Midu's development would be vital to defeating the Demon King. Rin asked whether he genuinely planned to strengthen every one of their classmates. He reminded her that he had already defeated one Celestial King, despite the fight being extraordinarily brutal. Rin was stunned to discover that he had accomplished it with Mare as his only companion. Mare added that the battle had been incredibly close, and that they had only managed to win by the narrowest margin. Rin was stunned, because defeating Stone and Gaia had required every single person's strength. Half-elf accompanying the protagonist was clearly no ordinary girl, and Rin began feeling more and more powerless beside her. The protagonist warned that creatures far above the Celestial Kings still existed, and they had no chance against them yet. That was why he wanted Rin to keep a close watch on how her classmates were developing. He promised to get in touch with her again before long. The girl quietly agreed to follow his instructions. Before leaving, he explained that he was developing a personal strategy to defeat the Demon King, and Rin would have to pass those details to Meadow. Then summoned Mare and walked away, leaving Rin by herself in the forest. Rin knew her present strength was useless, but that realization awakened a powerful desire within her to grow stronger. After one Celestial King fell, humanity launched an all-out assault, and the hero candidates joining the 11th Division gave the army a massive morale boost. This campaign allowed the humans to retake several fortresses and finally free the city of Hiin Enos. Their success came from both Stone Agia's defeat and Wimberg's downfall, since Wimberg had managed the Demon King's military supplies. However, the Holy Kingdom's army had no idea about that second victory. With victory after victory piling up, celebrations had practically become a daily tradition. The hero candidates were happily making the most of this world's relaxed drinking rules. Since people could legally drink there from the age of 15, nobody considered it unusual. Murray still kept reprimanding everyone, reminding them that this behavior would land them in trouble back in their own world. She even yanked the beer straight from Narumi's hands. The poor man never stood a chance. Mew witnessed the whole thing and burst out laughing. Riene had dressed up beautifully, but she noticed that her friend remained tense even during the party. Mare then caught Riene drinking as well, though the girls insisted it was grape juice, a story nobody bought. While the party continued, Muru started picking up some troubling rumors. Apparently, the enemy's entire command structure was starting to fall apart. The situation felt suspicious, especially since so much remained unexplained. Muru shared that concern. He couldn't shake off his suspicions. From every angle, the enemy seemed noticeably weaker than before. Muru couldn't even rule out the possibility that this was all bait. Riene dismissed their worries as overthinking and declared that demons were simply a pack of fools. To Midu, the explanation was painfully obvious. Their protagonist was secretly operating behind enemy lines. Riene couldn't accept that he was capable of such a feat. That was when Rin stepped in and confirmed Mido's theory word for word. While the others battled on the front, another fighter was striking deep inside enemy land. The revelation left everyone completely stunned. Rin disclosed that the protagonist had taken down another Celestial King, explaining the enemy's weakened borders. The surrounding students were left speechless by the news. Mido wasn't shocked in the slightest. Honestly, he had expected exactly this kind of insanity from him. Once Narumi absorbed the news, he finally understood what an absolute monster the protagonist had become. Riene rejected the entire story and dismissed it as nothing more than slander. When she asked Arashi what he thought, he was far too occupied with the banquet to care. Still, the dagger he had discovered in their previous battle came back to his mind. Keeping that dagger in mind, he said the outcome of their argument didn't matter to him. Mary was growing irritated too. Even assuming the rumor was true, she had no intention of forgiving him. She teamed up with Rina to complain about him, while Midia edged toward Rin for more information. Unfortunately, Rin had very little else to tell them. The only thing she knew was that he had developed his own way of sneaking through enemy territory and approaching the Demon King. Meanwhile, the protagonist repeated this routine every day, battling lethal creatures determined to rip him to shreds. He fought with both precision and merciless efficiency. A giant monster hand snapped toward his face, and the non-stop assault made his survival look almost impossible. Luckily, a burst of fire magic exploded nearby and scorched the attackers down to their bones. He warned Mare not to take unnecessary risks, though she had stepped in only because his life was in danger. He believed he had mastered his mana control, yet the reality was that even basic magic still slipped out of his grasp. Mare explained that lightning was an exceptionally rare element, difficult for almost anyone to master and even harder to perfect. Having the same divine protection as his classmates would have made his progress far simpler. Still, after countless hours of training, he had at least managed to activate the power in a limited way. Mare noted that the surrounding enemies had divided his attention, preventing him from releasing the spell at maximum power. That was precisely why magic was a poor choice during close-quarters combat. Casting it demands an overwhelming amount of concentration. Problem was, our guy fought as an assassin, meaning close combat was unavoidable. Mare advised him to master conventional magic first before experimenting further with his personal techniques. The protagonist understood that he needed far more power, because his current abilities were nowhere near enough to beat the Demon King. Even then, he praised Mare for being an excellent teacher. Clearly, she had learned an incredible amount from Yubana. Compliment embarrassed her, but the protagonist abruptly sensed danger a moment later. Deadly creatures had surrounded them from every direction, each one ready to rip him apart. But fear never appeared on his face. It was excitement that lit up his expression. Looks like his training session had arrived ahead of schedule. Treating the ambush as practice, he started condensing lightning into one hand. He then fired his newly developed attack straight at the surrounding monsters. Electric bolts slammed into the beasts, but none of them received a killing blow. The attack merely stunned them for a couple of seconds. He immediately recognized that the technique needed more work. Its damage was simply nowhere near enough. While he was analyzing the weakness, one of the creatures suddenly charged, but the attack sliced through empty air. Exploiting the opening, he blurred forward and sent several daggers into the creature's vital spots. The surviving monsters were suddenly overcome with fear. Under these circumstances, infusing his daggers with mana and launching them proved far more effective. That method turned every throw into a lethal attack. Out of nowhere, another monster attempted a sneak attack from behind. He pivoted with stunning speed and took the creature's head clean off. He caught hold of a branch to regroup, but more creatures were already charging at him with murderous intent. He circulated mana through his whole body, and as soon as they came within reach, he reduced them to a heap of severed limbs. Keeping his guard up, he spotted a monster repeatedly ramming the tree in an attempt to bring it down. Unfortunately, their overwhelming numbers made the situation impossible to control. The tree finally collapsed, forcing him to leap into action. A gigantic monster army waited ahead, united by one goal: ripping him to pieces. One creature towered above the others, instantly drawing his attention. That had to be their leader. His dark eyes gleamed as he chose the creature for his next experiment. Completely drained, Mare called forth her flames after realizing the attack simply wouldn't stop. Blazing spells erased the poor monsters from the battlefield. Breathing heavily, she insisted they leave immediately because staying was no longer possible. He accepted her judgment. They had definitely trained enough for a single day. The route ahead was covered in corpses and shattered remains. He and Mare continued deeper, desperately searching for a way out. As Mare complained about being exhausted, he observed that the creatures were not only numerous, but also extremely powerful. Humans clearly could not survive in this place. Mare explained that demon folk could control unintelligent monsters, making this territory an ideal base for them. At last, the protagonist understood why no humans had ever made this place their home. While they ventured farther into the forest, something suddenly grabbed his attention. Past the trees lay the actual domain of the demons. Air was saturated with poisonous-looking mist, while monsters moved everywhere through it. Elsewhere, his companions were advancing farther beyond the enemy border. They had finally entered the deadly region, crawling with monsters. For the first time since the offensive started, the battle's momentum suddenly shifted. Monsters in this region were on an entirely different level of danger. The knights and hero candidates could handle them, but ordinary soldiers were being thrown into a slaughterhouse. Regular troops were being annihilated. The captains struggled to maintain morale, while Heinrich realized they would soon be surrounded from every side. They were being assaulted by demons and monsters at the same time. Mido immediately suspected that a powerful demon was directing this attack, and his gaze settled on a horned girl nearby. She was the demon assigned to protect this region, and she carried out that duty with unwavering loyalty. Once the humans were worn down, she planned to send wave after wave of monsters before unleashing her own forces for the final blow. The soldiers panicked the moment the demon army came into view. Mido urged Captain Amelia to order an immediate retreat. She accepted his advice and passed the retreat order down, while the fallen soldiers were left behind. By the time the demons arrived, victory was practically guaranteed. Everything had unfolded under Elsa's careful and highly strategic command. Planning allowed the demons to end the battle with almost no difficulty. One demon revealed that their war with the Beastmen Federation was already over, meaning humans would soon become their only target. Beastmen had been defeated without much trouble, but humans were far more dangerous after taking down 2 of the 4 divine kings. Unnoticed, the protagonist was hiding in the nearby bushes. Mare was stunned by the information they had just overheard. He saw it as valuable intelligence and knew they needed to collect more. Back in the city, the mood had completely transformed. Church priests were struggling to treat the flood of wounded soldiers as the heroes met with the army's top commanders. Captain Amelia reported that every region reclaimed before their latest defeat had already been taken back by the enemy. She then asked the knights whether anyone had a workable proposal. No one had an answer. An old knight reminded them that the incoming monster hordes had to be handled first. Another officer admitted he had never expected demons to use such deceptive strategies. He believed a powerful high-ranking demon was definitely behind it. Adrich pointed out that the enemy had displayed no meaningful battle strategy until this moment. Something had clearly shifted, and suddenly they were inflicting devastating casualties. Highly intelligent mind was obviously directing the entire operation. In fact, he was certain a demon was responsible. Knight reported that his soldiers had found evidence of an enemy commander directing the troops from inside the forest. Driving that commander and the troops out into the open could restore their advantage. Captain Amelia knew moving the whole army through such dense forest would be almost impossible. The other knights agreed that restructuring the army was their most practical move. They had successfully retaken some regions, but the latest losses had erased much of that progress. At first, they had accomplished their main objective of reclaiming lost territory. But with morale collapsing, continuing that winning momentum would be extremely difficult. During the debate, Mary reminded them that their true mission was ultimately to bring down the Demon King. Every knight understood that accomplishing it would be much harder than merely saying it. Captain therefore asked Mary whether she had a practical plan. Slightly awkwardly, Mary proposed increasing the army size. Captain immediately clarified that the solution wasn't so straightforward. A bigger army would simply make their movement slower. Medio focused on the real crisis. Their casualty count was steadily rising. He couldn't bear the thought of more soldiers dying. Because the army's weakness was the core problem, he recommended concentrating on elite troops. The captain agreed in principle, but said the kingdom had no stronger soldiers to offer than those already fighting at the front. So improving the army meant giving the existing troops more training. It would be slow, but no other realistic option existed. The room appeared to reach a unanimous agreement. Minwoo finally realized what had been mentally draining him all this time. Their priorities and his own objective were worlds apart. The kingdom wanted to preserve its current position, whereas the heroes were determined to destroy the Demon King regardless of the price. Adrich saw the uncertainty in the boy's expression and asked for his honest opinion. Etta understood that becoming strong enough might take years, yet he still wanted the war finished immediately. Amelia explained that even under ideal conditions, preparing elite soldiers would require at least 2 years. To him, waiting that long was completely unacceptable. A knight admitted that killing the Demon King would solve everything, but after multiple defeats, pushing deeper into enemy territory was simply too risky. Even so, their recent victories were nothing short of impressive. They had successfully freed multiple territories. Edo appreciated the achievement, but he couldn't genuinely celebrate it. All he and his companions truly wanted was to return home. Adrich watched him closely and noticed his growing dissatisfaction during the meeting. Once the meeting concluded, the two of them exited the hall together. Captain understood his frustration, but Amelia had made her decision according to the reality of their situation. Escaping this situation required more political power, and that kind of change could not happen instantly. Minwoo understood and accepted her logic. Noticing his worry, Heinrich advised him to stop letting far-off possibilities consume him. Minwoo then realized that the captain had seen straight through his concern. Adrich reminded him that protecting his friends' lives mattered most, and rushing ahead could doom everyone. That was why they needed to turn time into an advantage. Medu understood the argument, and it was completely logical. Hero candidates were powerful already, but they still had plenty of room to improve. Murray admitted that time could be against them, yet a smart plan was still preferable to throwing their lives away in battle. The first defeat against Stone Agia would have been fatal if Heinrich hadn't stepped in. He warned the hero candidates that demons stronger than the Divine Kings probably existed. After apologizing for being direct, he said their power would be essential for defeating the Demon King someday. Medu promised to bring the others together and deliver the warning. They could not afford to act recklessly, and he refused to let any companion die. However long the journey lasted, he was resolved to bring every one of them home alive. Later on, he assembled the group and told them everything. News left many of them stunned. At the moment, none of them had any way to change the situation. One frustrated student finally demanded to know when they could go home. Murray estimated that it could take roughly 2 years. For most of the group, 2 years sounded unbearably long. Medu refused to gamble with anyone's life, believing they should use that time to prepare correctly. Arashi exploded with anger the moment he heard the proposal. To Arashi, the entire idea sounded like a sick joke. Medu said he also wanted the Demon King defeated quickly, but the heroes and the kingdom were pursuing different objectives. With resolve in his voice, he asked Arashi whether he seriously wanted their small group to launch a reckless solo attack. Arashi confirmed that this was precisely his plan. As far as Arashi was concerned, the kingdom was nothing like Uli. He believed the nobles viewed them merely as disposable tools. Medu feared that such a reckless strategy would destroy the entire group. They simply could not continue the war without the kingdom backing them. Arashi disagreed and argued that guerrilla warfare could still secure their victory. They did not need to wipe out the enemy army. Their only target was the Demon King. Medu understood the logic, but considered the plan dangerously risky. Tempting it would almost certainly cost lives. Arashi insisted that fear could not make them abandon their mission. No matter how dangerous the path was, retreating simply because they were afraid was unacceptable. Muro promised that nobody would die, and that was precisely why he was recommending the safest plan he knew. Enraged, Arashi branded him a coward and vowed to make him understand through violence. Muro snapped into action, bringing up his sword and shield to stop Arashi's strike dead. The nearby students froze in shock as the argument suddenly became a fight. Muro insisted that they should face the Demon King as a united team. They had barely defeated a single divine king after an enormous struggle, so their time should be spent training, not attacking one another. Arashi ignored every word, but before the clash could continue, someone suddenly restrained them both. Thick chains suddenly wrapped themselves around their bodies. Rin had summoned the chains, ordering everyone to cool off before their fight brought the entire castle down. Himiroenos, Hineanos, Himapienos, Himagdeanos, Himanenos, Hiliaenos, Hikirinos, Hivahenos, Hijoshenos, Himeanos, Hijadaenos, Hihienos, Hibahenos, Higayaenos, Hitaenos. Arashi tore the chains apart with his bare hands, looking absolutely enraged. Rin was stunned because she had invested a massive amount of mana into that spell. Arashi believed true strength could only be forged in actual battle. He was convinced Miru knew that as well. Jubenos, Hibahasenos, Hiagaenos, Hibarhienos, Hitaenos, Himarienos, Hineanos, Hiupnienos, Hibatenos, Hitakienos, Hiarenos, Hisapenos, Hikarenos, Hidiaenos, Hikirinos, Hivahenos, Himiroenos, Hikeanos, Hisatenos, Hihaenos. Rin backed her up, arguing that they needed to proceed more carefully. The undecided students finally confessed that living in this world was not exactly the worst option. Anything was preferable to throwing their lives away in a meaningless fight. Kaori unexpectedly sided with Arashi, leaving Rin genuinely shocked. The reason was simple. Kaori understood Arashi's feelings perfectly. She was desperate to return home at the earliest opportunity to. Yumi shared the same desire, revealing through tearful eyes that her only family back home was her already weak and ill mother. Every day, she feared that her mother's condition might worsen. The boy, obsessed with his Tremblona, agreed that he needed to get home quickly as well. His parents had abandoned him, leaving only his little sister behind. Another girl also wanted to return right away, but her reason was far less tragic. She had an ordinary family and simply did not want them waiting for years. After hearing everyone's feelings, Miru finally understood how tangled the situation had become. Narumi had his own reason for returning. He wanted to get back to his enormous collection of girlfriends. Little by little, the conversation escalated into a full-blown confrontation. Students who once felt like mere background extras were now divided into two camps, Miru's side and Arashi's. Once everyone had spoken, Arashi announced exactly where he stood. He saw no reason to drag the argument out any further. Arashi would continue ahead according to his own plan. Anyone willing to risk death was free to join him. Sure enough, several students followed when he departed, while everyone unwilling to gamble with their lives remained behind. Yune and Yumi could only watch nervously as the group fractured, especially after Kori chose to follow Yurashi. Murai asked Narumi which side he would choose, but he intended to remain neutral and keep communication open between both groups. Rin had no idea how to respond, so she kept quiet, even though part of her desperately wanted to see her family again. By nightfall, the separation became permanent. Arashi checked whether everyone was prepared, because they were departing at once. Before anyone could take a step, a mysterious voice rang out, claiming that the situation had deteriorated while they were away. Arashi spun toward the voice and found himself staring at someone absent for a long time. Our protagonist. Arashi demanded to know what the boy intended to do after disappearing for so long. Every student froze in disbelief at the protagonist's sudden appearance. One student immediately urged everyone to lower their voices before they attracted unwanted attention. A muscular student told Arashi to relax, but Arashi fired back that he had no time to waste on worthless people like their returning friend. Ironically, the protagonist agreed with that assessment, but chose to speak honestly. What he needed was their power. Yurashi was stunned as he remembered the events that had unfolded immediately after leaving the meeting hall. Throughout the entire dispute, the protagonist had quietly observed everything from outside the window. Mary recognized how intense the classmates' debate had become, while the protagonist believed that both factions had valid points. As Mejuva had already pointed out, they were incapable of handling this crisis by themselves. At the same time, the kingdom was being far too passive in its response. Hirashi was right that the 2-year deadline was genuine, but his solution was recklessly dangerous. Mayor then asked the protagonist how he would handle such an impossible situation. He explained that breaking the deadlock would require choosing from 3 possible strategies. First option involved changing the opinions of the kingdom's most powerful decision-makers. If successful, the kingdom's military could eventually be used to support the hero's mission. Obvious obstacle was that Meru would never approve of this approach. Mayor heard him out and wanted to know about the second possibility. Protagonists said they could adopt Arashi's idea and wage a guerrilla war against the demons. From the information they had gathered, especially through Isabel, it was clear that the demon realm was divided. That division created countless opportunities to undermine the enemy from the inside. Still, he doubted Arashi could execute such a complicated operation, and Mare shared that concern. Arashi's explosive temper alone would ruin the entire plan. That left Mare asking about the final strategy. Protagonist explained that his plan had been built around everything he had discovered up to that point. If things went according to plan, he could gather more intelligence from the other factions and pressure the kingdom into taking action. Later, beside the campfire, he revealed a fresh piece of information to everyone. The Beastmen princess was being held prisoner. Arashi failed to see why that mattered to their situation. The protagonist clarified that she was the daughter of a major leader and had been kidnapped by the demon forces. He had verified the report personally after, in his own words, using some rather creative interrogation methods on a few demons. Several girls looked disturbed by that explanation, while the rest were more interested in learning what he had actually done to those demons. One of the boys even looked jealous, clearly because he had feelings for Mare. Arashi was still completely missing the point. He simply couldn't understand how the Beastmen were connected to the hero's problem. Others became excited instead, eager to meet the unfamiliar race and already imagining how cute the Beastmen must be. The protagonist then laid out the rest of his strategy. To the south of their present location lay the widely known Beastmen Federation. Until then, the Federation had stayed entirely neutral in the conflict between humans and demons. Arashi finally understood that the protagonist wanted to bring the Beastmen into an alliance, but he dismissed the idea with a scoff, calling the Beastmen cowards who were too frightened to oppose the demons. Mare pointed out that the Beastmen warriors were far more powerful than people assumed. Their bodies were naturally enhanced, giving them incredible physical abilities and senses. If they were truly that strong, Arashi wondered why they had remained neutral throughout the war. Mare explained that the Beastmen could not win the war by themselves under the current circumstances. Demon King's forces had always concentrated on humanity, but a united front between the two nations could completely change the odds. Once Mare finished explaining, Arashi finally understood why the princess was so important. Hori proposed rescuing the princess and using her as leverage in negotiations. That was precisely the protagonist's intention, and he already knew several routes used to transport supplies. He wanted Arashi to serve as a distraction by wrecking those routes while he slipped through unseen. After hearing the plan, one student asked why the two nations had never allied despite sharing the same enemy. And there was a very specific reason for that. Mare explained that the Beastmen Federation despised demons too, after suffering invasion after invasion. Sadly, humans treated the Beastmen as an inferior subspecies and refused to accept them. That prejudice was exactly why the two nations had never formed an alliance. He knew their cooperation would be difficult to secure, making a powerful bargaining chip essential. Since the protagonist knew the princess was being held hostage, he saw a way to turn the situation to their advantage. Mare added that the Beastmen took their promises extremely seriously. If someone rescued the princess, they would be prepared to return the favor through cooperation. Once the conversation came to an end, silence spread across the clearing. The protagonist believed the strategy was risky, but worth pursuing. He was also certain Arashi had no workable plan of his own at the moment. Arashi angrily complained that the protagonist had shown up out of nowhere and immediately started issuing orders. Before Arashi could continue insulting him, another student urged him to seriously think about the proposal. Whatever they chose would determine the fate of every person there. With everyone staring at him, Arashi eventually sat down, though his anger had not faded. Having run out of alternatives, he asked what their next move should be. Soon, the hero candidate's caravan set off. One of the girls nervously asked whether this was truly safe. They had already been traveling south, but the protagonist assured her that the Beastmen lands were located in precisely that direction. At the same time, the demons were transporting prisoners along a northern road that eventually passed through the forest center. Since the nations had no proper trade agreements, the region had very few roads, making the ambush much easier to arrange. He understood that they were entering demon territory and could be discovered in the trap, but his confidence in his own abilities kept him from worrying too much. The route was dangerous and crawling with monsters, yet their carriage and caravan somehow continued onward, leaving the boy almost unable to believe it. They were also depending on Soraru Tomoko's spatial protection, which allowed them to store their gear and supplies. Good grief, even the background extras were getting proper names now. This story clearly wanted us to be patient. One of the extras walked up to the protagonist and remarked that they had not met in quite some time. He still remembered what her ability could do. The protagonist said that useful things were not easy to forget, and the girl instantly brightened at the remark. Bulky student, who apparently owned nothing but sleeveless shirts, suddenly had several questions. He was curious to know how the protagonist had entered enemy territory without being caught. Protagonist replied that he had not spent all his time in that particular area. He had been investigating whether another route back home existed. His companions immediately wanted to know what his investigation had revealed. Without wasting time, the protagonist told them that defeating the Demon King was their sole path forward. Ever since, he had been collecting everything necessary to turn that goal into reality. That investigation eventually led him to the kidnapping of the Beastman princess, a discovery that turned out to be extremely useful. Frustrated by their sluggish progress, Arashi asked whether they could afford to move so slowly when an ambush was waiting ahead. The protagonist agreed that they needed to pick up the pace and suggested using Sororo's virtual storage ability for their supplies. Night had already fallen, but the students continued making their way through the forest. Arashi suddenly detected monsters in the vicinity and told everyone to prepare for battle. A pack of wolves had already surrounded the group. One wolf suddenly sprang at a girl frozen in terror. That was when the muscular student finally showed that his physique was not merely decorative. He slammed a fist into the wolf's mouth and sent its teeth flying. Body built through endless gym sessions and a generous supply of testosterone and anthate was not going to be pierced by a hit like that. He followed up by putting the wounded beasts down for good. Another student yelled that the pack had them surrounded, and everyone needed to strike back. He activated a support skill that boosted the entire group, giving everyone the confidence to fight. Students rushed the wolves, attacking them with blades and other weapons. Even the girl, who was normally dead weight, managed to land a few respectable attacks. Students were gaining the upper hand, right up until one wolf made the terrible decision to attack Arashi. Wolf never even got close. Arashi caught it by the throat first. Offended that such a weak creature had targeted him, Arashi incinerated it with his bare hands and threw the blackened body aside. After the battle, he checked whether any of his fragile companions had been injured, but everyone appeared to be safe. The protagonists had been observing the entire fight, but the danger was not over yet. Without warning, a gigantic beast rushed straight toward the group. The sudden assault surprised Arashi, but Mare quickly proved she was far more than a bystander. She released a devastating fire spell that reduced the beast to a smoking heap of ashes. The other heroes could only stare at the sheer force of her flames. Arashi hated needing rescue, so he began complaining to the protagonist's supposed wife. Since Mare clearly was not his wife, she panicked and retorted that she would never marry a man who could not even remove his hood at night. Arashi had deliberately said it just to annoy her, and judging by her reaction, the trick worked perfectly. After saving him, Mare was obviously hoping Arashi would at least praise her. Instead, the protagonist ignored the entire exchange and casually changed the subject. Other students grew annoyed at the attention he received, deciding that even with a beautiful girl beside him, he was still unbearable. The other girls moved over to Mare and began trying to get closer to her. One of the girls glanced at the protagonist as though seeking permission, but he left the decision entirely to Mare. That small gesture made her genuinely happy, and she went off to talk with them, leaving him alone, which he honestly preferred. Their current position looked perfect. Arashi asked whether the enemy caravan would pass through that area, saying he did not want to wait around, but the protagonist assured him that the action would begin soon. With the stealth vision granted by his suspiciously convenient AliExpress eyes, he could already see the demons approaching in the distance and identify exactly what they were facing. There were a few low-level demons, roughly 15 mid-level demons, and potentially more concealed inside the caravans. One high-level demon stood among them. Good lord, that creature looked like puberty had personally declared war on him. He looked like every terrible joke in history had somehow been combined into one body. Even Arashi seemed uneasy when he saw the monster and guessed that it was probably leading the convoy. The protagonist confirmed his guess and warned the others not to take the demon lightly. He was not on Stanagea's level, but he was still dangerous enough to cause serious problems. Arashi, fired up and frustrated, insisted on defeating the demon personally. Protagonist simply stared at him for a long, meaningful moment. Deep down, he was actually hoping Arashi would do it, because he was exhausted from constantly rescuing these nearly irrelevant extras. The half-serious grin, he pointed out that the high-level demon had always been assigned to Arashi. The strategy was straightforward. Arashi would attract attention with his explosions, and once the enemy formation scattered, the others would surround them. Supporting students were already ready to follow the strategy. The muscular student would gather and protect the injured, while Mare handled wide-area support for the fighters. Since Mare could not risk losing concentration, the protagonist would personally handle the enemy leader. While the others kept the demons busy, the protagonist would infiltrate the caravan and free the princess. After the rescue, he would send out the agreed signal, and after that, everyone else was on their own. From there on, each person would have to fend for themselves. Anyone hoping to survive should fight, while those ready to die could simply stand there and wait. Arashi told the protagonist to relax and promised that the operation would succeed. The protagonist was eager to discover whether Arashi's confidence had any basis, especially since everyone had joined this mission because of his grand motivation. Several students found his attitude offensive and told him to show some humility, but Arashi angrily ordered the idiots to keep quiet. The operation was about to begin, so everyone needed to concentrate. Meanwhile, the demon Zaganda scanned the forest with a threatening stare. Although judging by his expression, he may have been more interested in critiquing everyone's clothes than planning anything. Soldiers complained that they were exhausted after marching all day, but Zaganda snapped that their destination was close and commanded them to continue. In reality, Zaganda himself was exhausted, especially while riding his prized horse imported from Dubai. His back was killing him, and the saddle felt less like equipment and more like an instrument of torture. What he truly wanted was a 5 o'clock tea, while a famous foot doctor took care of his aching feet. While imagining a perfect evening of hot tub relaxation followed by acupuncture, he decided to inspect the prisoner. He ordered his troops to remain vigilant while he went ahead, but his expression made it obvious that he simply wanted an excuse to rest and perhaps get a manicure. Inside the caravan, the beastman Princess Xena remained furious and completely unbroken. Zagana came to inspect her and announced that they would soon reach the city where she would be sold into permanent slavery. He insisted that her people would be powerless to rescue her. Xena fired back that the caravan had rattled unbearably throughout the journey and called the entire trip pathetic. Zagana was far from pleased by her complaint, claimed that she might be freed someday if her federation submitted, and obeyed the demons. The princess dismissed his promise as meaningless. She declared that her people would never submit to demons while she remained imprisoned. Zaganda coldly told her that she failed to understand her importance in the war, reminding her that she was the daughter of a powerful leader. Xena knew exactly what she had left behind and called him a fool for believing that threats could crush her people's resolve. Her fearless resistance finally broke Zaganda's calm, and rage began glowing in his eyes. Driven by sudden impulse, Zagana seized her clothing and ripped the upper half away. Consumed by his twisted frenzy, he prepared to commit something utterly vile. Yet even with that horrifying threat in front of her, the princess refused to show fear. As his thick, stubby fingers crept toward her, a blinding flare suddenly erupted outside before he could lay a hand on her. Zagana stood frozen, growing more terrified as he struggled to understand the situation. The sight of his panicking troops made him realize the impossible had happened. Humans were attacking them. He had never once considered that enemy forces might be hiding in this area. One blast after another ripped through the formation, instantly eliminating the weaker demons. Zagana hurried onto his mount and shouted for his men to launch an immediate counterattack. Within moments, the entire forest had descended into chaos. The aspiring heroes were finally showing everyone what they could do. Demons were being completely outmatched by them. Zaganda's supposedly elite squad was getting demolished despite its reputation. Arashi walked up without the slightest hint of fear and asked whether Zaganda truly ranked as a high-level demon. Zaganda pulled out his weapon, sneered at him, and demanded the name of the red-haired punk standing before him. Arashi gave him no answer, coldly claiming that his enemy would be dead before the information became useful. Enraged by the insult, the overweight demon complained about human arrogance before releasing a gigantic blast that demolished the surrounding area. For all that destruction, the blast achieved absolutely nothing. Urashi had already answered with a counterattack, forcing Zaganda to barely stop the blow with his spear. Demon puffed out his chest and laughed, certain that a mere boy could never bring him down. After all, the kid's BMI was nowhere near big enough. Urashi noticed his blows lacked the impact he needed, then barely avoided the demon's immediate counterstrike. He stayed out of range while closely analyzing the demon in front of him. Demon wasn't anywhere near Stone Guy's strength, but he was still a serious threat. To deal meaningful damage, Arashi would need to load his attacks with a massive amount of mana. At most, he had enough energy left for 7 additional explosions. Once those were gone, his mana would be empty, and the fight would be over for him. That left him with one reliable strategy: land a fatal blow directly on the demon's heart. At the same time, Zagana scanned the battlefield around him. Their power made it obvious that these fighters were hero candidates. He had heard that these kids had already defeated other high-level demons, so caution was essential. He clenched his spear tighter and readied himself to charge from horseback. For once, Zagana's surprisingly useful observation skills helped him understand the situation almost immediately. The enemy group had come specifically to retrieve the captured princess. Fortunately, he had already placed multiple guards around her location. Those guards were dedicated solely to protecting her, making the rescue far more difficult for the humans. Knowing the battle might slip away unless he moved quickly, Zagana chose to eliminate the apparent leader first. He thundered forward with his spear, believing this single attack would settle the entire fight. Arashi slipped past the attack by a hair, but the spear still tore through his clothes. The demon moved far faster than his enormous body suggested, most likely because of the powerful beast carrying him. Urashi could feel the battle excitement rushing through his veins. The oversized demon had unknowingly charged straight into a trap-filled zone. A heartbeat later, explosions began detonating from every direction. Horse became the first casualty, getting blown apart amid the explosions. Wounded and confused, Zaganda understood only after the damage was done that he had charged into a trap. Dust and broken debris swirled everywhere, completely blocking his view. Arashi never intended those explosions to kill. They were merely meant to create an opening. That temporary opening was all he needed. His next step was simple: disappear into the cover and land one precise killing blow. Unfortunately, Zaganda had already predicted exactly what Arashi was planning. Zaganda suddenly surged through the dust and drove his spear directly toward Arashi. The attack came too quickly for Arashi to evade it. Spear slammed straight into his chest. His friends immediately panicked when they saw the reckless fighter taking a brutal beating. Despite the wound, Arashi dragged himself upright and angrily ordered everyone else to keep handling their own assignments. Sagana mocked him, but privately he was stunned that the boy had instinctively blocked such a strike like a cornered beast. Even so, he had observed enough to figure out how Arashi fought. Anything touched by the boy could be turned into an explosive. If he kept control of his spear, he still had a path to victory. Everything depended on maintaining the right range. A sly smile spread across Arashi's face as he realized the idiot had walked straight into his setup. Fat Demon rushed in and unleashed a relentless barrage of spear thrusts. Arashi avoided every attack, which only made the demon more arrogant and certain that he was winning. That burst of overconfidence gave Arashi the opening he had been waiting for. His palm began shining with energy, and a blast erupted straight from his hand. Every part of the battle had unfolded according to his plan. He hit the demon with such a massive energy burst that the whole attack looked ripped from an old-school 80s action film. The enormous demon disappeared inside the flames, his body blasted apart moments later. Arashi finally exhaled, then realized the fight had pushed his abilities to a new level. Mare couldn't hide how impressed she was. Against all expectations, that hated idiot had somehow pulled off a victory. The moment their leader fell, the demons lost whatever courage they had left and reverted to mindless animals. Nameless fighters erupted in celebration, and the group's morale skyrocketed. The background fighters stormed forward, leaving a trail of defeated demons behind them. While everyone was distracted, our protagonist quietly carried out his own part of the plan. He infiltrated the caravan and found the princess inside, her hands tied behind her. Xena flinched when a human suddenly appeared inside the carriage. She asked whether he had come to rescue her. He casually answered that it was more or less the idea. Without wasting another second, he pulled out his knife and sliced through her restraints. Once her hands were free, she immediately demanded to know what he was after. He answered honestly that, just like the demons, he intended to use her to accomplish his own objectives. His directness left her speechless, though pretending otherwise would have served no purpose. Hearing that, the princess chose resistance over cooperation. Her hand transformed in an instant, revealing her partial beastification. She nearly raked his throat with her claws, but he shot out of the carriage like lightning and prepared to counterattack. Princess attacked with terrifying speed, her clawed hands tearing through the air. His agility was superior, thankfully, although even he hadn't expected her to move that quickly. He was getting a close look at a beastkin's strength, but the moment he released his lightning, electricity locked the poor princess in place. Unable to identify the strange ability, she assumed it must be some form of magic. Using the opening, he kicked her legs out from under her and sent her collapsing motionless onto the floor. The single fluid movement, he secured her in a precise judo restraint. Technically, it was just an arm lock, but apparently, proper jujitsu would have made it look much more impressive. After all, jiu-jitsu is considered a martial art, while judo is mainly treated as a sport. Even our protagonist was surprised by how effective the electric attack had been. That attack had allowed him to neutralize and completely disarm his opponent. Defeated and restrained, the princess kept wondering how any human could possess such overwhelming strength. Now in control, our protagonist asked whether she understood just how enormous the difference in their power was. As far as he was concerned, she had two choices: cooperate or cooperate. She could choose whichever version of obedience she preferred. Eventually, the princess accepted, understanding that joining the humans was a much better choice than remaining with the demons. Back on the battlefield, the hero candidates kept destroying every demon that remained. A terrified demon attempted to escape, shaking as he wondered what kind of creatures these people were. Whatever they were, they seemed even more frightening than monsters. Arashi issued one short command, and his companion energized the nearby vines, sending them snapping around the demon's leg and stopping his getaway. Completely panicked, the demon was captured by Arashi, who ordered him to carry a message to the Demon King. Arashi coldly told him not to take it personally, but his time had run out. That night, the entire group settled around a small campfire. Demon caravan was stocked with food, instantly lifting everyone's spirits. After their successful ambush, a few of them joked that they were beginning to look less like heroes and more like bandits. Princess, meanwhile, couldn't believe how kindly everyone was treating her. When our protagonist noticed her untouched food, he asked why she still hadn't eaten. Though she was obviously starving, she couldn't understand why her captors were being so considerate. Arashi explained that decent food was difficult to find in this world, and still couldn't compare with what they had back home. Our protagonist reminded her that he still required her cooperation, so her randomly dying would be extremely inconvenient. The warning convinced her to take a careful bite, and the taste instantly left her amazed. According to the hero candidates, anything prepared by the black-haired girl tasted absolutely amazing. Mare asked whether Sina was truly the princess's name and how the demons had managed to capture her. Girl let out a heavy sigh, clearly unhappy about the events that had led here. She explained that she encountered the Demon King's army while hunting inside her people's forest territory, a place where demons had no business appearing. Her presence made it seem as though they had known in advance that she would show up. To our protagonist, the conclusion was obvious. The demons intended to invade her homeland, and kidnapping her was merely part of the larger plan. One of the girls asked whether the demons planned to seize the whole Beastmen nation. The princess revealed that their ambition went far beyond one nation. They wanted the entire continent under their control. That raised the obvious question: what exactly did the humans plan to do with her? Our protagonist openly admitted that they intended to use her as leverage. To defeat the Demon King, they needed the Beastmen Federation on their side. It was an incredibly bold objective, and the princess was genuinely impressed by it. The protagonist added that there was a personal motive too. As Arashi had explained, they could not return to their original world until the Demon King was defeated. At last, the princess understood their identity. They were the legendary hero candidates she had heard rumors about. Once she knew everything, our protagonist asked what she thought, explaining that her voluntary cooperation would be much more valuable. To everyone's surprise, she warmly acknowledged that saving her meant she owed them a favor. Her protagonist quickly pointed out that her rescue had only happened by coincidence. That made no difference to her. A favor was still a favor, and removing the demons from her federation would require support from another faction. She also believed that a spy might already be hiding among her kingdom's officials. With our heroes escorting her, Princess Sina finally made it out of demon territory. Their journey then took them back toward the city of Nutrat. At the training grounds, Midou was pushing his limits in an intense workout when a familiar voice suddenly broke his concentration. The voice belonged to Rina. Little irritated but still curious, he asked her what she needed. Bursting with excitement, she announced that Arashi's team had returned and was waiting at the city gates. Midou went still, utterly stunned by what he had just heard. The soldiers were hardly welcoming when the group first arrived back. In their eyes, Arashi's group were deserters, so they angrily demanded to know why the fugitives had returned after abandoning the kingdom. Arashi dismissed the rules completely, pointing out that they had never been designed to help the hero candidates in the first place. Noticing how annoyed he was becoming, the nameless guards softened their attitude slightly. Arashi told them he had no intention of wasting time with low-ranking extras and demanded a meeting with Captain Amelia. The commanding soldier refused outright and ordered his men to arrest the alleged deserters at once. Arashi had no desire to start a fight, but the situation was rapidly moving toward one. Group's musclehead grumbled that Arashi's terrible manners were the real reason situations kept turning into disasters. Before the argument could become a full fight, chains materialized from nowhere and wrapped around the soldiers, pinning them down. Rin had intervened, apparently surprised that Arashi's team was back this early. Her ability left the soldiers helpless, prompting one of them to ask whether she intended to become a traitor as well. Then Narumi, easily the most charming person in the group, stepped in and asked everyone to cool their heads. At his words, Rin released the soldiers, and the chains disappeared. That result made perfect sense. Narumi's special ability was charisma itself, and his voice alone was enough to dissolve the tension. Arashi couldn't understand why the soldiers obeyed Narumi instead of following his commands. Narumi assured the soldiers that the team had returned with something important for the city, and Arashi said the details would be explained shortly. For the moment, their priority was arranging a suitable location for the discussion. Later that day, Arashi finally sat down with the army's officials. Arashi was clearly not excited about the meeting, while Heinrich remained as polite and diplomatic as ever. Several of the other knights, however, looked openly displeased. Mare asked Arashi to ease up, warning that his arrogance was suffocating the room, but he had already stopped caring about the kingdom's traditions. Still, Mare urged him to show at least a little courtesy, after she had gone to the trouble of assembling everyone he requested. Arashi let out an overdramatic sigh and finally took his feet down from the table. The meeting could finally begin. Soldier entered the room with the Beastman princess under escort. Every human in the room froze the instant they laid eyes on her. Captain Amelia immediately demanded an explanation for the girl's presence. Sienna confirmed that she was the daughter of one of the Beastmen Federation's most important leaders. She explained that demons had taken her prisoner, only for these brave young men to rescue her. Many people could hardly believe that his classmates had fought demons and actually survived. Sienna revealed that demons had been secretly gathering near her country's borders for quite a while. After the demons captured her and dragged her into their territory, Arashi's team came to her rescue. Arashi laid out his plan to use the princess to negotiate an alliance with the Beastmen Federation, arguing that waiting 2 years was unacceptable. Captain Emilia grasped the strategy right away. She admitted that the army had already begun discussing an alliance, but the princess's arrival meant she would have to consult her superiors. Arashi respected her honesty, though Emilia made one thing clear: she would not gamble away half the hero candidates for this plan. Irax reminded everyone that the heroes were the kingdom's strongest trump card, and simply having them around kept the army motivated. Even with those concerns, Emilia acknowledged that an alliance would dramatically increase their chances of victory. That was precisely Arashi's goal, bringing the conflict to an end as quickly as possible. The proposal was hardly a bad bargain for the kingdom either, since its people already wanted the Demon King defeated. The princess explained that the humans had rescued and treated her well, and she hoped they would now help her people drive the demons out of Federation territory. Meta promised to do everything he could to fulfill that request. That was when Heinrich brought up an important question. He wanted to understand how the students had discovered that the princess had been abducted in the first place. Arashi said they had extracted the information from several demons using some rather unconventional methods, which seemed to satisfy the captain. A week later, the kingdom had fortunately established a communication channel with the Beastmen Nation. The announcement sent a wave of excitement through the entire group. Still operating behind the scenes, our protagonists asked for an update on the negotiations. A nameless soldier assured him that everything was proceeding exactly as planned. A compact group of 4 students was traveling to the Federation to begin diplomatic negotiations. Naturally, Heinrich had been placed in charge of the expedition. A handful of soldiers and administrative workers accompanied him. Our protagonist asked how Arashi was dealing with the situation. Apparently, Arashi had chosen to remain near the front because diplomacy was hardly his specialty. With Mitter away, Marin temporarily took command of the hero group. Once his report was finished, the soldier asked what our protagonist intended to do next. It was then revealed that he too would travel toward the Federation, though he would take a separate route from the caravan. As soon as everyone was prepared, Heinrich gave the order to depart. With that, the expedition was officially underway. Rena was already worn out, despite the journey having barely begun. Muru told her that they would remain on horseback for several more hours. Narumi Amuse admitted he had never expected Rena to join the trip, and she immediately fired back at him. She hated being made to look lazy, especially with the entire group listening. She pointed toward someone and warned that leaving him unsupervised would only lead to another reckless stunt. Mighty was caught off guard when he realized that she meant him. Naturally, that made Narumi grin like he had just won a prize. Rena continued, adding that Narumi was hardly the most dependable person to bring along for a mission this serious. That remark hit Narumi's pride surprisingly hard. At the back of the caravan, Rin quietly complained about the unbearable noise her classmates were making. She knew our protagonist was traveling toward the Federation too, so she kept wondering whether he might be somewhere close. Heinrich noticed the strange, distracted expression on her face and began to suspect something, because the truth was that someone was already keeping a close eye on the small caravan. Concealed in the tall grass, our protagonist watched the caravan's every move with Mare beside him. Although maps of the area were available, he decided to follow the caravan because he didn't know the terrain well enough. Following them was simply the safer option. After traveling for hours, the group finally reached a thick forest. Rin remained tense, repeatedly checking everything around her. Noticing her behavior, Hagrid asked what had her so nervous. Rin had no real explanation and simply said she feared monsters might be hiding nearby. Arubai comforted her by pointing out that he and Midu were there to keep everyone safe, and that eased her nerves slightly. Heinrich then turned his attention toward Meadow. Heinrich noted that Arashi had reached the city only a few days after departing, and the timing still bothered him, particularly how Arashi learned about the princess's kidnapping so fast. Meadow reminded him that Arashi claimed demons had revealed the information during interrogation, but Heinrich felt everything had happened far too conveniently to be mere chance. Meadow asked what had made the captain suspicious in the first place. The captain suspected that someone was secretly collecting information on their own, and the boy's expression showed how seriously he believed it. He had no doubt that important details were being hidden from them. Narumi understood that things had become dangerous, because the captain's suspicion was correct while the kingdom still officially viewed their protagonist as a criminal. If the authorities discovered their alliance, every one of them could face punishment. Brienne interrupted, questioning what bizarre theories the captain had been feeding himself. Eric answered that several people in the group still failed to understand the situation. Since they came from a different world, their ties to this one remained extremely delicate. He also knew that their protagonist was the Saint's assassin, secretly working from the shadows. Edo asked what they would do if the suspicion turned out to be true, but the captain only grinned and dismissed it as a joke. Stivell was clearly enjoying his little performance, teasing them purely to see how they would react. Narumi added that even contact with the alleged traitor did not change the fact that his willing assistance had helped them. Heinrich said the matter no longer concerned him and promised that nobody would be punished for it. He had only been asking because his curiosity got the better of him. In fact, he confessed that the Saint's death had come as a relief to him. Narumi was stunned by his casual confession, so Heinrich joked that saying the same thing anywhere else would probably have gotten him lynched immediately. Rin's nervousness during the journey convinced Heinrich that the protagonist was somewhere close. Medhai was completely blindsided, having never suspected it. Rin found herself trapped, with no idea how to respond. As the link between the protagonist and the heroes, she worried that one mistake might force him to reveal himself. However, after hearing everything, the protagonist decided that hiding any longer was pointless. He stepped out and showed himself to the entire caravan. Princess quickly identified him as the person who had saved her. Adrich was amazed to see his theory confirmed, while the soldiers instantly aimed their weapons at the alleged traitor. Instead of panicking, the protagonist admired how the captain had solved the puzzle with barely any clues. Adrich explained that he maintained an information network of his own. Through that network, he learned that a mysterious hooded person had defeated Wimber. The protagonist pretended the name was unfamiliar and clarified that he had not beaten the enemy by himself. A spellcaster named Mira had assisted him. The instant Rina saw the girl, her anger burst out. She furiously demanded to know how he dared show his face among them again. Medu attempted to restrain her anger, but she accused him of being soft and reminded everyone that a traitor stood before them. She demanded his defense, yet he did not even try to reject the accusation. He openly admitted that he had betrayed the group. Narumi tried using his charm to cool things down, but Rana told him to stay quiet and summoned an enormous fireball at the protagonist. The protagonist never expected the situation to explode this quickly. He looked toward Merv and saw Rin getting ready to back him up too. The flaming orc rushed toward him, but he ordered the others to stay out of it. The attack connected, and a thunderous blast shook the entire area. Narambai feared the protagonist had been burned to ash, but Rina knew that an attack this simple could never have defeated someone who had caused them so much trouble. Rina was still staring at the smoke when something caught her completely by surprise. Our protagonist seized her clothing and dragged her straight off the horse. The moment she landed, she retreated in fear and desperately created more fireballs. This time, the protagonist had no intention of holding back. He released a surge of lightning that sent the furious girl into a full-body shock. Electricity broke her control over the flames and left her collapsing helplessly. Unable to move, she demanded an explanation for the strange power he had used. The irony was that casting spells did not come easily to him. Without divine protection, magic had never been a natural talent for him. Still, he believed determination could overcome even the lack of natural ability. He used the moment to point out that all her advantages in this world meant little, since her poor training still left her weaker than him. Everyone nearby was speechless at how easily he had taken Riene down. Muro, who had witnessed the entire exchange, realized speed was not the protagonist's only strength. His combat was remarkably efficient, suggesting that he had acquired yet another skill. After recovering enough to stand, Riene declared that she would never accept him again. The protagonist, however, had never cared about earning her approval in the first place. That indifference enraged her even more, because she could not stand being brushed aside. As the argument intensified, Rin called forth her chains and restrained her friend, urging her to settle down. That night, the group sat together around a campfire and discussed everything. Hayek realized how trapped they had been and finally understood why the protagonist had chosen to eliminate Leonora. The protagonist had been pushed into a situation with no good choices. Muro reached the same conclusion, recognizing that the protagonist had accepted all the blame to shield the others. Reina, on the other hand, refused to accept that reasoning. She insisted friendship had not motivated him, and he honestly agreed. Leaving the saint alive would only have created one problem after another. So, ending her life was the quickest and simplest solution. His explanation only made Reina more stubborn, and she declared that she would not believe anything from a criminal like him. Even so, she still had some genuinely important questions. She asked whether he was truly looking for a way to send everyone safely back home. Naturally, she also wanted to know the identity of the elf girl traveling beside him. He admitted that he still had no lead on returning home, while the elf had joined him entirely by choice. Nu reminded them that catching the spies inside the Beastmen Federation would require cooperation from everyone. Hadrich was willing to cooperate, especially since he alone handled the reports sent back to the kingdom. He only needed to leave certain details out of those reports. Everyone looked at Rina, expecting another outburst, but she remained quiet after realizing that protesting would change nothing. Despite all their disagreements, their ultimate objective remained unchanged. With the fire quietly crackling beside them, the group kept discussing their plans. Not far from camp, Manu entered the forest for a private conversation with the protagonist. Manu wanted confirmation that telling the captain this information was truly safe. What happened involving Scent, Leonora was extremely serious, yet Muru still considered Heinrich someone they could trust. Still, the protagonist warned that certain secrets should never be placed in another person's hands. Muru answered that he would personally bear the consequences of whatever followed. Besides, Heinrich had already started figuring it out by himself. Keeping the truth hidden any further would serve no purpose. The protagonist saw it as nothing more than Midu's personal method of dealing with information. The delegation resumed its journey the following morning. Heinrich announced that they had now officially entered Federation territory. The princess proposed going directly to the closest tower, but the protagonist suddenly sensed someone coming toward them. An arrow slammed into the ground directly along Midu's path. The boy immediately stiffened and discovered that enemies had surrounded them from every direction. One beastman demanded an explanation for the humans entering their land. From this point on, every word could make a difference. A single mistake could get the entire group wiped out instantly. Midu moved ahead of the group and hurriedly explained that they had arrived seeking an alliance, not a battle. The ambush leader rejected his explanation completely, while the surrounding beastmen mocked humans as filthy liars. Ine immediately saw that negotiations would be much tougher than planned, while ever-optimistic Narumi told everyone to keep their spirits up. At that moment, the princess stepped out of the carriage and revealed herself. The beastmen stood frozen when they realized Sheena had returned. She told them the humans had saved her, but nobody was willing to listen. Convinced that the humans were holding her captive, the beastmen resolved to take their princess back, no matter what. Blonde beastwoman at the front immediately charged into battle. Realizing a clash could no longer be avoided, Heinrich told his soldiers to defend themselves without killing anyone. Seconds later, humans and beastmen collided, turning the area into complete chaos. The protagonist asked Sheena to stop the fight before it worsened, but she explained that the blonde warrior was too enraged to hear anyone out. She only requested that they incapacitate the warrior without killing her, as most of the beastmen soldiers were inexperienced. Hearing this, the protagonist called for Medu and told him it was his moment to show what he could do. Sword already in hand, the boy had been waiting for exactly that command. A handful of fast motions were enough to disarm his first enemy before he moved on to the others. His agility let him slip past multiple opponents while landing smooth, perfectly aimed strikes. His eyes burned with focus as lightning coursed through him like untamed power. He dropped the enemies one after another, terrifying every beastman watching him. From the other side of the battlefield, the protagonist ordered Rin to deal with the archers behind the front line. Rin instantly launched her chains and bound the archers before they could fire back. Additional beastmen leapt from the trees and rushed in to save the princess. Seeing them arrive, the protagonist told Mare to enter the battle. Mare released a harmless, yet powerful burst of wind that sent the charging enemies flying. Narumi stared in amazement after realizing the elf controlled the same element he did. When the protagonist saw Rina's flames growing stronger, he immediately ordered her to stop. She objected angrily, but he warned that striking anyone with fire magic would kill them and make the situation even worse. She knew he was right, so she reluctantly stayed out of the fight. At last, the blonde beastwoman realized her entire unit was being completely outmatched. Edu assured her that they had come for a conversation and had no desire to kill anyone. The stubborn warrior ignored him completely. He rushed forward and swung her sword at Medu. Medu caught the blade between his bare fingers. The beastwoman could only stare at him in disbelief. His grip was so strong that she could not reclaim her weapon. Then, completely confused, she noticed the princess casually walking through the center of the battlefield. Sheena faced the blonde warrior and asked her to calm down long enough to hear the humans out. After the truth was explained, the beastmen bowed and sincerely apologized for their actions. Embarrassed by the display, Medu asked them to rise and said there was no need for such ceremony. The blonde warrior finally understood that she had attacked the princess's rescuers, and embarrassment flooded over her. Given the fragile bond between the two nations, Heinrich understood what had driven her reaction. The poor girl looked ready to punish herself simply to ease her guilt. The protagonist calmly offered her a chance to make things right. She could guide them through the region while the two races began urgent alliance talks. Sheena owed the humans a debt, and she confirmed it in front of her people, ordering them to show the visitors proper respect. The blonde warrior accepted the request and promised to lead them to the capital. With tears in her eyes, she admitted how relieved she felt to see Shin safely return to Beastman territory. Princess was equally glad to be home safely. Once the short fight and tense discussion ended, the caravan resumed its route to the capital. Their objective was to secure an alliance with the Beastmen. Several tribal chiefs governed the Federation, while major decisions were debated and approved by Parliament in the capital, Mainslaya. Ejuva was left amazed by the breathtaking architecture all around them. The blonde warrior offered another apology and explained that this was as far as she could accompany them. She wished she could do more to thank them, but the Empire's laws prevented it, and she had already gone beyond what was permitted. From that point onward, reaching the capital was their responsibility. The moment the human caravan entered the Beastman's city, every eye turned toward them. Humans appearing there was an incredibly unusual sight. Citizens paused to watch them, clearly annoyed by these uninvited visitors. Medu did his best to remain composed while absorbing the hostility surrounding them. Surprisingly, the protagonist found their welcome less hostile than he had imagined. Those stares carried more than simple hatred. Fear, curiosity, and tension were all tangled together in the air. Air noticed it too. The citizens were not merely angry, but genuinely frightened. Narumi tried to charm the tension away, but Heinrich reminded him that these were ordinary civilians, not trained fighters prepared for a battle. Just then, someone loudly screamed the princess's name. A royally dressed man ran toward her, his face filled with panic. He was her father, the chief of the feline tribe. Shanna quickly assured her father that she was perfectly safe. Relief overwhelmed him as he hugged his daughter, confessing that he had been sick with worry since her disappearance. Princess gently laughed and told him to loosen his grip, so he released her at once and apologized for getting carried away. After regaining his composure, he looked toward the unfamiliar group nearby. He soon understood that they were the humans who had saved his daughter, and Sheena immediately confirmed it. Overcome with gratitude, he welcomed them into his mansion as honored guests. The chieftain formally introduced himself as Alto, Sheena's father and the leader of the feline tribe. With great formality, he thanked the humans sincerely and vowed to return the favor. Heydrich introduced himself as a Holy Kingdom captain and mentioned that he had a request to make. Ilzer enthusiastically assured him that he could ask for anything. Just like that, the entire group was led into an impressive meeting chamber. Because naturally, in this story, every crisis eventually leads to everyone sitting around a table. Heydrich presented the Human Kingdom's alliance proposal, and Haltzer accepted, saying he owed them for saving his daughter. Edgar, the wolf chief, admitted that the demon threat was expanding, and attacks were happening more often. Camilla, speaking for the birdfolk, called a human alliance insane, and accused them of abandoning their true identity. Max, the fishfolk leader, agreed with Camilla. His own father had been enslaved and murdered by humans who hated beastmen. The dog tribe's leader acknowledged their debt over the princess's rescue, but insisted that the painful history between humans and beastmen could not simply be erased. Alto hesitated, confused by the objection, so the dog chief reminded everyone that humans had begun the discrimination by separating beastfolk from those they called normal, a view Camilla and Max strongly supported. Highbridge agreed that the past must not be forgotten, but argued that both sides currently shared one goal: defeating the demons. Max exploded at this, declaring that he would never work with bigots. Edgar immediately demanded silence. He had already been informed that the war was beginning to turn in a different direction. What he needed to know was the exact form of cooperation the humans were requesting. Hyder was about to explain the deal, but Medu beat him to it and declared that their goal was to wipe out the demon realm and kill its king. Medu delivered the statement with such absolute conviction that every beast folk member went quiet. That was when Hindi, he a enos Hindi, he ga enos Hindi, he ta enos Tick S lips curled into a smile. He could tell Medu was being sincere, and that made the situation much more intriguing. He Kemalaenos, he neenos, he tudantenos, he puchenos, he liaenos, he kirenos, he vahenos, he akirenos, he kisenos, he audenos, he ashadaenos, he karenos, he dahainos, he hainos. Then he disclosed what he knew. According to him, the humans were already ahead in the war, so this alliance proposal wasn't coming from fear or desperation. Medu explained that killing the demon king was their top priority and that they needed every possible ally. But Alto cut in and pointed out that, just as Edgar had said, the humans were also here to help wipe out the demons. He had doubted the humans from the moment they entered his territory, yet their blunt honesty still caught him off guard. The Aedaget, Inus, supported the unexpected alliance, arguing that the demon threat was becoming more dangerous by the day. He reasoned that once the humans crushed their current enemies, the beast folk could become the next target, making this their best opportunity to secure an alliance. Students visibly relaxed after hearing that. Camilla still rejected the idea, warning that they could never predict when the humans might betray them again. Max sided with her and refused the pact, claiming that humans were simply too unreliable. The dog chieftain agreed, believing that this partnership would merely put their own people in danger. Princess could tell that he had changed considerably. He had once favored cooperation with humans, but the dog leader's views had gradually taken a completely different turn. Alto understood that several people in the room were nowhere near convinced yet. He declared that making such a major decision on the spot would be reckless. He also needed to know exactly what the visitors were offering. Alto offered to shelter the human caravan at his residence, since they were the ones who had rescued his daughter. The princess repeated that her position was final, with Max standing firmly beside her. While everyone argued, our protagonist scanned the table, looking for the hidden traitor. His calm, focused stare lingered on the dog chieftain, clearly making him the prime suspect. Once the tense meeting ended, the humans gathered at the princess's father's home for a generous dinner. Already completely wasted, Alto explained that the feast was his way of thanking them for saving his daughter. Medu thanked Alto on behalf of the group, while the girls inspected their strange meal with open curiosity. Food appeared to be some kind of arthropod. Our protagonist simply broke open the first shell and started eating, completely unfazed by how bizarre it looked. Mare, meanwhile, stuck to a plate of fruit. It seemed the elves of this world avoided meat as well. The beast folk had already taken a liking to Narumi and kept pushing drinks his way because they found him entertaining. Princess maintained her calm and urged her father to stop circling around the subject. He told his daughter that they had to discuss the political future of their people, instantly drawing everyone's focus. Princess explained that the demons had somehow approached the capital, despite that being considered impossible. They had also tracked her exact location with frightening accuracy. She was convinced that the attack had been an organized ambush. One man said he could have understood an attack near the borders, but getting this close to the capital was another matter entirely. She wanted everyone to realize that this was far too precise to be a coincidence. Someone argued that any demonic infiltration should have been detected much earlier. Princess shut him down with a single icy look. Alto reminded them that the beast folks' powerful sense of smell made sneaking past them nearly impossible for demons, which meant an inside informant was practically guaranteed. Our protagonist concluded that someone inside was working with the enemy, passing along critical intelligence and hiding every trace of their involvement. His confident accusation irritated several beast folk, whose fur nearly stood on end. He all, Oenus, quickly restored order, reminding everyone that they were still dealing with possibilities, not confirmed facts. Seeing how seriously he commanded the room, the others apologized. Alto honestly hated the idea of suspecting his own people, yet without the humans searching for his daughter, this entire crisis might never have surfaced. He had searched the forest without finding even the smallest clue about her whereabouts. The day she failed to come back, he had already sensed that someone within the Federation might be leaking secrets. He, Inus, understood the danger immediately. The informant might have already revealed everything about them. A possibility made Rin anxious, especially because their earlier meeting had been so important. Narumi wondered aloud whether one of the tribal chiefs might actually be the traitor. Alto immediately rejected that possibility. Chiefs were the very ones tasked with deciding the nation's future. Besides, he refused to create needless chaos when they had so little evidence. The less influential members took the hint and decided it was safer to remain silent. At the moment, Alto's priority was keeping the princess inside the mansion. The restriction frustrated her badly, especially since she had only just made it back home. Still, everyone was reminded that the alliance's fate had yet to be decided. Tense silence settled over the room. He hailed it, nervously brushed his hair back before apologizing. He had honestly expected the other leaders to be more open-minded. For now, he and Edgar were the only ones supporting the alliance. Idu found that situation extremely troubling. The pact could not move forward unless they secured a majority vote. That meant the negotiations had to continue until the remaining tribal leaders were convinced. He, understood the assignment and intended to use all his diplomatic talent to secure the deal. Much later that night, our protagonist stood overlooking the city, silently lost in his thoughts. The princess suddenly joined him and asked whether he wasn't exhausted staying up so late, which caught him off guard. But his mind was focused on something far more important. He needed more information, but freely investigating inside an unfamiliar country was impossible. Princess admitted that he was right. His unfamiliar scent would expose him the moment he got near anyone. That was why he needed to request a favor from Inus. Earlier, his crimson eyes had revealed something disturbing about the canine leader. The man had been brainwashed. The princess was stunned when he revealed that discovery. Our hero explained that his red eyes could display the status of anyone he examined. He added that, unlike demons and humans, the beast folk were not familiar with magical abilities. That made one thing obvious. A demon was responsible for what happened to him. The princess finally noticed that even the canine leader's speech had subtly changed. Since he had always supported cooperation with humans, she wondered whether this revelation should be reported to her father. Because he had no evidence beyond his own power, our protagonist decided that keeping the discovery hidden was the safest option. After sitting beside him, the princess explained that her rescue had made her father far more willing to consider an alliance. Hearing this, our protagonist decided that he would speak directly with Alto when the time was right. In the middle of their conversation, his sensitive ears picked up a strange sound. Alto revealed that he had heard everything and teased the boy for underestimating the beast folks' hearing. With his secret no longer a secret, the protagonist asked Alto to skip the formalities and get to the real issue. Alto had no problem with that. After all, he rarely got the chance to negotiate with the person who had saved his daughter. He had also noticed that the K9 leader's behavior was anything but normal. So Alto placed the investigation in our protagonist's hands and promised to support him completely. In exchange, the protagonists promised to begin collecting evidence the next morning, while he, Mitu, Inus, and Alto would work on winning over the remaining tribal chiefs. That became the plan they settled on before the night was over. Darkness covered the city, and the streets appeared completely peaceful. Elsewhere, the K9 leaders secretly met the powerful demon Bright to hand over their report. After hearing the update, Bright recognized that the situation was turning into a serious headache. He had believed the Federation's chiefs were firmly under his control, but one night had overturned everything. Bright slammed the table and snarled that humans interfering in his scheme was the last thing he had anticipated. To Bright, Zaganda was an utterly useless worm. He had botched the easiest assignment imaginable, disgracing his entire species in the process. The K9 leader angrily replied that the humans inside their territory had no shame. They had gone as far as suggesting an alliance, a proposal he would reject under any circumstances. Bright looked satisfied to hear his subordinate speaking with such hatred. The alliance had to be prevented, no matter what it took. K9 leader rose to his feet and branded the humans as their people's sworn enemies. The following day, the scene shifted to the territory of the aquatic tribe. Fisherman Chief waited on his throne, guards surrounding him as Alto prepared to make his case. Even before the discussion began, he made it obvious that no argument would change his decision. Miruva, Inus knew this already, but he still requested a chance to explain himself. Fishmen allowed him to speak as a small gesture of respect, and Mew instantly looked pleased. Hamrix then came forward and laid out the Holy Kingdom's current situation. Once that meeting ended, they headed to the birdfolk leader's residence. The guards immediately showed hostility and refused to let any humans through the door. Narumi was annoyed by their answer, yet the guards remained completely unmoved. They insisted that not even a direct request from Alto would earn the humans entry. Rin silently observed the confrontation from start to finish. She could have controlled the guard with her technique, but doing so might expose her ability. Narumi eventually accepted the rejection and suggested they return another day, surprising Rin with his restraint. He understood that one careless move could make the whole nation their enemy, and that outcome was unacceptable. His composed explanation helped Rin relax a little. Later that day, the princess came back with an update, and events had unfolded exactly as he had predicted. He immediately asked what information she had uncovered. She had gone to investigate the K9 territory. The atmosphere there had been disturbingly tense. The K9s had become openly hostile toward humans, while their soldiers appeared nervous and ready for trouble. Their behavior made it obvious that they were planning something against the human delegation. Our protagonist had no intention of waiting around while the danger grew. They had to obtain vital information and turn things around before it was too late. That very night, he set out with the princess to investigate the K9 territory himself. The girl could do nothing but remind him to stay cautious. Once darkness provided cover, the two slipped out and began their investigation. Initially, they moved past the guards without being detected. Silent Assassin moved with almost weightless steps, every motion controlled and perfectly concealed. The princess led him forward and whispered that the chief's room was close by. When she opened the door, they found the room completely empty. K9 leader was probably resting in his private quarters. That conveniently left them free to search the chamber for clues. But the moment she neared the throne, her face went completely still. She recognized the exact same scent that had belonged to her original kidnapper. A few moments later, cries rang through the mansion, sending the princess into a panic. She soon came face to face with the enraged K9 leader, who had discovered someone trespassing in his room. Still terrified, the princess pleaded with him to regain control, but he acted as though none of her words reached him. She warned him that demons were controlling him, even though he had no idea what was happening. Believing her accusation was a lie, he threatened her and declared that he would personally arrest her. His shout brought several guards rushing into the room within seconds. Leader flew into a rage over the intruders, while his soldiers prepared to seize the princess at any cost. The princess escaped through a window, landing outside as furious guards shouted after her. Elsewhere, inside a concealed chamber, a demon sat peacefully drinking wine. The unexpected intrusion made him wonder if the humans had somehow found him. He had slipped into the capital through the shadows without alerting anyone. He considered the possibility that someone was investigating him, though he never expected it to happen so quickly. He still believed he had everything under control, until our protagonist suddenly appeared behind him. He was clearly prepared to give the demon a haircut without asking permission. The demon barely reacted before the flashing blade ripped through his underwear, and moments later, blood began staining the carpet. Back at the mansion, The canine leader continued raging, while the princess safely fled across the rooftops. She then noticed that our protagonist had disappeared as well. That left her wondering whether he had located the demons. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. The blonde girl was standing among the soldiers, the same girl who had first met the human caravan in the forest. The princess rushed up and asked why she had come there. The blonde explained that Alto had sent her to monitor the situation and stop it from escalating. The arrival of the feline soldiers only pushed the canine's anger even higher. They remained determined to catch the intruder. With the canines demanding action, the blonde girl looked to the princess for instructions. The princess ordered them to defend themselves, but spare every soldier, since the canines were acting under confusion. Meanwhile, the demon had survived our protagonist's attack. The creature avoided the killing blow, but was badly wounded, and our protagonist was now ready to finish the job. He launched his dagger, driving it clean through the demon's arm. Distracted by the agony, the demon snatched a nearby flower vase and threw it at the boy. The protagonist cut the vase in two with one smooth swing, but the demon used that opening to leap out the window. He wasn't about to let his enemy get away so easily. The battle turned into a fierce rooftop pursuit. Bright knew he could not afford to have his presence revealed. If that happened, every eye in the city would turn toward him. Through his mind control technique, he reached out to the canine leader. The controlled man sensed that his master was in danger, yet reaching him in the middle of this chaos would be almost impossible. Alto jumped into the fight, and this classic cat versus dog clash was about to become very personal for his old colleague. The canine demanded that Alto understand the gravity of the situation and insisted that the princess could not be forgiven. Alto had no intention of allowing him to carry out that threat. He had entered the fight to bring his old friend back to reality. The dog grew even more furious, but Alto ignored the brainwashed man's furious protests. Consumed by rage, the canine charged in believing fists could solve the problem, only giving Alto more reason to fight back. Their punches collided in the center of the plaza, releasing a wave of pure power throughout the city. As he watched the chaos unfold, Narumi realized the situation had finally become serious. Even so, they had no choice but to stay out of the internal conflict. Interfering could cause even greater trouble for the proposed alliance. Rin, meanwhile, was far more concerned about Seifi, her protagonist. Narumi attempted to calm her down, suggesting that Seifi was probably fully focused on tracking demonic traces and evidence. Rin felt they should assist him, because investigating alone could not be simple. Narumi knew their involvement would only hold Seifi back, leaving the unfortunate side characters with no option except to wait and watch the plot unfold. Despite the late hour, someone was still hunting our protagonist through the city. Bright raced through the dark streets, desperate to lose the person chasing him. Boy noticed that the chase was leading them toward an abandoned part of the city. Bright's wound was severe enough that he could barely use his arm, making another fight seem nearly impossible. While escaping, he was spotted by a terrified group of women. Unwilling to leave behind witnesses, Bright murdered them without hesitation. Our protagonist realized he had to bring the demon down before any more innocents became victims. He poured mana into his legs and accelerated dramatically. Seconds later, he caught up, slashed with his dagger, and launched Bright backward with a brutal kick. The miserable demon coughed up blood and realized the dagger attack had only been a distraction. Crashing into a wall, Bright finally accepted that the fight was slipping away from him. So this was the true strength of a hero candidate. Bleeding heavily and running out of options, the demon demanded to know how his hiding place had been exposed. Our protagonist simply replied that his eyes possessed powers the demon could not comprehend. Bright cursed his terrible luck, convinced he had encountered the worst enemy at the most disastrous moment. Yet Bright still managed to grin, claiming that eliminating this hero would allow his plan to continue. Wearing that sinister grin, Bright readied himself for one last attack. However, the glow in our protagonist's crimson eyes revealed the demon's surprise attack before it even began. At the same time, the brutal cat-and-dog battle was still raging on. Several soldiers were still completely bewildered by the conflict. They could not understand why they had been forced to fight their own people. Blonde Girl urged anyone having second thoughts to leave the battle at once. Even the princess had been pulled directly into the chaos. She asked the canine warriors whether they truly believed their leader was behaving normally. Her question made several soldiers hesitate. There was definitely something suspicious going on. The princess soon realized that one soldier was hiding information, confessed that he had no idea what his chief was planning, yet insisted their orders had not changed. The princess then challenged him with a terrifying possibility. What if a demon was controlling their canine chief? Soldiers listening nearby were visibly rattled by the idea. First soldier immediately shouted for everyone to ignore what he called nothing but deception. Realizing words would not change their minds, the princess prepared for combat. Just as the armies were about to clash again, a dazzling blue burst appeared between them, and the source of that phenomenon was a human. Of course, it was none other than our guy, Midu. He landed on the battlefield alongside the wolf chief. Now it was finally time to stop this senseless fight. Edgar's arrival instantly made the situation feel a little less irrational. Elsewhere, Ran appeared to have been beaten at last, or so it seemed. His battered body was covered in wounds, and a dangerous amount of blood had already been spilled. Our protagonist examined him carefully, letting his eyes break down the demon's ability. Figured out that Bright's brainwashing required both hands to make contact with the target's head. Bright was a threat, but defeating him did not look especially difficult. The moment he reached that conclusion, his crimson eyes detected a flash. A spear was hurtling directly toward him. A whole group of demons had just entered the fight. Bright could barely remain upright, yet he smiled because his backup had arrived exactly as intended. He proudly claimed that no ordinary human would survive this place, but our protagonist dismissed him as nothing more than an insect, sending Bright into a furious rage. The boy had already understood that Bright was only buying time, and honestly, tracking down every demon separately sounded tedious. With all of them conveniently gathered together, he could erase the entire group in one attack. Midou's effortless arrogance only pushed Bright further over the edge. Consumed by rage, Bright commanded his soldiers to make the human pay dearly. They were not powerful demon nobles, but Bright trusted their elite training to give them the advantage. With a roar, he gave the command to charge. A powerful blast of wind suddenly burst out and formed a shield around our protagonist. The force launched every demon skyward, leaving the nameless foot soldiers completely clueless. Naturally, our protagonist had no intention of handling an entire demon squad by himself. That was exactly why he had brought Mare with him as backup. Bright, however, was not remotely intimidated. As far as he was concerned, having two enemies instead of one changed nothing. Mare completely ignored his bravado, asked whether the boss wanted large stones or small ones, and then launched a barrage of boulders that flattened demon after demon. One demon barely blocked the attack and celebrated surviving, only for Midou's dagger to punch straight through his chest a second later. Midou had already judged these soldiers as painfully weak. Furious, Bright ordered his forces to tighten their formation as one soldier advanced, boosted by another's energy. The spell created multiple illusions, making the real body impossible to identify, so our protagonist simply attacked the copy that came for him. His aim was absolutely perfect. Landing a strike on a vital spot was effortless for someone like him. Another foot soldier fired a high-speed wind projectile straight at Midou. Mare stopped it without effort, hovering above the battlefield while calmly observing the chaos. Still completely composed, she summoned the wind spirits and filled the unfortunate demon with a barrage of razor-sharp wind lances. Badly wounded, Bright finally understood that he was merely postponing his defeat. At that moment, Mare sensed something unusual, prompting Midou to turn toward the approaching threat. A group of winged beast folk descended from the sky, with Camilla leading them. Her arrival caught him off guard, and he instantly wondered whether she had joined forces with the demons. Camilla openly confessed that she despised humans. "If you want the honest answer, I can't stand them," she declared. Mare worried that Camilla might have been brainwashed too, but Midou could not confirm it because he had not appraised her. There was also a real chance that she had chosen to help the enemy, making everything far more dangerous. Demons expected to seize the Federation soon, a victory that would swing the war heavily against humanity. Bright sighed with relief and laughed when Camilla finally appeared. She teased him for needing help, claiming demons were incapable of winning by themselves. Covered in blood and barely holding on, Bright said he had no problem accepting assistance. Camilla flashed a sharp smile, extended her claws, and joked that a demon commander should not be this dependent on others. Midou now had 30 airborne enemies surrounding him, and the battle was about to become a complete disaster. On the ground, Mare looked uneasy, but Midou calmly insisted that every last enemy had to go down. Camilla wasted no time and sent her forces straight into the attack. They could not allow the other tribes to learn what had taken place. The winged beast folk swooped down with claws extended, intent on ripping him to pieces. Before they could get close, a colossal punch struck nearby and shook the entire ground. Apparently, we had just stumbled into an entirely different battle. Alto was locked in a brutal one-on-one fight with the canine chief. Their clash looked like a live-action recreation of Super Saiyan 2 Goku fighting Majin Vegeta. Each punch sent shockwaves through the area, cracking windows and shaking the trees around the city. Alto was clearly having a blast, and despite being completely feral, the canine leader seemed to be enjoying the fight just as much. The canine chief unexpectedly managed to connect a punch, but Alto answered with nothing more than a mocking grin. Next to Alto, the canine fighter was hopelessly outmatched. A single clean shot to the jaw dropped him hard, leaving him dizzy and barely able to get back up. When he shakily stood again, something felt different. His mind was slowly becoming clear. Alto eventually understood that, thanks to the miracle cure known as a punch to the face, his opponent was returning to his senses. The wolf leader was stunned to hear that a beastman chief had been placed under control, but the princess confirmed it was true. A demon had secretly entered their land. Inu asked whether the demon responsible had been identified, but the princess admitted they had found nothing yet. Midou had taken charge of the search, though he was currently nowhere to be seen. Minu decided that the boy was probably out somewhere in the city, enthusiastically beating something up. Edgar, meanwhile, felt the night's events were moving far too quickly. Even his poor wolf brain was struggling to process it all. In the middle of all that confusion, the blonde girl suddenly called for everyone's attention, making the princess ask what she had seen. She reported seeing a flock of harpies heading north, and the news immediately made Edgar nervous. Harpies simply did not fly after dark. Sensing that something was wrong, Muru chose to inspect the location personally. Elsewhere, Narumi and the beautifully illustrated girls could only watch the city being destroyed from a distance. Rin was still worried sick and desperately wanted to rush into the battle. Still, Narumi's reasoning made perfect sense. They had to keep themselves away from the battlefield. Someone nearby confidently said that Midu would beat the demons, and Narumi completely agreed with that prediction. Rin, still terrified, asked what they would do if he actually lost. Narumi had never even entertained the idea of his defeat. He peeked ahead in the story and knew enough to believe everything would work out. Rin, unfortunately, did not have Narumi's fourth wall breaking advantage. All she wanted was a way to help their hero. Rina understood Rin's desperation, but since she had no clue where Midu was, Rin's remaining hope quickly faded. Rin pressed her hands to her chest and focused all her strength, hoping to create a miracle. She wished to lend him her power, and at that exact moment, a strange voice rang inside her mind. The sudden voice startled her so badly that her little gasp alarmed everyone nearby. A new ability allowed her to contact Midu, although he could not determine exactly where she was. This was actually an ability she had only just awakened. She could hear his voice inside her head, as if the two of them were connected through a psychic phone line. She repeated her question and asked for his location. Midu answered that he was north of the city, where the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome. He could tell that Rin was determined to support him. Since he could literally hear her thoughts, Rin immediately turned bright red and became completely flustered. Midu was taking a serious beating, so he ordered her to bring the others over immediately. He needed Rin's power without delay. Hearing Rin speak to someone no one else could see, Riene assumed she had finally snapped. Rin quickly clarified that her newly awakened power had connected her to Midu and revealed his position. That meant it was finally their turn to enter the battle. Meanwhile, the birdmen charged in with murderous intent, eager to tear Midu apart. Mare raised a wind barrier that kept the attackers at a distance and forced them backward. The barrier held briefly, but when that was not enough, Mare used humanity's timeless anti-bird strategy, throwing rocks. She hurled several massive rocks into the sky, smashing the airborne grunts and making them realize they would never reach their target this way. However, some of the birdmen were equipped with bows. They fired a barrage of arrows, yet Mare called on the wind again and redirected every shot before it could reach her. Watching every attack fail only made the enemies angrier and more desperate. One relatively clever soldier realized that elves relied on spirit energy, meaning Mare would eventually run out of stamina. And he was right. The elf girl was already reaching her limit. Her supply of wind magic was nearly empty, so she had to switch elements quickly. The birdmen expected a drawn-out battle, but Mare was never trying to defeat them. She only needed to stall until help arrived. Below them, Midu was slaughtering the demons without showing the slightest mercy. The remaining demons could only stare in horror as their allies were destroyed, while Midu remained completely unmoved. In fact, his ruthless efficiency only taunted them further and fueled their anger. A few attempted to answer with dark magic, but none of it made a difference. Camilla revealed a hidden technique, sending razor-edged steel feathers toward him, but Midu deflected them with his dagger. One feather still clipped him, however, and the wound hurt far more than expected. Midu needed to come up with a solution immediately. His concern for Mare briefly divided his attention, and Bright seized the opening. Midu answered by summoning lightning and jolting the demon with a sudden electric blast. The unexpected elemental attack left Bright totally defenseless. With Bright frozen in place, Midu turned his attention to another enemy rushing at him. She disappeared with the speed of lightning and appeared behind the target, cutting him down just as the idiot attempted to strike his own general. Bright crashed down, looking even more ruined than he had a moment earlier. That attack had come dangerously close. Midu could feel his mind nearing collapse, and he had no defense prepared against an attack like that. Rin finally reached the battlefield and found Midu in terrible condition. Riene and Arumi arrived soon after, took one look at the chaos, and jumped into the battle, sending the demons into even greater panic. Their commander was nearly finished, while the harpies completely dominated the air. Midu instructed his teammates to deal with the weaker enemies, and they accepted without hesitation. His only request was that Rihanna not roast the poor enemies alive, while Rin asked whether he intended to face the main threat alone again. The situation immediately reminded her of the past. It looked like he was heading into another battle, like the one against Leonora. However, things were very different now, and Rin no longer lacked confidence. Rin activated her domination ability and boosted Midu's power. Camilla assumed Midu was looking down on her, but Bright urged her not to let her guard drop. That boy was far more dangerous than he looked. His deadly gaze unleashed, Midu promised to end them without unnecessary suffering. A terrifying dark aura spilled from his body and made everyone nearby freeze in fear. At this point, if Camilla had been wearing underwear, the sheer terror would have destroyed it. The birdmen attempted to dive at the elf, but a voice stopped them before they could approach and demanded an explanation. It was Edgar and the feline tribe, who wanted answers right away. The rank-and-file soldiers were confused, but their leader assured them that they were merely obeying Camilla, making them feel wrongly justified. They announced that every witness had to be eliminated, whatever the consequences. Edgar could only stare in disbelief, while Minu immediately understood the next move. In other words, it was time to start cutting. Mare moved between them and revealed that the harpies had allied themselves with demons, leaving Edgar completely speechless. She pointed down a nearby street and explained that demons were battling Midu in that direction. The princess was utterly shocked. Neither she nor the wolf leader had imagined the situation would be this serious. Knowing his friends were on their way to the main battlefield, Midu remained behind and focused on protecting the elf. Edgar was deeply disturbed by the extent to which demons had infiltrated their territory. Those soldiers were only obeying commands, and Edgar wanted to avoid killing them if there was another option. That was where Midu truly shined. He was a genuinely good person, practically the Batman of this situation. He spared their lives, but inflicted more than enough pain to make them reconsider every decision that brought them here. At the main battlefield, Bright and Camilla finally understood how badly things had turned against them. Camilla could no longer focus on him. His body warped and flickered as though he were slipping between dimensions. Bright's eyes could not process the speed of Midu's movement. A second later, red blood burst from the demon's neck, but in a rather anticlimactic twist, Midu had only grazed the demon's arm. Camilla immediately warned everyone to avoid meeting his gaze. He was manipulating them with an illusion ability. Technique looked an awful lot like a famous manga eye power. We all know which one. Midu realized that Camilla had figured out the trick behind his ability. The evolution of his eyes had granted him illusion powers, which awakened after he defeated Weinberg. He had practiced the skill on powerful monsters, and at short range it was brutally effective. Camilla was absolutely enraged. That ability had caused her one problem after another. Bright understood that surviving meant fighting Midu while keeping his eyes away from him. The moment Camilla shifted her gaze to his feet, she knew the illusions were over. Midu knew he could not rely on that trick again, so he returned to his usual close combat methods. He reminded the demon that his physical speed was still completely ridiculous. Ike tried to avoid looking at him, but instead received a point-blank introduction to Midu's dagger. This time, the blade struck directly beside his eye. Midu knew an enemy's eyes could reveal their intentions, but judging by that wound, Reich would not be seeing or hearing much for a long while. In the sky, Camilla became increasingly frustrated after realizing her demon ally was utterly worthless. Midu calmly told her that she was next. Enraged, Camilla claimed she knew every human trick in existence and would not be looked down on by a hooded kid fighting in the dark. She slashed with her claws, but Midu effortlessly evaded her before she fired a volley of sharp feathers. His dagger handled the projectiles perfectly, while his reflexes carried him safely past every strike. Although she had to avoid his eyes, the winged fighter was quickly adjusting to his tactics. Camilla declared that eyesight was unnecessary for her victory. She reminded him that beastfolk possess senses far sharper than any humans. Midu asked whether she planned to keep circling like a bird, or finally make a serious attempt to win. The more time she wasted, the uglier the consequences would become for a traitor like her. While the other heroes kept the remaining rebels occupied, Camilla's frustration continued to boil over. She screamed that humans were constantly ruining everything she tried to accomplish. Du carefully noted her statement as Camilla began transforming completely into her beast form. Du did not know the exact nature of the ability, but he understood that beastfolk gained tremendous power by sacrificing their reason. Camilla shrieked like a savage animal and tore through the sky, with movements far deadlier than before. Du could not afford to make even one careless move. He activated his cursed eyes once more, allowing him to predict her upcoming attacks. He avoided her opening attack, yet her furious speed remained overwhelming. For her next assault, she unleashed the steel feathers again. Midu knew her transformation had a limited duration. Sooner or later, her beastly instincts would swallow her mind entirely. Once that happened, returning to normal would be impossible. Even so, his mana reserves were nearly empty, so he had to end the battle fast. His eyes searched for an opening, and soon he spotted the perfect way to finish things. If this ability failed him in a situation like this, then what good was it really? Lightning gathered around him before he fired it straight through his opponent. Current tore through Camilla, freezing her completely while she was still in the air. Taking advantage of her helpless state, he struck again and again, sending her crashing down with deep wounds covering her body. After that beating, she was definitely not taking to the skies again anytime soon. The savage assault broke her transformation, and she finally lost consciousness. Only the ordinary soldiers were left, while our protagonist's thirst for revenge was still raging. Once the demons were beaten, convincing the beast folk of the truth became far simpler. Meanwhile, the clash between the heroes and the harpies had finally ended as well. The moment Camilla fell, the soldiers who were left immediately gave up. After the demon disappeared, the mental control created by his techniques was finally lifted. By sunrise, the shadow's control had vanished without a trace. A few days later, we returned to good grief, and apparently the author is obsessed with putting everyone around the same table. Hagrid's first question was about the fate of the Harpy tribe. Thankfully, the entire tribe had not been compromised. According to Edgar, only the members who took part in the battle had been affected. Even so, participating in the attack did not mean they could escape without consequences. Some form of punishment was unavoidable for them. The feline chief's mansion, our protagonist waited to hear what fate awaited the dog tribe. Several other important leaders had gathered there too. Unfortunately for the chief, punishment was already decided. Brainwashing or not, his actions were legally considered betrayal against the kingdom. Princess believed his own negligence had allowed the situation to happen. That meant he had no choice but to accept responsibility. The absurd part was that even getting kidnapped by demons counted as an offense in that kingdom. At the same time, the Fishman district was dealing with a very different kind of situation. Their leader rejected the idea that the dog chief had been brainwashed, or that the harpies had joined forces with demons. Since this was his first time hearing the story, Narumi never expected him to accept it immediately. Fishman leader was left stunned once the truth finally sank in. Narumi panicked when the enormous shark-like man suddenly charged at him, only to discover that the attack was actually a hug. The shark openly acknowledged that the humans were genuinely decent people. Their heroics had rescued the nation, and he promised that his tribe would never forget it and would stand beside the humans. Narumi questioned whether such a sudden decision was wise, but the shark had one hatred that surpassed his dislike of humans: demons. Narumi soon understood that reasoning with this man was completely hopeless. The guy was only interested in following his own logic. A few days afterward, the tribal leaders reconvened to officially complete their alliance with humanity. Alto offered his heartfelt thanks, admitting that the debt he owed them could never really be repaid. Dog Chief also brought confirmation that the demons were pulling back from their territory. At last, the discussion arrived at its most important topic. Alto officially declared that the tribes had approved an alliance with the humans. Every leader voted in favor, and the heroes could barely contain their happiness. They began celebrating at once, fully aware that this alliance could reshape the war. Once everything was checked twice and nothing remained behind, they prepared to head back to the capital, though Narumi admitted he still wasn't ready to leave that land. At the gates, every tribal leader gathered to promise support whenever the heroes called for it. With that, every important matter had finally been resolved. Mare turned to our protagonist and asked what they were supposed to do next. He answered that, for the moment, they had accomplished everything they needed to. Now they could only wait and watch how things unfolded. When the princess asked whether he would stay in the Federation, he confirmed that he planned to remain there briefly, since going back to the kingdom as a wanted criminal could create problems. The princess was thrilled to hear that, while Mare watched her excitement with obvious jealousy. Despite everything, his final objective had not changed. He still intended to defeat the Demon King and make it back to his homeland. Once the opportunity arrived, he would head directly for his greatest enemy. The princess then vowed to support him throughout that mission. Mare was stunned by the offer, while her companion wanted to know what the princess truly hoped to accomplish. She explained that, as her father's only daughter, she would one day lead their people, so she wanted to become stronger before taking that responsibility. He reminded her that the war was growing more brutal, and gaining experience would help her, especially because his own work was done from the shadows. More than anything else, his unwavering resolve to bring down the Demon King captured her interest. She decided that she wanted to help him achieve that impossible goal. After all, defeating him would become a feat remembered in legend. After listening to her, Alta asked for permission to travel alongside him as well. He expected the boy might resist adding another companion, but a chief's daughter was unlikely to be lacking in talent. Our protagonist's biggest worry was the danger the continuing war could bring down on everyone. Princess, however, understood that this crisis had to be settled without delay. For them, growing stronger was no longer optional, it was essential. Elter said that if his daughter was genuinely committed, then he would stand behind her completely. The princess faced our protagonist directly and announced that she intended to accompany him into that perilous journey. He agreed on one condition: she would first undergo his training before they departed. Only if she demonstrated her worth would he allow her to join them. That was the deal he offered her. Meanwhile, deep in the demon capital, the sky burned beneath clouds of fire and sulfur. A lesser demon arrived to deliver a message to its superior. That leader was Isabel, the Empire's fifth princess. Isabel declared that the revolution was ready to commence. If the Beastmen Federation successfully won over, the heroes headed back to the battlefield. Their first stop was a meeting with Captain Amelia. A representative of the Beastmen Federation accompanied the group. That representative was Edgar. Since she commanded that front, Amelia promptly introduced herself to Edgar. The group had yet to grasp the scale of their achievement, but the alliance between these races was about to change everything. That night, Medu attempted to sleep, only to wake suddenly after a bizarre dream. Murai stood beside him and explained that he had fallen asleep unusually early. Seeing her inside his room immediately caught him off guard. She clarified that he had originally dozed off in the lounge, so she had used telekinesis to bring him to his room. Manu apologized awkwardly for causing trouble, but Murray told him it was no big deal. The important thing was that he had come back safely. His safe return alone proved that the negotiations had worked. Wanting an update, Muru asked what was happening on the front. Murray said the enemy had attacked multiple times, though none of those assaults had been genuinely threatening. She hated giving him credit, but Arashi had played a vital role in holding their defenses together, which reassured Muru that they could count on him. Muru then asked about Edgar, and Murray said the Beastman was recovering from the exhausting journey. A strategy meeting was scheduled for the following morning to make the alliance official. Muru already knew how powerful the Beastmen were, but Edgar stood above them all and was currently stronger than Muru himself. Murray was surprised to hear that, but Muru added that every one of those warriors was in a light. With warriors like them guiding the way, the forest would be easy to cross, and the path to the Demon King would finally open. Noticing his fierce determination, Murray asked whether he was truly unafraid of the battles ahead. Countless deadly fights stood ahead, and some of the other hero candidates might never make it through. Muru confessed that he was afraid, but quitting now would only tear their group apart again and lead to even more deaths. Miri then wondered what sort of person the mysterious protagonist, Alay, really was. Mita answered that, regardless of his emotional distance, he was still their ally because he had helped them. Murray responded that she saw the protagonist as nothing more than a selfish person, and that answer brought a smile to Muru's face. Muru admitted that he sometimes wished he had the same attitude as the protagonist, or even Arashi. Mayuri was surprised, since she considered Muru much better than both of those men. Muru admired how neither of them allowed circumstances to control the choices they made. He charged ahead without second thoughts, whereas he usually chose the safer, more sensible path. As the conversation became more personal, Mayuri asked what genuinely drove his desire to return home. He looked confused at first and said that everyone else wanted to go back, so he had simply followed the group's decision. Mayuri, however, seemed convinced that there was a deeper reason he had not admitted yet. Before he could explain himself further, Renas suddenly walked in. The moment Renas saw them together, she completely misunderstood what was happening. Mejuva and Myril attempted to clear things up, but Rena had already labeled them both as liars. As far as Rena was concerned, that girl had entered the boys' dorm for highly suspicious reasons. Mary insisted that she had only used telekinesis to carry him back, but Riene remained furious because Mary was supposedly the champion of proper morals and manners. Their argument grew hotter with every passing moment, while Muru quietly observed the chaos. The scene was so ridiculous that even Muru ended up grinning. The following day, Urashi and Edgar prepared to test themselves against each other. They rushed in together, but Edgar's beastman's speed was on another level. Edgar slipped past every blow and answered with a sword strike that barely missed the top of Urashi's head. Urashi escaped by a hair and immediately understood that Edgar matched his speed perfectly. Edgar kept the pressure on and went for a strike that looked ready to end the spar. Frustrated by the pressure, Urashi yelled that Edgar was taking him too lightly. Urashi stopped the wooden blade, leaving Edgar genuinely stunned. The reason was simple: magic. Urashi had reinforced his arms with mana, giving him enough strength to resist the blow. Then knocked the weapon aside and sent the beastman stumbling several steps backward. Still, the collision left Arashi's arm aching badly. Captain Amelia intervened and ordered both fighters to end the practice match. The strategic meeting was about to begin. Arashi complained because the fight had only just become interesting. Edgar returned his sword to its sheath and agreed, even though he knew the alliance took priority over personal enjoyment. Even through his frustration, Arashi respected Edgar as an opponent because he recognized the value of a fighter like him. Over in the training grounds, the next lesson began, and this one was a real duel. Kai took up a dagger, Mira acted as the referee, and Xena stood ready to unleash her beast form. The moment Mare gave the signal, Xena partially transformed, turning one arm into a complete predator's claw. She roared and lunged at Kai, but our guy did not even flinch. Kai blocked her cleanly, and the two exchanged slashes, dodges, and claw strikes across the meadow in a duel that dragged on far too long. Kai was practically giving her combat advice while fighting, asking if that was really her best attack. He told her to attack, as though she genuinely intended to kill him. Breathing heavily, Xena simply replied that she knew. He then attempted a surprise finishing attack from behind, but Kai casually hurled a handful of gravel into her face without even turning around. She froze in confusion, practically asking, what was that supposed to be? That moment of confusion was all the opening Kai needed. He drove a kick into her stomach and launched her across the field. Mare rushed over in alarm, while Xena lay on the ground, complaining that her stomach hurt terribly. Mare accused him of being just as merciless as always. Kai showed absolutely no regret. He fired back that Xena was still falling for tricks just as easily as ever. When Xena asked whether she had passed the test, Kai bluntly told her that she was still pretty useless for now. That was when Rune arrived, worried that Kai's training was far too harsh for his princess. Xena immediately stopped his complaint, insisting that this was her choice and he should stay out of it. Rune stepped aside and finally delivered the real news. The Federation's main force was finally marching out to join the Holy Nation. Kai's face instantly brightened. Things were finally getting underway, even if the process had taken an eternity. Apparently, the two nations had spent all that time bickering over the alliance treaty before finally approving it. As captain of the cat-person warrior army, Rune would be accompanying the expedition. Kai, however, chose not to participate in this operation. He had another task to complete before joining the war effort. A month later, we find Kai deep in the forest, grinding through monster hunting practice. Kai was bringing full modern firepower into this medieval world. The orcs were about to receive a very one-sided lesson in freedom. He activated his ability, his eyes glowing purple as his imagination formed energy bullets like a magical first-person shooter. The monster rushed him, but Kai planted 3 or 4 shots right in the center of its body, dropping it while it screamed and bled, though it was still alive. Kai fired a few more rounds into its vital points, ending the fight for good. Watching from a nearby tree, Mare was impressed and asked how he had killed it with only 6 shots. Kai then explained how his entire ability worked. His magic responds to imagination, so electricity-based attacks were easy to picture thanks to his old world. But imagining a real bullet proved much more difficult. He had to rebuild the mechanics of a gun and convert them into magic. Mira sensed trouble, and she was right. A gigantic tiger was hiding in the bushes, drooling and staring at them like they were its next easy meal. Kai ordered her to jump, caught her effortlessly, and casually formed a crackling sphere of lightning in his palm. The sphere glowed brightly in his hand. Looking like he had stepped into an anime power-up sequence, Kai hurled it at the tiger and shouted the name of his attack: Lightning Spear. The name was a little dramatic, but the attack itself worked perfectly. The roaring tiger was blasted into a smoking lump of charcoal, while Kai caught Mare before she touched the ground as if it required 0 effort. Medium-level elemental magic had become effortless for Kai, though the stronger tiers were still beyond his current limits. Meanwhile, Mira stood embarrassed in his arms, protesting that nobody was supposed to level up this quickly. I suddenly remembered that Xena was missing, so we cut to the other side of the forest, where she stood proudly over a dead monster like a boss fight champion. With her bloody claw raised, she shouted Kai's name and demanded to know whether she had finally passed. Kai examined the corpse, nodded once, and simply declared that she had passed. Kai then turned his gaze toward the distant horizon. With a completely serious expression, he announced that it was time to enter Demon Kingdom territory. Now we shift to the Allied Army's invasion force. Warriors from the Holy Nation and soldiers from the Federation marched forward in their finest equipment. Demon Kingdom had overwhelming numbers, and its landscape was practically designed to kill intruders. The first major obstacle was the demon forest. Every step inside the forest kept the entire army tense and alert. Suddenly, someone detected a scent, and Edgar quietly warned them about a cluster of monsters on the right flank. Narumi was not convinced. Hashimoto sensed nothing either, but Maido and Heinrich confirmed Edgar's warning. They were definitely there, and they were already moving in. Sure enough, a whole wave of monsters exploded from the forest. Aang led the charge. Edgar ordered the attack, and the Federation warriors completely overwhelmed the monsters, making the whole assault look effortless. The others could only stare in amazement as they witnessed just how ridiculously overpowered the Federation's beastmen were. Medu was stunned and told Heinrich that the monsters were being wiped out far too effortlessly. Heinrich quickly understood that humans by themselves could never have detected these hidden enemies. The presence of beastmen in the unit changed the entire situation. At this stage, Edgar was practically handling the entire lookout job by himself. He promised that no enemy would catch them off guard while he was present, and every ambush was exposed before it could begin. Whether enemies approached from the left or the right, Edgar's senses picked them up instantly. Demons stopped engaging directly and began retreating, completely ruining the guerrilla tactics planned by the high-ranking demon Elsa. That uncertainty had been a major reason the previous invasion failed, since the army could never tell where the monsters were waiting. But with the beastmen leading the search, that weakness disappeared within just a few hours. The forest was cleared with monster corpses scattered everywhere, while somewhere in the shadows, An unseen observer watched in fury and punched a wall. Nearby, a group of demons watched from the bushes and whispered that their plan had been to ambush the army after splitting it apart. Instead, the allied army was marching through, without suffering any damage at all. A large horned demon asked how long they were supposed to keep watching, but his companion pointed out that Elsa still had not given any orders, so retreating was probably their only option. That is when Edgar strolls up behind them and calmly shuts the whole plan down. Yeah, there was definitely a threatening edge to his voice. The demon whirls around and starts hurling insults, but Edgar ends things before the rant can even finish. Far inside the forest, Elsa watches her entire strategy collapse from the observation deck while casually drinking wine, finally admitting that things look terrible. A panicked demon rushes in with the report that the scouting team has been annihilated, and the beastmen are proving far more troublesome than expected. Elsa says nothing at first, merely tightening her jaw as she remembers Kai's group humiliating her subordinates, before muttering that she knew this would happen. Now she is the one stuck fixing Bright's disaster. Clearly rattled, the demon asks whether victory is even possible, and Elsa responds with nothing but a laugh. Her message is simple: do not misunderstand the situation. Being backed into a corner does not mean she has run out of options. This battle will be won through strategy, not raw strength. All they have to do is eliminate the enemy, and the answer is that straightforward. The demon can only bow and follow orders, because refusing Elsa is clearly not an option. Meanwhile, the allied army finally arrives at the castle, a sinister fortress so dark it looks determined to swallow the sunlight. Edgar identifies the fortress as the monster nest, while Amelia sensibly explains that capturing it will prevent a rear ambush and provide a forward base for reinforcements. One irritated soldier rides up and practically says, "Fine, then let us attack already." Heinrich immediately agrees with that approach. Giving the enemy a chance to reorganize would be pointless. We should move immediately. And just like that, the army launches its attack. Soldiers have no clue that the castle is packed with demons, ready to spring an ambush as soon as they approach. Warriors combine their attacks against the gate, while demons answer by hurling massive rocks from the walls. The army endures the bombardment until the gate finally collapses, triggering a roar from everyone outside. The order rings out, "Move in." Arashi turns the battlefield into a personal barbecue, burning demons from every direction while mocking them nonstop. He keeps provoking them, shouting that they are nothing but garbage. In the middle of the chaos, Edgar taps Midou and suggests they hunt down the elite demons together, earning an immediate nod of agreement. Inside the fortress, Elsa remains completely relaxed, still enjoying her wine. Door suddenly opens, revealing Midou and Edgar entering together. Elsa rises with chilling calm and welcomes them, after which the entire room falls into an eerie silence. The silence is absolute, and Midou grips his glowing sword tightly, instantly realizing that this woman is operating on an entirely different level. Edgar confirms the danger without hesitation. Elsa is unquestionably high tier. Elsa lifts her hand. A black and purple, spike-covered whip coils out of her palm like something born from a nightmare. She sizes up the beastmen and the chosen one, mocks their caution, and then lashes out without warning right in the middle of her sentence. Mido barely dives clear as the whip smashes through the floor, revealing a pit packed with blades and absolutely no margin for a mistake. Elsa is thrilled with her setup, proudly explaining that she always keeps traps ready while more of the floor continues opening beneath them. As Mido plummets, he activates the sword's first form. Its blade extends like a grappling hook, catches the chandelier, and pulls him out of danger at the last second. Elsa notices the technique and is quietly impressed that his sword can transform so freely. And she casually reminds him that his partner was not so lucky and fell into the trap. Midou rushes to the pit in panic, expecting the worst, only to discover that things are not quite that simple. Midou screams for him in alarm, only for Edgar to launch himself out of the pit, as though escaping a trap were completely routine. Elsa cannot understand how he pulled that off, while Edgar simply shrugs and credits it to a double jump. Basically, the man just hit the jump button 2 times. Elsa refuses to accept that explanation, calling it an outright cheat and wondering whether all beastmen can do the same thing. Edgar only smirks, declares himself slightly unique, and announces the start of round 2. 2 fighters attack Elsa simultaneously. Elsa meets their assault head-on, snapping her whip while warning them not to become overconfident. Then, without warning, Elsa disappears. She teleports completely out of Edgar's view and materializes directly behind Midou. Except Midou has already anticipated her move and is waiting for her. He levels his sword at her throat and confidently declares that she is caught. Elsa realizes the danger a fraction too late, clicks her tongue in irritation, and triggers a hidden switch that tears open the ceiling above him. Mido raises his sword and prepares for something to fall through the opening, giving Elsa precisely the distraction she needed. With his attention elsewhere, Elsa drives the whip directly into his stomach. Mido crashes down and writhes in agony on the floor. As Edgar shouts Mido's name, Elsa stands above the fallen boy and gloats that his power is clearly beyond what someone his age can control. She suddenly turns philosophical, asking Mido what he is fighting for when he does not even belong to this world. The question momentarily shakes Mido, but Edgar recognizes the manipulation and orders him not to answer. Elsa is visibly annoyed. Since her psychological attack failed, she redirects her attention toward Edgar. She lifts the whip, unknowingly creating the opening Edgar has been waiting to exploit. Edgar signals that the moment has arrived, and he and Midu rush Elsa together. Midu sneaks behind Elsa as she focuses on Edgar, but she spins at the final instant and pretends to helplessly beg for mercy, making him hesitate before delivering the finishing strike. The moment he hesitates, Elsa abandons the innocent act. She mocks him for falling into the trap, coils the whip around his leg, and drags him down like a fish on a line. Midu is repeatedly flung across the room like a helpless toy, while Edgar desperately screams his name. Elsa finds Edgar's desperation amusing and taunts him for caring so deeply about a human, questioning whether their alliance is more meaningful than it appears. Edgar responds with a murderous glare, so Elsa hurls Midu at him with such force that both men smash through the wall and several rooms beyond it. Elsa surveys the ruined corridor with no bodies visible and assumes their morale has collapsed, leaving her free to eliminate the beastmen alone. Something stirs beneath the debris, and a gigantic wolf emerges from the darkness, instantly putting Elsa on alert. As it approaches, Elsa notices its glowing white fur and realizes this is no ordinary wolf. It is one that never transforms back. Elsa lashes out to drive it away, but the wolf meets her gaze and unleashes a roar that freezes her in shock. The roar tears through every defense she believed she possessed, and the wolf immediately launches itself at her. The following panel is nothing short of a complete bloodbath. The story then moves west to Florlys, the third prince's domain in the Demon Kingdom, whose atmosphere already screams haunted castle. Qualia stands silently before the crystal, carrying an almost absurdly powerful SSS-grade presence. She struggles to accept Elsa's death and realizes that the Alliance's fighters are frighteningly powerful. Aganda, Bright, Elsa, and her other strongest allies are disappearing one after another, leaving Aqualia to watch her inner circle collapse in real time. She realizes this is exactly why she wanted the Alliance under her control, only to feel cornered until Leon Hart, trapped beneath a sheet of glass, asks whether she is all right. Aqualia instantly brightens at his concern, and when he reminds her that she is his fiancée, she melts completely and starts thanking him for everything. Leon Hart turns serious, pointing out that Elsa is dead and the Alliance will reach Florlys within days, the same alliance that already defeated Wimberg and Stanigea. Aqualia cannot help wondering whether she can truly win. Then he reveals the information that actually changes everything. The Demon Kingdom's hidden assassin unit is already on its way to Florlys, and Leonhart is assigning Aqualia command over them. Aqualia immediately brightens, especially when Leonhart tells his beloved to defend the territory until he returns, leaving her overwhelmed with devotion. She hugs the glass statue and vows to repay Leonhart for all the love he has shown her. The scene shifts to Eisenhart, the true capital, where the trading district is filled with its usual brawls and thugs causing trouble. Meanwhile, in the city's wealthy district, Isabelle marches down a red carpet while her maid hurries after her, calling out, "Lady Isabelle, where are you headed?" Isabelle simply replies that she is going to visit Alice. When Isabelle reaches Alice, the fifth princess instantly brightens and rushes forward to embrace her. Isabelle enjoys the hug for nearly a minute before remembering herself and putting on her usual tsundere act. She insists that visiting Alice was never the reason she came. Isabelle claims she merely had spare time, while the maid smirks because everyone knows that excuse is nonsense. Completely unaware of the act, Alice proudly shows Isabelle the flower crown she made and asks whether it looks good on her. Isabelle gives a plain yes, so Alice pouts and demands a more enthusiastic answer. Alice then produces a matching crown for Isabelle, leaving her suspicious that Alice somehow knew she would visit. Isabelle remains suspicious, as usual. Alice begins grumbling about being trapped inside and never being allowed outdoors. Isabelle nearly responds, but catches herself before saying anything. Then, surprisingly, Isabelle places the flower crown on her own head. Everyone bursts out laughing because Isabelle is never this soft, while she remains genuinely confused, insisting that she wore it simply because Alice gave it to her. Then Alice casually asks when the ritual for summoning the evil god will take place. The question instantly drains all the warmth from Isabelle's expression. Alice excitedly explains that she heard she will be sacrificed to the god, treating the news like something wonderful. Isabelle quietly says that she is looking forward to it too. She does not know the exact details, but it should happen soon. Alice interprets this as wonderful news because it means she might finally leave the palace. Even the maid is visibly disturbed by the conversation now. Isabelle only says that she knows, then turns and leaves, leaving Alice behind to wonder whether she is already going home. She promises Alice another visit and tells her to behave, but walks away deeply shaken beneath the surface. As she leaves, Leon Hart appears and waves casually, asking whether she can still call him Big Brother. Isabel refuses, saying she no longer has the right to call him that. Leon Hart brushes it off and asks whether she visited Alice. They both stare at the door, painfully aware that the child is confined there all day only to be offered to a god, before Leon makes the situation even worse by saying she may lose her sanity, but the sacrifice is still an honor. Being chosen as a sacrifice is practically an honor, and honestly, he admits he is a little jealous. He even asks Isabel whether she agrees. Isabel gives a flat yes and leaves before Leon can continue. Her maid hurries after her, shouting for Isabel to slow down. The moment Isabel disappears, Leon Hart's friendly Big Brother expression vanishes, revealing something far more serious underneath. The story now moves to the third prince's territory in the Veldora Demon Kingdom. This area is essentially the Demon Kingdom's version of Beverly Hills. However, the streets are currently overflowing with people, forcing Kai to weave through the crowd before slipping into a suspicious-looking inn, where the innkeeper calmly reads a newspaper behind the counter. Innkeeper asks Kai how he finds the city, and Kai keeps his response casual. Kai says it is acceptable, although the atmosphere is somewhat tense. The innkeeper nods, explaining that humans have been steadily advancing the border. The city has effectively become the front line, with everyone preparing for another conflict. Kai mentions the 4 heavenly kings for reassurance, only for the innkeeper to casually reveal that 2 are already dead. Apparently, some hero candidates simply walked in and eliminated half of the Demon Lord's elite. Apparently, it is no big deal, and everyone is doing perfectly fine. The innkeeper's real concern is the collapsing slave trade, which he complains about while berating a helpless slave in the background, leaving Kai internally terrified. Kai silently realizes that he is currently traveling with 2 slaves himself. The innkeeper gives Kai the key, grumbling that his business collapses when the supply does, then awkwardly asks whether Kai's slaves are attractive and old enough to marry before realizing how that sounded and trying to retract it. Back in the room, Mare and Xena are already waiting for Kai. Xena examines Kai's disguise, fake horn and all, and immediately tells him that he looks bizarre. Kai explains that looking strange is exactly what he intended. He cannot exactly walk through the Demon Kingdom while looking like his real self. Xena also notices that his scent has changed. Kai says demons will not detect the difference, though beastmen certainly can. At this point, Kai practically smells like a demon. Mare does not completely understand the disguise plan, but she angrily displays her slave collar as though it has betrayed her personally. Kai explains that this is the simplest cover because demons commonly keep other races as slaves, while Mare and Xena would attract too much attention otherwise. Mare asks in shock whether they truly stand out that much, and Kai matter-of-factly replies that it is because they are too beautiful, instantly breaking her brain. Mare completely crashes, repeating the word beautiful while stammering as though her brain has stopped functioning. Kai cannot understand the reaction, since he believes he merely stated an obvious fact. Xena refuses to miss out on the compliments and immediately asks where she stands. Kai admits that Xena is similarly noticeable, but concludes that her cat ears are impossible to hide. He apologizes without much emotion. While Mare is still recovering from the compliment, another problem appears. Since the room is registered for slaves, separate beds are apparently not included. Kai reveals that this is precisely why he booked the larger room. As far as Kai is concerned, there is no real problem. Mare immediately spots the catch. The large room still contains only 1 bed. Unbothered, Kai tells both girls to use the bed while he sleeps on the floor. He has endured far worse conditions during training. Mare quietly admits that the arrangement feels rather embarrassing. Kai asks her to repeat herself. Xena attempts to ease the awkwardness, but Mare immediately covers her mouth to stop her. Mare clearly has no intention of letting Xena finish that thought. At the same time, a portal tears open in Silbrook, the 5th princess's territory. Isabel walks through it with the devastated expression of someone who has witnessed a death. Her butler greets her and immediately asks how Alice is holding up. Isabel says Alice is fine and mentions the small flower accessory she made for her. But the butler quickly points out the disturbing truth behind that kindness. Alice receives special treatment solely because she is being prepared as the evil god's vessel. That is the only reason behind it. Nothing more complicated is going on. Isabel is clearly devastated that the child is imprisoned and left alone. Before her emotions overwhelm her, the butler brings her attention back to the mission. Her supporters are already assembled beneath the city, waiting for her. After some time passes, Isabel now faces a packed assembly of demons who are loyal to her and ready for her command. Wimberg's death has weakened the surveillance around Isabel enough for her to finally act. The rest of the kingdom distracted by the human assault, nobody notices the rebellion forming within. A very convenient situation. If perfect timing ever existed, this is it. When someone asks for her plan, Isabel answers without dressing it up. She intends to start a revolution. Her goal is to overthrow the current demon lord and take the throne for herself. The crowd erupts, raising their fists and throwing themselves completely behind her. This rebellion has clearly been developing for some time, yet no one in power noticed. Every demon present believes that Isabel's rule will give them a better life. Yet while the crowd celebrates, Isabel remains lost in thought because the throne was never her true motivation. Her real objectives are ending the war and protecting Alice above all else. She is willing to do whatever it takes for Alice, even turning against the kingdom itself. The story cuts to another part of the city. Streets are suddenly alive with excitement because the Count has arrived in town. Count Castro, the third prince's governor in the area, arrives looking furious. Everyone along the street immediately kneels in respect. Castro is furious that Aqualia deployed troops without consulting him, acting as though he needs to remind everyone that he still governs the city. One of his subordinates attempts to calm him down. He points out that 2 of the 4 heavenly kings were just killed. Aqualia is probably acting out of fear, and realistically, she was never the strongest fighter among the 4. Meanwhile, Kai quietly observes from the crowd, mentally noting that this must be the man governing the city for the third prince. He reads the man in an instant and realizes that the demon kingdom's so-called elite nobles are surviving on fame alone, because their training has obviously gone downhill. That night, Kai Inus simply approaches the Count and drives a knife directly into his chest. After cleaning the blade, Kai quietly tells him he let his guard down and walks away, as if the assassination were just another routine task. Elsewhere, he's Hinainos, he Pienos, he Upnainos, he Hissainos, he Purienos, he Manatenos, he Seanos, he Sampalenos, he Dahienos, he Tienos. After eliminating every demon inside the mansion, she returns to Kai practically wagging her tail, clearly desperate to hear that she did well. No one spotted us, did they? Kai pats her head and congratulates her, then warns that the noise could become a problem if the Count wakes up. Xena immediately answers that she can simply kill him a second time. Kai has to clarify that this was absolutely not the solution he meant. The operation is far from over, because the prison contains 1 more captive, and this prisoner is human, not a demon. Kai gets straight to the point. If they tell him everything, he will return both of them to the Holy Nation's army. Later, while reviewing the documents they provided, he realizes rescuing Castro's slaves was the correct decision because their intelligence is far more valuable than expected. Rescued man explains that they refused to become ordinary labor slaves, so they had secretly collected information in case someone ever came to save them. When Xena asks why they never escaped, the man reveals that the collars are enchanted to kill where the moment they attempt to flee or resist. Apparently, that is standard slave technology throughout the demon kingdom. Xena immediately understands the trick and realizes that the collars Kai gave them must be fake. Kai confirms it without the slightest concern. They contain no magic and are basically just costume accessories. The former slaves turn grim as they describe their 2 years under Castro as nothing short of torture. Whenever Castro felt like it, he would torture someone simply to entertain himself. Kai shifts into investigation mode, asking who captured them and recognizing that neither prisoner looks like an ordinary fighter. They belong to Prince Leonhardt's covert unit, the Demon Kingdom's assassin squad, filled with soldiers officially expelled for violating military law but secretly rehired because their abilities were too useful to waste. The man admits that even their own training could not save them from being crushed by this unit's ambush, then bluntly declares that Aqualia's reputation means little beside the third prince's power. The woman adds that the entire region is effectively controlled by the third prince. From there, the conversation turns into a massive history lesson about the kingdom. And trust me, there is a ridiculous amount to unpack. Still, the key point is this: Demon Kingdom is fractured into competing factions rather than acting as one nation. The first prince once commanded the strongest faction with the military behind him, but Wimberd's death caused that power to collapse. The second princess's group suffered the same fate after Stanagea died, since her support came mainly from the kingdom's highest officials. Qualia is using the confusion to strengthen her own position, while the third prince relies on merchants, minor nobles, and his elite assassins. And because this royal family apparently treats factions like starter kits, the fourth prince, fifth princess, and sixth princess each control their own side as well. Former slave explains that the deaths of 2 heavenly kings caused such chaos because those warriors were the kingdom's highest level pillars, keeping the entire military system intact. Their deaths were not merely a loss of soldiers. They created a genuine vacuum of power. Kai asks about the remaining heavenly king and discovers that the Fire King is still alive. Flame Rise has completely avoided the civil war, choosing neutrality and waiting to submit to whichever side wins, largely because he maintains a friendly relationship with the current demon lord. The woman adds that nobody truly wants a civil war at the moment, and Kai immediately understands why. They are all worried about a greater threat waiting beyond the kingdom. Kai ends the discussion and sends Xena to escort both informants toward Alliance territory. But the woman shares one final crucial detail before leaving. She warns Kai that Aqualia is infamous for sabotage and underhanded tactics, which explains why the entire Third Prince faction is viewed so negatively. Before sending them away, Kai makes it clear that he has no intention of fighting the Water Heavenly King. That was never part of his strategy. Man is understandably stunned and asks how Kai can claim that after casually assassinating a count. He then wonders aloud whether Kai is secretly one of the hero candidates. Kai avoids answering and simply reveals that he plans to travel farther into the demon kingdom. His real objective is to create chaos and dismantle the enemy from within. Following day, the group advances through the forest with Miru, Inus, guiding them toward their destination. Their destination is Forless City, which Emilia explains sits on the kingdom's entire east-west trade route. Capturing it would make the rest of the campaign dramatically simpler. Edgar warns that the city's importance makes an appearance from one of the 4 heavenly kings entirely possible. Meanwhile, in Veldora's demon kingdom, the city of Forest has become the site of a massive clash between an army and a demon horde. The allied forces arrive aggressively and seize the initial advantage. Then the situation takes an ugly turn. Forest is practically a demon fortress, meaning 8,000 demons are waiting inside with sky-high morale. One demon is already shouting for the so-called inferior bugs to be crushed. The allied army has 60,000 soldiers in total, although only 4,000 belong to the Holy Nation. Only 2,000 Federation warriors are genuinely prepared for this kind of battle. Everyone else is mostly present to fill out the numbers. Peter watches the battlefield in panic, wishing he had the ability to properly command the troops. That is when Edgar steps forward, promises to handle everything, and immediately unleashes a howl in the middle of the battlefield. Troops panic as Edgar's green hair turns red, his body expands, and claws burst out. His berserker form has officially activated. The demons can only stare in confusion, wondering what they just witnessed. That confused thought becomes their last, because Edgar wipes them out before they can even finish speaking. Edgar's ability is a roar that weakens enemies, while powering up everyone on his side. He rallies the soldiers and warns Medu in particular that fear is contagious, so she is not permitted to feel it. Medu nods with the seriousness of someone who has just been granted a royal title. The morale boost does its job perfectly, and the allies suddenly begin rolling straight over the demons. And the hero candidates finally arrive on the battlefield. Hirashi's hands are blazing with heat, yet he is annoyed that no powerful demons have appeared to challenge him. As if summoned by that complaint, a stranger in a black robe and white mask appears and forces Meadow to defend against an attack he never saw approaching. Meadow immediately realizes that this opponent is no ordinary demon, but a high-ranking one. Then Arashi senses another murderous presence behind him, turns to deliver a kick, and finds it blocked by a second masked warrior. Instead of being alarmed, the lunatic is delighted. At last, he has found someone who might actually be worth fighting. Edgar also finds himself facing a masked attacker and demands to know who he is. He also wants to know where the stranger came from. Emilia senses that something is wrong with the battle's rhythm, but before she can react, a black-robed assassin appears behind her and nearly decapitates a soldier who barely manages to ask who he is. Emilia spots the assassin and demands to know how he managed to reach her position. The guards shout for everyone to protect their commander, but the masked attacker rushes forward like a wild beast. Their eyes meet for a moment, but Emilia understands his target too late. His blade cuts across her stomach, blood spills everywhere, and the assassin calmly walks away as though nothing unusual happened. The guards completely lose control. During the chaos, Medu turns and screams Emilia's name, while Chaos curses under his breath and desperately tries to get medical aid to her amid the shouting. Someone shouts for the assassin to be stopped before he gets away. Black-robed killer tears across the battlefield without leaving anyone alive, while Shirori keeps firing off healing spells from the side to prevent the team from collapsing. With their commander down, the Holy Kingdom's morale completely collapses, forcing Heinrich to order a retreat. The soldiers flee, but the exhausted demons do not pursue them. They simply stand there confused, assume something went wrong in the enemy's rear, and regroup as night falls. Inside a demon-guarded tent, Aqualia questions one of the masked assassins about why he did not finish the commander. He replies that although she survived, her injuries are severe. Aqualia is perfectly satisfied with that result. Regardless, she acknowledges that the assassins rescued her side from a difficult situation. Masked Man then reveals what they intend to do next. The enemy commander will be unable to fight for some time. That injury will seriously cripple the Alliance's advance. He asks what their next move should be. Aqualia smiles and says that this is the perfect moment to launch their attack. At the moment, neither side has managed to gain the upper hand. They plan to destroy the alliances, supply routes under cover of darkness. Story then moves over to Eisenhart. And trust me, this place looks anything but welcoming. The city appears almost engulfed in flames, dominated by a glowing castle that looks like a final boss arena, while carriages deliver supplies and demons unload them at the entrance. In the distance, Kai, Mare, and Xena wait with packed backpacks, looking ready to speedrun an impossible robbery. Kai takes one look at the defenses and confirms that the security is exactly as strict as he expected. Xena narrows her eyes and wonders how Kai can see anything from that distance. She admits that she cannot make out a thing. Mare then asks the question everyone is thinking: what is their next move? Kai is already worried because disguises will not be enough. Just like in Neutrat, the city is protected by a barrier designed to detect intruders. Mare casually reveals that Isabelle is responsible for setting it up. Since Xena has never met Isabelle, she asks about her, and Kai explains that Isabelle created the barrier that instantly neutralized them before. Xena can only sigh and label Isabelle an incredibly troublesome opponent. Mare folds her arms and sulks, annoyed because she can usually detect traces of demonic magic. This time, however, she sensed nothing, leading her to suspect that Isabelle deliberately allowed them to escape and gave them information for her own hidden agenda. This connects back to Isabelle's earlier ominous remark that even the Demon Kingdom is split among countless factions. She also hinted that she wants something of her own, giving off unmistakable secret villain plan vibes. Mare reasons that, regardless of Isabelle's involvement, the Demon Kingdom's capital is bound to have another barrier, so she asks Kai for time to consult the spirits. Kai firmly decides that they will infiltrate the capital after sunset and tells Mare he is relying on her. Back at the castle, the guard stationed there lets out a bored yawn. Bored out of his mind, the guard walks away and accidentally gives Kai's group the perfect opening. Kai, Mare, and Xena approach the wall, but Mare suddenly orders them to stop, sending all three down onto one knee. With one hand pressed to the ground, Mare senses a faint mana signature. But Kai's assessment skill cannot analyze something intangible, leaving him visibly frustrated. Mare cannot identify the source of the miasma, but she detects a shimmering purple shield around the entire city and concludes that the barrier searches for anyone lacking miasma, since only demons possess it. Kai is impressed and suspects that every city in the kingdom uses a similar system to filter out spies. Mare suggests a possible loophole. If they can cover themselves in miasma, perhaps the barrier will mistake them for demons. Kai then produces a device stolen from Castro's mansion and remarks that taking a few items from the place was definitely worth it. It's suspected it might become useful, and that gamble is finally paying off. He also took the flute, hoping it still contained traces of miasma. Mare brightens at the sight of the flute, snatches it up like she just won rare loot, while Xena asks what a miasma device actually does. Kai explains that it works like a human magic tool, except its power comes from demonic energy. Mare then reveals that she has secretly learned how to channel her own mana into the device. While the other two were busy training, she practiced spirit summoning, makes her hand glow, and walks through the barrier without resistance. Mare turns around with a victorious grin, announces that it worked, and leads Kai and Xena through the barrier behind her. Beyond the barrier lies a crowded marketplace packed with demons, so the trio disguises themselves to avoid standing out. Kai disguises himself as a demon soldier and leads Mare and Xena around in chains as fake slaves, a role neither girl enjoys. They do their best to look casual, as demons pass them without suspecting anything. Kai observes that the city is too enormous and crowded for random exploration, while the guards will clearly increase near the center, so they should keep their distance for now. Xena silently grumbles about their embarrassing slave disguise before finally asking what really matters. She asks whether they are not supposed to infiltrate the castle and assassinate the demon lord. Kai confirms that this remains the objective, but insists they must first gather information about the capital. If their disguise is exposed, the mission ends immediately. A week later, the story returns to Isabelle's office, where she is calmly approving paperwork like nothing unusual is happening. Kai's arrival does not surprise Isabelle. She admits she never expected him to break through her barrier and points out that he has grown considerably since their last meeting. Kai immediately gives the credit to the person who earned it. He explains that Mare was responsible for overcoming the barrier. Isabelle puts down her pen and thanks Kai for eliminating Wimberg, explaining that his death freed her from constant surveillance and allowed her far greater freedom of movement. Kai understands the hidden connection at once. Wimberg's death had been part of Isabelle's plan from the beginning. Isabelle does not bother denying it. She admits that she once underestimated Kai, expecting him to be no more than a pawn if he survived Neutrat, but he has clearly surpassed that position. In her eyes, Kai is now better treated as a valuable ally. Then Isabelle correctly identifies the reason for his visit. Kai came to collect information from her. More precisely, He wants details about her planned revolution. The moment she says it, Isabel's entire mood changes. Rather than threaten Kai, she smiles and tells him that he has successfully passed her test. She rises from her chair and suggests moving somewhere secluded for the real conversation. After an aggressively suggestive panel, the story returns to Kai, who watches from the window while Isabel traces a route on the map from Eisenhart to Cairo. Kai explains that they can teleport directly from Eisenhart's capital to her city. Kai praises the strength of her demonic magic, but Isabel calmly reminds him that teleportation consumes enormous energy and cannot be used repeatedly. She then tells him to follow. They move into a secluded room and take seats across from each other. A demon named Smith stands respectfully behind Isabel, who calmly enjoys her tea as if this were an ordinary chat rather than a wartime negotiation. She places the cup aside and immediately gets to the serious question. She asks Kai how he managed to uncover details about the revolution. She says she must act immediately, so Kai explains exactly how he obtained the information. A week earlier, his group infiltrated the capital and searched the slums for information. Kai initially focused on the first 3 princes because they were openly competing for the throne. But Isabel was an unpredictable factor, so he had 3 of her soldiers followed. Eventually, one broke and revealed the location of the weapons warehouse she was filling for the revolution. Isabel simply says she understands, then summons Smith, who promises to warn the others and strengthen their security measures. Kai drops the formalities and asks Isabel directly whether she is willing to cooperate with the hero candidates. Isabel makes sure he means the hero candidates themselves, not the Holy Kingdom's entire army. Kai admits that he has no authority over a complete national military. Hero candidates are different, however. Their true objective has always been returning home, and that requires killing the demon lord first. Once that is done, whatever happens to this world afterward is not something they feel responsible for. Surprised by Kai's honesty, Isabel asks whether the demon lord's death would leave her free to pursue her own plans. Kai only shrugs and warns her that their return home is not guaranteed in the first place. They will not learn the truth until they actually complete the attempt. That is when Isabel reveals a major piece of hidden lore. Apparently, summoning heroes is part of a covenant with a god called Degrist, and killing the demon lord fulfills that contract, sending the heroes back home. Kai is stunned, since Isabel previously pretended to know almost nothing about the subject. Isabel claims she discovered the information in an ancient document and became curious after speaking with Kai. Kai questions whether the document can be trusted, but Isabel has no stronger answer than a casual shrug. She admits it is only an ancient record, while Kai silently begins linking the clues together. Information matches what Leonora told him, which makes his previous intelligence look increasingly reliable. A god brought them into this world, and completing their mission should send them back. So from Kai's perspective, whatever becomes of this world after the demon lord falls is no longer his concern. It doesn't matter whether Isabel plans to destroy the Holy Kingdom or negotiate peace with it. Isabel admits that their goals currently overlap, before revealing what she is really aiming for. Her plan is to defeat the current demon lord, claim the throne herself, and create a world where humans, beastmen, and demons live together. Kai isn't falling for this idealistic fairy tale, and he makes that perfectly clear. He asks whether she honestly believes a war can simply be ended in a single night. Isabel refuses to back down, insisting that it can work if she takes the throne without weakening the kingdom. Kai isn't satisfied and presses her for more details. He asks why she doesn't simply compete for the succession, instead of launching an entire rebellion. Isabel explains that her father, the current demon lord, is considered the most powerful one in history. Even if he gave up the throne, he would continue controlling the kingdom from the shadows. Since he despises humans, there is no chance he would approve of Isabel's peace plan. Her siblings are no better, because none of them support peace. She is the lone exception. Finally, Isabel explains how she intends to make it happen. The Revolutionary Army does not have enough strength to win by itself. Allied forces are already pressuring the Demon Kingdom, giving Isabel the perfect opening. However, if the Demon Lord is defeated only through outside intervention, she will be forced to negotiate from a weak position afterward. That is why she never sought help before, but if the hero candidates openly support her, the balance changes. Isabel bows slightly and formally accepts an alliance between the Revolutionary Army and the hero candidates. Kai and Isabel seal the deal with a handshake, becoming official allies. Kai says they are relying on her, and Isabel adds one final condition. The Demon Lord must be killed this year, because missing this opportunity would reduce their chances to 0. Far inside the Demon Forest, a supply convoy moves through the darkness under the protection of Captain Henry and the 7th Night Legion. Henry warns his soldiers not to relax just because the vanguard cleared the road. This convoy is carrying supplies from Nutret to the Holy Kingdom's front lines, and with the High Demon Elsa gone, Everyone expected the mission to be easy. And several masked men in black cloaks suddenly appear from thin air. Before the soldiers can understand what is happening, the attackers are already upon them. One soldier shouts for Captain Henry to retreat. Another confidently tells him that they will handle the attackers. Those turn out to be their final words, because a second later, both men lose their heads in a single, effortless strike. Blood sprays across the road, and their bodies collapse before anyone can even react. Cloaked Killer simply walks away from the carnage without a second thought. The remaining soldiers stand paralyzed, one of them barely managing to say that Ben and Jack are dead, while another warns everyone that these attackers are clearly high-level demons. Henry throws caution out the window and rushes them head-on. He shouts that he is a captain of the Night Legion, hoping his rank will make the Demon Lord's assassins hesitate. He warns them not to underestimate him, only to take an arrow straight through the forehead before finishing the sentence. Henry drops instantly with blood running down his face, marking the end of Captain Henry's story. The scene shifts to the castle beside the Demon Forest, captured from Elsa after the army was crushed and forced to retreat. Inside, the castle has become a makeshift hospital, with wounded soldiers receiving treatment everywhere, including their commander, Amelia. Amelia lies motionless beneath layers of bandages, barely clinging to life as a young healer uses magic on her. Radiant light literally spills from the healer's hands. Mido and Heinrich wait nearby in obvious distress, until Mido finally asks about Amelia's condition. The healer introduces herself as Hana Shirori, and explains that her divine guardian skill has brought Amelia out of danger. With consistent treatment, Amelia should be able to walk again in roughly 2 weeks. Mido is visibly relieved and calls Shirori a lifesaver, since every other healer had already lost hope for Amelia. Shirori brushes off the praise, saying she is only doing what she can, while Heinrich assures her that he trusts her treatment. Fighting through the pain, Amelia whispers that everything is her fault, but Heinrich immediately stops her and orders her to rest without worrying about the situation. Heinrich will lead in her place for now, and he reassures her that the enemy also suffered severe losses and has likely gone quiet to regroup. That reassurance finally allows Amelia to relax slightly. Mido and Heinrich exchange a glance that communicates everything they are not saying aloud. Before leaving with Mido, Heinrich tells Shirori that he is depending on her. The moment they leave the room, they find Edgar waiting outside, and Mido reacts in surprise by calling out to him. Edgar admits that he heard everything and is glad Amelia survived, though her 2-week recovery could not come at a worse time. Mido turns anxiously toward Heinrich, questioning why he hid the severity of the situation from Amelia. Heinrich answers honestly. She already has enough stress, so her only job should be healing while they deal with the supply crisis. Edgar then reveals the actual situation. Even with strict rationing, they have barely a week before supplies become critical, so they need a solution immediately. Heinrich delivers the truly grim update. Team 7 of the 7th Night Legion was annihilated together with the entire logistics unit by the same masked attackers who defeated Amelia. Captain Henry, a man respected by everyone, was killed as well. Mido immediately recognizes the connection to the black-cloaked monsters and estimates that at least 5 or 6 of them were involved. He even wonders whether they might now be more dangerous than the 4 Heavenly Kings. Edgar agrees, revealing that he personally fought one of them and knows they cannot let their guard down for even a moment. Then adds that his messenger birds have just returned. Utrit is already preparing another logistics unit, but the assassins remain hidden in the forest and could attack the replacement convoy as well. That is when Heinrich reveals their counterplan. Mido and Edgar will escort the replacement logistics unit through the forest. Officially, they are providing security, but secretly the convoy is bait. Their real mission is to track down the masked assassins and eliminate them permanently, even if they try to escape. Mido and Edgar accept the mission with deadly seriousness. In the fog-choked demon forest, Mido watches the convoy from horseback, while Edgar and several cat tribe warriors walk beside another cargo wagon. The moment the driver suggests stopping for the night because the horses are exhausted, chaos erupts. Edgar draws his sword and announces that the assassins have arrived, but before anyone can respond, one assassin's scythe cleaves through the driver's skull. Masked attackers pour out of the trees and ambush the entire convoy, sending everyone into a panic. Edgar rushes forward to keep the attackers from breaking through. One assassin launches a kick at the red-haired fighter, but he catches it on his arms, recognizes the attacker from their previous encounter, and fires back with a furious punch. He declares that this is their second round, and their clash erupts into an explosion that illuminates the entire forest. At the same time, Mido is engaged in a direct sword fight with another assassin. After trading several strikes, Mido realizes he still cannot understand how this opponent is moving. He has to finish the duel quickly if he wants to keep the others safe. Fire mage assassin hiding in a tree then sets the supply wagons ablaze. As the guards panic over their food going up in flames, Naomi douses everything with water magic and happily pumps her fist after saving the supplies. Her celebration lasts about 1 second because Cowie notices another attack but warns everyone too late. An arrow strikes Naomi in the waist, instantly spreading poison through her body and knocking her to the ground. Cory runs to help Naomi, but the attackers immediately switch their attention to him. Several arrows fly toward Cory, but Rina destroys them with a fire blast just before impact. She then turns toward the responsible assassin, flames gathering in her hand and murder in her eyes. Elsewhere, Sadie is sprawled against a tree, while Hai lies badly injured against another. He fails to notice an assassin approaching, but Hashimoto intervenes by firing a barrage of magically controlled wooden stakes. The assassin casually deflects every stake, leaving Hashimoto completely stunned. Hashimoto can only stare at him in disbelief. Narumi joins the battle in a flash of blue light, only to discover that his opponent also controls wind. That is terrible news, because the assassin can fly beyond their reach whenever he chooses. Narumi looks below and suddenly freezes in fear, just as the assassin raises his weapon over Hashimoto. With nowhere left to run, Hashimoto whispers an apologetic goodbye, covers her face, and closes her eyes for the incoming strike. Just as the scene is about to become a tragic anime death, Kenzaki shouts, "I command you to stop." 4 glowing chains burst from her palm and bind the assassin tightly before he can kill Hashimoto. Kenzaki urgently tells Hashimoto telepathically to run, but Hashimoto's exhausted body refuses to cooperate, leaving her barely able to answer. Narumi swoops in like a classic hero, catches Hashimoto in midair, and the two share an absurdly dramatic slow-motion stare as she whispers his name in disbelief. Narumi is relieved that she is alive, but his tactical instincts immediately take over. If Kenzaki had not intervened, Hashimoto would already be dead, so he has to keep fighting a little longer. Suddenly, black glowing projectiles appear all around them like cursed confetti. Narumi barely creates a wall of wind in time to tear them apart. Projectiles are coming from a ground-based assassin firing magic circles, and he is visibly stunned that Narumi nullified the attack so effortlessly. Narumi realizes that he is not their real target. The assassins are deliberately targeting Hashimoto, who recoils in fear and calls Narumi's name like she is begging for help. Zaki calms the entire team through telepathy and tells them not to panic. She explains that the attack is only meant to distract them. The moment Mito and the others understand her message, the squad's morale completely turns around. Sadie and Hai pick up their weapons and get back into the fight. Narumi begins reading the movement of the wind to predict incoming attacks, and the technique works perfectly. He avoids every strike smoothly, leaving the observing assassin visibly shaken. That moment, Narumi unknowingly awakens a wind-sensing ability, similar to the technique used by one of the 4 heavenly kings. Meanwhile, in the eerie Voidland, Wimberg watches with a faint smile and decides that Narumi is someone worth keeping an eye on. Narumi asks Kenzaki to act like a telepathic group chat, passing his battlefield instructions to the entire squad. Kenzaki thinks the request is strange, but agrees anyway. Rina has a blast chasing the archer through a wall of flames, while the assassin races between the trees, cursing because his demon stealth magic should have made him impossible to detect. He cannot understand how they keep locating him. Narumi's wind radar is effectively tracking the assassin's position and sending it to Kenzaki. She relays that he is moving south through the treetops, prompting Rina to suggest burning down the entire forest to get him. Kenzaki quickly reminds her to use restraint before she turns the battlefield into one giant bonfire. Now that the squad is connected again, their attacks begin landing in perfect coordination. For the first time, the assassins begin suffering serious injuries. Blades connect, punches land, and the entire team keeps pressing the attack. The assassins panic as they realize the squad has regained its teamwork. From the sidelines, Hashimoto points out that their attacks are powerful but leave openings. One assassin concludes that Hashimoto must be the real commander and chooses her as the first target. He sneaks behind her with a knife, but Zio intercepts the strike at the last moment. With an obnoxiously confident grin, he blocks it using his gauntlet, boasts that a cheap weapon cannot pierce his armor, and launches the assassin with one punch. The assassin is baffled, unable to understand how the team keeps predicting him despite nobody speaking aloud. Truth is, they are communicating, just entirely through telepathy. Mito cuts down another assassin with his radiant sword. Red-haired fighter remains locked in a brutal brawl, surrounded by fire and smoke. Edgar casually takes another assassin's head off. High above them, Narumi's battle continues in flashes of blue energy, until his wounded opponent begins bleeding heavily, but still refuses to admit defeat. Narumi reads the wind once more, declares that he has found the opening, and drives a full-powered wind spear straight through his opponent. The assassin is defeated on the spot. Seeing this, the remaining assassins retreat through a magic circle. One of them orders the retreat despite their casualties, pointing out that their real objective was achieved. Almost the entire supply convoy was burned. That night, the survivors gather around a tiny, miserable campfire, with morale at rock bottom. Edgar reports that 80% of their food has been destroyed, leaving barely enough to feed the rearguard on the journey back. Completely crushed, Mido asks whether they have simply lost the battle. Edgar tries to find a positive angle. They eliminated 4 of the 10 assassins, 6 remain, and 2 of those are seriously injured. He raises his cup and promises that they will finish the job next time. Kanzaki, however, is not convinced by the optimistic speech. She silently watches everyone eat their pitiful rations, knowing that one more defeat like this could destroy the entire army. Just as that fear settles in, a voice suddenly reaches Kanzaki's mind. The voice asks whether she can hear him. She immediately turns bright red and gasps, asking if the voice belongs to Shinjuku-kun. Back at the castle, Kai and Isabelle continue refining their strategy, and Isabelle repeats the deadline. The demon lord must die this year, or humanity will have no chance left. Kai does not simply accept her warning without questions. He demands to know the reason behind it. Isabelle finally reveals the hidden history. An evil god named Alvarsta is being resurrected. She doubts an outsider like Kai can understand the danger, but Kai has already researched the subject. Kai had already studied this very subject in Alpha Temple City using this world's equivalent of the Bible. According to it, the creator god Dagris brought the world into existence. All races lived peacefully until the evil god Alvarsta appeared, sought to conquer everything, and created demons as his own army, beginning an ancient war. In response, the creator god granted special hero powers to selected humans. Those heroes defeated the demon lord of that age and sealed Alvarsta away. That is the version of the history Kai had uncovered. Isabelle is honestly impressed that Kai had already done his research. That saves her from explaining everything, though she warns that the account is mostly true with a little exaggeration added. Once the evil god was sealed away, demons gradually lost much of their strength. But that is not the end of the story. In secret, the demons have begun regaining their power. Kai immediately understands what that means. Isabelle confirms that the seal is weakening. Her father is constructing a massive temple for a ritual that will destroy the seal entirely, and the project should be completed by the end of the year. Kai asks what will happen if the ritual succeeds, and Isabelle gives him the brutally honest answer. Demons would become overwhelmingly powerful, leaving humanity with virtually no chance of survival. The revelation rattles Kai. His lie detection skill finds no deception, yet his assassin instincts insist that Isabelle is still hiding part of the truth. Still, Kai lets it go because this alliance is built on mutual benefit, not blind trust. He returns to the practical matter and asks what the Revolutionary Army plans to do next. Isabelle says they intend to secretly support the Allied forces, because outside pressure is necessary to weaken the Demon Lord's army. The Revolutionary Army simply lacks the numbers to accomplish that by itself. Kai points out that their timing benefits both sides, then asks Isabelle to lend him her strength so they can target the city of Forest first. 3 days later, Isabelle teleports Kai's entire squad and her demon soldiers directly into the demon forest, reducing a journey that should have taken 6 months to almost no travel time at all. The price of that shortcut hits Isabelle immediately. Afterward, Isabelle is completely exhausted, pale, drenched in sweat, and relying on a cane to remain upright. She admits that excessive teleportation leaves her physically destroyed. Mare, acting like Isabelle's personal hype woman, keeps praising how ridiculously powerful the ability is. Kai silently calculates the tactical value. Teleportation practically erases distance from the battlefield, but it consumes an absurd amount of dark energy, which means Isabelle will be out of action for some time. Even so, Mare, Xena, and 6 elite demons from Isabelle's army give Kai 7 high-ranking demons to work with while Isabelle recovers. Xena still doubts the alliance and asks whether these demons can truly be trusted. Kai tells her that there is no need to decide that yet. For the moment, their usefulness is enough. Kai falls silent, shuts his eyes, and reaches out to Kanzaki through telepathy. She is somewhere deeper in the forest, but the moment Kai's voice reaches her mind, she gets flustered and blurts out his name in embarrassment. Kai says he was only checking whether the connection worked, and Kanzaki confirms it does, apparently through a limited subconscious link created by their shared spirit guardians as classmates. That final limitation makes something click for her, and she nervously asks whether Kai must be close by. Kai silently complains about her usual volume, then confirms that he wants to meet her too. Kanzaki immediately switches from nervous to thrilled and tells him to simply follow their mental connection until he reaches her. A few moments later, she finally sees Kai and excitedly calls out to him, only to notice the person standing beside him. It is Isabel, an actual demon. Kanzaki instantly turns ghost white and starts trembling. She can barely point at Isabel before squeaking out the word demon. Kai introduces her as Isabel, the Demon Kingdom's fifth princess, while Isabel gives the most casual hello imaginable. Kanzaki is still panicking, so she looks to Mare for reassurance, but Mare only smiles and confirms that this demon princess is completely real. Kanzaki turns sharply toward Kai, sweating as she demands to know whether he has betrayed the entire group. With his arms folded and not a hint of concern, Kai says betrayal is impossible because he never chose a faction in the first place, making Kanzaki even angrier until Mare has to warn him that he is pushing the joke too far. Kai finally stops messing around and turns serious, saying they need a meeting that night. He quietly gathers Midu, Arashi, Hashimoto, Narumi, and Nanomiya, then warns them to keep the Holy Kingdom completely unaware. That night, the six meet around a small campfire hidden in the forest, and Kai gets straight to the point. Their objective is identical: bring down the Demon Lord, so refusing additional allies would make no sense. Arashi reacts with instant hostility, questioning why they should trust such suspicious people. Kai stays beside Isabel, Mare, and Xena with his arms folded, calmly reminding Arashi that their current strength is nowhere near enough to defeat the Demon Lord. He also knows the masked assassins have already been tearing their forces apart. Arashi admits that is true, while Narumi, still eating, explains that their supply routes are constantly being burned, and the front line becomes tougher to maintain every day. Arashi remains furious, reminding everyone that their own soldiers sacrificed themselves against those assassins. 4 of the 10 are dead, while the other 6 are still missing in action. That is when Isabel casually volunteers to solve the assassin problem, explaining that guerrilla warfare is the Revolutionary Army's specialty. Narumi remains doubtful, reminding her that these targets are high-ranking demons. Isabel calmly counters that she is the 5th princess and presents the mission as a test. She will prove the alliance is worthwhile if they prove they are strong enough to stand beside her. That argument leaves the entire group speechless for a moment. Mido then asks what she expects from them in exchange. Isabel explains the deal without dressing it up. After their supplies are restored, she wants them to capture Aqualia before the 3rd prince's army arrives from the capital, because the assassins have been delaying them solely to give those reinforcements time to reach the battlefield. Arashi asks whether the prince is actually powerful, and Isabel bluntly says they are not remotely ready to defeat him yet. Instead of being intimidated, Arashi gets fired up, laughs, and declares that they should take the challenge. Hashimoto is still uncomfortable with the arrangement, so he quietly looks to Mido. After considering it, Mido agrees, relieved to finally have allies of this caliber and willing to follow Kai's judgment. Once everyone agrees, Kai closes the meeting by announcing that he will coordinate directly with the Revolutionary Army and communicate through Kanzaki before leaving. The scene then shifts to the demon squad's eerie hideout deep inside the forest. Their masks removed, the group relaxes around a campfire, while the fire demon naturally acts as their leader. He munches on his meal while grumbling about the trouble they have landed in. And trust me, this man is about as terrible as they come. His criminal record already includes arson, murder, and multiple death sentences. A heavily scarred man beside him casually reveals that his entire right arm has stopped working, sounding almost impressed that the young fighters managed to do that much damage. He is a murderer too, although in this group that barely counts as a distinguishing feature. Falco, the spear-wielding professional traitor, who apparently triggered an entire civil war for entertainment, asks who is in charge now that their former leader is dead. The fire demon does not even hesitate, taps his own chest, and declares that the answer is obviously him, because nothing can function without his fire, daring anyone to challenge that claim. Rocky, the earth magic user and another horrifying combination of serial rapist and murderer, immediately supports him. He does not need even a second to decide. Fred, the dagger user and mass murderer, joins in as well. As expected, nobody objects. Congratulations, I suppose. Every officially certified monster votes for the same outcome. A fresh plan is announced. Actually, it is basically the old plan with a new label. It will ambush the next supply convoy, cut off the heroes' food, and wait for starvation to break them. Their only serious caution is to keep an eye on Mido. After all, he is the fighter who killed their previous leader. The masks go back on, and they plan to move out within the hour. The scene shifts to Marius. The archer is stationed in a tree as lookout, trying to calm himself by insisting that nobody will discover a random camp hidden in the middle of nowhere. Unfortunately for him, his instincts disagree. He notices someone moving through the forest far too skillfully to be an ordinary villager, yet dismisses the hero squad because he considers them powerful but awkward. Shadow shifts and Marius panics, firing without aiming. Certain that he hit someone, he nervously waits for the sound of a body hitting the ground. Instead, Xena strolls out from the trees, with the arrow caught between her teeth. She does not have a single scratch, and Marius's brain practically crashes. At that precise moment, Kai appears behind Marius, dryly tells him he was too slow, and kills him with one effortless strike before he can fully turn around. Marius crashes face first into the ground, choking on blood, yet his final words are a shocked complaint that a child was the one who defeated him. Kai shakes the blood from his blade and offers the corpse one final lesson. Sniper lesson 1, never stay in the same spot after firing. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad notices Marius has stopped responding and begins preparing for trouble. Just then, a strange demon rushes out of the bushes, shouting for them to stop. Assuming he is a messenger from Aqualia, they ask what he wants. Instead, the stranger announces that he belongs to the Revolutionary Army and has come to kill the Demon Lord and create world peace. That only confuses them further, because it still does not explain how he located their hidden base so precisely. He casually reveals that the revolutionaries have allies positioned everywhere, even describes their entire supply line sabotage operation as if it were common knowledge. Then comes the real shock. Isabelle wants them to abandon this mission and join her side instead. The moment the leader hears her name, his composure completely falls apart. If the fifth princess has truly joined the allied forces, then this operation is no longer a simple supply raid. It means a full-scale coup is unfolding right in front of him, completely outside his expectations. The rest of the assassins panic as well. Taking the opposing side against the Demon Lord is basically a guaranteed death sentence. They also doubt whether a princess can actually gather enough strength to make a revolution succeed. The purple demon gives a casual shrug, almost as if to say, my mistake. Then a terrifying army of high-tier demons appears behind him, and he calmly explains that his orders are to eliminate every person there. Even more demons emerge from every side, surrounding the assassins completely. The assassins realize they are finished, and their leader orders a retreat with the information. The revolutionaries refuse to let war criminals escape, turning the confrontation into a massive battle. From his treetop vantage point, Kai silently admires how efficiently the Revolutionary Army handles the battle. Falco is being overwhelmed 2-on-1 by high-ranking demons when Isabelle suddenly appears behind him. She names him as the mastermind behind the civil war, leaving him frozen with fear as he asks whether she truly intends to carry out the coup. Isabelle tells him directly that he is the only person in the entire group worth saving. Everyone else, according to her, is worthless. She asks whether he still wants to fight for peace, and that question is all it takes. Falco immediately drops his weapon and kneels before her. He makes the choice without the slightest pause. The former leader completely loses it as he watches one of his own men change sides in the middle of battle. The final two assassins understand that their defeat is now unavoidable. As the battle settles, Kai observes that Isabelle seems to have finished her part. Now it is time for them to end the rest of it. With Shinjo and the Revolutionary Army handling the operation from the shadows, the Demon King's dark unit is wiped out entirely. Frontline finally begins receiving supplies again. The soldiers are properly fed at last, and their morale shoots through the ceiling. Back in the war room, Edgar points out how strange it is that the masked demon responsible for all their problems suddenly disappeared. Muru offers a straightforward explanation. They lost 4 members, so Muru believes they retreated. Edgar nods, admitting that the explanation is possible. Still, Edgar clearly does not accept that answer completely. Heinrich privately studies Midu and realizes the man is a terrible liar, making it obvious that Kai has done something behind the scenes. Out loud, however, Heinrich simply changes the subject to strategy. With morale so high, he asks whether they should launch an offensive. Amelia is still recovering, so there is no need to rush unless they have a compelling reason. As it turns out, they do have one. Ninomiya reveals the intelligence. Aqualia, one of the Heavenly Kings, is the demon controlling the City of Forest. Heinrich's immediate response is to wonder how they already obtained that information. The captured demons apparently gave up the information during questioning. Edgar says that makes sense. A Heavenly King defending the city would explain why it has survived, even though Aqualia barely participated in the previous battle. Ninomiya explains that Aqualia specializes in covert operations rather than direct frontline combat. He adds that the masked demons' attacks on their supply routes were probably part of Aqualia's strategy all along. And Ninomiya reveals the real reason they cannot afford to wait. He explains that the territory originally belonged to Leonhardt, who is now returning to reclaim it. Edgar reacts strongly, because Leonhardt is far more than an ordinary noble. He is a direct blood relative of the Demon King. In other words, he is the third prince. Ninomiya confirms that is exactly the case. That is precisely why delaying is no longer an option. Since the territory belonged to him from the beginning, it makes perfect sense that he would hurry back during the crisis. Midu praises the informant and calls him dependable. Ninomiya quietly laughs to himself, since Midu is such a terrible liar that he must repeatedly step in and cover for him. Edgar falls silent for a brief moment. He recalls his encounter with the first prince and admits that he sensed no possibility of winning that battle. Everyone is stunned. Even Edgar had felt helpless, despite being someone who rarely loses his nerve. They will eventually have to face these demon royals, but taking them on one by one is the only sensible approach. Heinrich nearly asks about the source of their intelligence, then decides it is probably Kai's work once again. The scene cuts to Aqualia learning that her entire elite assassination unit has been wiped out. Unable to accept the report, she makes the messenger repeat it, and he softly confirms it once more. He explains that after receiving no message for some time, he went looking for them and discovered their corpses himself. Aqualia begins unraveling, demanding to know who could have destroyed an entire elite unit. Before she can recover, another demon rushes in, shouting that the enemy is advancing. At this point, Aqualia can only respond with exhausted resignation. Naturally, they are. Enemy's supplies have been restored, while Leonhardt's forces are still 3 days away. If he learns that she lost the dark unit under her command, she will be in serious trouble. Aqualia immediately collapses into a full meltdown, covering her face and crying that everything is over, while the 2 demons beside her awkwardly wonder whether comforting a heavenly king is even permitted. Despair quickly mutates into pure fury. She screams that humans and beastkin have dared to interfere with her love for Leonhardt, then vows to slaughter every one of them. Before her attendants can even tell her to calm down, Aqualia unleashes her power. Meanwhile, as the Alliance army advances in formation, Midu notices that not a single high-ranking demon is present, and does the math. They continue advancing, only for a gigantic wall of water to appear from nowhere and crash into the entire army. Panic erupts instantly as someone screams that a tsunami has hit Deer Island, while Midu is completely submerged and can barely process what is happening. So this is the power of the Water Heavenly King. Then Midu loses consciousness. At the same time, Kai and the others are relaxing inside the castle. Kai surveys the area and calmly challenges the enemy to show him what they can do. Xena turns toward Kai and asks whether they should assist the Alliance once more. Kai tells her there is no need to interfere. Below them, the battlefield has descended into total chaos. Aqualia unleashes an enormous tidal wave that makes no distinction between ally and enemy. It hurls everyone, friend and foe alike, straight out of the castle. Anyone who survives is washed onto the shore, looking completely battered. Watching from above, Kai can only wonder what kind of terrifying magic he is witnessing. Isabel then explains exactly what makes Aqualia so dangerous. Aqualia is genuinely exceptional at controlling huge areas, although she never seemed particularly interested in the brutal side of combat. Xena cannot understand why Aqualia would attack her own allies, so Isabel suggests that she may have lost control or deliberately created chaos to destroy the humans' teamwork. Kai is not convinced by the strategic explanation. He admits the chaos is clever, but says it cannot close the gap in strength or stop the hero squad, especially now that Aqualia has no high-ranking allies left. Isabel explains exactly what happened to that backup. Aqualia's 3 strongest lieutenants have already been killed. Kai's team eliminated all 3, and they also destroyed Leonhardt's personal dark unit. So realistically, Aqualia's position is finished. At this stage, she is fighting with whatever little strength she has left. Kai acknowledges that the Heavenly Kings remain dangerous, but reminds everyone that their own side is growing stronger as well. Since they are discussing strength, Isabel asks Kai for a complete rundown of the hero candidates, and he starts listing them one by one. Arashi is the team's reckless powerhouse, bringing elite offensive strength and fearless courage that turns him into a living berserker switch. Rina's power rises and falls with her emotional state, which is a surprisingly useful ability. Nothing says reliable power system like a woman whose anger directly controls her strength. Mare sulks nearby and asks whether Rina is the girl who absolutely despises Kai, but her question receives no attention at all. Kai simply moves to the next candidate. Mare commands the battlefield from the rear using an enormous telekinetic range, though her rigid movements make her lose track of her own units. Yoshi is the versatile all-rounder, with a hopelessly romantic side. He lacks overwhelming strength, but his instincts are excellent and he contributes a lot in a support role. Inamiya supports the entire team from the rear with wide area buffs. He is intelligent, calm, and understands how everyone functions, which apparently makes him unusually competent here. Shiori handles healing from the far rear, while Hagen protects the back line and can transform parts of his body into actual steel. Kai reaches Mido's profile, and his tone suddenly becomes serious. Mido is the genuine article, a naturally gifted swordsman who trains obsessively and clearly belongs on the front line. Mare is stunned that Kai has finally complimented someone, but Kai simply nods. Yes, Mido really is that talented, although the warning about his flaws sounds like obvious foreshadowing. The evaluation covers 40 candidates in total. 14 lack combat energy entirely and are removed, leaving 26 candidates at high-rank demon level or higher. Isabelle is genuinely impressed, calling the numbers decent and admitting that their chances have improved dramatically. Then she gets embarrassed and hides it behind a tiny, fake cough. The real battle begins when Aqualia makes her move, giving Mido barely enough time to realize she is present before her water attack reaches him. Aqualia targets Mido directly, points at him with a grin, shouts Hydro Snake, and sends a massive water serpent rushing toward his face. Mido raises his shield just in time, but the collision still shakes him badly. Mido can only stare in disbelief, wondering what kind of power he is facing. Aqualia gives him no time to recover, following with Water Cutter and cutting him before he can regain his stance. The force sends him skidding across ground that collapses beneath the pressure. Mido changes tactics, activates his Sword of Evil's boosted state, drives a stake into the earth, and creates a crater while forcing the attack back. Aqualia simply declares that the battlefield belongs to her, before freezing the entire area around Mido's legs. Mido is trapped as ice climbs up his body. While he panics, Aqualia approaches laughing, shouts die, and fires a water blast from point-blank range. The blast hits him head-on, covering the area in blood. Mido staggers violently but stays standing and somehow breaks free from the ice. Aqualia laughs wildly, insisting that defeating Mido is still the key to victory, then circles around and launches another Hydro Snake. From above, Isabelle watches Mido struggle and remarks that his trump card looks dangerously close to burning out. Kai tells Isabelle not to worry, because Mido is clearly preparing a counterattack of his own. Right on cue, Dude vanishes as her attack connects, reappearing behind her while she is still chanting, sword lifted and divine anti-demon light crashing straight down onto her. He lekenenos, he oskeanos, he parshenos, he parenos, he parheanos, he akidienos, he paloenos, he parenos, he lotneanos, he seanos, he pahaleanos, he iaeanos, he kienos, he torhienos, he bextodienos, he samajhenos, he leteanos, he haenos. Qualia belongs to an elite water magic clan, and the title of Heavenly King usually passes through certain bloodlines. Unfortunately, 2 of the 4 ruling families had just lost their leaders, leaving everyone desperately searching for replacements, because that level of power is not exactly available on demand. When the previous leader died from sickness, Aqualia was pushed into the vacant position simply because nobody else could take it. Apart from being incredibly dense, Grohl did not possess anything particularly extraordinary when it came to raw power. Since brute force was never her advantage, she protected her position through espionage, manipulation, and carefully planned schemes. Even her engagement to Heaptis Enos, he Leon Hat, Enos, was nothing more than another calculated move to keep herself safe and relevant. He Enos, he Osenos, he Sinenos, he Parenos, he Lotenos, he Haenos, he Jahaenos, he Aqualianos, he Jaminenos, he Parenos, he Kunenos, he Bahaenos, he Tahienos, he Haenos. He Manenos, he Seanos, he Pahaleanos, he Vahenos, he Leonhatenos, he Seanos, he Churienos, he Huyenos, he Abazenos, he Maenos, he Mapienos, he Magdienos, he Haenos, he Tabienos, he Meroinos, he Kienos, he Bladenos, he Oscaenos, he Kamenos, he Tamamenos, he Karenos, he Dateienos, he Haenos. He Arenos, he Oscaenos, he Upneanos, he Daemonenos, he Savakenos, he Avishvasenos, he Maenos, he Sochteanos, he Dahenos, he Jateanos, he Haenos, he Kirinos, he Ladianos, he Sachenos, he Maenos, he Harenos, he Gaienos. The entire crowd erupts in celebration. Hashimoto and the others rush to celebrate Mido, while Edgar watches from afar with the most satisfied expression imaginable, as if this result was obvious from the start. At the camp, Arashi is already sulking in a corner, insisting that he could have ended that battle without breaking a sweat. The others cannot understand why Arashi stayed put this time, instead of charging into the fight like he normally does. Arashi simply shrugs and says Shinjo ordered him to stay out of it. That answer takes us straight into a flashback. Kai is saying his goodbyes to the group, confirming that he has joined the Revolutionary Army and will communicate with them through Kanzaki. Going even further back, Kai privately discusses the Heavenly King battle with Arashi beside the campfire, then reveals that Mido is supposed to handle the enemy alone. Arashi is stunned and immediately wonders whether Kai is deliberately keeping him on the bench. Kai believes Mido will never gain genuine confidence until he earns a victory by himself, especially after relying on his squad to rescue him from every difficult decision. Arashi accepts the idea for a moment, then asks the obvious question: what happens if Mido fails? Kai coldly answers that losing his confidence, or even losing his life, is simply the price Mido may have to pay. Arashi is disturbed by how casually Kai is treating the possibility of sacrificing one of his own teammates. Kai reminds him that this harsh test is essential if they want any chance against the Demon Lord later. Arashi admits the method is producing results, though he still refuses to pretend he enjoys following Kai's orders. Now we return to Mido. Mido is still processing the fact that he defeated a real Heavenly King alone, while Kai's warning echoes in his head. Hesitation means death, so this time he had to believe in himself. Mido appreciates the speech, but wonders how anyone is supposed to create confidence from absolutely nothing. Kai tells him that confidence comes from his own achievements, then sends him off to defeat the Heavenly King alone. As it turns out, that is precisely what Mido manages to do. During the battle, Mido deliberately allows his leg to freeze, gambling that Aqualia will lower her guard. Abandoning his usual caution, he relies on Arashi's assessment of her strength and lands the decisive blow. It was an insanely dangerous gamble based on little more than a guess, but it succeeded. Once news spreads that the Water Heavenly King has fallen, the battlefield erupts and demon soldiers begin surrendering everywhere. Watching from the wall, Isabelle and Kai examine the battle like commentators, with Kai noting that Mido normally fights in an overly safe and predictable way. That habit becomes a weakness against powerful enemies, which is why this gamble marked the first time Mido truly acted on instinct. Isabelle is less impressed, warning that Mido is taking excessive risks and that one reversed outcome on that final exchange could have changed everything. Kai is content to enjoy the victory for the moment, as the rest of the squad rushes over to celebrate with Mido. Elsewhere, Prince Leonhardt learns of Aqualia's death and freezes briefly, until his attendant softly confirms the report and offers his condolences. Leonhardt reacts with nothing but cold disappointment, saying that even after handing her command of the demon army's shadow forces, he never imagined she would fail so badly. His attendant is unsettled by the complete lack of emotion, but Leonhardt dismisses grief as useless and immediately asks about Isabelle, whose recent behavior has seemed suspicious. Apparently, it is time for them to make their own move. With Aqualia gone, the Alliance captures her castle, creating a clear supply route from Night Rat, across the Forest of Evil, and straight to the enemy's doorstep. In the Demon Kingdom, panic spreads quickly, because losing both a Heavenly King and an entire city at once is a devastating blow. Meanwhile, the forces at the forest are busy treating their wounded. Tono takes charge of medical duty, passing her healing light over the injured soldiers covered in bandages. When Mido checks on everyone, Mitono reports that the wounded are stable and adds the good news that Emilia has completely recovered. Mido is visibly relieved, and Emilia arrives at that exact moment to credit Mitono for her recovery. Tono instantly becomes a blushing anime heroine, frantically insisting that it was no big deal, while Emilia pats her head like a proud older sister. Emilia announces that she will return to active duty the next day, then pulls Mido along to meet Heinrich and Edgar and plan their next move. Mido is still nodding along when Kanzaki's voice suddenly appears inside his head, without any warning whatsoever. Although completely startled, he pretends that he merely lost focus for a moment. Emilia tells him to rest for the day after their non-stop fighting. Mido agrees and says he will spend the day relaxing at the barracks. Story now cuts to the real secret assassin squad. The entire group is simply waiting around for Kai to begin. Kanzaki faces Kai and confirms that she gathered everyone exactly as he requested. She then asks whether he is finally ready to reveal the plan. Kai does not respond to her question at all. Instead, he looks toward Mido and asks whether the others have been informed about their secret agreement with the Revolutionary Army. Mido nods to confirm that he did. He explains that he shared the information on the very day Kai gave it to him. Satisfied, Kai says that this will make everything much simpler. Then Kai draws a gun and makes one thing very clear. Nobody is allowed to leak this information. Anyone who breaks that rule will receive his very personal version of American freedom. He does not care whether the culprit is a classmate or anyone else. The group is visibly shaken by Kai's instant transformation into threat mode. Narumi tells him to calm down, assures him that nobody will betray them, and asks him to get to the real plan. Once the intimidation is over, Kai finally gets down to business. The next target is Prince Leonhardt. Leonhardt is stationed near his former city with reinforcements, hiding in a small town called Vernier, and likely assuming he has enough time to plan his next move. Kai wants to strike immediately, while Leonhardt is vulnerable, with a compact team of elite fighters. Before the team can commit, Kai explains why this attack has to happen now. Qualia belonged to Leonhardt's faction and controlled the demon army's covert operations, so with Forrest already eliminated, the Alliance has a perfect opening to keep the pressure on. The Revolutionary Army also has its own reason for wanting Leonhardt eliminated. He effectively operates a spy network spanning an entire nation, which means both factions happen to share the exact same objective. Arashi instantly realizes they are probably being treated as expendable tools, and Kai makes no attempt to deny it. Kai confirms that the Revolutionary Army will send Leonhardt false information through its agents, lure him into the open, and then strike together to kill him. Arashi presses him about whether fear is driving this plan, and for once Kai answers without dodging. Demon King's bloodline is far more dangerous than that of an ordinary heavenly king. So, although Kai believes their heroes can win, he refuses to leave the outcome to chance. Arashi continues complaining that their side gains nothing from this arrangement, but Kai ignores the protest and explains that a covert elite mission requires only their strongest members. He begins selecting the team member by member. Mito agrees before Kai can even finish explaining the assignment. Arashi joins as well, which surprises absolutely no one. Narumi accepts the assignment with a casual acknowledgement. When Kai calls Rina's name, she reacts with an immediate, confused wait. What? Which is funny, considering she was loudly volunteering her opinions barely half a minute ago. Azaki responds with his usual rigid confirmation that he understands. When Kai calls out Mitono's name, Mitono's brain practically crashes on the spot. She is stunned that she has finally been included in something genuinely important. 7 members will leave for the mission, while Hashimoto remains behind to support Emilia's forces. Narumi notes that this lineup contains nearly all of their strongest fighters, because the remaining students simply cannot handle a mission of this scale. Later, while Kai walks through a glowing corridor with Xena and Mare, Kanzaki rushes up and demands an explanation for being excluded from the mission. Kai gives her the blunt truth, without softening a single word, tells her that bringing her along would only hinder the team. Kanzaki is crushed, but Kai keeps making it worse by saying the squad would have to babysit her because she would be nothing but dead weight. Mare finally interrupts and tells Kai to ease up. Mare reminds him that Kanzaki was the one who carried the team during their last battle. Kai immediately starts walking back his harshest words. All right, he concedes. Kanzaki is highly effective against large groups and performs well when supporting a team. However, against someone like Leonhardt, who overwhelms opponents with pure magical force, her usefulness drops sharply. Kanzaki starts questioning everything, wondering whether her ability is actually mediocre after all. Kai responds with the brutally unhelpful reminder that at least she understands her own limits now. He then reminds her that she has been handling communications for the entire class. That, at least, is a role worth acknowledging. That is not what Kanzaki wants to hear. She does not want to remain a background support character. She wants Kai to depend on her again, mostly to pull her out of her misery. Kai finally gives her a real assignment. Using her barrier and telepathy together, Kanzaki will command the operation and direct the squad's tactics during battle. She is the only person capable of repositioning every teammate instantly and without delay. And honestly, Kai's reasoning is hard to argue with. Mito struggles to make even the simplest decision. Hashimoto is painfully rigid, and Arashi's entire battle philosophy can be summarized as hitting harder. Someone has to serve as the squad's brain. Kanzaki instantly becomes eager to prove herself, promising Kai that she will exceed every expectation he has. Kai can only wonder why she is so desperate to become his personal chess piece. Still, he shrugs and admits that the arrangement works perfectly well for him. The scene shifts to a far darker situation. Leonhardt is studying his crystal ball when a demon commander approaches and questions why they have remained in place for 3 days. The commander then explains that their fortress has already been lost. They need to evacuate immediately. The castle has no chance of surviving a siege by 60,000 soldiers. Without lifting his eyes from the crystal ball, Leonhardt calmly says that he is already aware. The commander is completely baffled by that response. Leonhardt explains that the Demon King's spies were marked by a tracking spell, allowing him to reconstruct their deaths from the residual magic on their bodies, though the commander clearly understands none of it. Seeing the commander's confusion, Leonhardt simplifies the explanation. He says he had to approach the place of their deaths to collect information. Leonhardt flashes his trademark disturbing grin before revealing the real truth. Isabel has betrayed us. Then, with the same casual tone, he admits that he only wanted to verify his suspicion. He concludes that they may as well surrender the forest to the enemy. Back on the hero's side, Isabel gives Kai a bottle, leaving him to wonder what exactly he is holding. She explains that Leonhardt uses an extremely rare poison-based magic, and this antidote is designed to counter it. Kai remains suspicious and scans the bottle himself anyway. She adds that the antidote was created for emergency poisoning cases and remains effective for only 10 minutes, meaning the attack must be completed quickly. Actual strategy is then revealed. Agents inside Leonhardt's unit will send him false intelligence, lure him into a spatial trap, and ambush him at the transfer point. Leonhardt is practically a walking biological hazard, since a single scratch can shut down the entire body instantly. Because nobody plans to fight him up close, only a few antidote doses are necessary. Meanwhile, Mito and Edgar are locked in a surprisingly intense sparring session. Edgar controls the opening exchange and nearly lands a strike, but Mito teleports behind him. Having seen that trick countless times, Edgar instantly avoids it. Mito refuses to let the opening go, transforming his sword into a whip during the dodge and striking Edgar regardless. After exchanging several more blows, Edgar points out that the sword becomes less durable in whip form, and Mido immediately memorizes the advice and experiments with its extended reach. In the castle wall, Heinrich observes the entire match and is quietly impressed by how dramatically both fighters have improved. Suddenly, Kanzaki races over, leaving Heinrich to ask what could possibly have happened. Without even stopping to breathe, she announces that she wants to study battlefield command, leaving Heinrich utterly confused. Heinrich asks why she suddenly wants tactical training, and Kanzaki nervously rambles about receiving advice on using her divine barrier more effectively. Heinrich realizes that if Kanzaki truly mastered command, the squad's coordination could improve by an entire order of magnitude. Heinrich then asks who put the idea in her head. Kanzaki stops herself when she remembers her confidentiality agreement regarding Kai and the Revolutionary Army, then panics and claims Mido was the one who advised her. Heinrich is not fooled for even a second. Heinrich immediately figures out that Kai was responsible, but chooses not to expose her and instead encourages her by saying he is glad she wants to improve. Kanzaki is thrilled by his support, thanks him repeatedly, and Heinrich agrees to begin her training immediately. Back at Kai's room, he continues examining Isabel's antidote and mutters that this world's poisons behave nothing like the ones he knew back home. Shiori apologizes that her healing protection can remove status effects only after they take hold, making it nearly useless for preparing against Leonhardt beforehand. Kai tells her not to worry about that limitation. Her ability is still extremely valuable for recovering during the battle itself. Mare then mentions that Sheena left some time ago and has yet to return. Growing concerned, Kai considers it briefly and agrees that something is definitely wrong. On the villain's side, Leonhardt is quietly radiating menace when Isabel arrives, and he greets her with a mocking question about whether his presence surprises her. Isabel demands to know why he came, and Leonhardt sarcastically replies that he followed her, obviously. He asks whether she honestly thought he would let his subordinate walk alone into such an obviously suspicious meeting place. Isabel realizes with dread that their precautions were nowhere near sufficient. Leonhardt then explains how one of his most trusted subordinates suddenly began feeding him lies. To expose the truth, he forced the man to ingest a poison that causes unbearable pain without killing him, which eventually led him to Isabel. Isabel is trapped. Fleeing would give Leonhardt a chance to expose the Revolutionary Army to the entire kingdom, leaving her with only one option: kill him immediately. Without hesitating, Isabel draws her staff and unleashes Dimension Slash, a technique capable of slicing through space itself. Yet Leonhardt brushes it aside as though the attack were merely an annoying obstacle. Isabel is horrified because nobody has ever survived that technique, yet this lunatic is standing in front of her without a scratch. Naturally, Leonhardt cannot resist showing off. He reveals that he prepared specifically for this battle and evolved his poison magic until it could dissolve space itself. In other words, slicing through space is not very useful when Leonhardt's venom is already destroying that space before the cut can matter. Leonhardt then admits that Isabel's spatial magic genuinely frightens him. That fear is why he has monitored her since childhood, and why he always hoped his countermeasures would never be needed. He calls the situation unfortunate, despite everything. Isabel ignores his speech and attacks him again before he can finish. She fires a barrage containing every element, but the entire attack crumbles into nothing before touching him. Leonhardt immediately counters with venom spike. Isabel creates an ice barrier, but the attack rapidly fractures it, forcing her to teleport away just before the wall breaks apart. Leonhardt remains calm, noting that a spatial rift contaminated by poison cannot be tracked. He admits he misjudged Isabel, but still assumes she will not continue the attack. He knows she cannot risk exposing the Revolutionary Army, yet casually predicts that she will return eventually to finish the job. All the while, Sheena has been sitting in a tree nearby, silently watching the entire confrontation unfold. The story cuts to Isabel teleporting into a village, looking like she has just survived a disaster. Her butler checks on her, but Isabel is mostly relieved that the immediate danger is over, even though she cannot stop thinking about her plan falling apart. Pulls her to her feet and immediately delivers some terrible news. The Revolutionary Army has been exposed. Isabel barely reacts, admitting that it is bad news, but pointing out that the army has been taking reckless risks lately, so this outcome was only a matter of time. Still, she believes they have a little time because Leon Hurt would never trust someone else with information this valuable. He probably has not told anyone yet, so they must eliminate him before he can say a word. Over at Kai's place, he is casually standing by the window when Xena suddenly smashes straight through it. Kai does not even flinch and simply asks what happened. Xena says she followed his instructions, kept an eye on Isabel, witnessed the entire incident, and then gives him the full report. Mira immediately asks whether this means the Revolutionary Army has been completely exposed. Kai tells everyone not to panic, explaining that discovery was inevitable regardless of their precautions. That was precisely why he had Xena monitoring Isabel from the beginning. Kai then asks whether Xena caught Lionheart's scent, and she immediately covers her nose, as if remembering the smell alone is painful. Kai calls Kenzaki right away, and she leaps out of bed as though he has somehow materialized from one of her shameless fantasies. He orders her to assemble a squad within 30 minutes, because Leonhardt needs to be taken out immediately. A little later, Isabel has gathered her entire team. She checks with her butler, who confirms that everyone on their side has arrived, before asking when the hero candidates will appear. Isabel explains that the cat-eared girl in the tree is tracking their position for Kai. And since the enemy already knows this location, they are bound to arrive sooner or later. She then asks Falco what he expects Leon Hurt to do next. Falco points out that Leon is normally extremely careful, so confronting Isabel so openly proves he considers her a major threat. That likely means this hideout is already compromised as well. The moment Falco finishes speaking, Leon Hurt appears out of nowhere, brands him a traitor, and tells Isabel that he had been waiting for her return until her delay finally bored him. The disturbingly wild grin, he asks whether Isabel had been waiting for someone important. Isabel skips the conversation and immediately commands her squad to strike. Squad gulps down their antidote potions and takes up their combat positions. Leon Hurt appears honestly surprised, spreads his arms, and mockingly asks Isabel if she had planned to fight him all along. Isabel quickly calculates that the antidote should grant them roughly 10 minutes of complete protection against even Leon's deadliest poison. The only issue is that the hero candidates are still nowhere to be seen. Then, without warning, the entire situation takes a disastrous turn. Everyone who swallowed the antidote suddenly collapses, completely immobilized. Leon Hurt glances at Isabel with an amused expression and remarks that the antidote apparently does not affect her. He is not surprised by that result. After all, Isabel and Alice are extraordinary, even by the standards of the Demon King's bloodline. Isabel struggles to understand how her entire squad fell despite taking the antidote, while Leon visibly savors every second of her confusion. He bluntly asks whether she honestly believed he would hand everyone a perfect cure for his own poison without a catch. Leon then reveals the real trick behind the attack. The effect came from a mid-level paralysis spell rather than poison, and he casually adds that nobody is dead because killing them was never his objective. Isabel raises her staff and calls nonsense, arguing that after attacking them, Leon cannot seriously expect her to believe he meant no harm. Leon pretends to be harmless, insisting that he only wanted to restrain her long enough to offer Isabel and the Revolutionary Army an alliance. He admits that his current position is becoming unstable. His elite squad has been destroyed, Isabel's fiancé, one of the 4 heavenly kings, is dead, and his castle is gone. If Leon still wants the Demon King's throne, he cannot keep sacrificing his forces. Isabel refuses to accept his excuse and reminds him that he should be focusing on the allied forces already invading his land. Leon acts surprised that Isabel knows about the invasion and admits the allied forces are irritating, but he does not consider them a genuine threat. Against the true power of the Demon King's bloodline, he claims the kingdom would be helpless if the demons fought without restraint. Isabel fires back that he is badly underestimating the hero candidates, but Leon only smirks and suggests she sounds as if she knows a secret he does not. Inside, Isabel starts to panic, realizing that if the antidote is worthless, their entire group is finished. At that exact moment, her squad calmly walks toward Leon as though they were never paralyzed at all. Isabel orders everyone to keep their distance because the area is saturated with paralysis poison, but Shiori and Ninomiya cast a purification spell called Sacred Veil. It wipes out the poison and strengthens the entire squad at the same time. The two exchange a confident glance and explain that their combined magic can remove mid-level poison easily. With the antidote added in, even powerful poison should be harmless, giving them the confidence to challenge Leonhardt directly. Watching Sacred Veil erase the paralysis poison makes Isabel wonder whether the same technique can save her own fallen subordinates. If it works, the battle immediately swings toward her side, which is exactly the advantage she has been waiting for. The numbers already favor them somewhat, since Leon is facing the entire group alone. The problem is that Leon turns out to be far more powerful than Isabel had expected. As if on cue, Leon gives that unsettling grin again and asks whether they truly thought he had already shown them his full strength. He summons a vicious purple sphere, which bursts outward into a storm of poisonous spikes. Muru reacts instantly, transforming his sword into a shield before raising a wall to stop the attack. The barrier withstands several impacts before finally collapsing. The remaining spikes break apart against the defense, but Leon immediately follows with a focused beam of venom aimed straight at the squad. The attack is about to hit Meadow when Hanya throws himself in front of her, activates Iron Body, and completely destroys the spike. Realizing how badly they are being overwhelmed, Meadow hands command to Kanzaki and tells her to direct the battle. Kanzaki assumes control at once, sending Arashi and Narumi to attack Leon from the air. True to his personality, Arashi first complains that Kanzaki cannot order him around, then charges forward anyway and unleashes his explosion skill at maximum power. Leon casually absorbs the attack with a laugh, admitting that it was decent and even caused him a small amount of pain. Arashi is enraged because he realizes Leon is merely playing with them. Supposedly powerful strike has barely affected Leon and has not even left a mark. Leon walks out of the smoke and declares that the attack was not bad, but warns them not to compare him with ordinary high-ranking demons because Demon King blood flows through his veins. He is simply on an entirely different level. Leon's speech reminds Isabel that the Demon King's children possess the evil god's blessing as well as the Valdra bloodline. Both massively enhance their abilities and toughness, explaining why Leon is still standing untouched. Meanwhile, Shiori concentrates on keeping everyone healed. Kanzaki urges everyone to remain calm, reminding them that Arashi's attack did cause a little damage, meaning they only need to maintain the pressure. The entire team attacks simultaneously, but Leon withstands the barrage and raises a barrier just in time. He admits the previous strike hurt enough that he will not take another one without protection. Kanzaki refuses to retreat, pushing everyone to attack even harder while adjusting their formation and tactics. Deep down, she repeats that they cannot break here. Story jumps back 2 hours, where the entire group is gathered, and Arashi is busy blaming everyone for being surprised by Leon hurt. Kai tells him to let it go, explaining that assigning blame is useless. The important thing is that Leon hurt is currently isolated. That makes this their perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Kai also notes that helping Isabel now could earn him a great deal of favor with her. Ninomiya catches the implication and asks whether Kai intentionally turned the revolutionary army into bait. Kai denies that it was the original plan, though he admits he had considered that possibility. Narumi interrupts, admitting that the strategy sounds good in theory, but she wants to know how they are supposed to execute it against an opponent this powerful. Kai nods and agrees that it is a fair question before laying out the details of his plan. A few seconds later, the entire group is staring at Kai, as if to ask whether that incredibly short explanation was really the whole plan. Rina is equally unimpressed and openly complains that the strategy is far too simple. Kai only shrugs, explaining that complicated plans usually collapse because of tiny unexpected problems. Kai then distributes the roles. Maido will lead the ground operation and adapt when necessary, while Xena will guide everyone to the target. Kai tells Kanzaki to return to the dorms because the battlefield does not need her, but she stops him and nervously asks for permission to lead the team instead. Kai is briefly caught off guard, but agrees to give her a chance, warning her to request backup only in a true emergency. Truth is, Kai deliberately removes Maido from the leadership role. His goal is to improve Kanzaki's leadership ability, so she can properly control the team's shared blessing combination. Maido does not show even the slightest objection, accepts the decision without complaint, while Arashi makes it clear that leadership does not matter to him as long as the commands are sensible. Kai reminds Kanzaki that her real responsibility is making the team obey her commands. She nods confidently on the surface, while internally she is falling apart. The scene changes again, with Kai distributing antidote vials taken from the Revolutionary Army. His appraisal reveals that the antidote is incomplete. It neutralizes deadly poison, but cannot remove every effect, which is why he has healers ready. Shiori wonders how they can manage that during combat, since cleansing poison with healing magic already requires time to cast. Kai brushes off the concern and tells Shiori and Ninomiya to combine their abilities, strengthening the antidote's effect. Two stare at him, realizing they cannot believe that solution never occurred to them. In that moment, Kai's appraisal ability effectively reaches an entirely new level. Watching this, Maido realizes that Shinjo has gained a far sharper understanding of everyone's untapped potential. Kai tells the team to fight without restraint and activate Sacred Veil whenever the situation demands it. Back in the present, Rin watches the battle and realizes Kai had predicted this precise scenario. The enhanced antidote lasts only 10 minutes, and Shiori and Ninomiya cannot sustain Sacred Veil indefinitely. Their strategy was therefore to finish the fight quickly and efficiently. Unfortunately, Maido and the others are already throwing everything they have at Leon. As Maido and Kanzaki battle Leonhardt, Maido believes he has figured out the man's entire fighting style. Leon relies almost completely on defense. He switches between an inexpensive standard barrier and a far more dangerous toxic corrosion barrier. His offensive option is a barrage of poison needles, and each one hits with terrifying force, leaving the entire squad struggling. Their mana has already fallen to 70% and continues to drain. If this continues, they will completely run dry in 15 minutes. The communication system quickly descends into total chaos. Everyone starts yelling at the same time, drowning out everyone else. Overwhelmed by the noise, Kanzaki improvises a mana-powered communication channel that works like a group chat. Everyone is impressed for a moment, until the team starts comparing it to a Discord voice call and making jokes, right before one irritated teammate orders them all to be quiet because the channel is still too loud. Kanzaki agrees and restricts the channel to important battle information alone. Communication finally under control, the battle resumes in full force. Arashi rushes Leonhardt, who counters with a poison needle, but Mido quickly intercepts it with his shield. A moment later, Arashi slams a massive fireball into Leonhardt's face, leaving him stunned that the group is finally moving in perfect coordination. Arashi lands with one arm completely blackened and screams from the intense pain. Ninamiya examines the injury and instantly understands the cause. The poison entering through direct contact is simply overwhelming the antidote's protection. Shiori apologizes and explains that she can strengthen the spell, although doing so will make its duration much shorter. Arashi endures the pain through clenched teeth, while Mido warns that Leonhardt may be constantly replenishing his poison, and reminds everyone that their time is running out. On Leonhardt's side, he has nearly recovered completely and begins analyzing them in return. He notices that the heroes are barely speaking, yet their movements remain perfectly coordinated. Still, he dismisses the coordination because the antidote will expire soon, after which he expects the entire battle to fall under his control. Leonhardt is now secretly panicking, calculating how long remains before the antidote and sacred veil expire. Once that timer reaches 0, the poison will decide the battle, regardless of how favorable things currently appear. For the moment, the situation looks promising because Kanzaki is keeping the squad organized. The advantage could disappear in an instant. Mido explains the real problem to her. They are not merely fighting against the poison's countdown. Leonhardt's raw power is another massive obstacle. Their ordinary attacks cannot even scratch him. Meanwhile, every attack powerful enough to damage him is stopped by his barriers. Kanzaki begins to lose confidence and asks what they are supposed to do now. Just as Mido prepares to rejoin the fight, one sentence echoes through his mind. Kai believes in him. Kai had said those words earlier, and they give Mido exactly the push he needs. Story flashes back several days, when Kai first approaches Isabel and asks the group to join forces with her and the Revolutionary Army. Honestly, it is a pretty convincing proposal. Everyone shares the same ultimate objective, bringing down the Demon King. For Mido, however, accepting is difficult because joining the revolutionaries means abandoning the Beastmen group, Xena, Alto, and Edgar, who have genuinely become important to him. Even so, the opportunity is far too valuable to ignore. Not because Mido wants it for himself, but because it benefits the entire team. Additional firepower improves their chances against the Demon King, and in turn, increases the possibility that everyone can return home safely. The rest of the group agrees, and as a true team player, Mido accepts as well, even though returning home has no personal meaning for him. Earth holds absolutely nothing for him anymore. Flashback moves to his brother's birthday dinner, where the boy is enjoying the celebration until Mido arrives with a present and is coldly told to return to his room. It turns out Mido was born from his late mother's affair. That family, he is essentially an unwanted reminder with no place in their home. Given that history, it is completely understandable that Mido has no desire to return. That raises the question, if home means nothing to him, why is he still fighting? The answer is simple. He is fighting for his classmates. If returning home matters that much to everyone else, Mido is determined to make it possible for them. By now, he has stopped caring about earning approval from people who never accepted him to begin with. The only people who matter are his classmates, the ones who genuinely rely on him. Their need for him is what gives Mido a sense of worth, and he refuses to lose that feeling now that the battle has returned to the present. Fueled by his friends, Mido experiences a massive surge of strength, a classic power-up driven by sheer determination. Leonhardt notices the sudden change immediately. He watches Mido's stats skyrocket as the boy charges directly toward him. Leonhardt fires a poison needle from point-blank range, but Mido does not slow down. He cuts through the attack and keeps closing in. As Mido's power continues rising, Leonhardt retreats and shifts entirely into defense, planning to survive until the poison protection fades. Leon still considers the battle easy because, in his view, only Mido and Arashi possess attacks capable of hurting him. Everyone else is nothing more than irrelevant interference. That assumption gives Narumi the perfect opening. Ninamiya boosts Narumi, who summons a wind lance and hurls it at the distracted Leonhardt. The attack catches him by surprise, pierces his barrier, and sends him flying backward. Leonhardt barely survives the wind lance, only for Arashi to drop an apartment-sized fireball on him. This time, his repeatedly damaged barrier finally shatters. Leonhardt stares at his hand in disbelief, as if he cannot understand how the attack managed to break through. Turns out Arashi has been building up a powerful poison throughout the battle, and by now the antidote's timer is almost empty. Meg steps forward to end the fight, pouring holy light into his blade before releasing a slash designed to purge the poison completely. The strike is far from perfect, but Kai keeps forcing the blade deeper until Leonhardt is finished on the spot. Unfortunately, that is exactly when the antidote and veil buff expire, sending Meg crashing face-first into the dirt. Seeing Meg collapse, Leonhardt assumes the battle is his and starts bragging about how narrowly he escaped. The moment his confidence peaks, half-transformed Xena dives in from behind and tears open his face with one slash. Leonhardt is utterly caught off guard and demands to know whether she had been hiding nearby, watching the entire fight. Before he can recover from the surprise, Kai appears behind him and plunges a sword straight through his heart. With Leonhardt finally on death's doorstep, it is time to learn a little more about this absolute menace. As we already know, Leonhardt is the Demon Kingdom's third prince, but his followers were mostly merchants and insignificant nobles whom nobody took seriously. Almost everyone despised him, and without his absurdly overpowered poison ability, his own allies would have taken him out long ago. That power was the only thing keeping the military away, but Leonhardt had no real army behind him, which is why his territory began falling the instant the Allied forces arrived. Leonhardt threw every underhanded tactic he had at them, yet nothing managed to save him. First came the loss of his castle, then his fortune, and finally his fiancée. In what felt like a single night, Leonhardt's entire little empire collapsed around him. His former supporters immediately ran off to flatter another prince, while ordinary people abandoned his territory for safer and better prospects. Strangely enough, Leonhardt himself did not care in the slightest, and the reason is pretty simple. He had never placed his trust in anyone from the very beginning. To him, every person nearby was nothing more than a disposable pawn. The only thing Leonhardt ever truly believed in was his own power. As long as he stayed alive, he could not care less how many followers were sacrificed beneath him. That warped confidence is exactly why he believed he could defeat an entire human beastman army alone. His main character syndrome was so severe that he genuinely considered himself untouchable. And that delusion is precisely why he is now standing alone and getting completely destroyed. At least, that is what everyone assumes. Returning to the battle, Kai's sword is still buried directly in Leonhardt's heart. Naturally, everyone believes the fight has finally ended. Then the bastard roars that nobody should underestimate him, and suddenly turns the entire situation upside down. Leonhardt pulls out a poison-coated sword and begins hacking away like a madman. Xena is forced to dodge every strike just to stay alive. Even while battered and trapped, Leonhardt keeps shouting about his overwhelming strength and mocking them for believing they can defeat him. Meanwhile, Kai calmly helps Midou back to his feet, as if there is not a deadly battle happening right beside him. Midou can only stare in disbelief and wonder how Leonhardt is still breathing after all that damage. To be fair, the entire squad is asking themselves that exact question. Arashi also starts yelling at Kai, demanding to know why Leonhardt is still alive. Kai responds in the most Kai way possible, by pretending Arashi does not exist. Leonhardt prepares to charge in with yet another attack, but without warning, his vision starts fading, and he has no idea what is happening. He wonders how this is possible when he had already managed to stop the bleeding. Leonhardt turns on Kai for an explanation, only for Kai to casually reveal that it is poison, and that an evil god is the sole reason Leonhardt remains conscious through a divine blessing. A second later, Leonhardt loses consciousness and smashes face-first into the ground. Kai explains that Leonhardt may resist poison from this world, but that immunity means nothing against a toxin imported from an entirely different one. Points toward his dagger and reveals that its coating is made from a substance Leonhardt has never even encountered. Leonhardt still refuses to accept it, so Kai pulls out his gun and settles the argument with several bullets. With that, Leonhardt is finally and permanently finished. Now that the main threat is truly dead, the entire group can finally relax. Narumi tries to celebrate, but the paralysis poison leaves him barely able to move, forcing Shiori to spend the last of her mana cleansing everyone. Nearby, Xena praises Kai for his performance, and although he returns the compliment, she clearly is not convinced. She directly asks whether she had made any real difference during the battle. Kai immediately explains the precise reason her role was essential. Someone as powerful as Leonhardt required a distraction, something that would make him believe their strongest attack had already been used and briefly lower his guard. That tiny moment of relaxation was the opening Kai had been waiting for. After the poison fades, Kai thanks Ninomiya as well, who laughs and admits he panicked at first and ordered Kai to draw scared Vale away from Midu's team so he and Xena could become the main targets. Kai explains that his entire idea was to make Leonhardt drop his defenses as completely as possible. Renee angrily cuts in, pointing out that Kai can discuss risks casually because she, Muru, and the others were the ones facing actual danger. Kai responds with a completely straight face, asking whether that is really true. That calm little response only manages to push Renee's anger even further. Xena then draws everyone's attention to Kenzaki, who is sitting on the ground and crying uncontrollably. Confused, Kai asks what happened, and Kenzaki confesses that she feels utterly worthless. In the command post, she believes she accomplished nothing and failed in the role of the person meant to lead everyone. Kai simply laughs away her worries and tells her not to take it so hard. This was her first genuine battle, and experience will naturally make her stronger. That is when Mare finally arrives, proudly claiming she was never needed, prompting Kenzaki to ask where she had been all this time. Mare explains that she had been preparing a massive purification spell to cleanse the poison and was nearly finished, but the battle ended before she could cast it. Sabelle then confirms through her spirits that Leonhardt is truly dead, adding that she had nearly spent her remaining mana on a spatial teleport spell in case they needed an emergency escape. Kai admits that is reassuring and calls Isabelle's spell their second safety net if his strategy had gone wrong. Isabelle thanks Kai, crediting his careful planning for everyone's survival, and promises to grant any favor he might ask of her. With the battle behind them, Kai asks Isabelle what she intends to do now. She says she is going directly to Vernier Castle to eliminate Leonhardt's aides before they can expose information about her and the Revolutionary Army. Kai doubts she can reach the castle quickly enough, but Isabelle only shrugs and admits that maybe she can. Her hope is that Leonhardt held back because he was still trying to recruit her faction and therefore had not taken extreme measures. Kai is not convinced for even a second and bluntly labels her reasoning as wishful delusion. Surprisingly, Isabelle agrees and admits that her group has been acting dangerously careless lately. She would not be surprised if their secret had leaked, but she is still going to Vernier no matter what. Kai offers his assistance, but Isabelle refuses, explaining that Leonhardt's death leaves no powerful demon in charge and her faction can handle the cleanup by itself. Besides, Vernier Castle is probably already descending into complete chaos. Falco arrives and asks Isabelle to give him complete control over eliminating the third prince's remaining forces, promising to finish the job quickly using his former experience as a demon Lord Covert agent. Isabelle briefly considers refusing to let Falco operate alone, but Kai encourages her to trust him, and she eventually grants permission. Watching them, Kai quietly observes that despite her incredible power, Isabelle is still only 15 and will be forced to make cruel decisions as the Revolutionary Army's leader, ready or not. Isabelle is unsettled by how accurately Kai understood her situation and asks how he figured it out, but he dismisses it as nothing more than a guess. He does add that Falco is likely trying to redeem himself after contributing nothing against Leonhardt. Isabelle admits that seeing Kai analyze people so effortlessly is more than a little disturbing. That night, the story shifts back to the camp. Group is gathered around the campfire when Kai returns with his team. Muru immediately gets to his feet and asks whether Kai spoke with the Revolutionary Army. Kai sits beside him and confirms that he did. When Muru asks whether he will report the meeting to the Allied forces, Kai refuses to do so until they know more. Nemia warns that this will not remain hidden forever, because Edgar or Heinrich will eventually notice something is wrong. Kai says that if either man becomes suspicious, they should simply claim that Kai was responsible for taking them there. However, under no circumstances can anyone reveal that they have been communicating with demons, since that secret alone would destroy the hero squad's reputation. Kai then reveals the actual strategy. Circulate word across the demon kingdom that the third prince has disappeared, quietly pass the same information to Allied intelligence, and seize Leonhardt's territory within 1 to 3 months based on the demon lord's response. Inamiya agrees to continue gathering information independently, and the two plan to return to camp before dawn so their absence goes unnoticed. As they leave, Arashi finally asks what everyone has been desperate to know. Where did Kai get the otherworldly poison that defeated Leonhardt? The entire group falls completely silent the instant the question leaves his mouth. They had all been wondering the same thing, but none of them wanted to be the first person to ask. Kai responds as casually as if the answer were completely obvious. He says it was simple. He always kept lethal poison inside a fake tooth, assuming that someone from another world would have no resistance to it. Naturally, the entire group completely loses it. Marashi immediately demands to know why anyone would carry suicide poison inside a tooth to begin with. Kanzaki suddenly interrupts with an overly confident, "That one is easy." She blurts out that Kai is an assassin, then instantly regrets it when she realizes she has exposed something that was meant to remain secret. Kai tells her not to worry, pointing out that mentioning the poison had practically confirmed his identity anyway. Kai then decides to reveal the truth about his family as well. The Aragi family survives by carrying out assassinations, and Kai was trained from childhood to make a profession out of killing. Oddly enough, nobody reacts with genuine surprise. They simply accept the revelation, because honestly, that explanation feels perfectly in character for Kai. Renee condemns him as nothing more than a criminal, while Mito defends Kai by reminding her that all of them have killed before. Renee fires back that demons do not count as people, admitting that killing them no longer affects her emotionally. Muro continues defending Kai, but Kai stops him and tells Renee that believing demons are not people is simply an easier way to preserve her sanity. Renee rejects that idea and insists it is nothing but the truth. Shiori then directly asks Kai whether he truly wants to return to his original world. Kai does not understand the question, so Shiori explains that returning to an entire bloodline of assassins would only mean being forced to commit horrible acts again. This time, Kai gives her a completely direct answer. He explains bluntly that the Aragi family is a clan of assassins concealed within the shadows of ordinary society. In Kai's eyes, every member of that family is rotten, and that is precisely why he must return to wipe out every last one of them. By the next morning, everyone has gone off to handle their own tasks. Falco travels to Vernier Castle to eliminate the remnants of Leonhardt's faction. Isabelle teleports home, while Midu's team returns to the forest territory before dawn, acting as though the battle never happened. Following Kai's instructions, Ninamiya informs the Allied forces that Leonhardt has disappeared and urges them to advance immediately. The Human Beastmen Alliance seizes the opening, overruns Leonhardt's territory, and suddenly finds the Demon King's capital within striking distance. News reaches the Holy Empire's capital, where everyone celebrates, convinced the war is almost over. Demons, however, are experiencing the exact opposite mood. Panic spreads as the demons finally realize they are losing, and for the first time, they fear the humans and beastfolk they once considered worthless. The Demon King learns of Leonhardt's disappearance. He enters full final boss mode, fumes by the window, and orders his servant to summon all his children at once. When Isabelle receives the summons, panic hits her as she wonders whether the Demon King has discovered her betrayal. Falco reassures her that this is unlikely and suggests they probably need her teleportation ability for an assignment. They run through every possible disaster, including the chance that he knows about her connection to the Revolutionary Army, but eventually agree she must attend because fleeing would look far more suspicious. Isabelle travels to the capital, secretly promising herself that she will teleport away the moment things turn dangerous. 3 days later, the royal family gathers for what should be a reunion, except every member seems to despise the others. Prince Volker begins with a formal greeting, but second Princess Scarlet cuts him off and says they should finish quickly because being around them makes her ill. Fourth Prince Lothar mocks her attitude, only for Scarlet to fire back by calling him worthless trash. Meanwhile, Isabelle sits silently, realizing this is the first time the entire family has shared a room since the Evil God Festival, and sensing the overwhelming magical power coming from every one of them. Someone suggests beginning the meeting, but the Demon King stops them and says one final person has yet to arrive. The siblings assume he is referring to Leonhardt and begin speculating that he is probably dead, while Scarlet declares that even if he survived, she would kill him herself for losing territory to humans. Lothar then asks Sylvester whether Alice is the person they are waiting for, adding that it hardly matters because she will be sacrificed to the evil god at the next festival. Sylvester simply points toward the entrance and says that the person arriving is not Alice. At that moment, Flamerise enters, the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings, boasting about how effortlessly he can destroy entire armies. Scarlet is unimpressed and sarcastically remarks that she expected someone important, only to find this idiot instead. Isabelle, however, is silently panicking because she can sense that Flamerise stands on the same terrifying level as the royal family. Flamerise takes his seat without a care and directly asks Sylvester why he suddenly summoned everyone for such a critical meeting. Sylvester declares that the lesser races have been allowed to cause chaos for long enough, and they will now finish the war with a single move. Everyone is stunned and asks for the details, so Sylvester reveals the plan: launch a surprise strike on the human capital and assassinate its leader. Lothar notes that most Allied troops are occupied at the front, leaving the capital poorly defended, but secretly reaching it is the real challenge because moving a large force would instantly alert the humans. Sylvester then points to Isabelle and reveals that his daughter can wield spatial magic. Isabelle immediately tries to reject the assignment, arguing that the human capital is far too distant to teleport an entire army there. Sylvester tells her not to worry, they will send only a small elite squad to assassinate the Pope, and he has already prepared something to increase her magical reserves. He concludes by stressing that a successful mission could completely swing the war in their favor, making failure unacceptable. Isabel then reveals the shocking truth. Her father plans to teleport an elite squad into the Holy Kingdom's capital and eliminate the Pope. Kai is honestly impressed and admits that if the plan succeeds, the entire front line will descend into chaos. Still, he asks the obvious question: can spatial magic really cover such an enormous distance? Isabel explains that the plan depends on magic crystals, rare stones capable of storing immense power, and the Demon King has been charging one every day specifically for this operation. Mare questions whether another person's stored magic can actually be used, since borrowing someone else's mana is normally extremely difficult. Isabel already has an explanation. Because she is the Demon King's daughter, their magical signatures are similar enough for the transfer to function. Mira raises the next major concern: how will the squad return? The problem is that the crystal is too enormous to carry, meaning its destruction during the mission would end the plan completely. There would be no way back home. That means Isabel must maintain a single teleportation gate for the entire journey there and back, placing a strict time limit on the operation. I asks for the estimated time, and Isabel says she is still calculating, but 1 hour should be the absolute limit. Xena doubts 60 minutes will be enough to eliminate an entire capital's leadership, especially when that city houses the Holy Knights' headquarters and is bound to be heavily guarded. I sees it differently. Most of the elite knights are deployed at the front, leaving the capital defended mainly by soldiers who can deal with ordinary threats, not a team this overwhelming. Isabel agrees with Kai's assessment. She says the city could be turned to ash within that hour. The mayor panics and asks whether an entire army is coming, but the crystal limits the group to roughly 15 people. Even so, the lineup is terrifying. First Prince Volker, second Princess Scarlet, fourth Prince Lothar, Isabel herself, Flame Rise, one of the real 4 heavenly kings, and several high-ranking reinforcements. Xena and the mayor nearly lose it when they realize the team includes the demon lord's children and a heavenly king, so they ask whether these people are truly as powerful as Leonhardt. Isabel says they might actually be stronger. Mayor looks to Kai for a response, but he casually admits that the city's destruction would not bother him in the slightest. However, the city's destruction would create 2 consequences Kai absolutely wants to avoid. 1, the human-beastman alliance at the front is already fragile. A successful attack would make the humans retreat while the beastmen demanded an advance, giving the demons the perfect opening to tear that alliance apart. Second, an entire neighboring city is filled with innocent civilians who would be caught in the destruction no matter what. Isabel truly wants to stand with Kai and feels she owes him that much, but rejecting her father's direct command would instantly label both her and the others as traitors. Xena can only sigh, because keeping a low profile stopped being realistic a long time ago. Falco explains the Revolutionary Army's position. Anyone planning a coup has to accept that exposure is practically unavoidable. At the same time, refusing the Demon King's command makes no sense, because the rebellion exists to place Isabel on the throne and bring the war to an end, and they cannot jeopardize that objective here. Kai asks whether they would still proceed if the alliance between humans and beastmen collapsed, but Isabel counters by asking whether he has a better plan ready. Kai thanks them for the details, then falls silent while he thinks. The answer suddenly comes to him. He has a plan for the Revolutionary Army. It is incredibly dangerous, but also risky enough to completely change the direction of the war. 3 days later, Kai stands before his hero classmates and reveals the Demon King's full strategy. The room erupts the moment they hear it. The first reaction is to warn the civilians at once. Aniu attempts to calm everyone down, pointing out that the nearby city is not the actual target, so the casualties should remain limited. Renee immediately rejects that logic. Low casualties do not mean no casualties, especially when the 2 cities are practically side by side. There is also a strong possibility that some of their classmates are stationed in that very city. Idu abandons the argument and suggests that they return to the capital personally. Arashi immediately dismisses that plan and says they should simply send a messenger instead. He insists their friends will be safe, before presenting an idea of his own. With the demon elites leaving for an entire hour, Arashi suggests using that opening to invade the Demon King's castle and eliminate him while its strongest defenders are away. Hashimoto gets furious and points out that the capital's civilians would be caught in the crossfire. Arashi simply shrugs and reminds him that they are allied with the Revolutionary Army, earning an immediate verbal takedown from Hashimoto. He asks how Arashi can keep pretending to be an ally when he has already been branded a traitor. It also makes it clear that the deaths of innocent people cannot simply be dismissed as an unavoidable expense. The group looks to Mito for the final judgment. Mito confesses that saving his classmates matters more to him than anything, but admits he cannot protect everyone and labels Arashi's proposal dangerously reckless. Kai fully agrees and dismantles Arashi's proposal with one crucial detail. Sibel's teleportation window lasts only about an hour, meaning the enemy team could simply return to the castle in the middle of the battle, even if the invasion started perfectly. Kai then unveils his real strategy. The demons are risking everything on one surprise strike carried out by a mere 15 people. Heroes should answer by doing the exact opposite, turning the capital into an impenetrable fortress. The Isabel supplying information from within, they can learn the precise date and hour of the attack before it begins. That is the core of Kai's reasoning. If they prepare beforehand, the demons will march straight into a trap. And together with the revolutionary army, the heroes could destroy nearly all of the Demon King's main forces in a single decisive strike. Kai orders everyone to withdraw from the front immediately and return to the holy capital to prepare for the attack. Kai's group eventually reaches Digarez looking completely exhausted, as if the journey itself had been an entire war. Mare starts dramatically whining about the brutal journey, but Zine refuses to sympathize. Zine points out that Mare spent the trip sitting on a horse. She reminds Mare that she was the one doing the actual running. Kai watches in confusion as the locals go about their lives with cheerful, carefree expressions, completely unaware that their country nearly disappeared only a few days earlier. The citizens are shopping and enjoying themselves, blissfully unaware of how close they came to death. Mare is the only one focused on reality, reminding Kai that he is a wanted criminal in this country and should not be walking around so openly. Kai agrees, though what truly bothers him is how effortlessly they managed to enter the city. He merely bribed 2 guards at the gate and walked inside without facing a single question. That is anything but reassuring. If anything, it is a massive red flag. Rather than test his luck further, Kai orders them to abandon the horses, hide in an inn outside the city, keep a low profile, collect information, and wait for Mito's group to arrive. Mare questions whether all those precautions are really needed. She gestures around at how calm the city looks. To her, nothing seems capable of going wrong. That is precisely what worries Kai. Lurking in the back of his mind are Lanes, one of the Demon King's cult's strongest members, along with a holy knight who practically has a death warrant out for him. I fully expect someone to stab him in the back the moment the situation turns chaotic. Meanwhile, in Castagloin, the Beastman-Human Alliance gathers for a major war council. Runes delivers shocking news. The Demon King's forces supposedly plan to use spatial magic to send an elite squad directly into the capital. Problem is that Runes is silently panicking, because the entire report is fabricated. Zine instructed her to deliver the lie, and now she can only hope nobody sees through it. Emilia and Edgar immediately sense a problem. They argue that the demons could never realistically perform such a teleportation, making the report look like a decoy meant to lure troops away from the front. Off to the side, Mito and Ninamiya are secretly panicking, because this is exactly the situation Kai warned them about and promised to handle. Unfortunately, they cannot reveal that their ally has secret insider information without exposing him. Emilia remains unconvinced, arguing that genuine news this serious would already have reached someone higher up, meaning it must be another distraction. Heinrich challenges her with a simple question: what if the warning is real? The capital is nearly undefended, and without immediate action, it could fall within minutes. Emilia supports Heinrich, saying they cannot ignore the warning and gamble the entire kingdom, because losing the capital would destroy their larger plan to eliminate the demons. Emilia proposes informing the higher command, but another member quickly objects, arguing that the leadership would probably focus on saving themselves rather than providing real assistance. Emilia admits the idea is far from perfect, but keeping silent is even worse, so they decide to report it despite the backlash that may follow. Mito joins the discussion and points out that the hero candidates have ties to the capital, making them the logical group to send there. Heinrich and Emilia immediately agree, since the main army is still recovering from the previous siege and needs every available soldier to maintain the front. Heinrich confirms that the soldiers are exhausted, while the truth becomes obvious to us. This fake invasion report is Kai's scheme, and it is unfolding exactly according to plan. Emilia approves sending the hero squad back, but only under one condition: nobody repeats Arashi's betrayal. If anyone defects again, everyone is finished. The final decision is that only the hero brigade returns to the capital, while the rest remain to defend the front. Hashimoto protests, but Emilia rejects that as well, explaining that sending troops after unreliable intelligence would only get them slaughtered by high-level demons. She reassures everyone that the world's strongest fighter, the Knight Commander, is currently with the Pope, so the capital should be safe. Back in the capital, the scene shifts to a massive library, where Kai finds Kaiche Kaburagi, one of the non-combatants from his original group. Kaburagi's blunt response is simply, "What do you want?" Turns out Kaburagi has spent all this time working as a royal researcher, partly for the salary and partly to secretly search for a way to send everyone home without fighting the Demon King. Kai asks whether he discovered anything, but the answer is no. Kaburagi hit the same dead end as Kai. Defeating the Demon King remains the only route home. Kaburagi asks if that is Kai's only reason for visiting. Kai shakes his head and warns him that a massive battle is about to erupt in the capital. He orders Kaburagi to move every non-combatant to safety immediately. Kaburagi has countless questions, but Kai stops him and says he will explain everything later. For the moment, Kai needs Kaburagi's help with something. Because Kaburagi has the king's trust and understands the kingdom's inner workings, Kai asks him to investigate and gather information. Sharp as ever, Kaburagi understands the request immediately and gives a knowing smile. Kai wants every piece of information Kaburagi can uncover about the Demon King's cult. Scene moves to the church, where Cardinal Emily asks the Pope whether her information is accurate and whether the Demon King truly intends to invade the Holy Capital. The Pope admits they cannot confirm the intelligence, but insists they must prepare for the worst-case scenario anyway. Oscar interrupts to say the matter is already under control. The required preparations are complete, and the hero candidates have been recalled to defend the capital and its leadership. Emily teasingly asks whether Oscar, the strongest human knight, cannot handle such an invasion alone, but Oscar's expression immediately turns serious. He replies that this time, they cannot afford even the smallest risk. Emily then presents the Pope with an alternative. Perhaps they should attempt negotiations with the Demon King rather than continue fighting. The moment she says it, the entire room erupts in outrage. Church members ask whether Emily has gone insane, while she innocently argues that they have already reclaimed their original territory, so perhaps continuing the war is unnecessary. The Pope silences everyone and gives a firm answer. Yes, there is. The Church's entire purpose, after all, is the destruction of the demon race. He declares that demons are unholy enemies of the Creator God, and insists that peace with them can never exist. Emily challenges him by citing Scripture's message of peace throughout the world. She argues that demons are not fundamentally different from humans. They only have different appearances, language, and faith while sharing the same land. She suggests that both races should try coexisting and spreading love rather than hatred, then asks whether that is not what the Creator God truly intended. Pope concedes that Scripture mentions peace, but insists that this peace was never intended for unholy creatures such as demons. Oscar joins in and dismisses her proposal as absurd, calling negotiations with the Demon King a fantasy that only fools like Emily could believe in. Emily refuses to back down, insisting they should at least open a dialogue. Perhaps both sides could reach an understanding, because endless warfare will eventually turn everyone into savages. The Pope finally loses patience and orders her to be quiet, warning that continuing to speak this way will bring consequences. Emily quickly apologizes and retreats, though she quietly adds that perhaps the two sides will understand one another someday before leaving the chamber. Once she leaves, the Pope and Oscar walk through the hallway, while Oscar rants that Emily has obviously lost her mind. Pope dismisses the complaint, arguing that summoning the hero candidates through the Creator God's blessing proves that God wants the unholy demons destroyed. In other words, Emily's beliefs directly oppose the will of God. Stunned, Oscar asks how someone with such beliefs managed to attract followers. The Pope says Emily is simply persuasive. She makes grand promises about impossible dreams, and enough gullible people fall for them. The Pope adds that these moderate ideas about negotiation are meaningless fantasies that will never become reality. Their supporters may be increasing, but they still make up less than 10% of the Church, leaving the majority committed to eradicating demons. He claims the only reason he tolerates Emily at all is that she still worships the same God. Oscar then mentions the Demon King's cult, which the Pope condemns as heretics corrupted by the Demon King. Oscar explains that the cult has become increasingly active, forcing the Church to redirect troops against them. That is especially troublesome, because the cult is consuming the Empire's manpower just as a Demon King attack may be approaching, creating a potentially disastrous situation. Pope orders Oscar to keep such concerns private so the citizens do not panic. Oscar notes that the wars must have drained the Demon King as well, but says it may not matter because the cult has human followers who can be forced into battle anyway. Conversation then turns to the Pope's suspicion that a traitor is hiding within the Church, so he instructs Oscar to continue the investigation. Finally, the Pope asks whether there has been any news about Kai. Oscar confesses that they have not discovered even the slightest trace of Kai, and takes responsibility for the failed search. The Pope tells Oscar not to blame himself for Lenora's death, but Oscar refuses to accept that. He promised her father that he would protect her and failed, while Kai was the one who killed her, so Oscar believes he must personally track Kai down and deliver justice. Pope reminds him that Kai is some mysterious outsider connected to the hero candidates, meaning they must locate and eliminate him quickly. Oscar vows to intensify the search for both Kai and the cult. Elsewhere, members of the Demon King's cult discuss how dramatically the heroes have grown since their arrival, to the point that ordinary cultists can no longer challenge them. The shocking part is that Emily herself is the leader of this demon cult. Come on, everyone saw that reveal coming from a mile away, right? She tells the cultists not to lose heart and explains what they will do next. Once the Demon King's invasion begins, they will betray the heroes at the perfect moment. At the same time, Mido and Ninomiya race toward the capital, until Ninomiya suggests slowing down once the city comes into view. Mido agrees, confident that Kai's presence there means everything is under control. The scene returns to Kai, where Kaburagi asks whether his visit concerns the Demon King's cult. Kaburagi confirms that and explains that cultists have recently been targeting non-combatants, forcing people to avoid traveling alone whenever possible. He adds that although they are officially considered non-combatants, they are not completely defenseless. Most of the cultists behind these incidents are weak amateurs, allowing the civilians to defend themselves for now. Even so, many people remain extremely nervous. Kaburagi warns that the non-combatants would be in real danger if stronger, higher-ranking cultists appeared. That surprises Kai, who asks why Kaburagi never reported these attacks to the church or the hero party. Kaburagi explains that they cannot run to Mido whenever a minor incident occurs, since Mido and the others are risking their lives at the front. Until now, the threat has been manageable enough for the non-combatants to handle it themselves. He also reveals that even the Holy Kingdom has failed to bring the cult completely under control. Before Kaburagi can explain himself, Kai reaches the obvious conclusion. A powerful demon must have slipped into the cult. Kaburagi agrees and admits he may already have someone in mind. Asked who he means, Kaburagi points to Cardinal Emily, the leader of the church's supposedly moderate faction, and says he is nearly sure she is involved. Kai wants to know what this faction stands for, so Kaburagi explains that its members honestly believe demons and humans can negotiate peace, while recently they have also been gathering people exhausted by the endless war. He dismisses the whole philosophy as childish wishful thinking that only sounds logical to them. Kai considers the possibility and admits it fits, especially because a demon cultist he interrogated earlier suggested something similar. In other words, Cardinal Emily is clearly preparing something behind the scenes. Kaburagi points out that they are outsiders with practically no authority or credibility. That means accusing a senior church official without proof could easily blow up in their faces. Public accusation could damage the church's reputation and even undermine the soldiers currently battling at the front, which explains why no one has acted so far. Kai tells him to stop worrying and leave the matter to him. He will remove the threat before the capital turns into a battlefield. Kaburagi reminds him that he is making the job sound effortless, when even approaching a cardinal, much less assassinating her, will be extremely difficult. Kai can only laugh to himself, because assassination is practically his profession. And if he gets caught, so what? He is already labeled a traitor, sinner, and saint killer who infiltrated the summoning ritual, so his reputation has nowhere lower to go. Kaburagi concedes that the reasoning makes sense, though he still doubts Emily is the true mastermind. When Kai asks what else he knows, Kaburagi reveals his suspicion that the mastermind is actually one of the knight captains based in the capital. The only problem is that they have no idea which captain it is. Elsewhere, Mido, Ninomiya, and the others reach the capital and are brought before the Pope. The Pope immediately asks whether the reports of the Demon King preparing to infiltrate and assault the holy capital are genuine. Mido assures him that their intelligence is highly trustworthy and even offers evidence, but the Pope says proof is unnecessary. He is willing to trust the judgment of those who have personally survived the front line. Oscar interrupts with a pointed question. If defeating the Demon King is the hero candidate's entire mission, why return to the capital and delay that objective, especially when no one even ordered them to come back? The candidates themselves proposed returning. Before Oscar can finish, the Pope cuts him off and says their return must be tied to something Mido left in the capital. To him, that only strengthens the evidence that an attack is imminent and explains the candidate's sudden return. Mido reinforces that they possess undeniable proof and have already determined when the attack will happen. Asked for the date, Mito answers that the attack will begin 3 nights later. The story moves to a training ground, where Mito meets Oscar and the other Holy Knight captains, each commanding a separate squad. Oscar greets him warmly, saying he has heard about the hero candidates' achievements at the front and is pleased they will be fighting together, before extending his hand. As soon as their hands connect, both men instinctively measure the other's power, and Mito instantly realizes Oscar stands far above the remaining captains. In fact, Mito thinks Oscar may be stronger than anyone he has encountered so far. If a man like him had fought at the front, the battles would have been much easier. Then the overweight captain asks Oscar whether the hero candidates are even necessary, since every squad leader has returned to the capital and they supposedly have enough strength to manage alone. Oscar tells him to stop being arrogant and appreciate the additional support, reminding him that the front line is nothing like the easy assignment people imagine it to be. Hearing that, Mito silently wonders how this annoying heavyweight managed to become a captain at all. Clearly insulted, the captain challenges Mito to a friendly duel. Mito accepts, but the man's smug confidence makes him suspect that some hidden advantage might be involved. Mito therefore keeps his guard up, instead of taking the challenge lightly. The captain launches the first attack, boasting that today a hero candidate will finally witness genuine strength. His blow cuts through empty air as Mito casually steps aside, wondering whether that weak swing was his best effort or merely an act. The captain insists he is far stronger than that, but his next swing is just as easy to evade. Mito answers with one hit to the back of his head, sending him crashing face-first into the dirt. Mito is genuinely shocked by the man's pathetic strength and starts wondering whether this entire duel was supposed to be a prank. The other captains completely burst out laughing after seeing Mito flatten the fatty within seconds. Charlotte hurries to make sure he is unharmed, while Oscar reprimands Gray and the others for laughing so mercilessly. Mito looks at them in disbelief and asks whether someone that useless is genuinely the captain of a knightly order. Gray and the others explain that the Second Order is mostly a dumping ground for noble families with no better position. The fatty is a duke's second son and officially ranks first there, which is the sole reason he became captain despite lacking any actual combat ability. Mito asks where that ridiculous confidence came from, and Gray calls him a frog in a well, someone who trained only in safe conditions and mistook that comfort for real strength. Oscar jokes that Mito clearly struck a sensitive spot, then admits that the captains of the First, Second, and Third Orders have all become disconnected from real combat because their duties keep them inside the capital. Even so, Mito senses that beneath their current rustiness, these men must have endured vicious battles in the past to rise to captaincy. Several hours later, Mito walks through the capital alone, pleased to have dependable allies and convinced they can keep the front line secure. Without warning, a band of hooded Demon King cultists springs an ambush on him inside an alley. Mito pulls his sword and warns them that numbers will not be enough to overcome him. Their bearded leader only smirks and agrees, openly acknowledging that Mito is far beyond them. Mito asks whether they truly serve the Demon King's cult and what killing him is supposed to accomplish. The unstable leader explains that Mito's head will serve as their loyalty offering and earn them a place in the Demon King's army. Also reveals that Mito's recent victories drove many weaker believers away, after which the loyal fanatics executed those deserters as traitors. Mito questions their persistence, especially when the allied forces have already driven the demon army deep into retreat. That is when the cultist reveals the terrifying truth. They already know the Demon King's army will attack in 3 days, and they intend to present Mito's head as their ticket into that assault. Mito is rattled as he realizes that highly classified information has somehow escaped. Mito decides none of them can be allowed to escape and prepares to kill them all, but the leader snaps his fingers and brings in reinforcements. One of the newcomers has a knife pressed against a hostage's throat. Hostage is Yuko Tsukishiro, Mito's classmate and attendant number 19 among the hero's non-combatants. The cultist warns that Yuko dies the instant Mito makes a move. Mito freezes, sweating as he calculates whether he can reach her before the knife cuts her throat. Unseen by everyone below, Kai has been observing the entire ambush from a nearby rooftop. He draws his gun and fires at the cultist restraining Yuko. The moment Yuko is safe, Mito activates Shukuchi and flashes straight into the battle. He tears Tsukishiro from the cultist's grasp, carries her to a nearby rooftop, and quickly checks her condition. Kai orders Mito to take Yuko back to the dorms while he handles the remaining cultists, but Mito refuses and insists on ending the fight himself. He refuses to let anyone who harmed his friends escape, declaring that every threat to his classmates will be erased without exception. Kai accepts the decision, takes Yuko from him, and tells Mito to finish the job quickly. Before jumping away, Mito stops and asks Kai whether he deliberately used Yuko as bait to draw the hidden cultists out of the capital. Kai waves away the suspicion, claiming Mido is reading too much into it and that he cares far too much about his friends to use someone that way. Mido accepts the explanation without digging deeper and heads off. Left alone with the surviving cultists, Mido immediately unleashes his full power. His devastating technique, Infinity Slash, erupts into a towering column of light and annihilates every cultist remaining. As Kai returns toward the dorms, his thoughts have already moved on to the bigger problem. The main cult faction never appeared during the ambush, so Kai realizes exposing the true masterminds will be much more difficult than expected. Once the cultists are dealt with, Mido reunites with his classmates at the dorms and reports that several attackers were captured alive and handed over to the Night Order. Kaburagi quickly kills any optimism, explaining that the prisoners probably will not confess, and even if they do, their information will disappear into the system before reaching them. Mido asks about Tsukishiro's condition, and Kaburagi says she is pretending to be strong but is visibly shaken. She is resting in her room while Shinjo stays beside her. Kaburagi apologizes to the group and takes responsibility for the disaster, admitting he should have left the situation to the trained fighters from the beginning. Unfortunately, that is nowhere near the end of their problems. Then Ninomiya delivers the truly devastating update. He gathered every non-combatant for a headcount and discovered that one person was nowhere to be found. Yumino had not appeared at all. Kaburagi suspects another cult cell captured her, but stresses that they are no longer dealing with scattered extremists acting independently. This kidnapping was organized and executed by trained operatives, and the entire operation was triggered by the hero's return to the capital. A countdown has begun. Yumino has been kidnapped. Tsukishiro is the only other non-combatant in the capital, and everyone else is safely working in Temple City Alpha. If they waste too much time, rescuing them may become impossible. Ninomiya has already sent Narumi, the fastest among them, to defend Temple City Alpha. In the capital, they will focus on rescuing Yumino by tracking down every Demon King cultist hiding in the city, all before the real demon army arrives in under 3 days. Ninomiya privately panics at the thought that they are now fighting on 2 fronts, inside the city and beyond it, which is practically the worst situation imaginable. Meanwhile, Kai sits with Tsukishiro and reassures her that she handled herself well. Outing on the bed, she admits that she had hoped to be genuinely useful this time. Kai tells her not to blame herself and assures her that she did perfectly well. She asks whether Yumino is safe, and Kai says they are currently searching for her. At that moment, Kanzaki's voice enters Kai's mind with a major update. She has already contacted Shinjo. She has successfully located Yumino. Apparently, Yumino was connected to Kanzaki telepathically before she was abducted. That link allowed Kanzaki to trace Yumino directly, and because Yumino remains conscious, they can communicate with her in real time. The scene cuts to Yumino, bound in a dark room and understandably terrified. When everyone asks about her condition, Kanzaki reports that Yumino is imprisoned in a dungeon, but has not been injured or mistreated. Kai asks whether Kanzaki has identified the precise spot, and she confirms that she has. But there is a disturbing catch. Yumino is not being held in some remote hideout. She is imprisoned at the heart of the capital, inside the Third Night Order's own dungeon. That revelation reminds Kai of Kaburaga's warning about a knight captain being involved, and suddenly, every piece fits together. They finally have the confirmation they needed. The culprit is Fleethelm, commander of the Third Night Order, and the man secretly leading the cult. Kanzaki reacts as if the mystery has finally been solved and immediately sends the information to Mido. Kai, meanwhile, chooses to rescue Yumino personally and silently crosses the rooftops toward the Third Order headquarters. Meanwhile, Fleethelm is having an awful night of his own, aggressively questioning his vice-captain Elvin about their failed attempts to contact the demon army. Elvin panics and claims they are not responsible, blaming Lady Aqualia's death because she was apparently their only reliable connection to the demons. Emily adds that they have concealed the captured cultists' identities until now, but suspicion is spreading and their actions are becoming impossible to hide. Fleethelm cuts her off, saying he is aware of the danger, then begins worrying whether Aqualia's promise still applies after her death. The cult was supposed to deliver a hero candidate's head and receive demon transformation in return. Emily then explains what they intend to do. They can no longer contact the demon spies themselves, so the attack will force the demons to reach out first. If the cult eliminates the current hero candidates before that happens, they will secure their place among the demon forces. Unfortunately for them, the hero candidates have become ridiculously powerful. They're so powerful that even the cult's strongest knights can barely contain them. So what exactly is their answer to that problem? Fleethelm reveals their advantage. The heroes still have no idea who the real enemy is, while the cult's hostages give them powerful leverage. Speaking of those hostages, the scene shifts to the dungeon, where Kai sneaks in unnoticed and begins freeing Yumino. Yumino is amazed that he bypassed the security so quickly, but Kai simply reminds her that he promised to rescue her. If he could not do even that, they would not be talking right now. Kai tells her to move quickly, but footsteps echo through the dungeon just as they prepare to leave. The visitor is Fleethelm, who came to inspect his hostage and instead discovers an intruder inside his own dungeon. Fleethelm recognizes Kai at once, while Kai calmly asks whether he is the man leading the Demon King's cult. Fleethelm does not waste time pretending otherwise. He openly admits it, identifies Kai as the infamous Saint Slayer, mocks him as a suspicious stalker, and then asks what could possibly motivate him to interfere. Before Kai can respond, Fleethelm launches into a villainous speech of his own, declaring that people like Kai are the only obstacle to the Demon King's world domination. Kai draws his dagger and dryly tells him that asking was probably a mistake. Fleethelm confidently draws his sword and declares that he may not know how Kai found the dungeon, but being caught by him means the game is already over. Kai shoots back with a simple question. Does Fleethelm really think he has time to fight him right now? Right on cue, absolute chaos erupts above them. The hero candidates have launched a full assault on the barracks from above. A terrified cultist rushes in, shouting the news. Fleethelm completely loses control and demands to know what is going on. I, meanwhile, casually asks whether he is actually surprised. The fact that I am standing down here already proves someone gave up the entire operation. Fleethelm finally understands what happened far too late and starts blaming Kai for destroying everything, melting down like a villain with nowhere left to run. Kai tells him to quit wasting time and go handle the hero candidates attacking upstairs. That is quite literally Fleethelm's only chance of staying alive. Fleethelm takes the insult badly, roars about who Kai thinks he is, and charges forward while demanding the hostage be surrendered. Kai stops the attack effortlessly, but before Fleethelm can react, lightning tears through the room and kills every cultist inside. The lightning came from Mido, who reached the dungeon even faster than Kai expected after Kanzaki telepathically sent him the route. Kai simply treats Mido's arrival as his cue to leave. He leaves the job of dealing with this garbage to Mido. Kai grabs Mido, retreats with him, and leaves Fleethelm behind to face the hero candidate's assault. After Kai leaves, Mido realizes that the plan to use the hostage as bait and expose the cult worked perfectly. Everything unfolded exactly as Kai had predicted. Mido orders Fleethelm to surrender, tells him they already possess decisive proof that the barracks is the cult's true headquarters. Fleethelm rejects the idea outright, completely consumed by his fanatic beliefs, and argues that the people will always side with a knight captain over visitors from another world. He declares that vice captain Ervin Inus will defend the surface while he heads underground to finish Mido himself, storming off with total confidence. Up on the surface, Arashi is single-handedly wrecking the barracks, while silently confirming that the bait worked perfectly. Erwin confronts him, calling the attack on a knight barracks outrageously bold, but Arashi can only respond with a confused, "How was I supposed to know? They told me to cause chaos, so naturally I'm causing chaos. That's the whole assignment." This guy clearly didn't bring a strategy to the fight. He's simply enjoying the violence and letting his fists do all the thinking. At that moment, Kanzaki sends Arashi a telepathic message confirming that Yumino is safe and telling him to finish up above before helping Mido below, the exact signal Arashi had been waiting for. Arashi cracks his knuckles and grins, finally ready to stop holding back. Then he unleashes a ridiculous technique called artillery, sending enormous explosive beams crashing down from above and flattening the entire barracks. When the dust settles, Erwin somehow drags himself out of the wreckage, alive only because he raised an earth barrier at the very last moment. Clearly stunned by the result, Erwin reluctantly acknowledges that someone smart must be directing the heroes, then threatens that the cult has replacement forces ready for situations like this. Arashi immediately shuts him down by saying they have backups for those backups too, and Erwin's confidence vanishes on the spot. Elsewhere, Cardinal Emily walks through a dark street with her cloaked escort, worrying aloud that everything is spiraling beyond her control and questioning whether she can still hide the disaster. Unfortunately for her, that is the exact moment when everything falls apart. Her escort is suddenly cut down, and Kai appears behind the fallen wreckage. With one precise swing, Kai sends Cardinal Emily's head flying into the night. Seeing no regret on Kai's face, Yumi asks whether Emily was truly the mastermind behind the cult, and Kai simply nods while casually wiping the blood from his daggers. Noticing her troubled expression, Kai asks what is bothering her. Yumi explains that after being transferred to the non-combatant group, she used her knowledge to improve the city's infrastructure. Earth's technology was far beyond anything this world possessed, making her expertise revolutionary. That same advantage was also the reason the other non-combatants were able to find work. Kai acknowledges it, but wonders why she is telling him all this. Yumi continues, explaining that she had become genuinely attached to the capital's people and wanted to improve life for everyone. That is why she worked herself to the bone, trying to make it happen. However, when she proposed helping the slums, the higher-ups rejected the idea immediately, acting as though the people living there were invisible. Emily was the only one who took her seriously, even personally delivering medicine and essential supplies to the slums. Kai tells her the likely reason was that Emily wanted to manipulate the poor and recruit them into the Demon King's cult. That revelation crushes Yumi, because she desperately wanted to believe Emily had been helping out of genuine kindness. Kai refuses to let her cling to that hope. Emily had actually been running the cult's intelligence network all along. Meanwhile, the battle between Mido and Fleethome continues in the basement. Fleethome tries to defend his betrayal, shouting that serving the Demon King was the only way to protect the people who depended on him. Mido is unimpressed by the excuse, stopping his attack and demanding to know why someone so powerful is kneeling before demons. Fleethome fires back, asking whether Mido seriously thinks he belonged on the same level as rookies like Emilia and Heinrich at the front. Don't you dare compare me to those two. Mido keeps pushing, forcing Fleethome to reveal his entire traumatic past. He fought in the trenches long before the heroes arrived, watched his squad die, and saw human territory disappear piece by piece. He reached the rank of captain only because every soldier stronger than him was killed before he was. But everything truly snapped the day the Demon King himself appeared on the battlefield. Even describing that moment sends Fleethome into violent PTSD flashbacks. Demon King did not even need magic or a weapon. He merely waved his hand and killed their grand commander in a single, effortless blow. That was the exact moment everything changed. Fleethome understood that humans were nothing more than ants challenging a god, and his mind finally collapsed. Mido remains unconvinced, pointing out that aiding the Demon King clearly cannot be humanity's salvation. Fleethome then reveals that he had made an agreement with Lady Aqualia. The deal was simple. If the cult eliminated the hero candidates from within, the Demon King would allow humanity to survive as citizens of the Demon Nation. Mido calmly reveals that he was the one who killed Aqualia, explaining why the Holy Kingdom's intelligence has been so chaotic. Fleethome furiously levels his blade at Mido and rants about the chaos caused by the hero candidates. Mido counters by asking how humans could even be transformed into demons if the agreement is still active. Fleethome claims he has seen proof, pointing to a former human researcher who transformed himself into a demon and entered the Demon King's army. Mido recognizes the man as Steady and remembers that he had indeed commanded demons for a time. Fleethome explains that Steady experimented on himself but became a defective demon. After his death, the Demon King's army recovered his research and completed the method for properly transforming humans into demons. Revelation visibly catches Mido off guard. Fleethome adds that new test subjects were due to arrive soon, but Mido and the others destroyed that supply route by killing Aqualia. Now completely unhinged, Fleethome sets his sword ablaze and rushes forward, yelling that everyone is weaker than the Demon King and fighting him is nothing but pointless suicide, before attacking Mido with everything he has. Back on the surface, Arashi is having a blast bombarding Erwin with non-stop explosions, while Erwin desperately creates earth magic rock domes to stay alive. Eventually, Arashi gets tired of the one-sided fight and points out that Erwin's teammates are being destroyed elsewhere while he stalls. He asks who is really supporting him, since losing today will ruin Erwin regardless. Shaken, Erwin admits he expected them to resist for much longer, but the hero candidates had grown far stronger on the front lines than anyone predicted. Arashi powers up Explosion for the finishing blow, but Erwin creates a last-second earthquake and follows it with a surprise sword strike. Arashi simply catches the blade with his bare hand and asks what Erwin plans to do now that his weapon is gone. In the basement, Fleethome has abandoned all subtlety and is wildly swinging a gigantic flaming sword at Mido. Mido barely blocks the blow and attempts to retreat, but Fleethome stays glued to him, taunting him for thinking escape was possible. Mido is drenched in sweat because every swing from Fleethome radiates unbearable heat. He quickly realizes that fighting a human blowtorch at point-blank range is a terrible strategy. Mido responds by activating elasticity. Fleethome simply steps aside and answers with an enormous flaming slash. Mido raises his demon shield to absorb the attack, but the situation immediately turns disastrous. Fleethome's attack is simply far beyond what the shield can handle. The shield explodes into fragments. Mido's defense breaks like bargain bin glass, and the flames are moments away from roasting him alive. So he makes an unbelievably bold decision at the last possible instant. He concentrates every bit of mana into his left arm, sacrificing it to absorb the blast and prevent the rest of his body from being reduced to ash. Fleethome is genuinely impressed by Mido's fast decision, but then smirks and delivers the classic villain taunt. Good luck fighting with only one hand. Despite his confidence, Fleethome is in trouble and begins worrying about the fighters above. He knows they are weaker and are probably being crushed by the hero candidates. Mido, meanwhile, reaches the exact same conclusion. He also wants to end the fight immediately. That leads him to attempt the most dangerous, yet clever move of his entire career. He activates his modified ground counter, instantly filling the battlefield with an entire squad of Mido copies. For a moment, Fleethome wonders whether Mido is using shadow clones, but his combat instincts quickly figure things out. He recognizes that Mido is rapidly teleporting between positions, hoping to strike from an angle Fleethome cannot see. Fleethome decides to stop overthinking and unleashes a huge slash that tears through every afterimage. He starts smiling, convinced he has finished Mido, until he discovers that even the final target was another decoy. A moment later, the real Mido appears and lands a devastating strike directly on Fleethome's heart. Fleethome crashes to the ground, unable to believe that Mido had outplayed him so completely. Mido stands above his defeated opponent. He is visibly proud, finally seeing the results of all that brutal training with Edgar. Mido has genuinely reached a new level. Back above ground, Arashi is casually humiliating Erwin. Erwin throws every attack he has, but Arashi avoids them all and bats them away like irritating mosquitoes. Arashi is so bored that he actually yawns before telling Erwin they are finished, clearly disappointed by how little fight Erwin has shown. Erwin desperately tries to cope, swearing under his breath and searching for his captain to rescue him. As if summoned by the thought, Kanzaki walks in and destroys the last bit of hope Erwin had left. Kanzaki tells Erwin to quit wasting time, because Mido has already defeated his captain downstairs. Erwin refuses to believe it, until Mido walks through the doorway, carrying an unconscious Fleethome over his shoulder, and casually apologizes for the delay. Before Erwin can even process his captain's defeat, Kanzaki delivers an even more devastating revelation. Oh, and one more thing, Cardinal Emily. Yeah, she's completely dead. Erwin's mind immediately crashes. His captain has been utterly crushed, their influential political backer has been beheaded, and the entire master plan is now beyond saving. Arashi looks down at him with the expression of someone watching a complete joke. Honestly, this guy would have been more useful as disposable troops on the front lines. Just when victory seems guaranteed and the credits feel ready to roll, reinforcements suddenly arrive. Captain Gray arrives with his squad. Gray sees the destroyed Third Order barracks and Fleethome's unconscious body, then immediately assumes the hero candidates have gone rogue. Gray demands to know what happened, but before Mido can explain anything, he completely snaps. He draws his lance and rushes straight at Mido, shouting that explanations do not matter because he believes they destroyed the barracks. Arashi refuses to tolerate even a second of that disrespect. He moves in front of the injured Mido and tells him to stay back, while Arashi deals with the captain. Ninomiya panics and reminds Arashi that battling Captain Gray was never included in their plan. Arashi's reasoning, however, is completely ridiculous and somehow convincing. If I hit this guy hard enough, his brain might reboot and he'll finally calm down. Arashi gathers an enormous explosive attack, ready to launch Gray straight into the next neighborhood. But just before their collision can ignite a full civil war across the kingdom, Oscar intervenes and blocks the attack, bringing the chaos to an immediate halt. Oscar then turns toward Gray and tells him to like the video, support Mamoru's content, and activate the notification bell. And with that, I'm